Chapter 1. This time travel is quite tragic. On this day, in the back garden of the Dayu Kingdom's imperial palace, heavy snow fell in flurries. Two young eunuchs seized a small snowman adorned with a fuzzy hat from the ground and hurled it into the lotus pond. Splash! The snowman sent a spray of water into the air before it gradually sank to the bottom. The icy water was piercing, and Mirror suddenly jolted awake, opened her eyes to see countless bubbles rising around her. Where am I? In her bewilderment, she felt her garments ensnared by something, and with a sudden splash, she broke the surface, pulled upward by two hands. The fuzzy hat floated on the water's surface. Princess, a panicked voice, resembling a quacking duck, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, it is the 17th princess, the mute princess." The Emperor? Myener's little ears perked up. Who did this? A voice, filled with authority, bellowed, causing Myener to gasp, spluttering water from her mouth. With a flurry, the people on the ground knelt in unison. A royal guard pointed at the two eunuchs. "Your Majesty, it is the eunuchs from CHNGL Palace." Just as Emperor UW was about to interrogate them, head eunuch Zhao interjected, his voice rising with excitement. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the princess is alive. She has awakened." Indeed, she had awakened. Struggling, Myener turned over and slowly opened her eyes, meeting the gaze of a man adorned with a plush snow hat. Her large, glistening eyes blinked rapidly, staring in astonishment at the handsome face before her. Why does he resemble my father, the celestial deity Tining, who has endured a millennium of tribulations and still cannot ascend to the heavenly court? Truly not dead? Emperor UW furrowed his brow, his profound eyes narrowing slightly as he pinched Myener's pale cheek. Quite fortunate, Myener's long eyelashes fluttered. Wow, he is indeed the ancient and obstinate Tining deity, my father. Having descended to the mortal realm to endure trials, he became the 6th emperor of the Yu dynasty, only to meet his demise at the age of 43, assassinated. His tribulations were not yet complete after death. He remained unable to ascend to the heavenly court. Due to his grave sins, the heavenly realm rejected him. Even as the son of the heavenly emperor, should he continue to be a tyrannical despot in this life, he would meet the same fate of being assassinated, leading to his ultimate demise, reduced to ashes. Oh dear, in a bid to save this obstinate and cruel father, I, a little fairy, diligently became a disciple of the grand deity of fate, peeking at his fate scroll and studying the history of his dynasty. In a bold move, I even took up a pen, intending to alter his destiny. Yet, as soon as the pen touched the paper, I was discovered by the grand deity of fate. The grand deity, impartial and strict in his enforcement of the law, promptly gave me a head flick. With that flick, I was propelled to the Yu dynasty, landing beside my father. Now, upon hearing the eunuch refer to her as the 17th princess, she realized she had become that pitiable mute princess who was not favored by the palace nobility. The mute princess was merely 3 years old. With tiny arms and legs, on this snowy day, she had ventured out to procure some charcoal for her mother, but was promptly chased away by those in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Undeterred, she sought out the 10th prince, aiming to stealthily drag away a small bag of charcoal, and escape back home. As a result of her frail constitution, she was intercepted by the 10th prince and his men midway, and after stumbling, she fainted and fell into unconsciousness. The 10th prince, fearing the burden of responsibility, instructed his eunuchs to cast her into the lotus pond, fabricating the illusion that she had accidentally drowned. Thus, he effortlessly absolved himself of any connection. The mute princess perished in the water. In her previous lives, she had been nothing more than a mere pawn, meeting her end at the tender age of 3, with no one to seek justice or vengeance for her, while the 10th prince continued to live his life with carefree abandon. However, now she had transcended as a little fairy. She could not allow herself to perish so swiftly. In the celestial realm, at the age of 10,000, she was still but a child. Her life had not yet been fully lived. Considering her previous obedient demeanor, the grand deity would likely not permit her demise. Then, she must survive. Myener opened her small mouth and called out, "Father." Alas, no coherent sound escaped her lips, only the breathless utterances of ah could be heard. Chapter 2. The princess's feisty spirit. Haha. This girl is remarkably resilient. The Emperor Wu of Yu laughed heartily, his long robes nearly trailing on the ground as he looked down from his lofty position at his damp little daughter. Chu Miao's teeth chattered audibly, and her entire body trembled from the biting cold. In the midst of this icy desolation, she could not help but mentally berate her tyrannical father. Cruel father, how can you bear to witness this? You are indeed lacking in compassion, utterly insensitive like a clumsy pig standing there. As your own daughter, seeing me shiver uncontrollably, why can you not simply scoop me up and warm my small frame? In that moment, regret washed over Chu Miao for her desire to alter his fate. Such malevolence. Let him complete his reign and then vanish into oblivion. After all, without him, she could still be a beautiful little fairy. One day, she would return and have her mother find a handsome celestial lord to remarry. This father was simply unacceptable. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, the Emperor Wu's smile vanished. His handsome face tightened as he scanned the surroundings with a stern gaze, slowly lowering his head to fixate on the 17-year-old princess, who was still blinking her large eyes. How peculiar. Had that feisty little voice truly come from her? Was she scolding herself? But she was mute. Her lips had not moved. The Emperor raised his head once more, his eyes coldly sweeping the assembly. Everyone present had their heads bowed. Who would dare to insult him? It could only be his 17-year-old daughter. She was the only girl here, trembling in the cold, her little face gradually turning purple. Yet how bold she was, to dare call him cruel, unkind, and insensitive, likening him to a clumsy pig. Among all the princes and princesses, she was the first to insult him. The Emperor's eyes widened in astonishment as he bent down and suddenly extended his large hand. Chu Miao jolted, her rigid body nearly springing up. Father, please do not pinch me. I am your lucky star. Indeed, many years ago, when she was born, rosy and adorable, the god of sun held her and remarked to his phoenix goddess, "Beautiful, she is undoubtedly my lucky star." But the Emperor Wu, now a mere mortal, had no knowledge of such fortunes. He paused, puzzled. What lucky star? Where does this lucky star come from? You are but a mute. My dear father, could you not show a bit of mercy? After all, I am your own flesh and blood. Saving me would be a virtuous act. To save a life is to build a pagoda of merit. How do you not understand this principle? Oh, clumsy pig, do not forget your kin with my existence. You shall gain fortune and longevity. Chu Miao gazed at the Emperor with pleading eyes, her little lips quivering, her entire body shaking like a drenched chick. Finally, the Emperor's heart softened. Who would not wish for fortune and longevity? He extended his long arms and enveloped Chu Miao in his fur-lined cloak, his cold gaze sweeping the scene. Which consort bore this 17-year-old princess? Which palace is she from? Quickly, bring me a robe. A perceptive eunuch immediately presented a prepared cloak. Bowing low, Your Majesty, the 17-year-old princess was born to the virtuous consort of the Cold Palace. The Emperor's deep gaze widened in disbelief. What? The Cold Palace? He cast a downward glance at the small creature nestled in his arms, an expression of perplexity adorning his face. Chu Miao's petit visage twitched, revealing a pitiful gaze. Father, mother is ill. She is the beloved one you brought back from the banks of Daong Lake. How could you have forgotten her? Fortunately, the little fairy had surreptitiously observed his grand dynasty and his various misdeeds. The Emperor of Yu mused, with so many women in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. How can I possibly remember them all? Just from Daong Lake alone, I have returned with several after my tours these past 2 years. The tyrant is indeed a lecherous man. Why does he need so many women? No wonder he refuses to return, with so many consorts. He no longer remembers who I am. Father, I am so cold now, and my clothes are still wet. If this continues, your clothes will also become soaked. Would you not allow me to return and change? The Emperor furrowed his brow, feeling a chill settle in his chest. I have embraced her, yet she dares to scold me? To complain? Perhaps I should cast her aside. Just as he was about to relinquish the small creature to a eunuch, he heard her thoughts. Tyrant, if you dare abandon me and let me freeze to death, I shall ascend to the heavenly court and accuse you. Chapter 3. Let them freeze to death. Oh ho, such audacity, to call me a tyrant and even threaten me. Who is this fearless soul? daring enough to seek retribution in the heavenly court? Remarkable. The Emperor of Yu refrained from casting her aside, straightened his posture, and tightened his snow-white robe, declaring sternly, "Bring forth those two servants and cast them into the lotus pond." The small eunuch knelt trembling, incessantly banging his head against the ground. "Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, have mercy." Despite his cries, it was to no avail. The tyrant observed his guards, accompanied by the imperial army, unceremoniously hurl the two living eunuchs into the water, his eyes betraying no flicker of emotion. Indeed, there is a semblance of paternal affection. He understands the need to avenge his daughter, which pleases me. Chu Mia turned her gaze toward the outside, only to find that the 10th prince had long since fled. No matter, she would remember this debt. Hearing his daughter's praise warmed the emperor's heart, filling him with a sense of comfort. He lifted his head and barked again, "Do not allow them to surface. Let them freeze to death." Chu Mia blinked, recognizing this as the tyrant's true nature. Nevertheless, they deserved it. If it were not for her transference, would this tyrant still witness the living, breathing mute princess? Mia. As the emperor's carriage arrived at the cold palace, the virtuous consort rushed over, weeping and wailing upon receiving the report. Upon seeing the emperor cradling her daughter, she froze momentarily before collapsing to her knees. "Your Majesty, have mercy. Mia is still young. She must have inadvertently offended you." "She did not offend me. She fell into the water," the Emperor of Yu replied impatiently, waving his hand. He then surveyed the dilapidated state of the cold palace and the frail, pallid figure of the virtuous consort kneeling in the snow. His brows furrowed, and he commanded sternly, "Proceed to the moon-shinching palace, and let the virtuous consort follow." Upon hearing this, Chu Mia felt a surge of joy. Oh, how wonderful! The tyrant father has finally experienced a pang of conscience, showing compassion and tenderness. Emperor Yu cast his gaze upon her delicate face. When she smiled, two charming dimples appeared, quite enchanting indeed. "You are rather lovely," he mused. "Thus, I shall pardon your grievous disrespect." Upon arriving at the Moonheart Palace, Chu Mia was swiftly taken by two elder matrons to change her attire. The charcoal fire crackled to life promptly, while a multitude of palace maids scurried in and out under the direction of the eunuchs from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Within mere moments, the once desolate Moonheart Palace was adorned splendidly, radiating warmth. The virtuous consort, still ailing, appeared to be lost in a dream. She knelt before the emperor, donning a brand new crimson peony silk gown, bowing her head in gratitude. It seemed Emperor Yu had all but forgotten her amidst the throng of concubines vying for his attention, each day presenting a new face. With the weight of state affairs upon him, he was vigilant against treachery and disloyalty, his resolve set on safeguarding his reign. "Virtuous consort, when did you find yourself in the cold palace?" he inquired sternly. The consort lowered her gaze, replying, "Your Majesty, I brought misfortune to the royal family by giving birth to a mute princess. In your wrath, you decreed that I take the half-year-old Mia to the cold palace." Upon hearing this, Yuwu's sharp eyes widened in disbelief. Had he truly been so unreasonable? The gentle sound of footsteps approached, and he turned swiftly to behold a well-dressed young girl, radiant as a celestial being. "Mia, quickly kneel and pay your respects to your father," the virtuous consort urged, motioning for Chu Mia to kneel beside her. The emperor's gaze became transfixed. The little girl was blushing, her eyes resembling dark grapes, her petite nose perfectly shaped, and her rosy lips a delightful sight against her snow-white skin. She was utterly enchanting, more so than when she had smiled in his arms. Yet, he realized he had cast her away to the cold palace without truly beholding her. No wonder she would label him a tyrant. He should not harbor anger towards her. The fault lay with him. At her mother's prompting, Chu Mia performed a respectful bow to Emperor Yu, then lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling. "Father, you are doing well now. I shall record your merits in my book. Once you accumulate countless virtues, you shall ascend to divinity in 100 years, she proclaimed. Chapter 4. Suddenly favored? Wait, you intend to credit me with merits? How delightful. Yuwu's lips curled into a smile as he regarded her fondly. My little princess, do you enjoy this place? He affectionately pulled Chu-Mia closer, ruffling her hair, a rare display of tenderness gracing his face. Regardless of whether her heartfelt words were mere flattery, she remained the sole child capable of voicing her thoughts to him. It was an intriguing novelty. After all, her sentiments were not discernible to others. He would indulge her freedom of speech, for as long as she refrained from uttering rebellious words aloud. It could not be deemed disrespectful. Yet, the virtuous consort remained oblivious to her daughter's innermost feelings. She was perplexed and apprehensive at the sudden attention Emperor Yu bestowed upon her and their child. Was it the heavens bestowing a blessing upon her in this heavy snowfall? She speculated that perhaps the emperor's heart had softened upon witnessing the little princess's near misfortune in water. However, Emperor Yu's temperament is unpredictable, so it is wise for her to tread carefully to avoid falling into disfavor once again. The cold palace is a place she never wishes to revisit. Today, her daughter appears to be more obedient and clever than usual. Look, upon hearing Emperor Yu's inquiry, her smile radiates brightly as she extends her small hand, offering him a piece of pastry as if to say, "This is your reward." Ha ha ha! Emperor Yu bursts into laughter. What do I lack? My poor little one has likely never encountered such delicacies before, nor seen treasures of gold and silver. With this thought, Emperor Yu devours the pastry, waving his hand grandly. Let there be a feast tonight at the Moon Fragrance Palace. Reward the virtuous consort with a pair of jade auspicious symbols, 10 bolts of brocade, 30 taels of gold, and a bag of precious charcoal. Additionally, bestow upon the 17th princess 10 golden melon seeds, a pair of jade bracelets, 10 bolts of silk satin, and a pair of jade bowls. The crowd is astonished. That night, the Moon Fragrance Palace is ablaze with lights, filled with the sounds of song and dance. A scene of sheer joy. The virtuous consort, who had not been favored for 3 years and had nearly been forgotten by the other concubines, suddenly becomes the envy of all. What is happening? Upon hearing this news, the queen inquires of a palace maid who had hurriedly gathered information from outside. Reporting to your majesty, today the emperor visited the imperial garden to admire the snow and saw the 17th princess fall into the lotus pond. After ordering her to be rescued, he disregarded her wetness and held her close to his chest. The maid recounts the details she has learned. The 17th princess? Isn't she mute? The queen inquires, puzzled. This silent princess had been sent to the cold palace with her birth mother when she was merely 6 months old. Living on simple fare, she is frail and unremarkable. How could she possibly attract the emperor's favor? Your Highness, I have heard that the emperor is quite fond of the 17th princess, having specially rewarded her with a pair of jade bracelets, silk satin, and the finest charcoal for the Moon Fragrance Palace, the maid adds. The queen feels a tightening in her chest. The precious charcoal is a tribute from the Shiliang kingdom, used in the emperor's and empress dowager's chambers during winter. There is none to spare in her own palace, yet it has been given to that ailing consort. This consort, who had given birth to a mute child, has only seen the emperor once since being cast into the cold palace. What kind of seductive trickery has she employed to regain his affection? Clearly, she must summon the consort to bring that girl for a visit tomorrow. In the Moon Fragrance Palace, the feast is lavish, and Chu-Mia is devouring her meal with great enthusiasm, her little stomach round and full. The virtuous consort has attempted several times to curtail her eating, fearing that she might lose her decorum in front of the emperor. Yet, the little girl appears ravenous, her eyes sparkling at the sight of so many delicacies. Little does the consort know that before descending to the mortal realm, Chu-Mia had been accustomed to simple vegetarian meals and fruits in the celestial palace. She had never encountered such an abundance of meats and exquisite dishes. Moreover, now that she is a princess, her appetite knows no limits. Ha ha ha, Mia come, enjoy another chicken leg. Emperor Yu, delighted by her hearty appetite, personally tears off a roasted chicken leg and hands it to her. Chapter 5, Terrifying. The boldness of the mute princess was astonishing. Chu-Mia wiped her glossy lips, blinking her large eyes, and let out a hearty burp. Father, I am full. If I eat any more, my stomach shall burst. The emperor, Yu chuckled and waved his hand, summoning a digestion soup for the princess to drink. Upon hearing this, the virtuous consort felt a surge of joy. Thank you, your majesty. Meater has been remiss. Yu Wuti smiled, his eyes brimming with rare warmth as he proclaimed, the princess may command whatever she desires from the inner palace. She is too slender, and I wish for her to be plump and healthy. Chu Meater swallowed hard. I do not wish to become a great fatso. However, with such words, my mother shall no longer suffer hunger, and I too shall be spared the cold and hunger of the secluded palace. Ah, splendid. My fate is not so tragic after all. Seeing me, my father has grown tender-hearted. It seems I truly am his lucky star. Then is he not saved in this life? Upon hearing her thoughts, Yu Wuti's deep gaze flickered. Without you, am I not saved? Will I be schemed against and meet an untimely end? It appears I must slay more treacherous ministers and rebellious wretches. Chu Meater was oblivious to Yu Wuti's musings. At times, understanding his intentions was merely a matter of conjecture. A maidservant brought the digestion soup, and, after drinking half a bowl, she found she could consume no more. She raised her small hand, pointing towards the door. The virtuous consort gently inquired, "Would you like to play outside?" Chu Meater nodded. After such a hearty meal, movement was necessary. The consort looked to Yu Wuti. "I shall accompany her and play." He rose and took hold of Chu Meater's small hand. Her hand was soft and delicate, like a small, tender bun resting in his palm. Yu Wuti had never held his daughter's hand in such a manner before. He marveled, is the hand of a little girl truly this soft? How lovely! The snow is so thick, it is wonderful to live beside father. Yu Wuti gazed at the little one, who raised her hands in the snow and spun around, furrowing his brow in confusion. Why does she alternate calling me father and emperor? She does not seem very bright, struggling to determine the correct address. Never mind, she is still so young, prone to whimsical thoughts and utterances. Yet, she is beautiful, adorable, and daring. Father, let's have a snowball fight. Come and play with me. Chu Meater's playful spirit ignited. She crouched down, scooping up the snow with her delicate hands, then formed a snowball and hurled it at Yu Wuti. Thud! It struck the emperor's dragon robe. The surrounding maidens and eunuchs turned pale with fright. The consort, standing at the door, felt her legs weaken and promptly knelt, pleading for the emperor's forgiveness for Meater's thoughtlessness, asking him to pardon her act of disrespect. Yu Wuti frowned, displeased. Do I appear to wish to punish her? Everyone was taken aback. The little princess had acted so impudently, hurling snowballs at him, and yet he did not seem to perceive it as a grave disrespect. In a state of astonishment, they witnessed Chu Meater joyfully approaching Emperor Yu with a snowball even larger than the last, hurling it towards his face. The virtuous consort trembled. My daughter, how audacious you are! It is one thing to strike the dragon robe, but to hit your father's face? Thud! Indeed, it made contact. Excessive, truly excessive. Even eunuch Zhao felt a pang of shame, scolding internally. Little princess, you are courting disaster. Good. A resounding baritone echoed through the air, causing the court ladies and eunuchs to shudder. They stared wide-eyed as their sovereign, instead of being enraged, lifted the 17th princess high into the air. Ha! Your boldness delights my heart. Come, let's engage in a snowball fight. After spinning her around a few times, Emperor Yu set her down and pretended to throw a snowball at her. Chapter 6. Startling the Empress, Chu Meater gleefully dashed ahead, her laughter ringing out in fits and starts. Emperor Yu pursued her from behind. Every snowball he threw missing her. When she managed to hit him, he erupted in laughter. The virtuous consort, kneeling on the ground, slowly rose with the support of the palace maidens, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. It had been 3 years, and it was the first time Emperor Yu had played with his daughter. The scene radiated paternal affection, a truly beautiful sight. The once ignored princess suddenly found herself favored, and news of her newfound prominence spread throughout the palace overnight. The next day, the maid Xiuxiang rushed into the moonlit pavilion in a flurry, reporting to the virtuous consort, Your Highness, the maidens from Jingren Palace have come to request that you bring the little princess to pay respects to the empress. Upon hearing this, the virtuous consort felt a tightening in her chest. Bring the little princess? Indeed, Your Highness. She was filled with apprehension. Last night, the emperor had played with the little princess until late, even refusing to meet with 2 ministers, neglecting state affairs. Would this not invite the empress's reprimand and punishment? Such behavior had never been exhibited by emperors of past dynasties. Not daring to delay, the virtuous consort quickly had Yao Mama and the maidens adorn the 17th princess, draping her in the new snow robe sent by the emperor. They proceeded to the waiting palanquin outside. Upon arriving at Jingren Palace's Warm Heart Pavilion, the virtuous consort knelt and offered her greetings. I pay my respects to the empress. May your highness enjoy eternal blessings. Bowing her head, she caught a glimpse of Chu Mia not kneeling and hastily tugged at her skirt. Chu Mia was wide-eyed, fixated on the empress. With a gentle pull from her mother, she plopped down to kneel. How bothersome! Why must one kneel upon meeting others? Such intricate rules did not exist in the celestial realm. Is she not merely a consort to my father? All are concubines, and they all bear children. However, the empress truly possesses exceptional beauty, surpassing even that of my mother. I am aware of her cultured demeanor, gentle and virtuous, yet her intellect leaves much to be desired, often falling prey to the seductive words of the favored consort, leading her to commit foolish acts. Were it not for the favored consort's insinuation that my mother bore a mute child, which would bring misfortune to the palace, the empress would not have allowed the emperor to cast my mother into the cold palace. Now that I have emerged from that desolate place, the empress's heart must surely be in turmoil. Oh, empress, do not err further. The favored consort will bring you ruin, jeopardizing the crown prince and leading to the loss of your child. I truly lament your predicament. Chu Mia blinked her expressive eyes, kneeling yet maintaining her gaze upon the regal figure of Empress Jiang, adorned in splendid garments. Her thoughts surged like a tempest. Empress Jiang widened her eyes, her expression shifting, reflecting shock and bewilderment. What could this mean? Had she imagined it? Or was the 17th princess truly conveying her thoughts? As she contemplated these sudden, audacious words, spoken in a childlike tone, there was no doubt that it was indeed the 17th princess. Could it be that the heavens permitted her silent heart to resonate in this palace? Observing the expressions of the other concubines, it appeared they were also oblivious to her unspoken words. Meanwhile, concubine Lan looked on with a sidelong smirk, evidently unaware of the exchange. Had she heard, she would surely have leapt up to silence the 17th princess, causing an uproar in the Warm Heart Pavilion. This mute little princess, whom I had not seen for over 2 years, seemed so innocent and delicate on the surface, yet within her festered an audacious, unruly spirit, a boldness that defied convention. How dare she suggest that I possess a dull intellect? Fortunately, her words were heard only by me, and thankfully, she is mute. Had she spoken aloud, her life would be forfeit in this harem. Even if I were to grant her a reprieve, could the favored consort spare her? Nonetheless, the veracity of her claim regarding the crown prince's potential fall from grace remains uncertain. If true, she is indeed extraordinary. Empress Jiang suppressed her unease, inhaling deeply. Regardless of its truth, from this day forth, I must remain vigilant against concubine Lan. Better to believe than to dismiss it as mere fiction. With this thought, Empress Jiang straightened her posture and gently raised her hand. Be at ease, little princess. I have received your respectful greeting. You may take your seat. Chapter 7. Critiquing the favored consort. After the virtuous consort expressed her gratitude, she gestured for Chu Mia to sit beside her. Across from them, concubine Lan regarded the mother and daughter with an air of arrogance, delicately dabbing her crimson lips with a silk handkerchief, her tone dripping with disdain. How fortunate the virtuous consort is, having brought the 17th princess into the cold palace for over 2 years. I had thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Yet here you are, having emerged so quietly. Truly a cause for celebration. The virtuous consort forced a smile and nodded, all thanks to your grace. Standing beside her, Chu Mia glared at the blue concubine, silently seething. If my mother could emerge, it would be thanks to your family's 10th prince. Had he not commanded 2 young eunuchs to toss me into the lotus pond? How could my father have possibly discovered me? Empress Jiang furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze lingering on the blue concubine's face. Though she was already aware of the situation, she feigned ignorance, asking, I heard that the two eunuchs who perished in the lotus pond yesterday were from Changlu Palace. The blue concubine turned her head. Looking at the empress with feigned nonchalance, they were simply two audacious servants. Upon discovering a small bag of charcoal being dragged away, they recklessly seized a petty thief and threw him into the lotus pond, provoking the emperor's wrath, and they deserve their fate. I'm not a thief. I took it openly. Who told you to cut off my mother's source of warmth? Do you wish for us to freeze to death? If we die of the cold, you would be murderers. Chumia puffed her cheeks in indignation. After retorting, the blue concubine glanced at the 17th princess, noting her eyes filled with resentment, and rolled her own eyes inwardly, thinking, what can you do if I label you a thief, you little wretch? Empress Jiang then turned her attention to the young princess, asking earnestly, is it possible that the blue concubine is unaware that it was the 17th princess who took the charcoal? It was the 17th princess? The blue concubine feigned surprise, then smiled mischievously. Last night, I was unwell and did not inquire further. It was a misunderstanding. Chumir narrowed her eyes. Go on pretending. One day, you will reap what you sow. I know you have long coveted the empress's position to govern the harem. In past lives, the blue concubine had indeed succeeded in her ambitions, her family thriving while the empress was cast into the cold palace, dying prematurely from illness, leading to the decline of the Jiang family. In this life, with the 17th princess as her little fairy, she could not allow the detestable blue concubine to easily ascend to the throne of the empress. Chu Mia pouted, inwardly cursing, her expression adorably defiant. Several concubines exchanged amused glances at her antics. The empress's expression momentarily froze, and as her gaze fell upon the blue concubine, a cold glimmer flickered in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she discreetly pointed to the table and instructed the palace maid beside her, present those 2 boxes of pastries to the 17th princess. The maid promptly approached with the food boxes, smiling as she handed them to Chumia. Accepting the boxes, Chumia bowed to Empress Jiang in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. You are a virtuous and noble empress. As long as you heed not the slanders of the blue concubine and treacherous ministers, and protect my mother, while helping the emperor manage the harem, the Dua dynasty shall not face an early demise. Your Majesty, you must be wise. I have my mother, and now I have gained my father's favor. Should anyone in the harem dare to bully my mother, I shall surely report it to my father. Empress Jiang's clear eyes narrowed. The little princess implied that if she could not fulfill her role as a good empress, the Dua dynasty would face an early downfall. And was her subsequent remark a warning? The little girl indeed possessed courage. For now, I shall not hold this against you. Empress Jiang took a deep breath, straightening her posture. As the virtuous consort has taken residence in the Moonshine Palace, she shall thereafter nurture her health, with the inner court adhering to the customary provisions for her attire and needs. Furthermore, no concubine shall dare to speak ill of the 17th princess in the presence of His Majesty. Should any further disturbances arise, I shall not hesitate to impose strict penalties. Upon hearing this, the assembled concubines, including the graceful one Fei, responded in unison, Yes, Your Majesty. Chu Mian's eyes sparkled with delight. Your Majesty, this is precisely the outcome I desired. It appears my mother's safety is temporarily assured. With Your Majesty's protection, I can now focus on reforming that tyrannical father of mine. Upon exiting the Empress's Jingren Palace, the noble Lady Lan, accompanied by her personal maid and matron, approached the virtuous consort. Consort, I inquire how you have instructed the 17th princess? The virtuous consort hastily bowed, replying with modesty, in accordance with royal protocol. All necessary teachings have been imparted without neglect. Lady Lan curled her lips in disdain, retorting, So, the 17th princess is well versed in royal etiquette and conduct. Exhibiting noires whatsoever? The virtuous consort's expression shifted, revealing her discomfort. Previously, when little Mie encountered the empress, she neither knelt nor bowed to a superior concubine. How could that be deemed an understanding of etiquette? It seemed the virtuous consort had led a rather leisurely existence in the cold palace, failing to properly educate even a princess. Otherwise, how could she have ventured to the Changlu Palace to pilfer charcoal the previous day. Lady Lan regarded the virtuous consort with contempt, for her lineage paled in comparison to Lady Lan's illustrious status. The virtuous consort hailed from the lordship of Daong City, having captured the affection of Emperor Yuwu through her beauty and talent, which secured her place in the imperial court. During her favored years, Lady Lan was also in the bloom of youth, basking in the emperor's adoration. Yet, upon the virtuous consort's arrival at the age of 16, Lady Lan experienced a notable decline in favor. Thus, she harbored resentment, devising schemes to eliminate the virtuous consort. 3 years later, the virtuous consort gave birth to the 17th princess, who was soon diagnosed by the court physician as mute, fulfilling Lady Lan's malicious desires. Time and again, she urged the empress to dispose of the 17th princess, claiming that a mute born in the palace was an ominous portent, destined to bring misfortune and turmoil to the realm. The empress, filled with compassion, could not bear to harm a child, and thus entrusted the matter to the emperor. When Emperor Yu visited the Moonshine Palace, he did not even cast a glance at the 17th princess. With a wave of his hand, he cast mother and daughter into the cold palace. The virtuous consort was well aware that Lady Lan was the architect of her misfortune. However, with Lady Lan's father being the prime minister of the Great Yu Kingdom and the emperor holding the Lan family in high esteem, how could she possibly contend with such power? Now, as Lady Lan unleashed her wrath, the virtuous consort hastily knelt and implored, "Your Grace, forgive my transgressions. I have failed in my duties, and I shall endeavor to teach diligently henceforth. If you acknowledge your fault, then punish yourself," Lady Lan replied haughtily with a dismissive glance. The virtuous consort raised her hand, poised to strike her own face in self-reproach, when suddenly a small hand seized her wrist. Startled, she had not yet comprehended the situation when little Mir, with eyes ablaze, charged at Lady Lan, exclaiming, "You vile woman, just because of your elevated status, you run rampant in the palace, bullying the concubines with your arrogance. I wish I could strike you down." Regrettably, she found herself confined within the frail body of the 17th princess, unable to unleash any powers or spells. She suspected that when the grand divine spirit struck her, it had sealed her magical abilities. Now, she possessed a mind sharper than her peers, yet retained the innocence of a child. To the onlookers, the 17th princess was merely 3 years of age. At such a tender age, how could one expect great strength? Nevertheless, to their astonishment, she charged forward, inadvertently knocking the blue concubine off balance, causing her to tumble to the ground. The palace maids and eunuchs gasped in shock. 2 of her personal maids rushed to assist the blue concubine, their eyes wide in disbelief at the diminutive, seemingly fierce little girl. The honorable concubine was rendered speechless, her eyes bulging in astonishment. "Bold child," the blue concubine exclaimed, her face flushed with anger as she glared menacingly. "You little imp who lacks respect for your elders. Take her away and punish her." As her words fell, a matron swiftly approached to seize the 17th princess by her collar. "Please spare her, your highness." The honorable concubine quickly regained her wits and knelt to embrace the 17th princess, while the maids and matrons of Yueshin Palace turned pale with fear, hastily kneeling to plead for mercy. "Please, your highness, spare the 17th princess." The blue concubine paid them no heed, raising her foot to kick at the honorable concubine when suddenly a voice rang out, "His Majesty has arrived." Everyone was taken aback, and in unison, they knelt upon the frigid ground. Earlier that morning, the snowfall had ceased, yet the ground remained blanketed in thick snow, with patches of ice forming on wet surfaces. The emperor, clad in a purple marten cloak, sat regally in his palanquin. "What has transpired?" he inquired in a deep tone. Zhao Gonggong hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. The blue concubine, wiping her tears, recounted how the 17th princess had overstepped her bounds, emboldened by the honorable concubine, and had recklessly collided with her, resulting in her fall. "Go ahead and report it. If my father believes your nonsense, then he must truly be an old fool. Should he punish me, and the nation falls into peril, or I am attacked in the Yanshin Hall, I shall offer no assistance. Oh dear, what nonsense is this child speaking?" The emperor scoffed. "Am I, the great emperor of the Yu Kingdom, Afraid of an assassin? Besides, the palace is fortified and traitorous elements have been systematically eradicated by me. Who would dare approach the Yangxin Hall to strike at me? Even if an assassin were to come, what could a clumsy little girl like you do to save me? The emperor squinted at the 17th princess, her cheeks round and her demeanor adorably fierce, finding her increasingly spirited and endearingly foolish. Such a whimsical little creature. However, he pondered, if he were to heed her words without discernment, would he not become the old fool in her eyes? Wouldn't his dignity crumble before her? Honorable concubine, what do you have to say? He inquired lazily, maintaining a stoic facade. The honorable concubine, cowed by the blue concubine's presence and aware of her superior status and the blue family's formidable influence, suppressed her grievances and replied softly, "It is my fault. I failed to educate Mia well, and I am willing to accept punishment." Upon hearing this, Chu Mieter's eyes widened in astonishment, her crimson lips moving yet failing to utter a single word. "Mother, you have lived so constrained. What are you afraid of? The family of Prime Minister Lan is not virtuous, though father may be blind and ignorant at present with my presence. He will eventually discern who the true loyal subjects are." The sentiments expressed by the 17th princess left Emperor Yu Wudi utterly flabbergasted. What? Is my insight clouded? I assure you, from the highest palace I can see a little bird, every feather distinctly visible. You little one are most impertinent. It seems I must send you to the Princess Hall to diligently study the 4 books and 5 classics, royal etiquette, and feminine virtues, along with skills in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and needlework. Otherwise, your boredom may lead to mischief. With this thought, Emperor Yu Wudi raised his hand slightly, instructing Zhao Gonggong, "Bring the 17th princess here." Upon hearing this, the virtuous consort clutched her daughter tightly, panic filling her eyes. "Your Majesty, if punishment is necessary, let it fall upon me. It is my failure to adequately guide Mia. She is but 3 years old. I implore you, spare her." Consort, Emperor Yu Wudi's patience wore thin as he growled, "You are unwell. Return to your Yuexin palace at once. Speak further, and I shall have you kneel here." The consort shivered at his words. Chu Mia, however, remained composed, gently supporting her mother with her small hand, conveying with her gaze, "Mother, I am fine. You should return to Yuexin Palace." Though she could not hear her daughter's thoughts, the consort understood the message in her eyes. Reflecting on Emperor Yu Wudi's affection for her daughter the previous night, she wiped her tear-streaked cheeks and caressed Chu Mia's face, softly admonishing, "You must heed your father's words and refrain from being disrespectful." Chu Mia nodded, performing a farewell gesture before extending her little arms toward Zhao Gonggong. Seeing her radiant smile, Zhao Gonggong felt his heart melt. He bent down, ready to lift her, when suddenly the emperor commanded, "I shall carry her myself." Stepping down, Emperor Yu Wudi strode forth with an imposing presence, lifting the 17th princess into his arms and gazing into her eyes. Chu Mia met his serious gaze and suddenly broke into a grin. "Father, you had better take me to enjoy a chicken leg and drink 8 treasure porridge. If you punish me, you shall regret it." "Oh, this little rascal dares to threaten me. Do you think I cannot hear your thoughts? Very well, you are still young. And for now, I shall refrain from sending you to the Princess Hall for your studies. However, should you err again, it will be inevitable." With a solemn expression, Emperor Yu Wudi seated himself with her in the royal carriage. Looking at the little one perched on the emperor's lap, the noble consort Lan was taken aback. Her mouth agape, as if a breath had been lodged in her chest, rendering her momentarily speechless. What could this mean? According to precedent, the emperor would typically send an unruly princess to the empress's Jingren palace for a thorough admonition. Alternatively, he could impose immediate discipline upon the young princess. Yet now, he gazed upon the silent child with tenderness in his eyes, embracing her as they departed. Where could they be headed? Chapter 10, The Tyrant. "Then execute the child," he declared. Upon reaching the palace of Tranquil Heart, Emperor Yu commanded the servants to bring forth an array of delicacies, specifically requesting 2 fragrant, crispy chicken legs. After eunuch Zhao tested the food with a silver needle to ensure it was free of poison, he signaled that it was safe to indulge. Chu Mia raised the chicken leg to her nose, puzzled, How did father know I craved chicken legs? Feast upon them here. You may have as much meat as your heart desires. Emperor Yu replied affectionately, patting her head. Once you are full, I shall join you in a snowball fight. Chumia turned her head, her large eyes gazing at him. The emperor smiled enigmatically, his gaze glinting with mischief as he raised a fist, playfully threatening. What would happen if I packed a snowball tightly and hurled it at your little head? Would you perish? A sudden tightness gripped Chu Mirror's heart, her complexion paling. Oh no, he intends for me to fill up, only to crush me with a snowball. He refrained from punishing me before, perhaps to shield my mother from witnessing it. Here, can he truly unleash his cruelty? She pondered. He has always doted on the Empress. Surely, he seeks revenge for her. Should I eat this chicken leg or not? Observing the succulent leg in her grasp, she turned it over, her mind racing, yet she hesitated to take a bite. The Emperor, sitting nearby, observed her. Little one, you seem to have many thoughts. You are my daughter. Though you may often show me disrespect, I would not take your life. Did you not declare yourself my lucky star? My previous comment was merely in jest. What? Are you full just from gazing at the chicken leg? With a smile, he began to tease her. Taking a deep breath, Chum'er mused, alas, my life is in his hands, if he wishes to bring about my demise. What can I do? This notion caused Emperor Yu's brow to furrow slightly, his fingers curling in irritation. Little one, you tempt me to grasp your delicate neck. In response, Chum'er opened her mouth and took bite after bite of the glistening chicken leg, savoring its exquisite flavor, her eyes narrowing in blissful enjoyment. Ah, in the celestial realm, my master never provided me with meat. It is far better to be here on earth. The emperor watched her, delighting in the sight of her cherubic face as she munched on the meat, her rosy lips moving adorably. He retrieved a handkerchief from his sleeve and delicately wiped the remnants from her lips. Is it delicious? He inquired. Chum'er nodded. Are you full? Another nod. Should you die? Yet again, she nodded. But in the next moment, her dark eyes widened in alarm, fixating on the tyrant's face. Do you truly intend to end my life? Emperor Yu replied solemnly. Mir, do you understand that as a princess, to offend the empress is an act of disloyalty and rebellion, deserving of punishment? Chum'er pressed her lips together tightly. She insulted me and my mother. She bullied us. Yet what crime is that? Hearing her thoughts, the emperor was tempted to laugh, but restrained himself, fearing that if he revealed his uncanny ability to read her mind, he might lose it forever. Thus, he leisurely raised his hand and gently tapped her forehead, pretending he had heard nothing. With wide eyes and a pouting mouth, do you believe I have erred? Chum'er's gaze darted, and she promptly knelt down, bowing her head with a resounding thud. Upon lifting her head again, tears glimmered in her eyes. Tyrant, if you must, execute me. The sooner I depart, the sooner I shall be reborn. I fear that being with you will only shatter my heart daily. You have disappointed me greatly. You possess no discernment. It is evident that the noble consort is bullying us at the Moon Whisper Palace, yet you wish to punish me on her behalf. Then grant me death. A bowl of poisoned chicken soup will suffice. Alternatively, you may strangle me. The heavenly emperor watches, as does the Grand Master of Fate. To slay your own daughter with your hands only deepens your guilt. Do you not know that even a tiger avoids consuming its own cubs? I dare say you are even less compassionate than a tiger. A flurry of grievances erupted from the little fairy within her. Emperor Yuwu felt a surge of discomfort, his expression darkening, yet he bore it with restraint. Frowning, he playfully pinched Chu Miener's delicate face, commanding, bring forth a bowl of chicken soup. Upon hearing this, Chu Mier was taken aback, inadvertently pressing down on her tiny feet. Is he truly intending to poison me with chicken soup? Chapter 11. The Emperor's Heartache, a small bowl of fragrant chicken soup was presented. Emperor Yu signaled to eunuch Zhao, who went to retrieve a delicate black vial from the back. The Emperor took it, uncapped it, and inhaled its scent. Then, a smile graced his lips as he glanced at Chu Mier. Her little face turned pale, her hands nervously clutching her skirt, her entire being frozen in place. As Emperor Yuwu shook the tiny vial, sprinkling a bit of white powder into the soup, Chu Mier envisioned the radiant light from the heavenly realm. Master, you have cast me down to endure trials, and now my father intends to send me back to you. Please do not cast me away again. Upon my return, I vow never to alter his fate again. I shall ensure he meets an untimely end at 40 rather than 43. Tyrant, come, drink this bowl of chicken soup. After stirring the soup with a golden spoon, he held the bowl to her lips, asking, does it not smell delightful? Chumier contemplated the inevitability of her demise, fearing that she would no longer enjoy sumptuous meals beside her tyrannical father. A hint of reluctance tugged at her heart, and her eyes reddened as tears streamed down her cheeks. Gazing up at Emperor Yuwu with a tear-streaked face, her lips quivered in a pitiful plea. Father, you are my father. If I perish, I shall never see you again. Father, once I am gone, remember to be a good emperor. Otherwise, you too shall meet your end in a few years. Emperor Yuwu paused, taken aback. In 2 years, I shall perish? I am but 38. Suddenly, the little one bowed her head again with a loud thud. Emperor Yuwu's deep-set eyes widened in alarm. He hastily set down the bowl and gathered his daughter into his embrace, gently caressing the crimson mark left on her forehead from her bow. His heart ached fiercely, as if it were shattering. What was happening? Despite having numerous offspring, he had never felt such profound sorrow upon learning of child's demise or witnessing one stumble. At present, only this little mute can stir his heart. Does it hurt? His rough finger grazed Chu Meader's forehead. She inhaled sharply. It hurts. Call the imperial physician. Such an overreaction. Fortunately, he did not lift the bowl to make her drink chicken soup again. So does that mean I won't die? Nestled in her father's embrace, Chu Meader's emotions were akin to a roller coaster. Ha ha ha. I can stay in a mortal realm and enjoy meat again. Master, I'm sorry, but I cannot return to the heavenly court to see you. Chumier blinked her big, watery eyes, her lashes still damp, her rosy little mouth pouting and then lifting, appearing both on the verge of tears and joy, evoking bittersweet emotions in Emperor Yuwu. Was his daughter ever this soft and adorable in her childhood? Should he have another child with the virtuous concubine? Currently, aside from Chumier, there were 3 other princesses in the palace, and the 2 elder princesses had married off at the tender ages of 14 or 15. Yet, in Emperor Yuwu's memory, he had no recollection of how many princesses he had fathered. The only one frequently by his side was the 8th princess, Chu Luaning, born of concubine Luan. He observed closely, finding the little princess in his arms to be even more charming than Luaning. Chumier noticed her tyrannical father gazing intently at her face and felt somewhat shy. She turned her little head and glanced at the pastries on the table. Stop looking at me. Just put me down and let me have some osmanthus cake. As her thoughts echoed, Emperor Yuwu reached out and handed her a piece of osmanthus cake. Here, eat this, and when you finish, I'll get you more. Chumier's big eyes sparkled several times. Is this the connection between father and daughter? Does the tyrant understand my thoughts? She happily settled herself, opening her little mouth for her father to feed her. After a couple of bites, she proudly shook her little head. I want to sing. I want to dance. Aha, dear, dear, the tyrant loves me now. I can reform him. In her exuberance, Chumier raised her little hand, shaking her head while munching on the pastry, crumbs flying everywhere. Just then, a chestnut suddenly fell onto her head. It didn't hurt, but it was enough to jolt Chumier back to reality. Chapter 12. The eunuchs were bewildered by the clumsy pig. She touched her little head, gazing at Emperor Yuwu with a pitiful expression, her eyes like a crystal-clear spring, utterly pure. Do not shake your head while eating. Emperor Yuwu had no intention of letting her know that he was annoyed by her thoughts. He scolded her lightly, then shoved the pastry into her hands, telling her to eat it herself without making a mess. Chumier obediently nodded, accepting the pastry, putting on an appearance of compliance. As Emperor Yuwu watched her obedient demeanor, his anger dissipated. At that moment, Eunuch Zhao arrived with the imperial physician. Please, Dr. Chow, hurry and examine the condition of the 17th princess. Eunuch Zhao gestured. Dr. Chow bowed to the emperor, then stared at the little princess in his arms, bewildered. Wasn't he the little princess perfectly fine? Just look at how she was devouring the pastries. But since the emperor had summoned him, to ignore it would be to defy the imperial command. 17th princess, please extend your hand. He smiled, kneeling before the dragon table, ready to check the pulse of the little princess. Dr. Chow, have your eyes grown dim with age? Did you not notice the mark upon the forehead of the 17th princess? Emperor Yu remarked with dissatisfaction. Dr. Chow's eyes widened as he focused intently on the young princess's forehead. Your Majesty, I can assure you, her forehead is unblemished. Staring in shock, Emperor Yu lowered his head, lifting his daughter's chin and scrutinizing her brow. Look, is that not a slight redness? Useless. Are you not applying any medicine? The tyrant exclaimed sharply. Startled, Dr. Chow trembled and hastily set down his medicine box, stammering, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I shall attend to her immediately. Observing the pallor on Dr. Chow's face, Chu, finding it amusing, raised her small hand to touch her forehead. It doesn't hurt. Nevertheless, Dr. Chow proceeded to apply a bit of healing ointment, advising her not to expose it to water or touch it, insisting she must take care of it. Eat lightly. Nonsensical. It is merely a minor bruise. Why must I eat lightly? Chu pouted, grabbing the remaining chicken leg, ready to take a bite when Dr. Chow interjected, Princess, that is not permissible. Due to your injury, you must refrain from consuming chicken. Chu gazed at the small tuft of hair on his chin, tempted to pluck a few strands. Uncle, do not overact. At that moment, Chief Eunuch Zhou Dihai entered to report, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager requests your presence at Shokong Palace for a discussion. Emperor Yu waved him away, noticing Chu had set down the chicken leg. He took a handkerchief to wipe her hands and declared, If you do not wish to eat, then I shall take you to Shokong Palace for a feast. He was certain the Empress Dowager had never seen the 17th princess before. It would be amusing to present her. As the emperor cradled the young princess and departed, Dr. Chow stood momentarily stunned. He then wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply, hoping the 17th princess would be more cautious in her movements henceforth, avoiding further accidents. In the main hall of Shokong Palace, the Empress Dowager, dignified and imposing, with one hand clutching prayer beads and the other resting on the armrest of her throne, cast a solemn glance at Chu, being the widow of the late emperor. Her connection with Emperor Yu was not particularly close, and during his routine visits, he adhered strictly to royal protocol. Indeed, it is the 17th princess, Chu. Emperor Yu replied nonchalantly. The Empress Dowager raised an eyebrow, questioning, Is she not mute? If I recall correctly, she was raised in the cold palace. How is it that you have brought her out? This contravenes palace regulations. I released her and her mother from the cold palace last night, allowing them to reside once more in Yuexin Palace, the emperor stated, appearing unfazed by the Empress Dowager's reaction. Your Majesty, the tradition of the Diyu dynasty dictates that any disabled princes or princesses must not enter the grand halls of the palace to prevent ill fortune from spreading and bringing calamity upon the dynasty. She began, but Emperor Yu interrupted. Mother, Mia is clever and astute. She has captured my heart. I believe she is not mute by nature, merely chooses not to speak. I beseech you to show her leniency. The Empress Dowager's eyes widened in disbelief. The emperor was audacious enough to confront her for the sake of a mute princess. Chapter 13. Strange Celestial Phenomena. Her expression darkened, torn between anger and restraint. For 15 years, Emperor Yu had ruled with ruthless decisiveness, his actions swift and merciless, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Should she dare to reproach him directly? She feared his wrath. Thus, she resorted to subtle insinuations, gently guiding him with her words. This year, our great nation has suffered a devastating snow disaster, with many homes crushed under the weight of snow, leaving countless victims hungry and cold, and many have perished. This is a calamity not seen in a century. Yesterday, rumors spread among the populace of strange, celestial phenomena above the palace, portending ominous signs that may bring misfortune to the state. If this is indeed the case, Your Majesty should prioritize the welfare of the realm and dispatch someone to investigate thoroughly, to identify and expel any ominous presence from the palace, or even execute them, in hopes of ensuring the people's safety. After speaking, the Empress Dowager cast a long, meaningful glance at the emperor, before her gaze settled contemplatively upon the small visage of Chu. Understanding her implications, the young girl crossed her tiny hands over her chest, her fingers entwining as she exerted her thoughts in vain. What power is this? It cannot be summoned. She seethed internally. This wicked Empress Dowager is trying to plant suspicion on me in my father's mind. Let me assure you, I am not an ill omen. I am a harbinger of good fortune, destined to bring blessings to our great nation. With me in the kingdom, my father shall not perish. You, Empress Dowager, are no well-wisher. You are not my father's true mother, and you once aspired for your nephew to ascend the throne. Humph. With a silent tirade within her heart, Chumia glanced at Emperor Yu, exhaling a soft sigh. Father, please do not heed the old woman's words. You are the emperor. Do not allow others to manipulate you. You must believe that your daughter is a small star of fortune. The emperor pondered deeply. His daughter's words resonated with clarity. Yet, he held a strong belief in celestial omens. However, if the ominous presence were to be attributed to the 17th princess, he could never accept that. Mother, I am currently preoccupied with state affairs, and I lack the time to attend to celestial phenomena. If you find yourself restless, feel free to investigate the various palaces. Should you identify the ominous presence, simply inform me. With that, he turned to leave. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager was displeased, her eyes darkening. If the ominous presence is discovered, will you allow me to handle it? Will you not interfere? Emperor Yu raised an eyebrow. Smiling, I leave it to your discretion, mother. The Empress Dowager felt a surge of delight and cast a knowing glance at Chumia. Truth be told, this child was indeed the first she had seen. She was undeniably beautiful, exquisitely crafted, and appeared remarkably intelligent. Yet, after her sudden plunge into the lotus pond yesterday, she unexpectedly captured the emperor's favor, which left many puzzled. Coincidentally, the trustworthy Taoist Ji Guang had relayed a message that a purple light had streaked across the palace sky the previous day, with the purple star falling in the rear garden, signifying potential misfortune. She worried whether the 17th princess had been possessed by some malevolent force. Today, she had also heard reports that the 17th princess had clashed with the favored consort in front of Jingren Palace, showing remarkable audacity. Once again, it was heard that Emperor Yu, while returning from court, passed by Jingren Palace, took the mute princess into his arms, and proceeded to the Yangxin Hall. Among the numerous princes and grandsons, Emperor Yu unexpectedly showered affection upon the mute princess, suggesting that there must be some underlying intrigue. The ever-suspicious Empress Dowager feared that with this newfound favoritism, Emperor Yu would become even more difficult to control, leaving her restless throughout the night. Given the appearance of unusual celestial phenomena, she deemed it necessary to eliminate any threats. Lost in her thoughts, Emperor Yu suddenly turned around, took a plate of honey cakes from her table, and placed it into Chu Mi'er's small hand, adding earnestly for the astonished Empress Dowager, except for the 17th princess. The Empress Dowager's eyes widened. She witnessed the little girl in the emperor's embrace, smiling brightly, her laughter both cheerful and endearing. Father, you are so handsome. Look, the Empress Dowager's face has frozen. Your Highness, this story is novel and imaginative, intended merely to provide some fresh entertainment for all the esteemed lords. Please bear with any shortcomings. Thank you. Chapter 14. The affection for the little mute, the Empress Dowager felt a tightness in her chest from anger. Did the emperor imply that she could deal with anyone in the palace, but must not touch the 17th princess? From beginning to end, the emperor had never loosened his hold on the little mute while facing her as the Empress Dowager. It was evident that he had genuinely grown fond of the mute princess, which was not a good omen. After spending time at Shokong Palace, Emperor Yi no longer played in the snow with Chu Mia and set her down as they passed by Yuexin Palace, holding the honey cake. Chu Mia watched as his carriage receded into the distance. Mia seeing her daughter return safely, the virtuous consort was filled with tears of joy, gently caressing her rosy little face. Did your father make things difficult for you? Chu Mia shook her head and smiled as she offered the honey cake to her. The virtuous consort's eyes sparkled. Did your father reward you? Chu Mia took her hand and inscribed the characters for Empress Dowager in her palm. From the age of 1, the virtuous consort had placed a brush in her hand, teaching her to write with the tip dipped in water on the table or the floor. Over the past 2 years, Chu Mia had likely learned many characters, but this was the first time she had written in her mother's hand. The virtuous consort was both delighted and astonished. You wrote the Empress Dowager's name? Chumia nodded. Tears of happiness streamed down the virtuous consort's face as she choked up. Mia is truly remarkable, already able to write. Have you memorized the characters your mother taught you? Chumia blinked. The memories of the original owner were sparse, and she could not recall many characters. Nonetheless, who was she? A disciple of the Grand Priest, daughter of the Sun God, who had lived for eons in the heavenly realm. What character could she not write? But now, she was the 17th princess. Nodding in affirmation, she emitted a single syllable. The virtuous consort joyfully embraced her, pressing her cheek against Mia's. A mix of sorrow and joy overwhelming her. How wonderful it would be if Mia could speak one day. She should be able to. Hearing the virtuous consort's words, Chumia opened her mouth and coughed forcefully, as if trying to expel her sealed vocal cords to produce a normal sound. Alas, how I long to speak. Yet, my throat refuses to obey my command. Beside them, Yao Mama observed the little princess's flushed cheeks as she struggled to speak, her heart aching with sympathy. Your Highness, if the little princess is not unwell, then perhaps it is simply not yet her time to speak. Some children take longer to express themselves. Yao Mama, having been assigned to Yuexin Palace by the emperor just the day before, was not well acquainted with the circumstances of the Xianfei and the little princess. However, she could well imagine that a child raised in the cold palace might exhibit a relatively reclusive demeanor, characterized by timidity, inferiority, and anxiety, leading to a reluctance to articulate her thoughts. Yet, the current little princess did not appear particularly timid. Reflecting on past hardships, the Xianfei was overcome with sorrow, holding her daughter close and murmuring, "My dear Mia, if not for the cold palace, you would surely be joyous and vibrant each day, and would have begun to speak long ago." Gently caressing her daughter's face, she added with a smile, "Mia, do not worry. Your mother believes that one day you will find your voice and share many words with me." Although she had harbored suspicions that someone might have maliciously harmed little Mia, she lacked any evidence to substantiate her fears and thus refrained from voicing her concerns. Upon hearing her mother's words, Chumia nodded earnestly and took her hand, leading her to the inner chamber. There, she retrieved a small pouch from her pillow and poured out its contents, gold and silver ornaments. "Mia, what do you intend to do?" the Xianfei queried, puzzled. Chumia grasped her hand and inscribed 2 characters upon it, disaster relief. Indeed, she wished to assist her father in providing aid for the afflicted. The emperor's first great virtue must begin with disaster relief, establishing him as a benevolent and compassionate ruler. Disaster relief? The Xianfei was somewhat bewildered. Did her daughter hear some news after accompanying Emperor Yuwudi to the Yangxin Palace? Chapter 15. Presenting the mute princess at court. Observing her daughter's serious expression, the Xianfei was convinced of the authenticity of this endeavor. Very well, mother supports Mia. Consequently, the Xianfei dispatched Qiuxiang to Jingren Palace to inform the empress about the intention to provide aid. The empress was overjoyed. She had never anticipated that while contemplating how to alleviate the emperor's burdens, this little princess would take the initiative. An hour later, the Xianfei and the 17th princess delivered the gold and silver ornaments bestowed by the emperor, along with a substantial amount of fabric, to Jingren Palace. Empress Jiang was deeply touched, and her fondness for the 17th princess grew. Upon hearing that Yuexin Palace had taken the lead in donating to the disaster victims, the other palaces were eager to contribute as well, bringing forth their own hidden treasures to Jingren Palace. Upon learning that the empress was organizing donations from the concubines for disaster relief, Emperor Yuwudi was both shocked and moved. The empress is indeed mindful of my concerns. Initially indifferent to such matters, he decided to support her efforts, instructing the Minister of Revenue to allocate funds for purchasing winter supplies, personally leading the convoy to the disaster-stricken areas. He issued a decree mandating local officials to ensure that food and supplies were distributed to all victims. This initiative by the court immediately sparked a wave of response across the nation. The public's reaction shifted dramatically from previous grievances to praises for the emperor. After 7 days of snowfall, the flurries began to subside. One day, after concluding his state affairs, Emperor Yuwudi suddenly remembered the 17th princess and set off for Yueshin Palace. In the courtyard, Chu Mie was busy building a snowman with the palace maids. As the emperor stepped into the palace, all the servants immediately knelt to pay their respects, except for Chu Mie, who stood motionless. However, Emperor Yu did not mind his daughter's lack of formality. He approached her, bent down, and playfully pinched her cheek, inquiring about her well-being. Chu Mie, at her smile, grasped his hand and inscribed a single character in his palm. Good. The emperor was pleasantly surprised, realizing that Mie had learned to write. Lost in state affairs, he had forgotten to send her to the princess's palace for her studies. The virtuous empress emerged from the inner chambers and, after greeting the emperor, cautiously remarked, "During my time in the cold palace, I taught her a few things, and recently I have been instructing her in reading as well. Mie is exceptionally bright. She learns swiftly." The emperor, delighted by this news, took her small hand to examine it, only to suddenly pause, his gaze faltering. "Where is your jade bracelet?" Chu Mie pursed her lips, her expression nonchalant. She understood that she could not reveal the truth. Doing so would overshadow the empress's accomplishments. The relief efforts were spearheaded by her and her mother. "Your Majesty," Mie donated her bracelet, along with the fabrics, jade bowl, and 5 gold seeds you bestowed upon her. The empress stated, not daring to conceal the truth. The emperor was taken aback. Among his many children, it was perhaps only his youngest daughter, at merely 17, who could take initiative to alleviate the burdens of the nation and its people. In that instant, his affection for her grew deeper. "Ha! Splendid," he exclaimed, lifting her into his arms and gently caressing her delicate wrist. "Tomorrow, your father shall have a new bracelet crafted for you, engraved with your name." This was indeed a grand favor from the emperor to his princess. The empress immediately knelt in gratitude. However, Chu Mie silently mused, I do not desire these golden trinkets. I only wish to hear praises sung on my father." "Want to hear praises? That would be simple enough. There were plenty of sycophantic officials who could provide such flattery. She could simply accompany him to court the next day to hear it." That evening, Emperor Yu retired to the Moonlight Palace. The following morning, he carried the sleepy and soft princess into the grand hall for the morning court session. Upon seeing the emperor seated on the dragon throne, accompanied by a bewildered little girl, the ministers were nearly left speechless. Yet, knowing the emperor's temperament, the elder statesman dared not voice any objections. Even Chancellor Jiang Basan stroked his white beard, keeping his lips sealed. Conversely, for the first time in many years, he displayed a hint of satisfaction towards Emperor Yu seated on the throne. This was due to the emperor's decision to provide disaster relief, which had garnered commendation from the affected populace. Such a noble act outweighed the impropriety of bringing a child to court. In the past, Emperor Yu had ruled with an iron fist, often disregarding counsel and acting independently, leading to the suffering of his subjects. Chancellor Zhang's repeated advisements had been met with indifference, forcing him to frequently feign illness to remain at home. The other ministers, fearing for their lives, also refrained from speaking up, choosing to protect themselves while allowing the emperor to govern as he pleased, resulting in the demise of numerous loyal officials. This unexpected act of compassion from a ruler who had always overlooked his subjects was indeed heartening for the loyal ministers. Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live 1,000 times! The acclamations of the ministers rang out, resonating with particular fervor. Emperor Yu, imbued with vigor and possessing a resonant voice, addressed his ministers. "Esteemed officials, what matters require your audience today?" In the grand hall, the little princess drew her sword. "I have a petition to present." The Minister of Revenue approached with a smile, presenting a document. In light of the recent snow disaster in the northern regions, all relief supplies have been distributed to the affected households. The disaster victims have united in writing a commendation, extolling your Majesty's benevolence towards your subjects, ensuring your legacy endures through the ages. With a flurry of accolades, the courtiers who usually fawned over the emperor eagerly praised Emperor Yu, causing him to beam with delight. Almost levitating from his dragon throne, he cast a sidelong glance at the 17th princess, his eyes clearly conveying, "What do you think? Your father is a commendable ruler, is he not?" The 17th princess blinked, her expression neutral, devoid of any smile. Emperor Yu furrowed his brow. She appeared dissatisfied, with drooping eyelids. She seemed on the verge of slumber once more. Swiftly, Emperor Yu embraced her petite form and gestured toward Eunuch Zhao. Eunuch Zhao raised his voice. Do any ministers have matters to present? If not, we shall conclude today's audience. I have a petition to present. The Minister of Works stepped forward. An immediate hush fell over the hall. Emperor Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Speak. The Minister of Works, radiating integrity, declared, Your Majesty, the construction of the immortal platform on South Spirit Mountain has exceeded a year and consumed half of the national treasury. Now, Your Majesty intends to expand it further, which, in my humble opinion, is a waste of resources and detrimental to the state. Emperor Yu's expression darkened, his displeasure palpable. The Minister of Works continued, In the past 6 months, bandits have ravaged our coastal and southwestern regions, leaving the populace in despair. I implore Your Majesty to suspend the construction of the immortal platform and redirect the funds to bolster our military, safeguarding the nation and its citizens. I shall protect your entire family. The tyrant's anger flared. Do you think I am unaware of how to govern? Must you remind me? Guards, remove his official hat. Imprison him. Indeed, the tyrant was obstinate and unreasonable. The immortal platform was a project he had commissioned for his personal worship and aspirations of longevity, yearning for ascension after a century. Your Majesty, calm your wrath. Chancellor Jiang interjected. Minister Fu has served our great Yu with loyalty and dedication for over 40 years. His petition today arises from genuine concern. I beseech you to reflect deeply. Minister Lan, ever eager to curry favor, chimed in. The construction of the immortal platform is crucial to the nation's fortune. How can we simply abandon it? As your subjects, do you not hold Your Majesty in esteem? Can you truly alleviate your burdens? Princess Chu Mirror's eyelids flickered, her dark eyes sparkling with intelligence. Ah, a loyal one and a treacherous one. How clear. Those who flatter my father are surely not to be trusted. Yet, those who oppose him for the sake of the nation are loyal ministers. If you are truly good officials, you should rise in opposition to my father. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yu nearly spewed blood in exasperation. What manner of daughter are you, bringing such disgrace upon me? Do you wish for these ministers to rebel? According to your reasoning, you are indeed a calamity to your father. How foolish of me to wish to protect such an ill-fated child. Emperor Yu raised his hand, intending to have Eunuch Zhao carry the 17th princess down. Suddenly, the little princess slipped from the dragon throne, gracefully lifting her long skirt as she descended the steps. Her small mouth moved gently, though her words were indecipherable. Only her inner thoughts resonated in Emperor Yu's ears. The welfare of the people ensures the prosperity of the nation. Father, if you slay this loyal minister, the populace will rise in rebellion. To seek divine favor through sacrifice is futile. Benevolent governance and love for the people must prevail. To honor heaven, one must first protect the people. It is their security that safeguards your realm. If you neglect their welfare, how can you truly honor the heavens? After a century, when the heavenly emperor observes your subjects in distress, your lands lost, how could you hope to ascend? Alas, how is it that you do not grasp this simple truth? Why even have children then? Oh, dear father, you cause your daughter such worry. Having pondered to herself, she approached Minister Fu, tilting her small face upward to scrutinize the deep wrinkles etched on his visage. She then reached out to grasp the arm of the Imperial Guard. The guard leader, caught off guard, glanced at the imposing emperor, whose expression remained stern and silent. The hall was enveloped in an eerie stillness, with everyone left to wonder about the emperor's thoughts and the princess's intentions. Noticing the guard's reluctance to depart, the little princess stood on her tiptoes, attempting to unsheath the sword at the guard's waist. This action left the courtiers in utter shock, their faces paling. Your Highness, this is not permissible. The guards, terrified, clutched their swords and knelt. Your Highness, this cannot be. Princess Chu Mia knelt before the emperor, striking her forehead against the ground with a resounding thud. This maneuver proved effective. Father, I beseech you to retract your decree. I do not wish for the people to denounce you as a tyrant. Should you execute this loyal minister, no one will dare speak the truth before you again. Alas, whether you comprehend my intention or not. If you do, you are clever. If not, you are a foolish child. I cannot save you, dear father. If you do not bolster your military strength, you risk losing your lands, allowing enemies to slaughter your subjects and invade your palace, leading to your demise. Having poured her heart out, Princess Chuma, disheartened by the emperor's continued inaction, plopped down on the ground. She turned to the venerable Prime Minister Jiang, offering him a smile. The old statesman seemed to grasp her meaning, his heart lifting as he reciprocated her smile. Chu Mia tugged at his official robe, signaling for him to join her on the floor. Minister Jiang paused, taken aback by this playful demand, a gesture he had never experienced before. With another gentle tug, she nodded at him with wide, sparkling eyes, exuding sheer innocence. Sit down. Sit down. Let us fast together. All eyes in the court were riveted upon her, including the emperor's, who watched her intently. Fasting? How did this little girl conceive such a notion? The old prime minister appeared enchanted by her bright and endearing gaze. Chuckling as he adjusted his robe, and indeed sat down. In the grand hall, a chorus of murmurs arose. Some stifled laughter, others shook their heads, while a few timid souls retreated, fearful that the tyrant on the dragon throne might erupt in fury and strike down the defiant mute princess. However, after a moment's pause, Emperor Yu burst into hearty laughter, then descended from his throne, gesturing grandly. I approve of Minister Fu's memorial. The courtiers were taken aback. Subsequently, they all knelt, proclaiming in unison, Your Majesty is wise. Long live the Emperor. Long live. Long live. Emperor Yu's fondness for the mute princess and his delight in the rumors surrounding her spread throughout the palace that very day. In Changlu Palace, the blue-clad concubine, angered, swatted away the cup offered by the palace maids. Begone. The maids, trembling, knelt in fear. Your Highness, please quell your anger. Why? Why does that wretched girl continue to live so freely? She has affronted me. Should she not have been put to death by the white silk? She lamented, regretting that when the girl was born, she had not allowed the midwife to smother her at birth. The kneeling maids and eunuchs quaked in trepidation. At that moment, the 10th prince, Chu Hongxing, entered. Mother, why are you angry again? The blue concubine seized him, dismissing those nearby, and whispered, Have you seen that wretched girl? Yes. After court, father took her to the Yangxin Hall. Then why did you not follow them inside? I feared father would scold me. The blue concubine glared at him disapprovingly. That day she fell into the lotus pond was not your fault. What are you afraid of? Besides, it has been many days, and your father has not mentioned it. So he naturally does not know you were in the back garden. Chu Hongxing felt a lingering dread. That day, he had commanded 2 young eunuchs to throw Chu Mia into the water, only to turn and see the emperor approaching with others, compelling him to swiftly hide within a rockery. He clearly witnessed the emperor ordering the eunuchs to be cast into the lotus pond. His father had always been cold and violent. He dared not act rashly before him. If that mute dared to disrupt the court, how could a dignified prince be more timid? The blue concubine believed her son ought to be the bravest and most formidable among all the princes and princesses. After all, he was 7 years older than the 17th princess and was already 10 years old. The emperor generally favored him as well. Mother, I must attend my lessons now. I take my leave. Chu Hongxing, wishing to avoid her nagging, performed a farewell gesture and turned to depart. The blue concubine felt a surge of frustration within her. She summoned 2 lower-ranking concubines from her quarters to discuss how to deal with the Yuexin Palace. She needed an explanation for the previous affront by the 17th princess. In the Yangxin Hall, in the West Wing's imperial tea and meal room, breakfast had been laid out, and unrelated personnel had retreated, leaving only a few eunuchs to serve. Emperor Yu entered with Chu Mia taking a seat at the dining table. Chapter 18. Dining with the tyrant and sharing grievances, Chu Mia glanced at the array of dishes on the table, her large, dark eyes widening in astonishment. Presently, it was only she and her father dining together. Yet, there were more than 60 dishes, along with pastries and fruits. How could they possibly consume it all? Such waste. Let's dine. Emperor Wu of the Han waved his hand, prompting the attending eunuch to cautiously lift the poison-testing plaques placed on each dish. Crafted from silver, these plaques would change color if any poison were present, rendering the food inedible. Chumia observed that the plaques the eunuch picked up gleamed brightly, indicating the absence of toxins. Indeed, no one dared to poison the tyrant. To do so would mean the execution of the imperial chef, who would risk their life for such a blatant act. Believing that the removal of the poisoned plaques signified the commencement of the meal, Chumia extended her delicate pink tongue to moisten her slightly parched lips. She was famished, having been roused at 5 in the morning by the tyrant, who had pulled her from her slumber to dress and groom her. She had then been carried to the Tai Chi Hall for the morning court session. 3 hours had elapsed, and hunger gnawed at her. She lifted her petite hand to touch the dish before her, inadvertently nudging a golden rice bowl, causing the golden spoon within to clatter to the ground. Her eyes sparkled as she daintily pinched the spoon between her fingers, examining it closely. Wow, it's made of gold. Should I take it and keep it? Perhaps one day I could sell it to aid the impoverished? Upon hearing her, the emperor cast her a sidelong glance. She grinned widely, her gaze fixated on the golden bowl as if it were already hers. The emperor furrowed his brows, thinking, this extravagant little girl. Do you wish to empty the treasury? Eventually, the eunuch sampled each dish, confirming their safety, after which Emperor Wu permitted the attending eunuch to serve his favorite dishes into his own bowl. Mia, take a good look. What do you wish to eat? He gestured for her to indulge. Chumia, petite in stature, seated herself to gaze across the table, where exquisite bowls and plates awaited, piled high with food. She pushed herself up and stood, prompting gasps of astonishment from the eunuchs. How bold of the princess to behave so freely before his majesty. Yet, the exalted emperor did not appear angered. Instead, he squinted and smiled, appreciating the innocent spontaneity of the little princess. She exclaimed, her voice a series of unintelligible monosyllables. Fortunately, Eunuch Zhao, perceptive as he was, approached to interpret her gestures, ensuring the dishes she pointed to were served into her bowl. Chumia savored her meal with delight. However, her small appetite soon filled after consuming a single dish of vegetables, a piece of cake, and 3 small slices of fruit. Yet, the table remained abundant with food. She turned to Emperor Wu, inwardly grumbling, such waste. You have left so many dishes untouched. Even if you relish them all, how could you possibly consume them with 10 stomachs? The emperor raised an eyebrow, casting a fleeting glance her way. In her mind, she continued to ponder. Many commoners go hungry, yet you require so much for a single meal. Will the leftovers be discarded? Food is a gift from heaven. If you waste it daily, the Lord of Heaven will not be pleased. Emperor Wu frowned. Did this little one possess divine insight? This young imp persistently invoked the authority of the heavenly emperor to challenge him. Did she think herself a celestial being? Clearing his throat and swallowing his food, he commanded, bestow a reward. Upon hearing this, Chumia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly grasped the golden rice bowl and spoon before her. How delightful it is to dine with the tyrant in the Yangshin Hall. After the meal, there are even rewards, she exclaimed with glee. Oh yes, I desire the golden bowl and spoon. She wondered if her gesture would convey her intentions to the emperor. With one hand raised, she held the small golden bowl, while the other brandished the golden spoon, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, urging, bestow upon me, bestow upon me. Chapter 19. Casually taking Father S. treasures, her lovely visage radiated joy, exuding an endearing innocence. Yet, it seemed as though Emperor Yu did not notice her at all. With a grand wave of his hand, he declared in a clear voice these. Send to Jingren Palace. This, delivered to Prime Minister Zhang's residence. And this dish, take it to Changle Palace. As he pointed at each dish, eunuchs promptly removed them from the table, placing them onto a side table before neatly packing them into heated food containers. Chumia blinked her large eyes, gradually lowering the items in her hands. What was happening? Was her father planning to gift the leftover dishes to his consorts and ministers? How wonderful that he did not waste food. As she watched the exquisite dishes being whisked away, she let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the remaining delicacies are being shared with others, thus honoring the gifts of Providence. The emperor rose and beckoned her with a gentle hand. Chumia glanced at the golden bowl on the table, hesitating briefly. Come now, Mir, he said warmly. Sensing his pleasant demeanor, she eagerly seized the golden spoon, descended from her seat, and approached the emperor. She placed her small hand into his larger palm, seamlessly slipping the spoon into his grasp. Feigning ignorance, the emperor led her into the eastern warm chamber of the Yangshin Hall, his private study. Though modest in size, it brimmed with rare antiques and exquisite paintings, some treasures being beyond what even the thousand-year-old Miaoxian had ever encountered. "Wow!" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. After admiring the treasures, she released the emperor's hand, blissfully unaware that the golden spoon had slipped into his sleeve pocket. She flitted around the study, peering curiously at various items. Being petite, she could only hop like a little rabbit or stand on nearby chairs to stretch her neck and gaze. The emperor allowed her the freedom to explore. He settled onto the Kong bed, picking up a small, intricately painted vase to admire, and in a moment of inspiration, joyfully stamped his personal seal upon it. Suddenly, Chumia approached, holding a blue and white porcelain bowl with both hands, tapping its base to indicate she wished for him to seal it as well. "Do you fancy this bowl?" he inquired. She nodded eagerly. The golden bowl he had previously gifted her had already been donated, and she sought a porcelain bowl she liked to take home for her meals. "Very well, I shall grant it to you," he replied readily, stamping his seal at the bottom of the bowl. Although he knew this bowl was even more valuable than the golden one, he was pleased to indulge his daughter's wishes. With a joyful bow, Chumia expressed her gratitude. Then she stuffed the bowl in her sleeve and, without the emperor's permission, climbed onto the Kong bed with great effort. Perhaps exhausted, she leaned against Emperor Yu and let out a soft yawn, closing her eyes and succumbing to slumber. Her little head rested perfectly on Emperor Yu's lap. As he gazed at her enchanting, sleeping visage, he could not help but raise his hand to caress her delicate, rosy cheek, gently brushing her long, thick eyelashes. He playfully poked her round nose with his fingertip and pressed down on her slightly pouted lips. How utterly adorable, so tender and soft. "Come here," he called softly. Zhao Gonggong entered, glancing at the slumbering princess. "Bring a blanket and stoke the charcoal fire a bit more," he instructed. "Yes, your majesty." Chumia woke from her nap in the Yangshin Palace after a full 3 hours, only to find her father had vanished. She sat up and discovered the blue and white porcelain bowl she had tucked in her sleeve was now on the table. So she picked it up and cradled it in her arms. As she descended the Kong bed, she recalled the golden spoon. However, despite searching the study thoroughly, she could not find it. Clutching the bowl, she exited the Dongnuang pavilion when a small eunuch came running toward her. "Princess, princess!" he exclaimed. He appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, standing a head taller than Chumia, with a round face, elongated eyes, and a small mouth. As he ran, the flesh on his cheeks quivered. Chumia stared at him, blinking in confusion. Little De Wong suddenly knelt down, saying, "I pay my respects to the young master. I am Zhao De Wong, commonly known as Little De Wong or Xiao Wangzi, sent by the emperor to serve you." Chumia took a step back, curiously studying him a few times before accepting the reality. "Not bad. The tyrant father has sent me a companion." She smiled brightly, extending a small hand to signal Little De Wong to rise. Overjoyed, Little De Wong stood up respectfully and asked, "Is the young master returning to the Yuexin Palace?" Chumia nodded. "Then I shall escort you back, and from now on, I will follow you. If you need anything, just command me." As they stepped out of the Yangshin Palace together, a tall, armored guard suddenly blocked their path. Little De Wong quickly interjected, "Do not be disrespectful. She is the 17th princess." The guard smiled slightly and bowed to the young princess. "I am here on the emperor's orders to escort the princess back to the palace." Chumia blinked her large eyes in surprise. What has the tyrant father been up to today? Is he afraid someone might take my life in the palace? Nevertheless, she accepted her father's goodwill with a graceful gesture. Thus, in the snow-covered palace, the trio formed a charming scene of height disparity. In the Yuexin Palace, Concubine Lan looked down haughtily at the kneeling Xianfei, snorting disdainfully. "If I hadn't come, would you have brushed this matter aside?" Xianfei lowered her head, her voice soft and cautious. "Your Highness, forgive me. Yesterday, I was just recovering, and today, I intended to bring Mia to Chonglu Palace to apologize. But she was taken away by the emperor, which was truly beyond my control." Concubine Lan curled her lips in contempt, her heart ablaze with resentment. Look at how you boast, as if to flaunt your wonderful daughter to me. Not all, not all. I see you are quite pleased with yourself. The blue concubine, in a fit of anger, tossed her head and commanded her maid to seize her, striking her face with a resounding slap. Just as the echo of the slap faded, a voice from outside announced, "Your Highness, the 17th princess has returned to the palace." Upon hearing this, the blue concubine hastily raised her hand, signaling her maid to withdraw. Up at once, she barked at the noble consort, not wishing her daughter to witness her humiliation. The noble consort promptly stood, touched her reddened cheek, adjusted her attire, and stepped out with a smile. As the sun emerged from behind the thick clouds, beams of light fell upon the noble consort's face. Chumia raised her head and noticed the crimson fingerprints adorning her mother-esque visage. Her gaze faltered momentarily, her brows knitting in displeasure. How infuriating! That blue concubine dares to bully my mother. She is truly arrogant. Mir, what are you holding? The noble consort beamed at her daughter with a radiant smile, masking any trace of discomfort. Yet, the truth was inescapable. Chumir entered the room, clutching a porcelain bowl tightly, followed closely by a young eunuch who did not stray from her side. Mir, quickly greet the concubine, the noble consort urged, noticing her daughter lingering. Chumia pouted, displaying her reluctance. However, the young De Wong knelt down, offering his respects to the blue concubine. The blue concubine regarded him coldly. What brings you here? She recognized the young De Wong, a clever apprentice of eunuch Zhao, who, despite his innocent appearance, was quite astute. Having only entered the palace 3 years prior, he was now summoned to serve in the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Your Highness, I have been ordered by the Emperor to attend to Her Highness, the little princess, he replied. The blue concubine was taken aback. The Emperor had specifically dispatched a personal eunuch for the mute little princess. Such favoritism was excessive. Her heart sank further. The little mute, instead of facing punishment, was now even more cherished. How could this be tolerated? Her eyes darkened as she extended her hand, glaring fiercely at Chuma. Bring it here. Chumia puffed her cheeks, her brows furrowing in confusion. Do you wish for my bowl? The noble consort gently tugged at her daughter's hand. Mur, show the concubine what you have in your arms. If she likes it, you may gift it to her. Surely, her daughter had received some reward from the Emperor. This thought had also crossed the blue concubine's mind. Chumia sulked, reluctantly releasing one hand, just as she was about to grasp the porcelain bowl. Impatiently, the blue concubine reached out and snatched it away. Clang! The bowl slipped from Chumia's grasp and shattered upon the floor. Everyone froze in shock. Rooted to the spot, Chumia's eyes widened as she stared at the fragmented pieces, and in a sudden burst of defiance, she picked up a shard and lunged at the blue concubine. With a swift motion, she sliced through the blue concubine's opulent gown. Ah! The blue concubine gasped, shaken, her complexion paling. A sharp sting grazed her leg, causing her discomfort. You little wretch, have you lost your mind? She shouted furiously. The noble consort, witnessing this, hastily pulled Chumia into her embrace for protection. Overwhelmed by shock, she momentarily found herself at a loss. Chumia glared indignantly at Consort Lan and tossed her head toward Xiao Duong. Xiao Duong, a clever servant, recalled the Emperor's instructions, regardless of the circumstances. Whether the little princess was right or wrong, he must protect her and speak on her behalf. This implied that even if the little princess caused a significant disturbance in the inner palace, Xiao Duong would still assert that it was not her fault. Your Highness, this is the Emperor's personal item, he remarked when bestowing it upon the little princess that should the bowl shatter, it would be considered an act of treason against the Emperor and would warrant punishment. Consort Lan shrieked, I did not break it. She let go first. With a fierce gaze, Mira raised a shard of the broken porcelain, pointing it at Consort Lan's face, signifying, it was you. Xiao Duong then bowed again. I just observed that it was the consort's hand that slipped. No sooner had he spoken than Mia pushed past the Xian consort, rushing forward to strike at the consort's hand. Consort Lan, in a state of panic, realized that the Emperor had indeed indulged the little mute's reckless behavior. She turned to flee, exclaiming, back to the palace. If I linger, I might summon Emperor Yu Wu. The Xian consort stared at Mia in astonishment. questioning why she had transformed into such a fearless and resolute individual. How outrageous! Emperor Yu Wu soon learned of the incident and, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "As the imperial consort, how could you contend with a child over a bowl and end up breaking it?" Fuming, he made his way to Jingren Palace, commanding the empress to impose a penalty on Changle Palace, halting their rations for 6 months, while Consort Lan was confined for a month. The empress, cautious, replied, "Your Majesty, I shall ensure that your decree is enforced. Please do temper your anger." She hoped to keep the emperor dining in her palace. However, Emperor Yu Wu waved his hand dismissively and departed for Yuexin Palace to comfort his little princess. This time, Emperor Yu Wu presented her with a golden rice bowl and a golden spoon, advising her that under no circumstances should she part with them if faced with difficulties. He showed her the bottom of the bowl, pointing to the inscription. "Do you see? It is personally engraved by your father, reserved exclusively for Princess Mia. A warmth enveloped Mia's heart as she embraced the golden bowl, beaming with joy. Her gaze lifted to her father, silently conveying, "Indeed, your affection for me is evident. Father, it is your love that compels me to ensure your safety for all your days." Upon hearing this, Emperor Yu Wu pinched his chin, responding, "Do not attempt to flatter me with such words. If you refrain from undermining me, you will have already repaid your father's kindness. Your Majesty." Mia is saddened by the broken bowl. In her attempt to pick up the shards, she accidentally cut herself. The Xian consort interjected, anxious that Consort Lan might use this incident as a pretext for future grievances. However, before she could finish, Emperor Yu Wu waved his hand. "I am already aware. It was Consort Lan's fault, and Mia bears no responsibility. I have warned Consort Lan, and she will not mention this matter again, nor shall she be allowed in Yuexin Palace." Upon hearing this, the Xian consort exhaled deeply, sensing that the emperor truly favored his daughter. The following day, the empress sent word early to Yuexin Palace. By decree of the empress, today the Xian consort is to take the little princess to Jingren Palace to pay respects. The Xian consort, not daring to delay, personally dressed her daughter in her favorite red snow cloak and led her to Jingren Palace. The palace's accumulated snow had begun to melt, yet the air remained frigid. As Chu Miaker stepped into the Rinha Hall of Jingren Palace, she felt a slight warmth envelop her. The braziers inside crackled with lively flames. Numerous concubines had already gathered, seated on either side of the queen. The virtuous consort entered with the little princess, drawing many curious eyes towards the mother and daughter duo. "Greetings to the queen. Long live the queen." The virtuous consort knelt, performing a grand gesture of respect. Upon glancing around, she noticed her daughter still standing. A twinge of panic surged within her as she prepared to urge her daughter to kneel, but Chuma, with grace, folded her legs and knelt. Lifting the hem of her long skirt, she bowed her head silently, appearing exceedingly well-mannered. Queen Jiang smiled and raised her hand. "Rise, take a seat, and enjoy some refreshments." The virtuous consort expressed her gratitude before guiding her daughter to sit, offering a slight nod to the other concubines present. Standing beside her, Chumia noticed the maidservants bringing in delicacies and, spotting a plate of osmanthus cake reminiscent of those she had seen in Yangxin Hall, reached out to take a piece, biting into it with delight. A few concubines stifled their laughter at her eagerness. The virtuous consort blushed, gently tapping her daughter's arm to signal her to adhere to proper decorum. Startled, Chumia set down the cake and stepped forward, clasping her hands together in a semblance of propriety, and bowed respectfully to the concubines on her left, then to those on her right. The concubines exchanged glances, surprised at how much more refined the little princess had become in just a few days. Her face had grown rounder, her complexion fair with a rosy hue, her eyes bright and spirited, her nose delicately shaped, and her lips like tiny cherries. She was exquisitely crafted, akin to a celestial fairy from the heavens. 17th Princess, Queen Jiang said with a warm smile, her eyes sparkling with affection. "I heard you were wronged yesterday. It pains me deeply. Come here. Let me have a good look at you." Queen Jiang was a perceptive woman, acknowledging the emperor's fondness for this little princess. She knew she must align with his sentiments and shower the child with affection as well. Chumia approached with her tiny steps, placing her small hand in the queen's warm grasp. The concubines, each with their own thoughts, craned their necks to observe. The queen beckoned a nursemaid to retrieve a brocade box from a nearby table. Upon opening it, she revealed a dazzling golden chain adorned with a heart-shaped pendant inscribed with a character for fortune. "This is a gift for you from me, little princess. Allow me to put it on for you," Queen Jiang said, her face beaming with joy as she carefully fastened the necklace around Chumia's neck, lifting her rounded chin to admire her closely. Mia is truly beautiful, with enchanting eyes. Though she cannot speak, her eyes convey much, she remarked. Indeed, indeed. Several perceptive concubines chimed in. She is truly lovely. One added, surely, this is a divine gift to the little princess. Just look at her delicate skin. Our 17th princess is not only beautiful, but also remarkably clever. Otherwise, how could she win the emperor's favor? Chumia showed no interest in the flattery from the concubines. She touched the pendant, a charming smile gracing her small face. Then, taking a step back, she performed a bow towards Queen Jiang as a gesture of thanks. The queen reached out, wishing to draw her closer. But Chumia turned and returned to her mother's side. A discernible shadow of disappointment flitted across the face of Empress Jiang. She wished to keep Chumia beside her, for she possessed the authority to do so. However, noticing the little princess's evident reliance on the virtuous consort, who shared a close bond with her, she hesitated to impose her will. Yuing, she suddenly called out. A petite and delicate palace maid emerged from behind, bowing gracefully. This servant is here. In Chapter 22, the two young attendants accompany the little princess. The maid, appearing no older than 12 or 13, was strikingly lovely, her eyes sparkling with brightness. Empress Jiang smiled and declared, I bestow you to the Uxian Palace, to serve the 17th princess from this day forth. Take meticulous care of her, and ensure there are no missteps. You will be done, Your Highness, the maid replied. Upon hearing this, Consort Xian promptly rose to express her gratitude. Chu Mir, observing the maid's respectful demeanor, couldn't he help but feel curious. Why send me another attendant? Yesterday, it was father who sent someone. Today it is the empress. Is this to keep me under surveillance? Hearing her unspoken thoughts, the empress offered an awkward smile and cleared her throat gently. Chumia turned to face her again, still puzzled. After all, there were already several maids in Uxian Palace, and those who tended to her had performed admirably. She truly found no need for another. More hands would only mean more mouths to feed. Mia Yu Ying is astute and capable. She has been trained by me personally and is unwaveringly loyal to her mistress. You are still young, and having her by your side will bring me peace of mind. Consort Xian, upon hearing this, immediately pulled her daughter closer and whispered, Your maternal aunt has good intentions. Mia express your thanks. Chu Mia glanced again at Yu Ying, noting her beaming smile and the clarity in her bright eyes, devoid of any cunning. She then offered a respectful bow to the empress. Very well, I accept her. Returning to Uxian Palace, Chu Mia held her warm pouch in her arms, wearing an expression of solemnity beyond her years. My lady, do you have any thoughts? Little De Wang asked with a cheerful smile. Chu Mia scrutinized Yu Ying closely before raising a small finger to point at her. Seeing her serious demeanor, Yu Ying hastily knelt. Please, my lady, believe in this servant. I am now yours. Should you instruct me to go east, I will not dare venture west. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. After hearing this, Chu Mia slowly lowered her hand. Subsequently, she turned her head towards little De Wang. He, understanding her meaning at once, puffed out his small chest and introduced himself. I am little De Wang, sent by the emperor to protect you, my lady. From now on, we must serve you diligently and without betrayal. Otherwise, I shall report to the emperor. Yu Ying bowed her head to Chu Mia. This servant will be wholly devoted alongside little De Wang, serving Our Lady with utmost care. With their intentions declared, Chu Mia felt reassured. She had no desire for a spy in her midst. Though Consort Xian found it peculiar that the empress had sent a personal maid to her daughter, she was grateful for the empress's current kindness and did not dwell on it further. In her eyes, both the emperor and empress acted out of affection for Mia. With the addition of these two youthful attendants, the little princess became more joyful and playful. One day, the weather turned fair, and the sun shone brightly. Observing her mother taking an afternoon nap, Chumier tugged at little De Wong, requesting him to take her to the rear garden for some playtime. Ewing decided to follow along, thoughtfully bringing a hand warmer wrapped in a fur cover. "My lady, please walk slowly," De Wong urged repeatedly along the way, cautioning her to avoid falling. However, his incessant warnings only resulted in the little princess stumbling and falling. De Wong hurried to assist her, gently caressing her little knee. "Did it hurt? Shall I summon the imperial physician?" Chu Miaoer puffed out her cheeks and playfully tapped his head, glaring at him with wide eyes. De Wong immediately understood her silent reprimand and refrained from calling for help. Ewing approached carefully, adjusting the snow robe on Chu Miaoer, but the princess, feeling warm from running, shivered her shoulders, signaling her wish to remove the robe. After a moment of contemplation, Ewing comprehended her request. She tucked the hand warmer into the little princess's embrace and helped her out of the snow robe. "My lady, aren't you cold?" De Wong inquired softly. Chu Miaoer shook her head and took a few small steps forward. Ahead, she spotted some flowers and was eager to rush over for a closer look. However, her curiosity was interrupted by laughter from above. Just as she was about to glance upward, a ripe fruit suddenly struck her head with a loud thud. "Ouch! Who did that?" De Wong exclaimed sharply. Upon looking up, he saw the 10th prince perched high in a tree branch, accompanied by two attendants who were carefully guarding him. The 10th prince held a fruit in his hand, a smug smile adorning his face. Realizing it was a prince, De Wong refrained from reprimanding him. "My lady, it is the 10th prince," he reported. Chu Miaoer pushed away Yu Ying's comforting hand, pouting in anger as she glared at the carefree 10th prince lounging on the branch. "You must be feeling quite mischievous to dare bully me again. Well, today I shall settle both old and new scores." She thrust the hand warmer back into Yu Ying's hands and furiously picked up a small stone from the ground. "My lady, be careful not to hurt yourself," De Wong exclaimed, quickly extending his arms to shield her, inwardly lamenting that with her small stature, she lacked the strength to throw it far. Indeed, when Chu Miaoer threw the stone, it barely reached the height of the tree trunk, let alone the branches. "Ha ha ha! Ju Hong Sing Lao Et Ho Ti Ti Li. Little mute. If you can toss it to my toes, I shall descend and apologize." He lowered one foot and swaggered proudly. A few days prior, when Consort Lan was punished and confined, he had been informed that the mute princess was to blame, prompting his anger to seek revenge for his mother. He believed that as long as Chu Miaoer was not in the presence of their father, he could bully her at will. Confident that this mute sister could not report him, for she was indeed mute. "Your Highness, please do not act this way. My lady is still very young," De Wong implored, kneeling down in a plea. With narrowed eyes, Chu Hongxing raised the fruit in his hand and hurled it at De Wong's head. The frozen persimmon struck, causing genuine pain. Enraged, Chu Miaoer picked up another small stone and threw it, and then another, until finally one hit Chu Hongxing squarely on the rear. Chu Hongxing froze in shock, unable to believe what had just transpired. As she playfully touched her behind, Chu Miaoer raised her small hand and struck him sharply on the chest. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Chu Miaoer blinked in surprise, pondering, can the pebble truly heed my silent wishes? Strike again, hit his face. Filled with delight, she tightened her grip on the pebble, her bright eyes wide with determination. "Hey, stop hitting." Chu Hongxing hastily jumped down from the tree, fuming as he pushed Chu Miaoer aside. "What have you eaten? You're just a tiny thing. And yet you can reach me from such a high tree? It baffles me." Fuming, Chu Miaoer stepped forward and kicked him twice with her small feet. Her face puffed with indignation. "Chu Hongxing, I'm a little fairy. If you harm me, misfortune shall surely befall you. You little mute, you're quite bold to kick me," Chu Hongxing exclaimed, picking up a hard persimmon from the ground. Seeing this, Yue Ying rushed forward to shield Chu Miaoer. "Your Highness, please refrain from further harming our young mistress. Get away." Chu Hongxing raised his hand, intending to strike Chu Miaoer on the head again. Yue Ying swiftly turned, enveloping Chu Miaoer in her protective embrace. Just then, a chill breeze swept through the air, followed by Chu Hongxing's piercing scream. "Ah!" She quickly pushed Yue Ying aside and looked up to see Chu Hongxing clutching his forehead, furiously roaring, "Which blind servant dares to offend this prince?" At merely 10 years old, he had been conferred as a prince by Emperor Yu just 3 months prior. The crowd looked around in astonishment, yet no figure was in sight. In the distance, laughter from palace maidens echoed, hinting at a beautiful residence designated for hostages from other nations, complete with skilled attendants. Chu Hongxing bellowed again, "Whoever possesses the courage, come face this prince directly. Those without courage are mere turtles, unworthy of respect." After his outburst, he shot an incredulous glance at Chu Miao. "Is this your doing? Did you set up hidden guards?" "Hidden guards?" Chu Miao tilted her head, contemplating. If there are indeed hidden guards, they must have been sent by father. Just as she mused, a graceful youth clad in white emerged from behind a rocky outcrop some 30 to 40 meters away. He appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, with fair skin, flowing dark hair, and an elegant demeanor that exuded a distinct, ethereal charm. Striding forward, hands clasped behind his back, he questioned sternly, "Prince Hongxing, as an elder brother, do you not find it unbecoming to bully a young princess in violation of palace protocol? Is this not a disregard for royal law and moral conduct?" "Zhao Ziyan?" Chu Hongxing glared, marching up to him with a furious pace and shoving Zhao Ziyan forcefully. "You foolish hostage, you have struck this prince and insulted him. Are you seeking death?" Zhao Ziyan, with a flick of his robes, caused the 3 years younger Chu Hongxing to stagger back 2 steps. He realized that this hostage possessed notable inner strength. To strike him from such a distance with a pebble demonstrated considerable skill, and he could not afford to underestimate him. However, as a prince of the great Yu nation, he could not allow a mere hostage from the small northernly kingdom to overshadow him. "Guards, seize him!" Chu Hongxing commanded furiously, gesturing with his hand. "Umph." Chu Mia let out a small, yet imposing snort through her nose. Chapter 24. The Silent Complaint. She extended her tiny hands to shield Zhao Ziyan, glaring at Chu Hongxing. "I believe the one deserving punishment is you. Chu Hongxing, you are truly wicked. Last time, you had someone throw me into the lotus pond, attempting to drown me. I have yet to exact my revenge." Behind her, Zhao Ziyan's eyes widened in astonishment. The tender voice of the little girl resonated clearly in his ears. However, there were only the 17th princess and 1 palace maid present who were female, and the little maid had not uttered a word. Thus, it became evident that the voice belonged to the 17th princess. He couldn't help but lower his gaze, fixating on the mute princess. How curious. How could I hear her inner thoughts? Judging by the expression of Prince Xing, he evidently could not hear them. "Little mute, what do you intend to do?" Chu Hongxing, irritated, stepped forward and poked her little head. "Do you wish to betray the country?" Chu Mia opened her mouth wide. How infuriating. If she could speak at this moment, she would surely berate the arrogant 10th prince with fervor. "Your Highness, the little master is loyal to the emperor." Xiao Duong quickly stepped forward to protect his master. Yuing also extended her hand to shield Chu Mia. Both little attendants exhibited unwavering loyalty. "Are you planning a rebellion?" Chu Hongxing put his hands on his hips. "All of you kneel." Xiao Duong and Yu Ying exchanged glances, lowered their hands, and gradually knelt. Suddenly, Chu Mia intervened, grabbing the collars of the 2. "Don't kneel before him. I am here." The little darling, possessing considerable strength at this moment, emitted sounds from her mouth to signal them not to kneel. The 2 immediately straightened their postures, seeing the 17th princess daring to oppose him. Chu Hongxing gestured towards several eunuchs hurrying over. "Seize them all and take them back to Changla Palace." "Do you dare?" Zhao Ziyan stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Chu Mia. The noble consort has already been confined to Changla Palace. If Prince Xing were wise, he would apologize to the little princess. Otherwise, should the emperor investigate, you shall not fare well. Chu Hongxing, unimpressed, snorted through his nose. "Do you think this prince is afraid? If my father were to arrive, he would undoubtedly punish you first." Upon hearing this, Chu Miyako pushed Zhao Ziyan aside, then patted Xiao Diwang's shoulder, gesturing forward. "Report to the emperor?" Xiao Duong inquired. Chu Miya nodded. "Yes, I shall relay the message to his majesty." Xiao Duong bowed and prepared to leave when Chu Hongxing panicked. He had heard of his father's affection for the mute princess. Seize him. In a moment of panic, he ordered the palace eunuchs to apprehend Xiao Duan. Chu Mieke dashed over, raising her hands to strike the eunuchs, demanding they release Xiao Duan. The empress has arrived. Suddenly, Yuing shouted. Everyone froze and turned their heads. Indeed, seeing a group of palace maids and eunuchs surrounding the empress as she approached. Yuing stepped forward and knelt, recounting the entire sequence of events to the empress. Upon hearing this, the empress's expression shifted slightly, casting an unhappy glance at the 10th prince and the entourage. Who is it that should be subdued? As soon as Empress Jiang spoke, everyone knelt down, including the little Miao. The empress felt that she was gradually becoming accustomed to the palace rules, and her fondness for Miao grew deeper. With a mere gesture, the 17th princess was allowed to rise. Chu Miao pushed herself up from the ground, pointing at Zhao Ziyan beside her, indicating to the empress that he too should stand. He was the one who came to my rescue. Mother, please do not penalize him. It is the 10th prince who has committed wrongdoings. If your majesty treats the foreign prince with leniency and kindness, and engages with him with fairness and justice, he will surely be renowned and remembered for generations to come. Upon hearing this, the empress's eyes brightened. Renowned for generations? Zhao Ziyan squinted in disbelief at Chu Miao. How could someone so young possess such insight? Remarkable. Prince Zhao, you may rise, Empress Jiang declared, maintaining the dignified demeanor befitting a mother of the nation. With a wave of her hand, she commanded all those kneeling before her to stand. Chu Hongxing immediately sprang to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Zhao Ziyan, eager to report. Mother, Zhao Ziyan has been tyrannical in the palace, committing acts of villainy and showing utter disregard for royal law, even throwing stones at me. I implore you to punish him severely to set an example. Upon hearing this, Chu Miao's small face flushed with anger as she stamped her foot on the ground. Who is truly the tyrant in the palace? Why did you not mention how you threw fruit at me from the tree? You instigated the situation. Zhao Ziyan acted in righteous defense. After venting her frustrations inwardly, Chu Miao turned back, tugging at Empress Jiang's sleeve, her little lips pouting as tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. She understood that she could not wield her powers at the moment, but her tears served as the most potent weapon. Thus, she patted her own head, mimicking the action of being struck, her expression one of utmost grievance. She looked so pitiful, the empress could hardly bear to witness it. Chapter 25. The heartache of Empress Jiang was deeply affected. Seeing the little princess in such sorrow caused her heart to ache. Although she had heard the little princess's heartfelt plea, the silent complaint evoked immense sympathy. All right, Miao. I understand, she said, stroking the little girl's soft black hair. I shall be fair and just in my dealings. With that, her expression turned serious. Bring forth the Prince of Xing and administer 15 strokes of board. Ah, mother, I am innocent. I am wronged. I have done nothing wrong. The 10th prince, terrified, cried out, eventually bursting into tears. Father, save me. Mother, please come to my rescue. Bang, clang, in the Chonglu Palace. Upon learning that her son had been punished and could not leave the palace, Consort Lan vented her rage by smashing objects. That little wretch. I shall strike her dead one day. Concubine Li cautiously approached her, whispering a few words. With a cold smile, Consort Lan replied, Very well. I shall do as you suggest. If I can curse that little wretch to death, it will suffice. Before long, a panicked eunuch named Gao Lukuei hurried in to report that the 10th prince had been beaten to the point of unconsciousness. Consort Lan let out a wail, staggering a few steps before collapsing into the arms of concubine Li, Moon Xinqing Palace. The noble consort tenderly caressed Shimiao's head, carefully parting her hair to inspect a patch of inflamed scalp. Tears welled up in her eyes. My dear Miaoer, I am unable to shield you. Henceforth, refrain from provoking those within the Chonglu Palace. Shumiao lifted her small hand to wipe away her mother's tears. I'm not afraid, mother. There is no need for concern. Observing the confidence and determination reflected in her daughter's sparkling eyes, the noble consort felt a surge of worry. Miaoer, from today onward, you shall remain obediently within the palace and play. Your 10th brother has incurred punishment. Lady Lawn will certainly not let us off easily. She embraced little Meower, her heart aching. At that moment, a palace maid from Jingren Palace arrived, bearing a jar of ointment from the Empress. The noble consort expressed her gratitude and promptly applied the salve to Chimiawer's head. The Empress is truly kind to Meower. This is her blessing. Contemplating the Empress's care and affection for her daughter provided the noble consort with some solace. That day, after finishing his state affairs, the Emperor recalled the 17th princess and made his way from the rear garden to Yueshin Palace on foot. A palace eunuch hurriedly entered to report the Emperor's arrival. The noble consort immediately knelt with the palace attendants to welcome him. Chimiawer had grown accustomed to kneeling, and she knelt beside her mother, bowing to the Emperor. Seeing the small, delicate figure prostrated before him, the Emperor quickly instructed everyone to rise, gently lifting little Meower into his arms. As he stroked her tiny knees, he noticed a soft sob escaping her lips. "Does it hurt?" the Emperor inquired. The little princess nodded. He hastily carried her inside, where it was warm. Sitting on the Kong bed, he cradled her in his arms, cautiously lifting her skirt to reveal two tender, reddened knees, likely bruised from kneeling on the ground. The 3-year-old girl's delicate skin tugged at the Emperor's heartstrings. "Next time you see me, there is no need to kneel." After a brief pause, he added, "You need not kneel before anyone. That is my decree." The noble consort felt a surge of joy in her heart and handed over the ointment. The Emperor accepted it, bringing it to his nose to inhale its subtle, refreshing scent, not overpowering at all, and proceeded to apply it to his daughter himself. After a while, he sniffed again and looked at the noble consort with curiosity. This is a tribute from the Shiliang Kingdom, known for its remarkable efficacy in invigorating blood circulation and dissolving bruises. I have only bestowed one bottle upon the Empress. How comes it to be in your possession? The noble consort knelt and replied with lowered eyes. The Empress, being compassionate, feared that Meower might be mischievous and injure herself. Thus she sent it to me. As she finished speaking, Chimiawer quietly murmured to herself, "That is not true. I was merely playing in the rear garden when the 10th prince struck my head with a fruit. The Empress only came to see after that and sent the ointment." Upon hearing this, the Emperor's brows furrowed with indignation. "How dare you, Chu Hongxing, bully my younger sister? You truly have a penchant for mischief. Let me see how I shall deal with you." Chapter 26. Confronting the Empress Dowager, he could not reveal that he had heard his daughter's thoughts. His keen gaze fell upon the ointment atop her head, and he slightly bowed his head, catching the scent of the salve. Thus, the little one had not spoken in falsehood. "Dear Meower, would you like to accompany your father for an outing?" The little one, having a fondness for the back garden, prompted the Emperor to take her for a delightful stroll. The Emperor, who lavished affection upon his daughter, was met with caution from the virtuous consort, who feared the envy of other concubines with children. "Your Majesty, Meower still has medicine on her legs. Walking may cause her discomfort. In my humble opinion, it would be better for her to rest at home, so she does not become a burden to you." The Emperor's expression darkened slightly. "Are you concerned that I might tire Meower? I would never presume such a thing." "Then bring forth her snow cloak, let Meower wear it." The virtuous consort, resigned, commanded a palace maid to fetch her daughter's red snow cloak and instructed Yueying and Xiao Duong to keep a close watch on the little mistress, ensuring she did not become too mischievous. The Emperor Yu lifted his daughter into his arms, his tall stature imposing, as he solemnly declared, "Do not worry, my dear consort. I shall carry Meower and ensure she does not tire." The virtuous consort, moved, quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, your Majesty." Oh my, oh my. The little mistress has returned to the back garden once more, having only explored a little in the morning before being struck by the 10th prince. She now felt enveloped in paternal love as she was held by her father. In her heart, she joyously exclaimed, "Being with father is truly wonderful. In this lifetime, I wish to be with him forever. Father loves me, and I love father. We shall never be apart." Emperor Wu turned to gaze at her rosy, joyful face, pondering the innocence of her words. What is this? A princess must eventually grow apart from her father. What a delightful child she is, still unaware of the realities that await. Upon arriving at the plum garden, Emperor Yu plucked a branch laden with crimson buds for Chu Miao, proclaiming that placing it in a vase would eventually yield blossoms. The vast expanse of the plum garden, with its snow-covered ground, beckoned Chu Miao to play. The emperor set her down, instructing eunuchs and palace maids to closely follow her, ensuring she did not stumble. Observing her from a distance, he then solemnly declared, "Let it be known, the 10th prince shall forfeit his stipend for a year, and his hunting privileges are hereby revoked." Eunuch Zhao, taken aback, wondered about the sudden punishment of the 10th prince. Upon reaching the joyful palace of Prince Xing, he learned of the prince's reckless behavior in the back garden. Having thrown fruit at the little princess, the 10th prince, having already faced punishment, lay groaning on his bed. Upon hearing the emperor's decree from Eunuch Zhao, he sorrowfully attempted to respond, but choked and fainted once more. Eunuch Zhao hurried back to the plum garden to report the situation to the emperor. Upon learning that his son was bedridden, Emperor Yu coldly rebuked, "That ungrateful child deserves it." Chu Miao returned from her play, cradling a bouquet of plum blossoms, her cheeks flushed and enchanting. The emperor gazed at her, akin to a flower in full bloom, his spirits inexplicably lifted. Suddenly, the deputy chief eunuch rushed in from the direction of Shokong Palace, kneeling to report, "The Empress Dowager requests your presence at Shokong Palace." Naturally, Emperor Yu would heed the Empress Dowager's summons. He was intrigued to see what schemes she might concoct, particularly as she had been investigating those deemed ominous. He leaned slightly forward, a gentle smile gracing his tall frame as he addressed the 17th princess. "Shall I take you to meet your grandmother?" Chu Miao nodded, expressing her willingness to accompany her father. Entering Shokong Palace, Emperor Yu strode in with an imposing presence, still holding his mute princess. "Pay your respects to mother," he instructed as he set Chu Miao down and performed a bow to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's eyes widened in disbelief, her chest swelling with indignation. What is the meaning of this? Has the emperor brought this ill-fated mute princess here again? Does he find my life too comfortable? This little mute did not even kneel to pay her respects. She truly lacks understanding of royal etiquette. One day, I shall hold the virtuous consort accountable for her ignorance. "Your Majesty, please take a seat," the Empress Dowager said, suppressing her displeasure as she gestured toward the dragon throne. Emperor Wu took Chu Miao's hand and seated himself, pulling her onto his lap. The sight stung the Empress Dowager's eyes, filling her heart with resentment. "Your Majesty, why do you persist in holding the 17th princess?" "This is my palace," she reminded him, asserting the importance of royal decorum so as not to appear a foolish emperor. "What your palace? I see you are merely seeking to provoke my father," he countered. "And who's my father, you ask? He is a monarch sent by the heavenly emperor. To be a good emperor in this life is to ascend to divinity," he declared with a hearty laugh, thoroughly amused. Regardless of the truth in the child's words, they delighted him, fulfilling his desires. "Why are you laughing, your Majesty?" The Empress Dowager perceived a growing disrespect from him. "Mother, I jest that you are growing forgetful. Mia is my daughter, merely 3 years of age. She has grown weary on this journey, her little feet sore. Naturally, a father must carry her to express his paternal love." Chu Miao's sparkling eyes darted about. "Your Majesty, can you also tell lies?" And with such calmness, without a hint of embarrassment, truly a crafty old fox. As the Empress Dowager raised her teacup, her eyes widened in shock at the emperor's words, causing the lid to slip from her grasp. "Do you take me for a blind old woman? Were you not carrying her as you enter my palace? And now you claim she is fatigued? I observe this little girl is quite spirited, her eyes darting about with cunning." Yet, the Empress Dowager dared not voice her frustrations. Anger simmered within her. At that moment, a palace maid, kneeling carefully to collect the broken tea lid, caught the Empress Dowager's ire. With a sudden kick directed at the maid's head, she exclaimed, "Useless creature, take her away and execute her." The maid, trembling in fear, collapsed to the ground, pleading, "Your Majesty, please spare me. I beg for your mercy." 2 eunuchs rushed in to lift the now limp maid. Chu Miao's heart raced, her small face pale with fear. She looked up at her father, tugging at his dragon robe. "Father, speak up. I do not wish to witness anyone's death. The maid is innocent." With that thought, She opened her mouth and began to cry. The Empress Dowager was taken aback. With a stern expression, she glared at the young girl. "Why are you crying?" The emperor, holding Chu Meader's delicate form, stood tall and spoke solemnly. "Mother, Mir is still young and cannot bear the sight of blood. Please spare that palace maid. If you are displeased, I shall have her punished by the Empress." The Empress Dowager felt a knot in her heart. This little girl, with her tears, had compelled even the mighty emperor to intervene against her decree. Truly, she was a bewitching child. Indeed, she was a little enchantress. This morning, she had caused the 10th prince to be punished, leaving him sore. Now, not only did she refuse to kneel before the dowager, but she also cried to express her discontent. The emperor acquiesced to her. This maidservant belongs to Shokong Palace. It is not necessary for Her Majesty the Empress to discipline her, the Empress Dowager declared, her face dark with disapproval. Chumiader's sobs grew louder and more fragmented, echoing through the hall. If she were to have that maid beaten to death, it would surely snow heavily tonight. The Empress Dowager's heart was unkind, her intentions selfish, disrupting the fate of the great Yu dynasty and endangering my father's reign. She is an evil woman. As she clung to the neck of Emperor Wu of Yu, Chumia felt her heart ache unbearably upon hearing the sounds of punishment and heart-wrenching cries from outside. It was her actions that had incited the old woman's wrath upon the unfortunate maidservant. "I'm sorry, dear sister, but I cannot save you." "Mother, do you not even consider my face?" Emperor Wu of Yu's countenance darkened, and he addressed the Empress Dowager with a more direct tone. Yet, the Empress Dowager remained resolute, thinking that if she yielded to the emperor in front of this little enchantress, where would her dignity reside? This young girl would surely grow arrogant from such favor and create turmoil within the palace. "Today, I summoned you, Emperor, to discuss the matter of inviting Daoist Ji Guang to the palace to perform rites to expel evil and cleanse the ominous air, ensuring the tranquility of our great Yu." The Empress Dowager proclaimed with an air of authority. Emperor Wu, now disinterested in any discussion, coldly retorted, "Do as you wish, mother. There is no need for consultation with me." He ceased referring to himself as son and instead used I, indicating a growing estrangement from the Empress Dowager. She glared at his resolute back, her hand striking the armrest in frustration. What a foolish ruler, so easily bewitched by a mere child, neglecting the safety of our great Yu dynasty. Very well. Since you refuse to manage the affairs of the harem, do not blame me for being unkind to her in the future. That very night, a fierce wind arose, and the temperature plummeted. By midnight, the sky began to snow heavily. Having listened to Chu Mir's heartfelt words, Emperor Wu, now filled with doubt, donned a fur cloak and stepped out of the Yangxin Hall. "Your Majesty, it is snowing," whispered Eunuch Zhao, gazing up at the falling snowflakes. A chill ran through Emperor Wu's heart as he tightened his cloak. How could his little princess predict such a thing? Was it mere coincidence, or did she possess some extraordinary ability? 2 years prior, Emperor Wu had placed great trust in a national advisor skilled in celestial and geographical knowledge. The revered sage once mentioned to him that before the age of 4, young children possess the ability to perceive certain unclean things, and those with heightened spirituality may be born with celestial sight. He pondered whether the 17th princess had indeed been endowed with such divine vision. Arriving at the Moonheart Palace, he suddenly spoke. Chapter 28. The Emperor startled the little princess awake. "Grandpa," Zhao expressed mild surprise. "Your Majesty, it is quite late. The little princess should be resting now." Indeed, it was already the hour of the pig, and the child should be soundly asleep. The Emperor of Yu Wu dismissed the thought of visiting Chu Mir, turning instead back to his own chamber. The eunuch from the respectful service room approached, holding a silver platter adorned with a green card. "Your Majesty, please turn the card." The Emperor had no inclination to rest beside his consort. With a flick of his sleeve, he commanded, "Leave." The palace maids came forth to assist him in shedding his dragon robe, while Grandpa, Zhao carefully attended to his settling down. He closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. But before long, he was jolted awake by a nightmare, bolting upright. "Zhao Peiyan, Your Majesty, I am here. What time is it?" "It has just passed the hour of the rat, Your Majesty." The Emperor's usual rising time was 5 in the morning, yet it was only 3. indicating he could still enjoy 2 more hours of sleep, but slumber eluded him. In his dream, he witnessed Chumia running barefoot through the snow, falling repeatedly, her face streaked with tears. Eventually, her small feet were bloodied, and she knelt on the ground, extending her tiny hands towards the heavens. It appeared she was praying for something, tears cascading down her cheeks. Suddenly, the sky cracked open, and a bolt of lightning struck down fiercely. She collapsed to the ground, slowly transforming into countless stars that ascended into the sky. He awoke with a start, his heart racing. For the first time, he felt an intense apprehension. If the 17th princess truly ascended to the heavens, he would never see her again, and his heart would ache profoundly. The emperor pressed his hand against his chest, utterly perplexed. In the Moonheart Palace, Chumia had only just fallen asleep at the hour of the pig. As snowflakes began to drift through the air, she donned her cloth garments and quietly stepped outside, kneeling in the courtyard to bow 3 times to the sky, her lips moving soundlessly as she murmured, "I hope my master can unravel my spells, granting me the power to rescue the innocent and suffering souls." The death of the little maid from Shokong Palace had deeply affected Chumia. She lamented her powerlessness, burdened by her tender age of merely 3 years. She was vexed by her inability to manifest even a modicum of magical prowess. However, regardless of how fervently she prayed within her heart, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, and the snow continued to fall. Her tiny hands grew numb, and snowflakes settled upon her head. Everyone in the palace had succumbed to slumber, and the night watch eunuchs had vanished to warm themselves by the fire. Only she remained, kneeling in the courtyard, her small frame shivering uncontrollably. Eventually, she stumbled back inside, quietly climbing on her bed. In her drowsy state, she sensed someone lifting her, helping her into a flowing skirt and a brocade jacket, wrapping her in a snow-white robe. With great effort, she blinked her eyes open, hazily perceiving a tall figure. A gentle voice, that of the virtuous consort, resonated beside her. "Your father has come to take you to court. Awaken now, and do not indulge in slumber any longer." To court? What folly has my father engaged in now? However, she was exceedingly drowsy, her eyelids heavy, and as her long eyelashes lowered, her little head tilted and nestled into a warm embrace, where she drifted into a deep slumber. Upon reaching the grand hall, Emperor Yu Wu, cradling the little princess, sat upon the imposing dragon throne, while Chumia remained blissfully asleep. "Long live your majesty! Long live! Long live!" The resounding chorus of ministers failed to rouse her from her slumber. The emperor lowered his gaze, contemplating her rosy, sleeping visage, wondering in perplexity. What ails the child today? Such a cacophony, yet her eyes remained closed? Perhaps it was for the better. The matters presented by the ministers would not trouble her mind. Zhao Gonggong announces, "There are edicts to present." No edicts, the court is dismissed. A civil official stepped forward, holding the court tablet with both hands, proclaiming, "I have an edict to present." The emperor bellowed, "Speak." The official leisurely detailed revisions to the laws. Yu Wu furrowed his brow, retorting, "Depart." Soon after, another military official emerged, also grasping the court tablet, declaring, "I have an edict to present." The emperor, growing impatient, urged, "Speak." In the frigid winter, provisions for the western frontier were alarmingly scarce, with grain officials exploiting their positions, leading to countless soldiers who defended the territory perishing from hunger and cold. The hall erupted in murmurs of concern. Emperor Yu Wu began to assign blame, as one official after another stepped forward, eager to absolve themselves of culpability, each seeking to find a scapegoat. Despite his obstinacy, he was not devoid of wisdom, although he could unjustly slay innocents. He held the lives of his soldiers in high regard, for he understood that the defense of the nation relied upon the valor of thousands willing to charge into battle for him. The treasury's resources were managed by the Ministry of Revenue, with officials tasked annually to allocate provisions to various garrisons. If exploitation occurred at lower levels, the ministry bore the greatest responsibility for failing to supervise and allowing the granaries and grain officials to act unscrupulously. Unable to contain his fury, the emperor struck the dragon throne, exclaiming, "Execute!" The thunderous command jolted the little Chumia awake. Her eyes flew open, the remnants of sleep evaporating instantly. Who will be executed? Who is to be killed? Chapter 29. The Little Princess on the Throne. She shifted slightly, her small hand scratching at the emperor's chest. As she craned her neck to sit up, a hush fell over the grand hall. It was as if a new sun had risen upon the emperor's throne, radiating countless golden beams. The ministers were left in awe. The little princess, her hair tousled, bore a face as flushed as a miniature sun, her eyes blinking in confusion as she gazed at the officials below. Those bewildered yet luminous eyes seemed to inquire, who seeks death? Who is to perish? He. Prime Minister Jiang chuckled. Ever since the last encounter where the little princess had tugged at his official robes to have him sit, thus sparing the Minister of Works from execution, he had taken a liking to this mute princess. The mute princess was astute, for how else could she have garnered the favor of a tyrant? Mir, do you have any objections? The emperor spoke, his tone markedly different from before. Chumia could not find her voice as she lifted her delicate face, gazing in confusion at the emperor's handsome visage. Whom do you intend to kill? She thought. Pray, do not indulge in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Accumulating a single virtue is no simple feat. Do not let your mind become muddled. The emperor's expression hardened, and he straightened his chest. How could there be an error in my judgment regarding matters of life and death? In an effort to earn his daughter's respect and garner her support for his decisions, he proclaimed, Minister Yang, while you led the disaster relief efforts commendably, your failure and oversight this time calls for a reprimand. I shall impose a penalty of 6 months' salary upon you. Minister Yang of the Ministry of Revenue immediately knelt in gratitude. You have 3 days to investigate all officials involved in the embezzlement of grain. Should the accusations prove true, they shall be executed without exception. Upon hearing this, Minister Lan hastily stepped forward. Your Majesty, from the capital to the western granaries, there are countless officials involved. If they're all implicated. Before he could finish, the emperor waved his hand decisively, his voice stern, regardless of the extent of their corruption. They shall all face execution, even if it amounts to 100. I demand they be put to death. His gaze turned piercingly towards Minister Lan. Minister Lan, as a chancellor of the realm, receiving the highest salary from the court, do you merely indulge in feasting and revelry at home? While countless soldiers in the western region endure hunger and lose their youthful lives, you remain oblivious? The little princess in his arms widened her eyes in shock, finally grasping the emperor's motive for his impending actions. Your Majesty, your keen insight is commendable. Had I known of this matter earlier, I would have insisted upon severe punishment. Chumia frowned, inwardly muttering, humph. Minister Lan, you are nothing but a great parasite. Surely, you are aware of every misdeed. It is only that the officials beneath you have bestowed upon you benefits, and you pretend to be ignorant. Do you believe that your status as the father-in-law to my father and the biological father of concubine Lan allows you to act with impunity, indulging in corruption and accepting bribes? As a chancellor, you ought to manage the state well for the emperor and alleviate his burdens. Instead, you squander the resources for personal pleasure. You truly deserve punishment. The emperor, having overheard his daughter's inner thoughts, felt his anger mount. Minister Lan, reflect upon your own conscience. Have you erred? His tone intensified, dropping the term of endearment. Minister Lan trembled in fear. I am at fault. Since you acknowledged your wrongdoing, I shall impose a penalty of 1 year's salary and require you to contribute 500 taels of gold to the national treasury for the purchase of grain, without fail. Minister Lan's mouth fell agape. Heavens! 500 taels of gold. His face turned pale, astonished to the point of dizziness. The emperor, who had always complied with him, had suddenly changed. Standing beside them, Minister Jiang stroked his stubbled chin, his eyes narrowing with delight. Ah, at last, the emperor dares to take action against this old rogue Lan. Though it is but a small sacrifice, it is a promising beginning. At that moment, Chumira yawned, raising her little hand to cover her mouth, her eyelids gradually drooping. Seeing her weariness, Grand Eunuch Zhao looked at her with concern. Your Majesty, the little princess is tired. The emperor swiftly gathered his soft, slumbering daughter into his arms, gently caressing her face, his expression shifting as he noticed her unusually warm skin. observing the emperor's changed demeanor. Minister Jiang craned his neck to glance upward, but the distance was too great to discern the little princess's face. However, he had previously discerned the little princess's pallor, and relying on his extensive experience, he raised his voice. "Your Majesty, it appears that the little princess is unwell, possibly suffering from fever." Upon hearing this, Emperor Yu Wu immediately dismissed the court, exclaiming, "Summon the imperial physician." Chapter 30. The empress seizes the little princess indeed. Chu Mia was running a high fever. When the emperor personally delivered his daughter to the Moon X Inn Palace, the little one was already in a state of unconsciousness, unresponsive to calls. The virtuous consort was in a state of distress, weeping as she called her daughter's name. "Mia, Mia, please do not abandon your mother. Mia, my dear Mia, awaken quickly. My heart aches terribly." The emperor, in a state of agitation, noticed that the physician was taking too long. He rushed forward and shouted, "Hurry!" The elderly physician stumbled, his heart racing, as he trembled before the bed and set down his medical box. Kneeling beside the bed, he cautiously examined the little princess's complexion before extending his trembling hand to take her pulse. After a lengthy moment, he turned and knelt before the emperor, his voice quavering as he reported, "Your Majesty, the little princess has caught a chill and is feverish." "Then why are we not administering medication immediately?" Emperor Yu Wu exclaimed, filled with urgency. "Yes, I shall prepare a prescription at once," the physician replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he rose. Upon hearing that her daughter had caught a chill, the virtuous consort looked toward Yu Ying, who had been vigilantly watching over the princess throughout the night. Yu Ying, in a panic, knelt and pleaded, "Your Majesty, consort, please forgive me. I have failed to care for the little princess properly and willingly accept punishment." The emperor glanced at Xiao Wang, who trembled and immediately fell to his knees, stammering, "Your Majesty, spare me. It is my failure to safeguard the young lady." Emperor Yu Wu, exasperated, waved his hand and declared, "Enough. Both of you shall kneel outside for an hour." Though the snow had ceased, the sky remained overcast, and the temperature was bitterly low. Upon learning that the 17th princess had caught a chill and developed a fever, the empress promptly arrived at the Moon X Inn Palace to inquire about her condition. At that moment, the emperor sat by the little princess's bedside, his gaze fixed on her flushed face, concern and affection evident on his handsome features. The empress remarked, "This little 17th princess has truly become the emperor's cherished treasure." Fortunately, she had brought some nourishing medicine, as well as cotton socks and shoes for children, including a beautiful warm hat made from white fox fur that had once belonged to the eldest princess. The virtuous consort, holding the plush hat, was touched and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Such fine items will surely delight Mia." She was aware that this fox fur was a high-quality tribute from the Western Liang Kingdom, which the emperor had once bestowed upon her during her favored days. Later, when she was sent to the cold palace, she had crafted a scarf for little Mia from it. Mia had adored it at the time, but as she grew, the scarf became too small and was ultimately damaged by moths due to poor preservation. Empress Jiang smiled gently. "As long as she likes it, that is what matters. When Princess Mia awakens, if she desires anything else, she may freely request it from me." The virtuous consort expressed her heartfelt thanks for the empress's kindness. The emperor, caressing Chu Mia's small hand, turned his gaze to the two women. Empress Jiang, with a warm and meaningful glance, smiled at him. The emperor, naturally attuned to her sentiments, cleared his throat and spoke in a low voice. "Virtuous consort, since the empress holds dear Miao, once she recovers, let her be entrusted to the empress for her upbringing." The consort was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Empress Jiang smiled faintly. "Are you reluctant, virtuous consort?" A chill ran through the consort's heart. How could she dare to express her reluctance? Although the emperor had refrained from punishing her for not caring for the ailing Miao, he surely harbored some discontent. He had commanded Yueying and Xiao Duong to kneel outside the door, sparing her from such punishment, which was already a sign of concession. Now, handing Miao over to the empress would be tantamount to her punishment. With a quivering nose and reddened eyes, the consort gradually knelt, "Though I feel a pang of reluctance, The Empress is Miaoer's biological mother and has raised the Grand Princess. Her care for the child will undoubtedly surpass my own. It would be a blessing for Miaoer to accompany the Empress to Jingren Palace. Empress Jiang pressed her lips together in a satisfied smile. Then it is settled. Do not worry, Virtue's consort. Should you wish to see Miaoer, you may come to Jingren Palace at any time. Thank you, Your Majesty. The consort's heart wept. Yet she acquiesced. The imperial physician administered medicine to Chu Miaoer, and her fever gradually subsided. When Emperor Yu saw she had awakened, he felt reassured. With numerous state affairs awaiting his attention, he embraced his daughter, murmuring gentle words before rising to depart. The Empress returned to Jingren Palace shortly after. Mia, the consort finally relaxed in front of her daughter's bed, tenderly stroking her hair, in a hushed voice inquired, "Tell mother, how did you come to have a fever?" Although she believed the primary cause to be the Emperor's insistence on waking their daughter at dawn, leading to her exposure to the cold winds during the journey, she could not dare voice such thoughts. Chu Miaoer blinked and turned to gaze out the window. Chapter 31. The Tyrant's Fury for His Daughter. The consort speculated. Did you catch a chill outside? Chu Miaoer nodded. The consort's eyes glistened with tears as she pressed her cheek against her daughter's. Was it not too cold to play outside that day? Chu Miaoer, wishing to assuage her mother's worries, nodded again. Miaoer, your father has decreed that once you are well, you shall move to Jingren Palace, where the Empress will personally care for you. As she spoke the last words, her voice faltered, tears welling in her eyes and spilling over. Chu Miaoer's eyes widened. Did this mean leaving Yuexin Palace, leaving her mother? This mother had endured nearly 3 years in the cold palace, suffering so long, and now, because of her, the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. How could they face separation once more? Moreover, life in Jingren Palace would surely not afford her the freedom she enjoyed in Yuexin Palace. With so many individuals around, how could she sneak away? The outcome was inevitable. She could not. Thus, she shook her little head, indicating her unwillingness to go to Jingren Palace. The consort wiped her tears, sorrowfully stating, "We must never defy your father's decree." Chu Miaoer pouted, "Despot tyrant, you have yet to seek my consent. Although I am your daughter, it is unacceptable to casually hand me over to another's care." Somehow, despite having recovered from her fever in the afternoon, Princess Chu Miaoer fell ill again with a high fever that evening. The royal physician was summoned to the Moonheart Palace in the dead of night. This time, not one, but 3 physicians arrived, all visibly anxious. Upon hearing that the 17th princess's condition had not improved after finishing his paperwork, the emperor overturned the plate of tokens presented to him and rushed to the Moonheart Palace. What use are you if you cannot even treat a little princess's fever? Upon reaching his daughter's bedside and seeing her flushed face, furrowed brow, and labored breathing, the emperor's anger surged. "Your Majesty, please forgive us. The princess is delicate, and the coldness within her has not fully dissipated. It is normal for her to have a fever again at night." One physician knelt and explained. However, the emperor kicked him down in fury, exclaiming, "Nonsense! If you cannot cure her, you are of no use." "What do you mean by normal?" "Normal would be for me to execute all of you." Once again, threats of death echoed in the air. Drowsily, Chu Miaoer moved her small hand, her lips parted slightly, and she emitted a faint sound of distress. The virtuous consort quickly grasped her hand, asking with a quivering voice, "Miaoer, where else do you feel unwell?" The emperor pushed her aside, seated himself on the edge of the bed, and gently leaned closer, saying, "Miaoer, father is here by your side. You need not be afraid." Chu Miaoer felt a throbbing pain in her head, a deeper ache in her heart. She wished to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt heavy. She longed to turn over, yet her limbs felt as if they were bound, every movement sending sharp pains through her body. She could not cry out nor rise, feeling as if she were nailed to a cross, her entire being intermittently subjected to torment and stabbing sensations. "Father, I fear I might perish." Thankfully, she still had a breath left to voice her thoughts in her heart. Hearing this, the emperor felt a searing pain in his chest, as though an invisible hand had gripped his insides tightly. He had just released the little princess from the cold palace, and her presence had brought warmth and joy to his life. How could he bear to lose her? Miaoer, you must live, as long as you live well. Father will grant you anything you desire." He held his daughter's hand tightly, fearing she would dissolve into stardust and ascend to the heavens like a dream. "Father, I am in pain." The emperor hurriedly felt her forehead. It was burning. He touched her hand, which was both hot and weak. "Quick, bring down her fever." He bellowed at the physicians. Physician Chow trembled as he knelt, saying, "Your Majesty, I have just administered a fever-reducing pill, but her fever persists." Seeing the three physicians cowering and at a loss, the emperor, enraged, shouted, "Useless! Drag them all out and execute them." As he spoke, he curled his fingers. The imperial guards rushed in, exuding an aura of coldness. "Father, do not kill. Do not commit such atrocities. If you indiscriminately slay the innocent, my illness will only worsen." Upon hearing this, the emperor swiftly raised his hand, signaling the guards to withdraw. The surviving physician Chow crawled a few steps forward, bowing his head repeatedly, "Your Majesty, although the princess's fever is unyielding, we may try wiping her down with the century-old divine nectar from the palace." Another imperial physician approached, agreeing with Dr. Chow, suggesting that they could administer ginger soup to dispel the cold. The emperor, Yu Wudi, widened his eyes, his gaze turning crimson with rage as he bellowed, "Useless fools! Do you intend to treat my princess as a mere experiment, hoping to revive a dead horse as if it were alive?" Earlier in the day, Chumia had consumed ginger soup and, after sweating profusely, had shown some improvement. Yet now, she was feverish again. How could this be explained? The young 17th princess, so diminutive and frail, struggled as spoonfuls of ginger soup were poured into her tiny mouth, half of it spilling out. The sight pained Yu Wudi's heart. They were tormenting his precious daughter. Chapter 32. I cannot die. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Mirror, his fever shows no signs of abating. Perhaps we should heed the physician's advice and give it a try, the virtuous concubine implored, tears streaming down her cheeks, utterly distraught. At that moment, Ewing mustered her courage to kneel and recounted how, at the tender age of 6, she had suffered from typhoid fever, enduring a relentless high fever until the village doctor had administered ginger-infused water, saving her life. Upon hearing this, Yu Wudi waved his hand, instructing the physicians to prepare ginger water, adding a command for red sugar. He also dispatched eunuch Zhao to fetch a century-old nectar. After a restless night, the flush on the little princess's face gradually subsided, her breathing becoming more even. Yet, she remained devoid of spirit, her opened eyes lacking luster. Those who kept vigil at the Uxian Palace had not slept a wink, and the emperor did not attend the morning court session. Before long, news of the 17th princess's unrelenting fever reached every palace. Even many ministers were informed. Soon after, the empress herself arrived at the Uxian Palace, her heart heavy with concern as she gazed at the frail figure resting on the bed. She had hoped that Chumia would recover today, so she could take her to Jingren Palace. In the past, when princes and princesses caught a chill and developed a fever, the court physicians would administer ancestral fever-reducing pills, which had proven effective. Once the fever subsided, a medicinal broth would restore them to their lively selves. Why, then, did it seem that the more they treated Chumia, the weaker and more fatigued she became? "Mia, dear, tell your mother if there is anywhere else that troubles you," the empress softly inquired, noticing Chumia's eyes flickering as if she were awakening. Slowly, Chumia opened her eyes, a mistiness clouding her gaze, her lips blistered. The virtuous concubine's heart shattered, tears streaming down her face as she wept softly. Chumia attempted to speak, momentarily forgetting her silence. "Quick, bring water." The empress commanded one of the palace maids. Yu Ying hurriedly presented warm water, and the empress personally offered 2 sips to Chumia. "Mia, do not be afraid. You are in the palace of the great Yu kingdom, surrounded by riches and medicinal herbs. Your father will certainly summon skilled healers to ensure your swift recovery." Chumia pursed her lips, slowly closing her eyes again. In the Hall of Celestial Mandates, she had once glimpsed the chronicles of the great Yu kingdom, which recorded how the 17th princess had tragically drowned in the Lotus Pond at an early age. After the virtuous concubine lost her daughter, she was consumed by grief and, within half a month, also passed away. Following her demise, her family in Daong City was falsely accused of treason, leading to the annihilation of 9 generations. In the imperial palace, among the concubines, Consort Lan was the most audacious and arrogant. Relying on her connections, her father being a prime minister and her aunt the Empress Dowager, she aspired to usurp the position of the empress. After eliminating the virtuous consort Xian, she leveraged her family's influence to fabricate numerous wrongful accusations, one of which implicated the Jiang clan in treason. The emperor, in his wrath and foolishness, heeded the words of Prime Minister Lan and the fabricated evidence, leading to the imprisonment of the Jiang family in a death cell. Consequently, Empress Jiang was stripped of her authority over the harem. Once in control, Consort Lan further slandered Empress Jiang, alleging her involvement in a family conspiracy and permitting the crown prince to commit patricide to ascend the throne. From the prince's palace, imperial robes and weaponry were discovered, alongside correspondences with 4 nations. As a result, the crown prince was deposed and exiled to the frigid northern borders, while the empress was cast into the cold palace. With the imperial seal in her possession, Consort Lan ascended the throne as empress, growing increasingly unrestrained, causing the demise of numerous concubines and princes. She surrounded herself with equally malicious concubines, and her eunuchs became willing accomplices, executing her nefarious plans without her direct involvement. Whenever trouble arose, there were always scapegoats. Thus, Consort Lan thrived in the harem, surviving even until the emperor's demise. However, in this lifetime, the celestial maiden had arrived. With her presence, the fate of the once great Du kingdom was destined to alter, and the trajectories of many royal lives would inevitably change. What the outcome would be, Chumier was yet unaware. Nevertheless, she retained some recollections of those in the palace who would not harm others and those who would act as treacherous accomplices. In her previous lives, Empress Jiang had also been a pitiable figure. In this life, Chumier hoped for her survival. Contemplating this, Mier's eyes darted, and she sighed inwardly. I cannot perish, your majesty. If I were to die, the fortunes of Du would decline, the crown prince would be deposed, and you would suffer misfortune as well, cast into the cold palace by the befuddled emperor. Save me, I cannot die, your majesty. Chapter 33. A warning to the empress. Startled by the news upon hearing this, Empress Jiang turned pale, her heart trembling uncontrollably. How could she possibly save the young princess? Currently, even the emperor and imperial physicians were a loss. With me here, you shall surely be safe. She could only comfort herself sorrowfully. Suddenly, Chumier thought of the Empress Dowager. Despite her illness, not a single person from Shokong Palace had come to inquire after her, while even the long-hated Chonglu Palace had sent ginseng. It appeared that the Empress Dowager harbored considerable disdain toward her. Alas, is there someone scheming against me in the palace? Is someone employing sorcery to curse me? Why can I not move, and why does it hurt so much? Empress Mother, I feel as though someone is pricking me with needles, stabbing in my heart. It pains me dearly. Upon hearing this, Empress Jiang was struck with a chill. A wave of cold surged from her feet to the crown of her head. Who would dare to plot against the 17th princess? Who would be audacious enough to dabble in sorcery within the palace? Such an act was punishable by death. Greetings, Xianfei. Please take good care of the little princess. I shall return to Jingren Palace. If anything unexpected occurs here, report to me immediately. The expression on Empress Jiang's face turned cold and serious. Xianfei dared not inquire further, merely nodding in acknowledgement as she respectfully saw her off from Yuexing Palace. Half an hour later, the chief eunuch of Changel Palace hurried into the chambers of Concubine Lan. Flustered as he announced, Your Highness, the Empress has arrived. Concubine Lan's countenance changed dramatically, and she quickly instructed Liling and Beauty Yu to escort a woman dressed in foreign attire into the inner chamber. Subsequently, she anxiously led Mama Rong and several palace maids to greet the Empress. Salutations to your majesty. May you enjoy long-lasting prosperity. Concubine Lan knelt in reverence, yet her eyes lacked their usual calmness as she glanced up at the imposing figure of Empress Jiang, her heart tightening and her gaze darting about. In the past, Empress Jiang had never visited her Changel Palace. On the surface, they seemed to coexist peacefully, akin to sisters, But in reality, Empress Jiang prioritized the greater good, displaying forbearance and tolerance. She was well aware that concubine Lan took advantage of her position, being arrogant and overbearing, aspiring to surpass her, yet she dared not punish her. Fearing the immense influence of Lan's powerful family might exert pressure on the emperor. Empress Jiang was the biological daughter of Prime Minister Jiang, and her elder brother, Jiang Zhongyong, had been a great general of Diyue Kingdom, who had tragically perished in battle 5 years prior, leading to military power gradually shifting into the hands of the Lan family. In a harem, with the Empress Dowager backing concubine Lan, who would dare to contest her. However, it was surprising and gratifying that Emperor Yuwu had recently penalized Prime Minister Lan with a fine of 500 taels of gold. Concubine Lan. I have heard that after the 10th prince was punished, he has not attended the study for several days. Hence I came to check on him, Empress Jiang remarked, raising her hand and proceeding into the hall. Seeing the empress heading towards the 10th prince's quarters, concubine Lan hastily intervened. Your Majesty, Hongxing has fully recovered and returned to his own Yao Palace. I heard he plans to go to the archery range with the crown prince tomorrow. Empress Jiang cast a sidelong glance down the corridor, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she curiously inquired, why do I detect a scent of sandalwood here? Is the palace engaged in a prayer? The palace conducted sacrificial ceremonies annually, and the empress was particularly sensitive to the fragrance of incense. However, such rituals were significant events presided over by her. Mama Rong's face paled, casting a frantic glance at concubine Lan. Yet, concubine Lan maintained her composure. She knelt and smiled, saying, in response to the news of my confinement due to mistakes, my great-aunt sent me a statue of Guanyin, instructing me to recite scriptures daily, copying sacred texts to cultivate my mind. Therefore, I set up an incense altar in the side hall. Oh, Empress Jiang replied, somewhat skeptical. Concubine Lan had always been haughty. Could she truly calm herself to worship and recite scriptures? Concubine Lan gestured for the empress to come and inspect. Chapter 34. Prince Zhao intervenes to aid Miaoer. Upon witnessing this, Mama Rong let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had arranged an incense altar in the side hall yesterday and placed a statue of Guanyin upon it. During the ritual, offerings and incense candles needed to be set on the altar to prevent the fragrance from wafting outside the palace and inviting suspicion. She had quietly lit the candles on the altar in the side hall to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Empress Jiang truly followed Consort Lan, and upon seeing the 3 burning incense sticks on the offering table, a wave of despondency surged within her. If she could catch Consort Lan practicing sorcery in the palace with the intent to harm the little princess, it would undoubtedly lead to her swift downfall and deliver a severe blow to the Lan family. Regrettably, she found nothing amiss in Chonglu Palace. Thus, Empress Jiang had no choice but to depart. However, instead of returning directly to Jingren Palace, she took her entourage to Xu Fei's Shui Hua Palace and to Fei's Xianfu Palace, both of which yielded no results. Just as she contemplated visiting the other consorts residing in Qingchun Palace, a eunuch hurried over to report that the Naji Yuan had sent precious medicinal herbs. Let us return to Yuxian Palace, she instructed. After a busy morning, Empress Jiang felt the fatigue seep into her feet. Yet, her determination to protect the little princess burned fiercely. She believed that this mute princess possessed a divine gift, for she would not have heard her innermost thoughts otherwise. Moreover, the little princess was aware of Consort Lan's ambitions. This was indeed true. Xian Fei, what medicine did Prince Zhao send? Upon entering Yuxian Palace, Empress Jiang inquired urgently. Xian Fei opened an exquisite medicine box, and a delightful fragrance wafted forth. Empress Jiang was astonished. Did Prince Zhao say this is a miraculous remedy for typhoid? Xian Fei nodded, explaining that the prince had brought the pills from the northern country of Li, crafted from rare herbs that could cure a multitude of ailments. Upon hearing this, Empress Jiang's eyes sparkled, and her countenance brightened. Quickly, let Miaoer take it. Not yet. Xian Fei shook her head. Why not? Prince Zhao said we must wait for Miaoer to awaken before she can take it, and it must be administered in 3 doses. Empress Jiang placed a hand on her chest and sighed with relief. Very well, let us follow his instructions. After speaking, she joyfully approached the bed of Chu Miao Air, gently taking her small hand and whispering, "Little princess, you are saved. Once you are well, I shall take you to the back garden to pick plum blossoms. If you wish to stroll outside the palace, I will accompany you." Her eyes glistened with tears, overwhelmed with emotion, as if Miao Air were her own flesh and blood. Seeing the Empress's genuine affection for Miao Air, Xian Fei felt a pang of guilt for her own possessiveness. If Miao Air were to stay with the Empress, she would undoubtedly have a better life. Why should she cling to her so tightly? It was evident that the Empress truly loved Miao Air. Moreover, having raised the eldest princess, the Empress had experience. Should any of the other consorts harbor jealousy and attempt to mistreat Miao Air, they would surely be deterred by her proximity to the Empress. Contemplating this, Xian Fei resolved to entrust Chu Miao Air to the Empress without reservation, fearing that her own carelessness might lead to Miao Air falling ill again. Upon hearing that Chu Miao Air had taken the pills sent by Prince Zhao, Emperor Yu Wu was overjoyed to learn that her illness had not only improved, but that she could also rise to dine on her own. He promptly rewarded the Naji Yuan with several boxes of pastries and 2 bolts of fine silk. Furthermore, he granted Zhao Ziyin the privilege of freely entering the academy, allowing him to study alongside the princes and partake in horse riding and archery. That evening, Emperor Yu Wu visited Yu Xian Palace once more, cradling his daughter with delight. "Miao Air, tell father, can you now eat a chicken leg?" he asked, playfully pinching her soft, delicate cheek. Chu Miao had just finished a bowl of bird's nest soup delivered from Jingren Palace, and she could hardly consume anything else. She shook her head, murmuring, "I am still recovering from my illness and cannot overindulge." "Miao, tell your father the emperor what your current wish is." Chu Miao's eyes flickered as she glanced at the virtuous consort, who smiled brightly without giving any hints. Uncertain whether the Emperor Yuan Zhao could hear her thoughts, and realizing she was unable to speak, she pointed towards the study and mimicked writing with her hands. The emperor understood her intent, his eyes lighting up with delight. "Miao wants to write?" Chapter 35. The curious little princess, seeing Chu Miao nod, he joyfully looked at the virtuous consort, signaling her to prepare the writing utensils. The consort gracefully acknowledged him and complied. Upon reaching the study, the virtuous consort personally ground the ink for her daughter, feeling a mix of joy and anxiety, for this was her daughter's first attempt at writing with a brush. She recalled her time in the cold palace, where she only found the motivation to teach her daughter something when the peach blossoms bloomed each year. She longed for the day when she could escape her confinement, and the emperor, moved by compassion, would release Chu Miao from the cold palace. If she could go outside, it would be best for her dear daughter to learn some skills to protect herself. First, she must be able to read and write, followed by learning music, chess, and painting. Thus, everything the virtuous consort could teach, she endeavored to impart. However, after 2 years, she felt her daughter's intelligence was mediocre, progressing slowly, often sitting vacantly, lacking the vivacity typical of a young girl. It was understandable. In the cold palace, where conditions were poor and the environment bleak, how could her daughter find happiness? Yet unexpectedly, an incident involving water seemed to awaken her daughter's mind. The gloom that once clouded her eyes had vanished. Now, her daughter's eyes sparkled with life, displaying newfound intelligence and courage, earning the affection of both the emperor and the empress. Truly, it was a fortunate turn of events. "All right, Miao can write now." The emperor smiled as he placed his daughter on a chair. As a father who rarely paid attention to his children, he was now eager to witness his little daughter showcase her talents. He grasped Chu Miao's delicate hand, unable to imagine how adorable she would look holding a brush. The virtuous consort provided her daughter with a slender blue and white brush, gently placing it in her small hand, and said with a smile, "Miao, this brush is specially made for you by your mother. Do you remember?" Chu Miao knelt on the chair, her mind failing to retrieve the original owner's memories. Yet this did not hinder her performance. She responded, her voice soft and delicate like a whisper. The virtuous consort felt elated. If her daughter could trace the characters for Empress Dowager under her guidance, surely she could write other characters she had taught her. However, this time, she was using a brush. She hoped the letters would not turn out too crooked. Mia, why don't you write a few characters that your mother has taught you on paper for your father to see? Chu Mia paused for a moment, then shook her head as if trying to jog the original owner's memories. Suddenly, she recalled one character, Big. With a bright smile, she picked up the brush and elegantly inscribed the character on the pristine paper. The virtuous consort clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed, Meower is truly remarkable." Standing beside her, Emperor Yu raised his thick brows and stroked his short beard, chuckling softly. "Indeed, Meower, as calligraphy, is exquisite. With her petite hands and delicate brush, one might assume she lacks strength, yet her characters possess an elegance that is commendable. Each stroke and curve is executed with precision and composure, flowing seamlessly." Upon receiving praise, Chu Meower beamed, her small mouth stretching into a grin as she shook her head playfully. She exclaimed, and with another shake, she pinned another character. With another tilt of her head, she crafted Aton, heaven, and yet another shake yielded Ari-san. Emperor Yule laughed heartily, lavishing compliments upon his daughter with every character she inscribed. However, when she finished writing Ri and shook her head again, his expression turned serious. The virtuous consort, elated beyond measure, was startled when the emperor called for her with a tone that lacked joy. Her heart raced as she quickly bowed. "This humble servant is here." With a deep voice tinged with discontent, Emperor Yu addressed her. "I ask you, did you instruct Meower to shake her head before writing each character?" The virtuous consort was taken aback. She had overlooked this detail, focusing solely on her daughter's writing. Initially, she had assumed Meower's exuberance was the cause of her head shakes. "Your Majesty, I did not teach Meower to shake her head while writing." Emperor Yu's handsome visage grew stern, but I distinctly observed Meower shake her head and write a character, then shake again to write another. "Meower, tell me, has your father erred?" Chu Meower, her mouth agape in a semblance of a smile, cutely rubbed her brush with her tiny hands, nodding adorably before shaking her head once more. Standing by the inkstone, Yu Ing, who was grinding ink, couldn't help but chuckle at her endearing demeanor. After a prolonged silence where Emperor Yu heard no response from his daughter, he grew anxious. "Meower, you have yet to share your wishes with your father." Chu Meower's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky as she extended her tiny hand, dipping her brush in ink. Taking a deep breath, she assumed the posture of a little master, diligently writing a line. "Meower does not wish to go to Jingren Palace." Once she finished, she set down the brush and rubbed her sore little hands. Oh dear, I am still so small. Writing is exhausting." Sigh. When will I be able to speak? It truly puzzled her why the 17th princess was mute. The historical records of the Grand Yu State offered no explanation. Had it not been for the need to document the misdeeds of concubine Lawn, the incident of the mute princess being tossed into the lotus pond by the 10th prince would not have been recorded either. Why is no one praising me? Chu Meower pondered to herself, slowly lifting her head to find those standing by the writing desk gazing at her in astonishment, then glancing at the characters on the table. With a charming tilt of her head and her dark, grape-like eyes blinking, she remarked, "I did not shake my head while writing this line. Marvelous. Meower is indeed clever." As her gaze met that of Emperor Yu, a look of overwhelming joy spread across his face. He excitedly lifted her high, exclaiming, "Ha, my Meower writes beautifully. A reward." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager was momentarily bewildered as she realized she had not taught her daughter so many characters. She knelt down, her heart racing, and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." When the eunuch, accompanied by palace maids, placed the emperor's gifts of writing supplies upon the writing desk, Emperor Yu recalled the meaning behind those words. "Meower, is it your wish to avoid living in Jingren Palace?" Meower nodded. Emperor Yu's brows furrowed, and his sharp gaze quickly turned towards the Empress Dowager. A tremor ran through her heart as she hurriedly reassured her daughter. "Meower, your father wishes for you to reside in Jingren Palace, where your biological mother will care for you. This is a tremendous favor from your father. You must accept it." Confused, Meower looked at her. "Aren't you reluctant to part with me? I too shall miss you dearly, my child. But your father is sincere in this, and I fear his displeasure if you resist." The Empress Dowager, being a wise woman, understood her daughter's doubts reflected in her eyes. "Meower, you should go to your biological mother. She has raised 2 princesses and 3 princes, possessing greater experience in nurturing royal children than I. When you fell ill, she stayed by your side day and night, deeply concerned for you. Meower's bright eyes sparkled with contemplation. Meower, it brings me such joy to know you will be with the Empress. Truly, I am delighted. The Empress Dowager added, her eyes glistening with tears of excitement and happiness. It seemed her emotions were genuine. Gradually, Meower turned her gaze towards the handsome face of Emperor Yu. To me, what difference does it make between mother and biological mother? However, I presume I shall have limited freedom in Jingren Palace? With a gentle smile, Emperor Yu replied, Meower, once you are in Jingren Palace, your father will assure the Empress that you may go wherever you desire. If you wish to return to Yueshin Palace daily to see your mother, you may. Meower's large, dark eyes gleamed with realization. So I shall be free? Very well. Since you all wish for me to go to Jingren Palace, I shall comply. There is also the 9th prince. He can play with me there. The 9th prince had been raised and educated by the Empress herself. As Meower thought of this, a smile blossomed on her delicate face, her eyes curving adorably. Emperor Yu felt as though he were witnessing a pristine moonflower bloom before him, unable to resist planting a kiss on his daughter's cheek. What a beautiful little one. That evening, Emperor Yu once again stayed in Yueshin Palace. Your Majesty is resting in Yueshin Palace again, a palace maid reported softly as she entered the chambers of Consort Lan. An hour earlier, Consort Lan had feigned a headache, dispatching a maid to summon the Emperor to Yueshin Palace. However, the Emperor was engrossed in watching Meower write and had not called the maid inside. The maid, standing outside the door, craned her neck to peek through the window, catching sight of the little princess kneeling on a chair, pen in hand, diligently writing. The Emperor, resting his chin on his hand, watched with a joyful smile. The Empress Dowager was equally radiant, and the sight of the 3 of them together was a heartwarming tableau, evoking envy in all who beheld it. The palace maid stood outside for a considerable time until the eunuch re-entered to report to the Emperor, who then permitted her to come in and inquire about the situation. Kneeling, the maid stated, Your Majesty, the noble concubine is suffering from a headache and wishes to see you. The Emperor's countenance darkened, and he replied with displeasure, Does she think that by merely gazing upon me, her pain will vanish? If she is unwell, let her seek the physician. His last words, laced with ire, frightened the young maid, who hurriedly retreated back to the Changla Palace. Your Highness, I speak no falsehood. The Emperor dotes on Princess 17, holding her and never letting go. Upon hearing this, Lady Lan was furious, tearing off the hairpin from her head, rising from her bed, and bellowing, Summon the witch to cast a spell. I want that little imp to suffer. I shall ensure she meets her end. Upon hearing this, Lady Rong hastily stepped forward to counsel her. Your Highness, this is unwise. Tonight, the Emperor is at the Moonheart Palace. Should the little princess fall ill again, it would raise suspicions just as it did with the Empress. Lady Lan, seething with anger, waved her hand dismissively, unable to quell her fury. Shall I allow those lowly mother and daughter to bully me while they revel in their freedom? Lady Rong bowed, lowering her voice. Your Highness, please remain calm. I have heard that in a few days, the Emperor plans to hunt at the northern Barbarian Ridge, and traditionally, he takes his ministers and princes for 10 days to half a month. We can take advantage of his absence to eliminate that little mute. After whispering further into her ear, Lady Lan's eyes narrowed as a cold smile crept across her face. If that is the case, I shall bide my time and see how long that little imp can frolic, and how long the Empress and the virtuous consort can bask in their joy. 3 days later, Chumier moved into the princess's quarters at Jingren Palace. Compared to the Moonheart Palace, this place was grander and more luxurious. Even the curtains in her chamber had been specially changed to a delicate pink. The basin for burning charcoal was also brand new. Empress Jiang treated her as her own, providing her with the finest food and amenities. Learning that Chu Mier wished to play with the 9th prince, the Empress took her to visit him at Mingxin Hall on this pleasant day. The 9th prince, Chu Hongjing, aged 11, had already been granted the title of Jingwang. Today, he had been given special permission to forego his lessons in the study and spend time with his sister. 17th sister, the Jingwang, emerged. clad in a silver-gray brocade robe, standing tall and spirited, with a charmingly round face that still bore the innocence of youth. He took the little princess's hand from the empress, displaying great warmth. Chumier's eyes sparkled as she smiled sweetly at him. "Ninth brother, you are truly handsome. My noble mother says you are cheerful, enjoy horseback riding and archery, and are very kind to my elder brother, the crown prince." However, Chumier's smile gradually faded, and her gaze dimmed. She suddenly recalled a passage from the historical records of the Great Yu, which recounted that the ninth prince, while accompanying the emperor on a hunt, had met with a tragic accident, falling from his horse and being trampled to death. This event had plunged the empress into a grave illness, and the emperor had been inconsolable, neglecting state affairs for 3 days and nights without food or sleep. Chumier paused, feeling feverish for 2 days, and sensed that her memory was not as sharp as it once was. She only remembered how the ninth prince had met his demise, but the year eluded her. Chu Hongjing was also taken aback, realizing he could hear the unspoken thoughts of his mute sister. "Miao, what troubles you? Why do you gaze at your ninth brother in such a daze?" The empress was in a state of distress, convinced that the little princess's silent musings harbored some ominous significance. Yet, Chu Hongjing assumed his mother could not hear him. Not wishing to burden her with worry, he suppressed his own perplexity and smiled. "Mother, it is only natural for 17th sister to look at me curiously after our first meeting. Come, sister, let me take you to play." Chu Miao shook off her tangled thoughts and cast a reassuring glance at Empress Jiang before following Chu Hongjing. In his youthful exuberance, he delighted in leading her to catch insects, climb artificial hills, and scale trees, even teaching her to kick a leather ball. Chu Miao was filled with joy. Being a naturally cheerful and lively spirit, she relished in her freedom, frolicking alongside the ninth prince, eventually wandering into the study. The study was bustling with princes, hostages, and the heirs of prominent households. Upon seeing Chu Hongjing enter with a small bundle in his arms, they erupted in laughter and gathered around to tease him. The master of studies, amused by their antics, retreated to the courtyard for tea. "Is she truly our little 17th sister? Ninth brother, put her down. Let me touch her hand." "Your Highness Jing. So she is the legendary little princess who accompanies the emperor to court." Laughter erupted. "The little princess is truly beautiful. So adorable. What is so cute about her?" A voice, dripping with sarcasm, interjected. "She is a mute, a thieving mute." Everyone turned to find the source of the voice. It was Chu Hongjing, seated at the back. Recently punished, he had been nursing his sore backside at home, feeling rather stifled and bored. Today, having just recovered, he returned to the study to resume his studies. "Chu Hongjing, what nonsense are you spouting?" Chu Hongjing set down Chu Miao and rushed over, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. "Are you asking for a beating?" Chu Hongjing forcefully pushed his hand away, retorting angrily, "I speak the truth. Otherwise, how did she end up in the lotus pond?" "It was because she stole the charcoal from my chamber." He took pleasure in the fact that Chu Miao could not defend herself, smugly wiping his nose and snorting. Chu Miao wore an innocent expression, her heart brimming with indignation. "I fell into the lotus pond because of you. You had those 2 little eunuchs throw me in. Are you now taking advantage of my silence? Truly deserving of a beating." Just as her thoughts concluded, Chu Hongjing's fist struck Chu Hongjing's face. "Unruly fool. How dare you refer to yourself in such a manner before the crown prince?" Staggered by the blow, Chu Hongjing took 2 steps back, nearly colliding with someone behind him, who pushed him away with irritation. Turning, he beheld a handsome face. Chapter 38. The stars gather around the moon. This was Zhao Ziyan. Zhao Ziyan stood there with an air of grace, his demeanor cool and composed, exuding an aura of icy clarity. "What? Do you wish to defend the little mute again?" Chu Hongjing spat in frustration. Zhao Ziyan replied with indifference. "I cannot simply allow Prince Xing to collide with me, can I? If he wishes to bump into me, it is only natural for me to give him a gentle push, is it not?" Chu Hongjing glared at him, yet he dared not engage in a fight, nor retaliate against Chu Hongjing. After all, he was the elder brother, the legitimate son of Jingren Palace. "Brother 10, do not act this way. 4 little 17 is our princess." The 8-year-old 14th prince approached, offering gentle persuasion. "Go away. What do you understand? Your brother Tin has suffered because of her. Isn't that of your own making? You wish to throw me into the lotus pond to drown. I have yet to settle that score. Chu Miener's large, watery eyes turned around, and upon noticing the many handsome young men gazing at her, she pouted in grievance. I am so pitiful. Do you all think I am to be pitied? Little 17, the 14th prince quickly stepped forward, producing a jade pendant from his sleeve. Here, this is a gift from your brother 14. The 6-year-old 16th prince, upon seeing this, took off a jade tube from his waist and placed it in Chu Mieren's hands. Sister, I am your brother 16. This is my favorite jade tube. Now it is yours. He then gently embraced Chu Mieren, declaring, Brother loves you. Chu Mieren, touched, smiled at her two brothers and bowed in gratitude. The other young lords and heirs, witnessing the princes bestowing gifts, eagerly began to offer their cherished items to little 17, stuffing her arms full. At that moment, the 11th prince entered from outside, holding a kuja ball, observing everyone surrounding the 17th princess with gifts. He felt somewhat out of place, so he approached the 9th prince. Brother 9, may I borrow something? Chu Hongjing regarded him with a dismissive glance. It does not matter. Little 17 will not hold it against you. That will not do. As an elder brother, one must show some sign of goodwill. Chu Hongrui chuckled. Chu Hongjing rummaged through his sleeve pocket and produced a jade cicada. This was a gift from our grandfather, the chancellor. Take it. Elated, Chu Hongrui approached. Taking Chu Mieren's small hand, his handsome face flushed with joy. Hello, little 17. I am your brother 11 from Shufei Palace. Here is your brother's welcoming gift. Brother 11? Chu Mieren gazed at him, vague memories surfacing. However, before she could clarify her thoughts, Chu Hongxing suddenly pulled Chu Hongrui aside in anger. If you possess such a treasure, why did you not offer it to me? You lost the last chess match, and you promised a jade gift. Chu Hongrui smiled sheepishly. This is something I just acquired. How about we play another round? If I win, we can consider the matter of the gift settled. Chu Hongxing shot a glance at Chu Hongjing and smirked. Very well. I shall show a certain someone who truly is the fool. This year, Chu Hongrui was also 10 years old, just 4 months younger than Chu Hongxing. Due to his mother's lower status, he had not been conferred a title by the emperor. Although playful, he possessed a genuine character, being a close brother to Chu Hongjing. While they played Go, Chu Mieren stood beside Chu Hongjing, her gaze fixated on Chu Hongrui, finally recalling that after the 9th prince was trampled by a horse, the 11th prince suspected the 2nd prince was behind it and had secretly begun an investigation against him. However, in the end, the 2nd prince discovered the plot and schemed for him to inspect the flood disaster in a distant land, secretly dispatching individuals to sabotage the vessels, which ultimately led to the 11th prince being swept away by the raging waters and drowning. Just as he was contemplating, he suddenly saw Chu Hongxing thump the table, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. 11th, you are bound to lose. Upon witnessing Chu Hongrui's expression, Chu Mieren's heart began to race, and her subsequent moves on the chessboard were fraught with errors. Chu Hongjing could not help but sigh, while the other students also felt anxious for Chu Hongrui. The outcome seemed nearly settled. Chu Hongxing was so elated he could hardly contain himself. Unexpectedly, the previously silent Chu Mieren suddenly raised her hand, her sleeve brushing against the chessboard, scattering the pieces. Chu Hongxing, furious, stood up. You little wretch. Are you seeking another beating? Chu Hongjing's stern voice cut off his tirade. Chu Mieren tugged at Chu Hongjing's sleeve, then picked up a brush from the table and inscribed on a blank sheet, I will play chess with him. One game will determine the winner. If he loses, he must jump into the lotus pond. If I lose, I shall gift him all the presents received today. The elegantly crafted lines left the onlookers in astonishment. When they turned to glance at the little girl, the students gazed at her as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens, their eyes sparkling with delight. Chapter 39. The little princess takes revenge. Standing at the periphery, Zhao Zian smiled appreciatively, admiring Chu's lovely countenance, his eyes filled with affection. 17th sister, can you play chess? Chu Hongjing eagerly inquired. Chu Mieren wrote again, I just learned. Upon hearing this, Chu Hongxing was taken aback. She had only just begun to learn? Very well. I accept. If I lose, I will jump into the lotus pond. He was incredulous that this little mute could learn so swiftly, intuitively mastering the game. Moreover, the pile of gifts recently bestowed upon Chu Mi'er was a tremendous temptation for Chu Hongxing. Little did he know she was akin to a fairy. Little did he know that in the celestial realm, she loved to play Go with the Grandmaster of Fate, who sometimes had to resort to cheating to win against her. "Sister, do come sit here," Chu Hongrui exclaimed joyfully, grateful to his sister for disrupting the previous game. Chu Mi'er perched on the chair, her small stature necessitating her to stand when placing the pieces, leaning forward. Initially, Chu Hongxing was full of self-satisfaction, barely acknowledging her presence. The crowd chuckled at the scene. Yet, in less than half an hour, their expressions shifted to focus intently on the chessboard, holding their breaths in anticipation. Chu Hongxing's face gradually lost its arrogance and pride, paling as beads of sweat formed on his brow. "Little mute, are you human or a spirit?" Little Mi'er played chess with the same fluid grace as she wrote, her movements like flowing water. Her profound understanding and unexpected strategies left everyone in awe. In the end, Chu Mi'er emerged victorious. She clapped her tiny hands in delight, her laughter adorably innocent. Applause erupted from the students, drawing the attention of the tutors. Chu Hongxing, furious, heaved with anger, his expression dark. "Go, jump into the lotus pond." Chu Hongjing glared at him, asserting, as a man, one must take responsibility. "Prince Xing, jump quickly." The crowd jeered in unison, urging him to leap. "Go on, go," urged Chu Hongrui, pushing him along. Even the venerable elder, upon learning the specifics of the situation, stroked his long beard and remarked, "A gentleman's word is as binding as a team of 4 horses. The Prince of Xing cannot evade responsibility." Amidst the clamor and merriment, Chu Hongxing, left with no choice, plunged into the lotus pond. The icy water chilled him to the bone, and he shivered violently, flailing about before calling out for assistance to be pulled out. Witnessing Chu Hongxing's predicament, Chu Hongjing, cradling Chu Mi'er, smiled and inquired, "Sister, are you not delighted?" Chu Mi'er pursed her small lips, neither nodding nor shaking her head. She felt a profound weight upon her shoulders, realizing that governing the great Yu kingdom and ensuring its prosperity would not be a simple endeavor. Thus, she yearned for the high priest to bestow her with her magical prowess once more. Otherwise, even preserving her own life would prove an arduous task. Upon returning to Jingren Palace with Chu Mi'er, Empress Jiang had already been apprised of the events at the academy. She could hardly believe that Chu Mi'er possessed the ability to play chess and had triumphed over the more skilled Chu Hongxing. What a prodigy she was. Empress Jiang felt a blend of joy and concern. Her heart ached as she noticed that little Mi'er, exhausted from her exertions, had fallen asleep, her head resting softly against Chu Hongjing's shoulder. The Empress hastily set aside the gift she had prepared for Mi'er, then lovingly undressed her, and together with Mammy Yen, gave her a warm bath before tucking her in a bed. When Mi'er awoke, the Empress personally dressed her in a warm fur coat and adorned her with a fluffy fox fur hat, rendering her as charming as a lovely little fox, her eyes sparkling with delight. "My little princess is truly beautiful," Empress Jiang could not help but exclaim as she lifted her onto the Kong bed, affectionately feeding her pastries and bird's nest porridge. At that moment, when Emperor Yu Wudi arrived, Chu Mi'er was nestled contentedly in Empress Jiang's embrace, her laughter radiating warmth, resembling a pair of deeply bonded mother and daughter. Upon seeing the emperor enter, the empress attempted to rise and pay her respects. "No need," Emperor Yu Wudi chuckled, reaching out to pinch Chu Mi'er's delicate cheek. "I hear you have bested your 10th royal brother in chess." Chu Mi'er nodded. "Father, do you have any objections? If I commanded him to jump into the lotus pond, would you be upset? Last time I fell into the water, it was his orders that caused it. I must avenge that grievance." The emperor laughed heartily. You are splendid. Your father is pleased." With those words, a sense of relief washed over Empress Jiang, knowing the emperor bore no resentment. The arrogant and unreasonable Prince of Xing certainly deserved a proper reprimand. "Come now, let father give you a hug." Emperor Yu Wudi climbed onto the Kong bed and embraced Chu Mi'er, affectionately pressing his cheek against hers. The sight of her precious countenance filled Empress Jiang with joy. Your Majesty, Mia has yet to eat her fill. She has played hard today. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yuwudi promptly took the bowl from her hands. Very well. Let father feed you, Mia. Chu naturally did not hold back. She adored this familial atmosphere. Having long been deprived of her father's tender attentions during meals, she now relished the experience, her heart brimming with happiness. Alas, seated beside her was the Empress of the Great Yu Kingdom, not her biological mother. However, that mattered little. She was resolute in her determination to aid her father in governing the realm, ensuring that he would be a worthy emperor. Then, together, father and daughter would ascend to the celestial realm, reuniting as a family. After Chu Mia took residence in Jingren Palace, Emperor Yuwudi spent more nights there. The news spread, inciting envy among the various concubines. Some whispered that any lady in the harem who could win the favor of the 17th princess would undoubtedly capture the emperor's heart. If they could keep her in their palace, they would enjoy his affection every night. However, Jingren Palace was the domain of the empress, and no concubine could rival her. One day, the Xianfei arrived early at Jingren Palace to pay her respects to the empress. Once seated, noticing her daughter's absence, she inquired urgently, Your Majesty, where is Mia? Empress Jiang smiled lightly. Mia wished to study at the Princess Hall, and I have sent Xiao Duong and Yueying to escort her. Xianfei had heard yesterday that her daughter had gone to the Shu Yuan, where she received many gifts and even prompted Chu Hongxing to leap into the lotus pond. It was said that upon her return, she expressed her desire to study like the princes. The empress had acquiesced to this wish. Little did she expect her daughter would so soon venture to the Princess Hall. Concerned, Xianfei said, Your Majesty, Mia is only 3 years old. According to the customs of the Diyu royal family, one must be 6 to attend the Princess Hall. I fear for her health. Her worry deepened, knowing that there were 3 elder princesses within the hall, one being Princess Chu Luaning, raised in the Empress Dowager's Shokong Palace. Chu Luaning, the 8th princess born of concubine Lan, had once been a favorite of Emperor Yuwudi. The empress, however, did not share these concerns. Currently, Chu Mia was a princess of Jingren Palace. What prince or princess would dare bully her? Rest assured, I have obtained the emperor's consent for her to study at the Princess Hall. The emperor had long considered this. Though only 3, he believed this little princess possessed a maturity surpassing that of his sons and an intelligence greater than that of many princesses. Her intellect at this tender age was akin to that of an adult. Xianfei understood that the empress's decision was final and that her lower rank as a concubine afforded her no power to alter it. May I, Your Majesty, be permitted to visit Mia in the Princess Hall? Xianfei knelt. Empress Jiang sighed softly. Xianfei, I am aware of your affection for Mia. I have instructed Yueying that after her lessons each day, should she wish to visit Yuexin Palace, she may do so without your need to go to the Princess Hall. Upon hearing this, Xianfei, filled with gratitude, bowed deeply to the empress, exclaiming, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding. May you live 1,000 years. As Chumur entered the Princess Hall, the scholarly Murong Xiaofu approached, hands clasped behind his back. In his 40s, tall and bending slightly to examine the little one. He smiled. Little princess, I pay my respects. Just as he intended to bow, Chumira raised her small hand, signaling him not to kneel. She then placed her hands on her waist and performed a respectful gesture befitting a student. Murong Xiaofu, observing her fair complexion and bright, intelligent eyes, felt a surge of joy and remarked, Ah, indeed, the little princess is clever and bright, a promising talent. She is mute. The 9-year-old 13th princess approached with a haughty demeanor, her lips pursed and her eyes glaring at Chu Mir, who permitted you to come to the Princess Hall to study and learn. How old are you? Have you obtained the consent of His Majesty the Emperor? Chu Mir pouted, her small mouth forming a defiant expression. If my limbs were not constrained by this diminutive body, I would send you flying with a single strike. I would teach you a lesson for your arrogance. As she scolded in her heart, her eyes widened, her expressions vividly reflecting her indignation. This 13th princess was a staunch ally of the 8th princess from the Chonglu Palace, born of the Li concubine. The history of the Dua dynasty merely noted that Chu Jingxiu was manipulated by the 8th princess, bearing the brunt of blame and subsequently sent to the Western Liang for a political marriage, where she succumbed to despair and met her demise. Another of the 8th princess's followers was the 15th princess, Chu Yurong, born of the concubine, who was 7 years old this year. At this moment, she sat quietly at a desk, observing the unfolding scene. "Please return to your seat," 13th princess instructed Murong Xiaofu as he nodded at the attendant, who approached to take the 13th princess's hand. "I shall not leave. I demand a Xiaofu expel her from the princess hall. She brings ill fortune. Such disrespect is intolerable." Murong Xiaofu clearly favored the 17th princess, displaying dissatisfaction with the 13th princess's behavior. "The 17th princess is your royal sister. Sisters should support and cherish one another." Chu Jingxiu continued to look down on the little mute, huffing disdainfully. She grew up in the cold palace. She is quite dull-witted. How could she possibly study? Upon hearing this, Chu Mia gently tugged at Murong Xiaofu's robe, her eyes betraying a hint of grievance. Murong Xiaofu tenderly grasped her small hand, his voice gentle. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall treat all impartially, ensuring you receive a proper education. I believe you are a clever child." Delighted, the young attendant, De Wang, bent down to interject. Reporting to Xiaofu, "The 17th princess has gained the emperor's favor. She can write." "Oh," Murong Xiaofu exclaimed, intrigued. "The little princess can write?" Chumia opened her mouth, about to nod, but then recalled her muteness. Just as she was about to affirm, the 13th princess wrinkled her nose and retorted, "Is scribbling with a pen considered writing?" "Xiaofu, do not take the servant's words to heart." De Wang, incensed, blurted out, "If the 13th princess doubts it, she may challenge our young master." Such impudence! Chu Jingxiu stormed over, pointing angrily at De Wang. "A mere servant dares to defy me. Strike him." With that, 2 larger eunuchs approached, their hands raised to strike De Wang. At that moment, Chu Mir boldly leaped forward, her small frame resolutely standing before De Wang, glaring at the 13th princess. "You dare to oppose your royal sister?" With a swift motion, the 13th princess slapped Chu Mir across her delicate face, shocking everyone present. Yuing froze for a moment before suddenly kneeling. "Please, 13th princess, temper your anger." She raised her hands, positioning herself between the 2 princesses, her eyes glistening with tears. "Do not harm our young master." Chu Jingxiu paid no heed to the mere servant before her. She arrogantly seized Yueming's hair, poised to strike her across the face, when a large hand grasped her petite wrist. "Such insolence, princess! Go reflect against the wall." It was none other than Murong Xiaofu who intervened, dragging Chu Jingxiu outside the classroom, striking her hand, the one that had attempted to slap Chu Mira, with a ruler, and ordering her to contemplate her actions against the wall for half an hour. Chu Jingxiu wailed loudly, threatening to report to Consort Lan, imploring the consort to expel Murong Xiaofu from the palace. At that moment, the 8th princess, Chu Luaning, who had been raised in Shokong Palace, arrived at the princess hall accompanied by maidservants and young attendants. Upon spotting Chu Mir, she was momentarily taken aback. A 3-year-old princess visiting the princess hall was a novelty. Was it a good omen or a bad one? Upon hearing of the earlier altercation between the 13th princess and Chu Mir, which had displeased Murong Xiaofu, she curled her lip in disdain. However, she quickly regained her composure and approached Chu Mir with a gentle smile. 17th sister, have you willingly come to the princess hall to study?" Chu Mir knew well that Chu Luaning had been spoiled by Consort Lan and the Empress Dowager since childhood, raised in the finest palace yet nurtured with selfishness and malice. She had a knack for seizing all the palace's benefits for herself. Among the princesses, she possessed the most gold, silver, and jewels, often acquiring luxurious gifts from foreign tribute. Before Chu Mir emerged from confinement, Chu Luaning had been the most favored princess in the palace, adored by the emperor. Historical records of the Dua dynasty noted that at the age of 14, she had accompanied the emperor on an outing and, captivated by a handsome young man, demanded he be brought into the palace. However, palace regulations forbade the arbitrary entrance of unfamiliar males into the inner court. Upon learning this, she ordered the young man's castration. leading to his tragic death by wall collision. Subsequently, she employed similar methods to eliminate several young men, causing an uproar in the court and among the populace, who penned blood letters of complaint. Reluctantly, Emperor Yu arranged for her betrothal to Jiang Taiwei, the grandson of Prime Minister Jiang. Yet, unable to quell her restless heart, she continued to indulge in the company of handsome men. Several times, while Taiwei was away inspecting military outposts, she summoned her favored youths to her residence for revelry. Furious, Taiwei sought divorce, only to be imprisoned by the machinations of Consortland's faction. This shameless princess then returned to the palace, resuming her licentious lifestyle. Recalling her vile deeds, Chu Mi'er felt an overwhelming urge to spit in Chu Luanning's face. Bad princess, female demon, a celestial facade in public, a monster in private. If you remain so shameless in this life, just wait and see how this fairy deals with you. Oblivious to Chu Mi'er's inner curses, Chu Luanning noticed her silence and feigned enlightenment. Oh dear, I forgot, 17th sister is mute and cannot speak. As she observed Murong Xiaofu entering from outside, she gently took Chu Mi'er's small hand, smiling sweetly and warmly. Come, sister, sit beside me. Chu Mi'er used a bit of force to withdraw her small hand from the grasp of the other, and then, with a quick dash, ran to the side of Murong Xiaofu. In the princess hall, only Murong Xiaofu served as her guardian, observing the wary and disdainful expression on Chu Mi'er's face. Chu Luanning felt a surge of displeasure within her. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly, and a flicker of malice flashed in her eyes as she internally cursed, "Damn little mute." She maintained her composure, approached Murong Xiaofu, and performed a scholarly bow before settling gracefully at her writing desk, exuding an air of poise and gentility. Murong Xiaofu took hold of Chu Mi'er's small hand, guiding her to the foremost seat, and instructed the attendant to provide her with pristine writing instruments. According to the regulations of the Due dynasty, the princess was required to attend 2 lessons daily. The first comprised classical literature, studying texts such as the 3-character classic, lessons for women and daughters' filial piety. The second lesson encompassed dance, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Chu Mi'er, however, succumbed to slumber before the first lesson had concluded. She was already well-versed in the material being taught, having memorized it thoroughly. Seated behind her, Chu Luanning couldn't help but smirk, signaling to Chu Yurong, who sat beside her, to frighten Chu Mi'er after class. Chu Yurong, being somewhat timid, felt compelled to heed Chu Luanning's words. Once the lesson concluded, Murong Xiaofu waved his hand, allowing the princesses a respite. 17 princess remained sprawled on the desk, soundly asleep, prompting a gentle smile from him as he turned to exit the classroom. He intended to fetch a cloak to cover the little princess. Upon his departure, the 3 princesses erupted in delight. "Sister, I wish to strangle her," exclaimed Chu Jingxiu, extending her claw-like hand to circle around Chu Mi'er's head. Chu Luanning shot her a disdainful glance, remarking, "Foolish girl, if she were to die here, do you think you could escape?" Afterward, she gestured for Chu Yurong to apply ink to Chu Mi'er's face and instructed Chu Jingxiu to pull the small stool from beneath her. Meanwhile, she remained seated, unmoving. The 2 princesses complied with her directives, setting their plans into motion. Suddenly, a loud announcement rang out, "His Majesty has arrived," from the outside, causing the 15th princess to startle, her ink-laden brush clattering to the ground and landing squarely on Chu Mi'er's face. She gasped, her eyes wide with shock as she fell to the floor. Simultaneously, Chu Jingxiu, who had been pulling the stool, also panicked and collapsed, her legs trembling in fear. Only Chu Luanning slowly rose, gracefully bowing to the imposing figure of Emperor Yu as he entered. "I pay my respects to Father. May you enjoy peace and longevity." "Luanning, rise," the Emperor commanded, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he extended a hand to help her up. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Luanning flung herself into his embrace, playfully whining, "Father, it's been so long. I miss you dearly, every single day, to the point of headache." Emperor Yuwudi's gaze swept over the 3 disheveled princesses. 2 appeared stunned, while one remained slumped over the desk, piquing his curiosity. just as he intended to step forward to investigate. He found himself enveloped by the affectionate embrace of his cherished Luoning princess. Very well, father understands. Later, I shall have eunuch Zhao take you to the Yangxin Palace for a meal with me. Ha ha, splendid. A glimmer of triumph flashed across Chu Luoning's face. The Emperor Yu gently pried open her small hand and inquired, "What has happened to your 3 elder sisters?" His voice was deep, tinged with a hint of discontent. Upon his arrival, none of them rose to pay their respects. Startled by his words, Chu Jingxiu quickly scrambled to her feet, adopting a kneeling posture, and bowed her head, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to Father Emperor. Miaoer has been bullying me." She wasted no time in reporting her grievances. Emperor Yuewu furrowed his brows, displeasure evident in his tone. "Miaoer is only 3 years old. How could she possibly bully you?" Chapter 42. Sleeping in class, the tutor endures punishment. Chu Jingxiu pouted, extending her still rosy little hand, her eyes glistening with tears, feigning utmost grievance. "The tutor struck me, Father Emperor, due to her birth mother's lowly status and unremarkable appearance." Chu Jingxiu scarcely had the opportunity to see Emperor Yuewu throughout the year. Regardless of whether she would see him, the consortly would always instruct her, "If you encounter your Father Emperor, be sure to act a little spoiled, feign pity, so that your Father Emperor remembers your visage." Upon hearing her words, Emperor Yu's expression grew even more solemn. He gently pushed past the 8th princess and approached the sleeping little 17, who appeared utterly exhausted. Perhaps the excitement of attending the princess's lessons had deprived her of sleep, as she had risen early to study and was now heavily immersed in slumber. Witnessing her small hands crossed atop the table, her cherubic face resting upon them, he noticed the large smudges of ink adorning her face, causing Emperor Yu's countenance to darken ominously. "Who did this?" he bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, startling the 15th princess into tears. It was then that he noticed another little princess seated at his feet. Though she was a few years older than Chu Miaoer, her petite frame and pallid complexion revealed a lack of proper care. Her elongated eyes brimmed with tears and fear, her small body trembling as she clasped her hands to her chest, terrified that her father might inadvertently tread upon her. "Was it you? Which palace do you belong to?" Emperor Yuewu inquired, his confusion palpable. "Father Emperor, she is my 15th sister from the Defei Palace. She just attempted to smear ink on little 17's face." Chu Luoning interjected, pointing at the still, sobbing Chu Yuyong. Chu Yuyong froze, overwhelmed with a sense of injustice. Yet knowing she could not defend herself, she pursed her lips and hastily crawled to the ground, crying even more loudly, "8th sister, wasn't this what you taught me to do? Why are you crying? You little scoundrel." Emperor Yuwu's anger flared as he gestured sharply to eunuch Zhao, ordering him to strike her hand with a ruler. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger," rushed in Murong Taifu, who had entered hastily with a heavy cloak. He bowed to the emperor, ready to take responsibility. "It is my fault. I have failed in my duties, and I accept the punishment." Emperor Yuwu glared at him in displeasure. Since the tutor acknowledged his error, he should accept the 10 strikes. Very well. Murong Taifu offered the cloak to Emperor Yuwu with both hands. After receiving it, Zhao Gonggong led the tutor out of the hall. Emperor Yu unfolded the cloak gently, draping it over Chu Miaoer, and took out a silk handkerchief to wipe away the ink from her small face. His eyes full of compassion. "Miaoer, why do you sleep so soundly? Father has come to see you. Awaken." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a wooden board striking flesh echoed from outside the hall, a dull thud resonating ominously. Princess 15, still prostrate on the ground, trembled with fear, realizing that the esteemed tutor had taken the punishment on her behalf. With a heart-wrenching cry, she burst into tears. Emperor Yuwu, growing increasingly irritated, waved his sleeve dismissively. "Get out." At this moment, Chu Miaoer awoke. She lifted her head, her gaze hazily landing on Emperor Yuewu. He smiled gently at her, holding a handkerchief. "Awakened?" Thud! The sound of the wooden board resounded once more in Chu Miaoer's ears. Her forehead twitched, her drowsy eyes widening in shock. "Oh dear! The tyrant strikes again. If I am not mistaken, He must be punishing the tutor. With a silent outcry, she sprang into action like a nimble rabbit, pushing aside the obstructive Chu Jingxiu and dashed out of the hall. Murong, the esteemed tutor, lay across a long bench, his hands bound to the legs of the bench, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Chu Mia waved her small hands defiantly and rushed toward him, shielding his rear with her arms as she glared angrily at the eunuch wielding the board. The eunuch, not daring to offend the beloved little princess, quickly recoiled in fear. Retracting the board, the emperor emerged, flanked by two princesses, his countenance darkening. Throughout history, his 17th princess was the first to dare obstruct his punishment and the first royal to defy his authority. Each time, she chastised him as a tyrant. Was he unjust? He was merely seeking retribution for her sake. Mir, come here. He suppressed his inner dissatisfaction, yet continued to dote on the little 17th. The tutor, today, had failed in his duties, not only punishing the princess capriciously, but also allowing her to err, and thus deserved to be reprimanded. Upon hearing this, Chu Mia shook her head and pointed at Chu Jingxiu. She is a complete nuisance. She bullies me for being small, forcing the tutor to send me away, and even slapped me. She is arrogant and unrestrained, and the tutor only punished her justly. Chu Mia puffed out her cheeks, her pink lips moving energetically as she glared at Chu Jingxiu. Receiving her furious gaze, Chu Jingxiu turned pale, nearly collapsing to her knees. Fortunately, she had not heard Chu Mia's words. Oh right, she was mute. Chu Jingxiu's heart settled momentarily, just as she wore a smug smile. A sharp reprimand fell from above. Chu Jingxiu. Kneel. Startled, Chu Jingxiu froze, standing there as if paralyzed. Emperor Yu frowned, lowering his head slowly. What? Did you not hear your father's words? Sister, kneel quickly. Chu Luaning urged, tugging at Chu Jingxiu's hand. Only then did Chu Jingxiu react, her legs weakening as she knelt at Emperor Yu's feet. Woo, father, where did I err? Meanwhile, Murong, the esteemed tutor, remained in a daze, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. Emperor Yu commanded someone to fetch the bamboo ruler, seizing Chu Jingxiu's right hand, his gaze icy as he brought it down heavily upon her tender palm. The pain. Father, I have erred. I acknowledge my mistake. The sound of slaps echoed as the emperor struck 7 times, leaving the young hand swollen before he finally ceased. Should you dare to err again, violate palace rules, or bully your royal sister, I shall demote you to a commoner and cast you out of the palace. With her left hand cradling her swollen right, Princess Chu Jingxiu wept, breathless and tearful. Chu Mia's brows furrowed in confusion. I did not speak. I merely pointed at her. Has the tyrant truly grasped my intent? How remarkable. This must be the bond of a father and daughter. Unlike others, I share an authentic kinship with the tyrant. Indeed, he can comprehend her expressions and gazes. If this is true, then future matters shall be easier to navigate. With this thought, Chu Mia clapped her small hands, redirecting the emperor's attention towards herself. She then pointed at Murong Xiaofu and winked. You may release Xiaofu. He is innocent. He is a good tutor. The emperor waved his hand, granting freedom. He rewarded Xiaofu with a fine blue and white porcelain inkstone and 10 taels of silver. Murong Xiaofu smirked, thinking, well, I received a few lashes, yet I am rewarded. Not a bad deal. Consequently, the princesses missed their second music lesson. The emperor carried away the 17th princess, followed closely by the 8th princess. Though the emperor did not explicitly invite her to follow, he had previously promised they would dine together. Chu Mia nestled against the emperor's shoulder, her eyes darting curiously towards Chu Luaning. At 13, Chu Luaning was strikingly beautiful, tall enough to nearly reach the emperor's shoulder. When she noticed Lin Mia gazing at her, she merely curled her lips in a dismissive manner, lacking warmth and tinged with jealousy. She likely could not fathom that this mute princess, living in the cold palace, could captivate their father's affection. A bitter resentment brewed within her. Indeed, according to the historical trajectory of the Yu dynasty, the mute princess should have perished long ago. It was she, Princess Chu Luaning, who ought to shine the brightest, living a life of joy and splendor. Chu Luaning, you best conduct yourself properly as a princess of the Yu kingdom. Should you tarnish our kingdom's reputation and bring shame upon our father, you will be finished. Hmm? The emperor paused, the thoughts of his daughter ringing clear in his ears. He turned slightly, casting a glance at Chu Mir, pondering, why do you hold such opinions of your elder sister? How could you presume she would damage our kingdom's reputation? Can you read fortunes? He observed her fluttering eyelashes like butterfly wings, her dark eyes fixated intently on Chu Luanning's face. The 8th princess was virtuous, gentle, and a paragon of propriety. Not only was she well educated, but her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting surpassed those of her sisters. The emperor sensed that Chu Mir's remarks about the 8th princess stemmed from the jealousy and rivalry typical among young girls. Mir, are you happy with your father's embrace? He needed to ensure the 17th princess understood that he, the emperor, had begun to favor her. She must possess the wisdom to recognize her position. One must not despise or reject other princesses. It is unbecoming for a girl to become arrogant due to favoritism. Chapter 44. Stunned by the young princess's behavior upon hearing his voice, Chu Mir straightened her posture, her soft little hand gently caressing his face, her bright, dark eyes blinking playfully. Father, Mir is by your side, so you must uphold your dignity. It is only right that you love me. He chuckled. This little one, though she scolds me, also knows how to endear herself to me. Emperor Yu smiled, taking Chu Mir's small hand and kissing her tender palm, his eyes sparkling with affection. What did Mir learn at school today? Father, Mir was asleep the whole time. Chu Luanning quickened her pace, sidling up to the emperor and looking up at him. Ha ha ha. Emperor Yu laughed heartily. Has the senior scholar's recitations become a lullaby for Mir? Chu Mir's cheeks twitched, her eyes narrowing into a semblance of a smile, unwilling to voice her thoughts, for she could discern that Scholar Morong held a fondness for her. It was enough that he liked her. She had no intention of attending classes. She merely found herself bored within the palace walls. Originally, she had thought that attending lessons with the princesses would allow her to play with them. Additionally, she could venture to the study to find Prince Zhao and the 9th prince to amuse herself. Little did she expect that on her very first day of class, she would be besieged. It seemed that her days ahead would be quite eventful. Father, are you tired? Halfway down the path, Chu Luanning expressed concern for Emperor Yu. Let the 17th sister walk. We mustn't tire father. What a considerate little darling she is. Upon hearing this, a smile crept upon Emperor Yu's lips. Chu Mir glanced at her, turned her small body, and wrapped her tiny arms around Emperor Yu's neck. My dear father is immensely strong. You underestimate him. Humph. I am small, so I want father to carry me. I love father. With just those two statements, she overshadowed Chu Luanning. Not only was Emperor Yu unbothered by carrying her, but his heart brimmed with joy. If father is not tired, it is better for Mir to be held. Hearing Emperor Yu's words, a flicker of jealousy crossed Chu Luanning's face as she turned her head, casting a subtle glare at Chu Mir. In the Yangxin Hall, the Western Imperial Tea Kitchen was prepared for lunch. The meal was lavish, featuring 12 more dishes than breakfast, filling an entire table, dazzling to behold. Emperor Yu, filled with paternal affection, entered while holding the hands of both princesses, instructing the remaining palace attendants to seat the princesses. Having dined with the emperor, both princesses instinctively moved towards their previous seats. This is mine. Chu Luanning swiftly positioned herself at the lower right seat of Emperor Yu, which was precisely where Chu Mir had sat before. Chu Mir paused, noticing that Emperor Yu, already seated, remained silent. Eunuch Zhao smiled gently, gesturing toward the lower left seat beside the emperor. Please, little princess, take your seat over there. Chu Mir tilted her head, blinked, and then obediently made her way over. She did not request Eunuch Zhao to assist her onto the chair, but instead pushed it herself. Creak, creak. The sound of the wooden chair legs scraping against the floor echoed loudly in the tranquil space. Everyone stared in astonishment. What was she about to do? Emperor Yu gazed intently as the little one pushed a chair beside him, deftly climbing onto it with hands and feet, kneeling with her knees down, and turning her head to flash a smile at him. Her smile revealed 2 delightful dimples, and her eyes sparkled, making her exceedingly charming. Although the emperor initially intended to admonish her for breaching palace decorum, he found himself utterly melted by her radiant expression. Princess Chu Luaning watched with a stiffened countenance. How audacious was this mute little sister, daring to sit alongside their father, the emperor? What right did she possess? Yet, observing her father, she noted that not only did he refrain from scolding her, but he also joined in her laughter. "Come, Meow, what would you like to eat today?" At that moment, Emperor Yu's attention was solely fixed on the 17th princess. Chu Luanning's eyes reddened with indignation, her desire to weep mounting, as she nearly bent the small golden spoon clutched tightly in her hand. Chu Miao's large, glistening eyes flitted over the exquisite dishes laid out before them, and she sighed inwardly. So many delicacies, even more than last time. Those in power indulge in such luxury, while the common folk outside the palace struggle to fill their bellies, enduring hunger and hardship. As the ruler of a nation, all citizens are your subjects, dear father. You ought to ensure that they are well-fed and clad warmly, so that you may enjoy these sumptuous meals without worry. Currently, the great Yu is not prosperous. There are countless victims of disaster. How can you feast daily in such a manner? Having expressed her grievances, Chu Miao sadly set down her spoon. Her head bowed in silent tribute to those who perished in the recent snow calamity. Upon hearing her heartfelt thoughts, Emperor Yu's handsome visage gradually darkened with displeasure. "Little one, I summoned you to dine, not to criticize my provisions." His realm, he believed, was well governed. Where was the lack of prosperity? Where did all these disaster-stricken people come from? He narrowed his piercing gaze, his expression turning grave. "Meow, are you disparaging the delectable dishes laid before you?" Chapter 45. The little princess drives away the emperor. Chu Miao pursed her lips and remained unresponsive. Chu Luaning sensed the shift in atmosphere. Her father seemed quite irate. Hence, she rose cheerfully and began to flatter him at the opportune moment. "Thank you, father, for bestowing upon me such delightful fare. I am truly pleased." Emperor Yu's gaze lingered on her lovely face. "Indeed, Luaning, you are thoughtful and obedient. Eat up. After the meal, there will be rewards." "Thank you, father." Chu Luaning replied joyfully, performing a respectful bow before picking up her jade chopsticks to indulge in the feast. Chu Miao bit her lip, her stomach rumbling in protest. Watching others eat only intensified her own hunger. "Meow, would you care to eat?" Emperor Yu inquired once more. He exhibited remarkable patience with this little daughter. Nearby, Eunuch Zhao felt a surge of anxiety for the young Meow. If she did not eat soon, the emperor's temper might flare. Having served the emperor for many years, he understood Yu's unpredictable nature, often prone to fits of rage. Had it not been for the presence of the mute princess, the palace would not have enjoyed such prolonged tranquility. Chu Miao seemed to realize that provoking the tyrant at this moment would yield no benefit for her, and now was not the time for her to declare a fast. She must devise a means to dissuade the tyrant from his lavish indulgences, to consider the common people, and to hold them dear in his heart. This would be the wisest course of action. Otherwise, how can he accumulate merits? Thus, Chu Miao raised her head, her bright gaze scanning the dishes on the table, as well as the fruits and pastries. She reached out, pointing at a plate of pastries, and then at the fruits. The attending eunuch comprehended her intention and promptly brought the two items before her. Emperor Yu's deep-set eyes flickered, and with a furrowed brow, he remarked in a somber tone, "Is this all Mia will eat?" She nodded in affirmation. "Do you not adore chicken legs?" Chu Mia shook her head. "From this day forth, I shall refrain from consuming meat. Until the day when the great Yu nation thrives and its people can enjoy meat, I shall eat sparingly. If my father does not consider the welfare of the people, how can they support him? For the sake of my father's ascension to the celestial realm in a century, I shall endure a little hardship. This is also a form of filial piety." As Emperor Yu was about to pick up a chicken leg, her words caused him to tremble, resulting in the chicken leg tumbling onto the table. "Your Majesty!" Eunuch Zhao gasped in surprise. The attending eunuch hastily knelt, pleading for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, I have failed in my service." "Begone!" Emperor Yu, in a fit of anger, swept his hand dismissively and stood abruptly, his face darkening. "I shall not eat. Let it all be given to the common folk in the streets." Ah! Eunuch Zhao stood in shock. This emperor had previously only bestowed meals upon ministers or the concubines within the palace. He had never offered them to the common people. This would surely become a remarkable tale. Chu Luaning stared in astonishment as her father exited the dining room. Meanwhile, Chu Mia merely cast a fleeting glance and then lowered her head to continue savoring the coarse pastries, each bite appearing thoroughly delightful. With a sudden clap, Chu Luaning seized her jade chopsticks and struck the table, glaring at Chu Mia as she whispered furiously, "Chu Mia, do you not know your transgressions?" Chu Mia blinked innocently, gazing at her in confusion. "What transgressions?" Fuming, Chu Luaning approached her and whispered harshly, "You insolent wretch, you have angered father. His invitation to dine with him is already a tremendous favor, yet you dare to sit beside him." Upon hearing this, Chu Mia plucked a grape from the table and, after chewing it slowly, glanced back at her. "Deaf mute, do you still not comprehend your sins?" With exaggerated eyelashes fluttering, Chu Mia feigned ignorance, delicately picking up another grape. Being petite, she had to kneel on her chair to eat, and as she faced Chu Luaning, their eyes met. Chu Luaning assumed she was about to eat another grape, but to her surprise, Chu Mia raised her little hand and, with a resounding smack, struck the grape against Chu Luaning's forehead. "What a nuisance! I see you are the one in peril." "You?" Chu Luaning was taken aback. This mute was far too audacious. Chapter 46. The little princess faces punishment furious. She raised her hand, prepared to slap Chu Mia, when suddenly, Eunuch Zhao's voice echoed from outside. "Has the 17th princess had her fill? If so, please kneel outside the hall." Chu Mia was taken aback. Had she misheard? Upon hearing this, Chu Luaning was so delighted that she nearly leapt into the air, laughing heartily. The unruly little wretch had finally received her comeuppance. After a moment of stunned silence, Chu Mia recalled her two little companions. Swiftly snatching 2 pieces of pastry from the plate and a handful of grapes to tuck into her sleeve. "Little princess, we must depart quickly," urged Grand Eunuch Zhao. How could this little rascal still be taking food after being punished? Just then, he noticed Mia leaning over the table, her small hands stretching out to seize 2 chicken legs. "Mia, you are being quite rude." Chu Luaning could no longer restrain herself. "You behave like a little mute, lacking any semblance of a princess's grace. Are the palace rules mere scraps of paper to you?" Unfazed, Chu Mia kicked her legs, sliding off the chair, and hurried outside the kitchen, meticulously distributing all the food to Yue Ying and Little Duan. Grand Eunuch Zhao felt a twinge of emotion. The 17th princess was indeed a kind-hearted girl. How could the emperor bear to punish her? She was innocent and unpretentious, devoid of any malice. However, Chu Luaning's eyes blazed with fury. To her, maids and eunuchs were lowly servants, unworthy of feasting on the emperor's delicacies. As she watched Grand Eunuch Zhao lead Chu Mia out of the hall and make her kneel on the cold ground, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh, reveling in her own satisfaction. But who was she? Before their father, she was the exemplary older sister to all her siblings, a paragon of virtue and grace among princesses. With a clever thought, as Grand Eunuch Zhao turned to re-enter the hall, she hurriedly approached him, clutching his sleeve. "Grand Eunuch Zhao," she implored, blinking her eyes and allowing tears to glisten at the corners. "I wish to see father and plead for my sister's forgiveness." Grand Eunuch Zhao sighed softly. "Your Highness, the emperor has merely commanded the 17th princess to kneel for an hour to temper her rebellious spirit. It is not a grave matter. Earlier, he had discreetly placed a cushion beneath the little princess's knees to spare her discomfort. No, she is far too young. She doesn't comprehend etiquette or palace rules, which is why she has acted so disrespectfully before father." Her voice rang out clearly, not only catching the attention of Emperor Yuwudi seated at the dragon table, but also reaching Chu Mia outside. Mia pouted, making a face at a guard standing at the foot of the steps. The guard smiled in amusement. The little princess was truly delightful. "Father." Inside the hall, upon seeing Emperor Yuwudi, Chu Luaning promptly knelt and implored for her father's forgiveness on behalf of her little sister, claiming that Mia had grown up in the cold palace without proper guidance, a circumstance that could be excused. Yuwudi scoffed inwardly. She doesn't understand? I believe she comprehends more than all of you. However, her understanding is directed not towards me, but towards the state and its people. Father. Chu Luaning raised her head, feigning a deep sisterly affection, tears streaming down her face, beseeching him to pardon her sister. Emperor Yu Wudi descended the steps, gently lifting her up and lovingly addressing her. You are my good princess. Henceforth, you must set a fine example for your sisters. As a princess, diligence in study, understanding of propriety, and upholding feminine virtues are paramount. Why should a girl concern herself with state affairs and the welfare of the people? Such matters are the realm of men. The child dutifully heeds the emperor's teachings. After paying her respects and receiving the emperor's reward, Chu Luaning exited the Yangxin Palace. Stepping outside, she felt a surge of triumph, a smirk gracing her lips as she approached her sister, Chumir. Sister, she said, crouching down to reveal a jade bracelet bestowed upon her by the emperor. Look, this exquisite emerald bangle was gifted to me by father, said to be a tribute from the southern kingdom. Isn't it beautiful? Chumir pouted, rolling her eyes in response. Do not be so pleased with yourself. One day, I shall transport all the treasures from the tyrant's Dongwan pavilion to my own chamber. Seated within the palace, Emperor Yu Wudi faintly caught his younger daughter's sentiments, furrowing his brow as he silently chuckled. Such bravado for a little one. How can you oppose me in such a manner? Even a mere meal you dare to criticize, yet you expect a plethora of treasures to be bestowed upon you? As silence enveloped the surroundings, he cast aside his worries and resumed reading official documents with his brush. Before long, Eunuch Zhao approached and gently remarked, Your Majesty. The meals have been distributed. With a casual acknowledgement, Yu Wudi seemed to have forgotten the little princess kneeling outside. Your Majesty, the wind has picked up outside. Zhao reminded him. Another murmured response followed as the emperor remained engrossed in his writing. Zhao sighed inwardly, pondering if the emperor truly intended for the young princess to kneel outside for an entire hour. Chapter 47. The Little Princess and the Birds Indeed. The sky had grown windy, the breeze lifting the garments of the two guards stationed before the palace, the flag of the Yu kingdom flapping vigorously against the railing. Sitting on a cushion, Chu Mie was playing with little Duong and Yu Ying when she abruptly looked up at the suddenly dim sky, murmuring to herself, Heavenly Emperor, are you mocking me? Master, are you also laughing at me? She continued, I have been punished to kneel by the tyrant, though I am unsure why. I have come to realize that his mind is not quite right, his temperament unpredictable. He has surely endured trials that have unsettled his wits. Do not be angry. I will find a way to remedy him. Within the palace, Emperor Yu Wudi paused, his pen falling from his hand. Who was creating such a ruckus outside? His eyes widened in disbelief. Well, my mind is indeed in disarray, he thought, having forgotten the little princess while engrossed in official matters. Eunuch Zhao hurriedly reported, Your Majesty, the 17th princess is kneeling outside as punishment. 17th? Yu Wudi's deep gaze widened. How curious. He sprang up from the dragon throne, towering and majestic, glaring at Zhao with indignation. Fool! How dare she remain kneeling for so long? Hurry and bring her to me. Zhao's face turned pale. He considered kneeling, but decided it best to fetch the little princess first. In his flurry, however, he stumbled, his feet entangled, and fell to the ground with a thud. Useless. The tyrant's expression darkened as he descended from the throne, delivering a kick to Zhao's rear before striding purposefully toward the entrance. As he walked, he recalled the reason behind his decision to have the 17th princess kneel outside. Yes, her behavior had warranted it. She lacked decorum and failed to exhibit filial piety. No matter how well he treated her, she still dared to label him a tyrant. To spare her from punishment would only exacerbate his own vexation. She had been kneeling for over an hour now. Surely she must realize her mistake. Perhaps she would humbly collapse on the ground, pleading for mercy for me. As he contemplated the so-called lucky princess, he imagined her gazing at him with pitiful eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, and felt a pang of compassion. He hastened a few steps forward, one foot crossing the threshold of the hall. Your Highness, be careful as you run. Do not fall. On the steps. The young attendant Da Wang waved his hands anxiously, calling out. The kneeling Yuing also stretched her neck to observe the little princess scampering across the flat ground between the steps. The little princess, draped in a white mink coat, her hair styled in an adorable princess fashion, wore a radiant smile as she waved one small hand at the birds soaring above. Indeed, amidst the biting cold, a flock of colorful birds had inexplicably flown into the royal palace of the Yu Kingdom. There were over 30 of them, chirping and flitting about, circling around Princess Chu Mir, who was the center of attention outside the Yangshin Hall, their joyful cacophony creating a remarkable scene. The Emperor of Yu stared in astonishment, his eyes wide open. What is happening? Where did all these birds come from? The little princess burst into delightful laughter. The Emperor's gaze shifted to her head, where he was astonished to see a parrot with a red crown and green feathers slowly descending from the sky, landing gently atop her head. Following closely was a jade-hued bird, which alighted delicately on Princess Chumir's outstretched hand. Young De Wong clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "The princess has caught a bird! The princess has caught a bird!" The imperial guards standing on the steps widened their eyes, staring at Chu Mir in a mix of surprise and wonder, their faces alight with joy. Not far away, Empress Jiang and a group of concubines stood in astonishment. No one dared utter a sound. They all lifted their heads, captivated by the beautiful birds dancing in the air. "Your Majesty!" Suddenly, Yuing cried out in alarm, noticing the imposing emperor standing right beside her. Terrified, she trembled and immediately prostrated herself on the ground. Young De Wong, hearing the commotion, turned around, his face paling, and he too fell to his knees, trembling in fear, convinced that they were doomed. "Your Majesty, spare us! Your Majesty, spare us! It was my fault! It was my fault!" The princess, her knees hurt from kneeling, and she wanted to run. No, it was the birds that beckoned her to run. Young De Wong stammered in fear. Having entered the palace at the tender age of 6, he had always been by the side of Grand Eunuch Zhao, learning the ropes and absorbing his master-esque style of conduct. He had learned to gauge his master's mood and to kneel immediately in the face of error. However, he was acutely aware of the emperor's volatile temperament. Anyone who failed to please him or incurred his wrath faced dire consequences. Now, instead of kneeling and awaiting the emperor's reprieve for the princess's punishment, he had been leaping about, cheering her on. What chance did he have of survival? He felt an icy chill creeping around his neck, and his bladder was threatening to burst. Fortunately, his princess turned her gaze toward him. Chapter 48. The little princess and the emperor's anger. The little princess's bright eyes flickered as she noticed her 2 small attendants kneeling on the ground and saw the emperor's stern expression. Suddenly, she sensed that the situation was not favorable. She glanced at the little kingfisher in her hand and then looked up, unable to spot the one above her head. After a moment's contemplation, she blew gently towards the bird. "Go on, return to your home. The tyrant is angry, and perhaps he will not permit me to keep you." The kingfisher seemed to comprehend her unspoken words, flapped its wings twice, turned around, and truly flew away. Chu Mir let out a sigh, grasped the hem of her dress, and ascended the steps, muttering discontentedly, "Kneel, kneel, kneel. You said I need not kneel, yet still demand that I do. What kind of golden words are those? If I were to kneel until I am crippled, unable to walk, I wonder what reputation you would garner. In that case, let the people of the Yu Kingdom scold you as a cruel emperor, a wicked father." Hearing her thoughts, Emperor Yu Wu's face twitched as he gazed at the green-feathered parrot resting above her head. "When did I ever decree that you could not keep birds? When did I say I wish for you to be crippled? Could you not utter some sweet words to cheer me? Must you not strive to be a dutiful daughter?" Chu Mir paused beside little Duong, observing him tremble violently. How pitiable it was that he had come to such a state. Thus, she bent down to assist him. Upon seeing her, little Duong frantically shook his head, stammering, "Miss, I have sinned. I dare not rise." "What sin do you speak of?" "It was I who insisted on descending to catch birds," she replied, casting a glance at her father before adding, "You have become a tyrannical old man in your role as emperor. I could do without you as my father." Emperor Yu Wu felt a jolt in his mind. "Are you truly casting disdain upon me? Without this emperor as your father, could you thrive within the palace?" How ungrateful she was. Chu Mir continued to ascend the steps, quickening her pace. The scene was both endearing and comical, for that obstinate red-crowned parrot seemed to have taken root upon her head, steadfast regardless of whether she looked down or up. Its resplendent plumage resembled a grand, colorful crown atop the little princess's head, quite marvelous indeed. Those outside the Yangxin Palace were left in a stupor at the sight before them. Emperor Yu Wu was equally perplexed, pondering whether it was due to the princess or his own status as emperor that attracted such a beautiful parrot. Chu Mi'er appeared oblivious to the parrot perched above her. She approached the cotton mat and discovered that Emperor Yu Wu's robe obscured half of it, so she raised her small hand and gave it a gentle flick. Not understanding her intent, he stepped aside. Lowering his gaze, he saw his daughter carefully kneeling down, exhaling a long sigh. What merit is there in being the daughter of an emperor? Must I also kneel? Muttering to herself, she gazed up at the birds gradually departing into the sky, her eyes sparkling with envy. How I long to soar freely through the heavens, unburdened by the foolishness of my father. However, he is my biological father. I cannot bear to witness his demise, for at that moment, I will be left without a father. Father, do you understand the heart of your child? Upon hearing this, Emperor Yu felt a sudden pang in his heart, only to be warmed moments later. Despite his daughter chiding him for his foolishness, she still firmly remembered that he was her true father. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Yu raised his hand and playfully flicked the head of the phoenix-headed parrot perched above her. Caw! The parrot turned its head and squawked, seemingly expressing its discontent with him. Emperor Yu's deep gaze widened in surprise. Oh, even a mere bird dares to look down upon me? Just as he was about to command the head guard to seize and slay it, Chu Mi'er unexpectedly turned around, her bright eyes emanating a cold gleam. Tyrant, do not harm my bird. Emperor Yu was momentarily taken aback. What was happening here? This little creature, when angered, possessed an unusual air of authority, quite rare. He placed his hands behind his back, adopting a posture of paternal dignity, and spoke in a grave tone. Mir, do you not recognize your wrongdoing? Ju miao pao det de fian di. Thinking to herself, why ask me? I am mute. I cannot converse with you. Her father shook his head in helplessness, unbothered by her defiance. Mi'er, why does this parrot choose to remain on your head? Chu Mi'er blinked her sparkling eyes and raised her hand, causing the parrot to alight onto her small palm, leaving the onlookers astonished. It likes me. It wishes to be my friend. In truth, Chu Mi'er suspected that this bird could sense the spiritual energy emanating from her. Indeed, the fierce winds had gradually subsided, and the birds had descended from the skies, carried by the gales. At that moment, Empress Jiang led a group of concubines towards them, among whom was the tearful and red-eyed Xianfei. Your Majesty, Empress Jiang and the concubines knelt, pleading for the emperor to spare the 17th princess, who was still young and had just recovered from illness, unable to withstand the chill. Xianfei, her voice trembling with emotion, implored, Your Majesty, please show mercy and forgive Mi'er's disrespect. After uttering these words, she bowed her head repeatedly, 3 times, until blood appeared on her forehead. Chu Mi'er felt a pang of distress in her heart, lifted her hand, and released the parrot, attempting to rise. However, the moment her small hands touched the ground, her petite body was swept into the warm embrace of Emperor Yu, who held her tightly with his strong arms. Chu Mi'er widened her eyes in confusion, gazing at him. What do you intend to do? Please do not drop me. I am your lucky star. Here we go again. Emperor Yu found himself both exasperated and amused. Yet he had to restrain himself. With a stern expression, he addressed the group of concubines below. You may rise. I am merely administering a minor punishment to Mir. Not as severe as you presume. As you can see, she is quite joyful, having spent her time capturing small birds during her supposed punishment, rather than kneeling. A few concubines chuckled softly. Empress Jiang could not help but smile as well, respectfully bowing, Thank you, Your Majesty, for forgiving me. Word soon spread throughout the palace that today, in the Yangxin Palace kitchen, Chu Mi'er had shared a meal seated alongside the emperor, a most remarkable occurrence. Moreover, what astonished all the royal relatives was that she not only dared to sit alongside the emperor, but also managed to provoke his ire. In a fit of anger, The emperor distributed all the meals to the common folk in the capital. This was an unprecedented spectacle, utterly unheard of. Many believed that the 17th princess was courting death. Being punished to kneel was already considered a mild reprimand. Upon receiving the news, the virtuous consort rushed to Jingren Palace, weeping and pleading with Empress Jiang to devise a way to rescue the young princess. Naturally, Empress Jiang felt a pang of sympathy for the little princess, who had just been brought into her palace. Thus, she, accompanied by the virtuous consort and a group of concubines who feigned concern but truly wished to witness the commotion, proceeded to Yangxin Hall. To their surprise, they found Chu Mir running joyfully on the ground beneath the steps, blissfully unperturbed. As birds flew down from the sky, encircling her, the emperor declared her to rise, prompting the prostrate Yu Ying and Xiao Dawang to stand as well. Emperor Yu Wu entrusted Chu Mir to Empress Jiang for her to memorize the family rules. As you command, Your Majesty. Empress Jiang took the little princess's hand. Just as she was about to lead her away, a parrot swooped down from the sky, landing gracefully on Mir's shoulder. Empress Jiang was momentarily taken aback. The little parrot, undeterred by the presence of others, gently touched Chu Mir's ear with its gray beak, chirping as if to share a secret. Chu Mir smiled, lifting her small hand to stroke the parrot's head. The virtuous consort exclaimed with delight, "Mir, does it wish to accompany you back to Jingren Palace?" Chu Mir nodded and smiled at Empress Jiang, as if seeking her approval. The empress smiled back. "Very well, let's take it back to the palace." In Chonglu Palace, upon hearing the report from Rome Mama, Consort Lan's fury caused her fingers to clench into fists. This was outrageous. That little wretch was utterly disrespectful. Had it not been for her month-long confinement, she would have rushed to Jingren Palace to teach that ignorant, rule-breaking little mute a lesson. "Your Highness, I witnessed with my own eyes that those beautiful birds encircled her in the air, an occurrence unprecedented throughout history. Should I report this to the Empress Dowager?" Consort Lan furrowed her brow, pondering that the Empress Dowager should already be aware of this matter. If she knew, surely the Empress Dowager must be informed. Rome Mama added, "I have also heard whispers outside that in this cold winter, to attract a flock of birds must be the doing of an extraordinary individual." Consort Lan widened her eyes, fixating on her face. "Are you suggesting that little wretch could be a demon?" Rome Mama quickly took a step back, lowering her head. "This is merely what I have heard." "Huh." Consort Lan's expression darkened. "I thought as much. How could a mute possess the charm to win the Emperor's favor? It seems she is indeed no ordinary person. I must eliminate her. Otherwise, with her by the Empress's side, my aspirations to ascend to the Empress's throne would undoubtedly be thwarted." Reflecting on the recent days, she recalled her punishment and confinement, her son Prince Sheng being beaten, and her father, Minister Lan, being fined 500 taels of gold. All seemed inextricably linked to that little mute. "I shall see her perish." Consort Lan gritted her teeth. Madame Rong stepped forward, drawing closer to her, and said, "In a few days, the Emperor will venture out of the palace for a hunt. Your Highness may take action then." The cold smile on Concubine Lan's lips hinted at her sinister intentions. This time, she must be eliminated. "Your Highness, I fear that the Emperor may investigate upon returning to the palace. You must choose someone to bear the responsibility." Before she could finish, a palace maid announced that Li had arrived with the 13th princess to pay their respects. Concubine Lan understood Madame Rong's implication, her brows arching as she mused, "Ah, the one to shoulder this burden has arrived. Please come in." She settled into her seat of authority. Li entered, her hand clasping that of the 13th princess, her expression one of sorrow as she knelt, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you must stand up for this humble servant," tears streaming down her face. She recounted the events of the day in the princess's chambers, where the little mute had been utterly audacious. Jingxiu merely spoke up against her rudeness and was struck by the master of the guards, left to reflect in isolation. "Look," she lamented, grasping her daughter's right hand. "This delicate hand is swollen from the blows." Chu Jingxiu pouted, her sobs timely. Madame Rong widened her eyes, leaning in for a closer look, exclaiming in surprise, "Was it not the Emperor who struck Princess Jingxiu?" Li's lips twitched as she dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief, explaining in a hushed tone, the emperor, upon seeing the little mute's face marred with ink, lost his temper and unleashed his wrath upon Jingxiu. "It is truly unjust, your highness." Concubine Lan elegantly lifted her teacup, savoring a sip before casting a languid gaze upon Li. "Then who was it that daubed ink upon the little mute?" Chu Jingxiu responded honestly. "It was eldest sister who instructed 15th sister to do so." "Preposterous." Concubine Lan slammed her hand upon the table, displeased. "Your elder sister is well versed in propriety. How could she possibly incite such trivial mischief?" Chu Jingxiu trembled in fear, her sobs ceasing abruptly. Li chided her gently, "Do not speak carelessly. Your elder sister is favored by your father, a paragon of virtue and wisdom. She would never instruct Yuru to act thus. Surely, it was Yuru's own disdain for the little mute that prompted such behavior." Only after hearing this did Concubine Lan's expression soften. She set down her teacup and directed Madame Rome to assist the two of them to their feet. With her head bowed, Chu Jingxiu harbored resentment, thinking, clearly, "It was my elder sister's doing. Madam, please bestow this box of pastries upon Princess Jingxiu, and also take these snow pears to her," Concubine Lan commanded, fully aware of the dynamics at play. Recognizing that Chu Jingxiu was younger than her own daughter and dutifully submissive, she concluded that the mischief was undoubtedly instigated by her own child. To silence the young ones, offering them sweets would be the most effective strategy. With treats in hand, Chu Jingxiu felt a sense of relief wash over her. Li, of a lower rank than Concubine Lan, had managed to secure a place in the illustrious Chonglu Palace, benefiting from its fortune due to her knack for flattering Concubine Lan. However, all rewards bestowed upon Chonglu Palace were retained by Concubine Lan, who would only share the leftovers when she felt generous. "This matter has reached my ears. I shall send someone to Jingren Palace tomorrow to seek an explanation for Princess Jingxiu, so that the Empress does not misunderstand." Upon hearing her words, Li Pin immediately rose and bowed, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed concubine. I am willing to dedicate my life to repay your kindness." The blue concubine smiled with satisfaction, responding, "We are all sisters. There is no need for such formality." In Jingren Palace, a cockatoo had been placed in a wooden cage, furnished with water and millet, and was hung in Chu Mianer's boudoir. After taking a couple of sips from the water, the parrot began pecking at the cage door. The attendant, Yu Ying, had no choice but to rush to the study to inform Chu Mier, "Little mistress, the parrot wishes to come out and play." Chu Mier, obediently seated at her writing desk, was engrossed in a book titled Royal Family Regulations given to her by the Empress. However, her thoughts were consumed with how to escape and have some fun when Yu Ying entered. After hearing Yu Ying's message, she waved her small hand, rose, and headed to her chamber. She personally opened the cage door, and the parrot flew to her shoulder, nuzzling her ear and chirping, "Little fairy, I do not wish to be confined in this cage any longer." Chu Mier was taken aback. Was it speaking to her? Although it had been cooing during their journey, it had never directly addressed her before. Chapter 51. A celestial bird seeing her in a daze, the parrot called out again, "Little fairy, do you not recognize me? I am Edo. 500 years ago, I flew into the Hall of Destiny and stole the beans your master used for his wine, after which you caught me and plucked 2 of my feathers. You later kept me in a cage for 2 days, and you named me Mido." Chu Mier suddenly recalled. Her eyes sparkled as she grasped the cockatoo in her hands, joyfully exclaiming, "Mido, is it truly you?" She remembered the Mido from 5 centuries ago, which had not possessed such a grand red crown nor such vibrant green feathers. "Indeed, I have grown." Chu Mier grinned widely, filled with delight. "Did my master, the great Destiny, send you to find me? Is it him?" She found it peculiar that so many birds had flown into the palace today, each one as beautiful as the one she had once tended in the heavenly realm. "I visited the Hall of Destiny today to seek you. Your master informed me that you have descended to the mortal realm to undergo trials. So I summoned some companions to come and see you, then quickly transform into a human." Mido tilted its head to regard her, looking around curiously, and then chirped, "You have become foolish. This is the mortal realm. If I were to take human form, I would violate celestial laws, and all my 5,000 years of cultivation would be in vain. I would never become a deity. Chumia gently stroked its head, her lips moving as she inquired, "Can you stay with me in the Yu Kingdom? I am currently mute, and you alone can hear my thoughts and communicate with me in bird language." The parrot shook its head, chirping twice, seemingly quite proud. "Are you pleading with me? What about my two-tail feathers? Once I ascend to the heavenly realm, I shall return them to you. Then I shall consider it." The parrot flapped its wings, signaling Chu Mia to release it. Yuing, who had been silently observing Chu Mia, was taken aback. From the little princess's expressions, it appeared as though she were conversing with the parrot. However, all Yuing could see was the movement of Chu Mia's lips, without hearing a single sound escape her. Occasionally, she emitted a series of soft sounds, akin to and ah. Meanwhile, the parrot perched in her hand would intermittently chirp and chatter. It was rather peculiar. Was the little princess engaging in a conversation with the parrot in a language of birds? "What did you say?" Upon hearing Yu Ying's report, Empress Jiang nearly dropped her teacup in astonishment. "You witnessed the little princess conversing with the parrot?" Yu Ying knelt and replied, "Indeed, your majesty. I would not dare to deceive you." Standing beside the empress, Granny Yin shook her head in disbelief. "In my humble opinion, the little princess cannot comprehend the language of birds. She is merely playing with it." Empress Jiang nodded thoughtfully. "That seems plausible. The 17th princess is mute, unable to utter even a simple call to her father or mother. How could she possibly communicate with a parrot?" "Yuing, since the little princess enjoys conversing with the parrot, you shall attend to her without making a fuss or disturbing her playtime." "Yes, your majesty." After a while, the virtuous consort arrived with a palace maid, bearing a bowl of red date and lotus seed porridge for the little princess to warm her body and dispel the chill. Empress Jiang lifted the food container presented by the virtuous consort and exchanged a glance with Granny Yin. Granny Yin then fetched a small bowl and, using a silver spoon, served some to Empress Jiang. The virtuous consort was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. Witnessing the empress taste 2 spoonfuls filled her heart with a wave of emotion. The empress's affection for Miao left her feeling inadequate. "Do not take it to heart, virtuous consort. Since Miao is under my care, I shall be responsible for her safety and well-being. Regardless of who it is, any food brought into Jingren Palace will be tasted by me personally." Upon hearing this, the virtuous consort was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears welling in her eyes as she knelt before the empress. "Thank you, your majesty, for your care and affection towards Miao. I'm truly humbled. Enough, I shall take you to see Miao." The virtuous consort rose, accepting the food container from Granny Yin, and proceeded towards Chu Miao's chamber. Suddenly, a phoenix-headed parrot flew out from a carved window, soaring over their heads and flapping its wings as it vanished beyond the high walls. "The parrot has left?" the virtuous consort murmured. Following this, the group entered Chu Miao's boudoir alongside the empress. Chapter 52. The little princess moved her. Chu Miao stood by the windowsill, her gaze fixed upon the sky, seemingly oblivious to Yu Ying's announcement of the empress's arrival. "Miao Empress Jiang gently called. Chu Miao slowly turned her head, her eyes clear yet devoid of joy. "Miao the parrot has departed. Are you feeling sorrowful?" Chu Miao nodded slightly, her lips quivering. Mido mentioned that after some consideration, it decided it was best to return to Xiantian Mountain to continue its training. The virtuous consort hurried over, setting down the food container and tenderly taking Chu Miao's small hand, warming it gently in her own. "If it has left, then let it be. If you wish for another, I shall send someone to procure one from outside the palace." As she spoke, she enveloped her daughter's tiny hand in hers, breathing warmth upon it. Indeed, little Miao's hand was somewhat cold, and without a cloak, the virtuous consort feared she might catch a chill. Empress Jiang, being astute, was accustomed to reading the nuances of expression. With a swift glance around, it became evident to her that no charcoal fire was lit in Chu Miao's chamber. Her expression darkened. "Yuing, why is there no charcoal fire in the princess's room? One might mistakenly believe that Her Majesty the Queen has neglected the 17th princess." Replying to your highness, "The young mistress has forbidden me from lighting the fire," Yuing confessed, her eyes darting awkwardly towards Chu Mia. In response, Chumer extricated herself from the embrace of the virtuous consort and gestured towards Empress Jiang, indicating, "I am not cold. I wish to conserve the charcoal. If it happens to be chilly during the day, I can simply step outside to frolic. There are many commoners enduring the cold. We should not allow them to surrender all their charcoal to the palace. Let's leave some for them to endure the winter. The nation requires its citizens. Without them, the state shall falter." As she gestured, she spoke without uttering a sound. Yet, by attentively observing her lip movements in conjunction with her gestures, one could easily grasp her meaning. Those with a modicum of intelligence understood her perfectly. "Mir, my dear Mir," the virtuous consort exclaimed, enveloping her in a heartfelt embrace, tears of emotion falling freely. She noted that her daughter's sign language had improved remarkably. Empress Jiang regarded Chu Mia with immense admiration. This little princess truly possessed a compassionate heart. Yet, how could one so young comprehend the weight of national affairs and these profound principles? In comparison to the rise and fall of the nation, how trivial did a mere family rule appear to her. "Mia, your mother has prepared a warming soup for you. You should consume it. Afterward, could you perhaps recite a family rule for me?" she asked gently, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Chumier nodded confidently. However, the virtuous consort felt a pang of anxiety. "Your Majesty, while I have taught Mia to write, it has only been a few simple characters. I fear she may struggle to recite the family rule. I hope your Majesty can forgive her if she falters." The Empress smiled knowingly, recalling how Mia had once inscribed a line for the Emperor in your palace, which had since become a remarkable piece of calligraphy within the palace. Later, Mia astounded the scholars in the study room with her skills. Virtuous consort, given that Mia has accomplished so much, what characters could possibly confound her? She surmised that Chu Mia possessed an extraordinary photographic memory. Although she had not written many characters, the forms and strokes were etched in her mind, allowing her to replicate them effortlessly. The virtuous consort cast a concerned glance at her daughter. Despite her curiosity about how Mia had mastered so many characters and managed to outplay Chu Hongxing at chess, she understood that voicing her doubts could undermine her own contributions to Mia's upbringing in the cold palace. Those envious of talent might harbor ill feelings toward her daughter's gifts. Thus, she resolved to remain discreet, allowing others to believe that her teachings were exemplary. With this in mind, the virtuous consort affectionately ruffled Chu Mia's hair and gently advised, "Mia, be obedient and heed your aunt's words. Read more. If there are characters you cannot write, examine them closely in practice. Should you truly find it impossible, your aunt would never lay blame upon you." Chu Mia understood her mother's intentions. She delicately grasped the sash at her waist and nodded obediently. The Empress smiled, remarking that in just half a day's time, Mia only needed to pen a single line, and when your father arrives, the Empress Dowager will assist Mia in requesting a reward. The task assigned by the Emperor must be fulfilled by Empress Jiang. If not completed satisfactorily, a mere semblance would suffice. Moreover, at the tender age of 3, the princess's ability to write would mark her as the first exceptionally astute princess in the history of Dayue Kingdom. In the evening, after attending to state affairs, Emperor Yu hurriedly made his way to Jingren Palace. Mia, as he stepped into the palace, his booming voice resonated, a smile gracing his handsome visage. Behind him, eunuch Zhao bowed slightly, stepping lightly and cheerfully carrying a golden birdcage, his round face adorned with squinting eyes. Empress Jiang emerged with attendants to greet the emperor, exclaiming, "Long live your majesty." "Enough, enough." The emperor waved his hand, his profound gaze sweeping the hall. "Where's Mia?" Empress Jiang replied with a smile. "Mia is diligently studying in the study at this moment." "Oh," Emperor Yu chuckled, "a child worthy of teaching." He indicated to Empress Jiang to dismiss the crowd, suggesting they quietly visit the little princess's study together. Outside the study, only Xiao Duong stood guard. As he saw the emperor approach, he opened his mouth to report, but was silenced by a mere gesture and a sharp glance from Emperor Yu. Fortunately, he noticed a smile on Empress Jiang's face, reassuring him that the emperor would not reprimand the little princess. His heart settled. Gently pushing the door open, Emperor Yu stepped inside and immediately spotted his little princess. Her delicate hands grasping a half-broken brush, diligently scribbling on the paper. The desk was cluttered with several books, including a thick volume titled Royal Family Regulations. On the floor lay scattered sheets of paper, bearing her practice characters. It was evident she was putting in the effort. Yue, who was grinding ink at the desk, noticed the emperor and empress, immediately kneeling in respect. Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Mia slowly raised her head, her large, dark eyes blinking. In the flickering candlelight, Emperor Yu clearly saw a glistening thread dangling from her nostril. Mia, your nose. Before the emperor could finish, Empress Jiang swiftly approached, using a handkerchief to wipe away the clear mucus from Chu Mia's nose. Mia, are you feeling cold? Although it hasn't snowed these past few days, the temperature is even lower than during snowfall. Why is there no charcoal fire? Emperor Yu finally realized that a cold draft was swirling in his daughter's chamber, significantly chillier than his own study. Chu Mia set down her brush, tugged at her brocade coat adorned with floral patterns, and adjusted her fox fur hat, adorably signing to Emperor Yu, I am not cold. The Empress has provided me with new clothes and a hat, keeping me warm. Her little mouth moved animatedly, her expressions endearing beyond measure. Emperor Yu was utterly delighted. He scooped her up in his arms, pressing his cheek against hers. Not too bad. Your cheeks are not too cold, but your little hands are quite chilly. Eunuch Zhao, convey my decree. Have the Department of Internal Affairs send a bag of precious charcoal immediately. Zhao Gonggong set down the birdcage and stepped outside. Emperor Yu turned to the Empress and said, Meower is frail. Be sure she does not catch a chill. Wherever Meower may be, coal fires must be kept burning. Yes, I shall remember, she replied, instructing Yue to fetch Chu Miao's gloves. Donning the fur gloves, Chu Miao raised them toward Emperor Yu, her small lips pouting as if to say, I'm saving you charcoal, yet you confiscate the charcoal the common people need to survive the winter. Emperor Yu furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes at her face, feeling a surge of annoyance. Oh, little one, you dare to criticize me again? I show you kindness, and yet you remain ungrateful. I have not heard you praise your father as you did days ago. Hearing Chu Miao's thoughts, Empress Jiang hastily diverted the conversation to distract her. Oh, this birdcage is lovely. Your Majesty, does it not resemble the one Lord Yang gifted you 2 years prior? Previously, in the Dongwan Pavilion, Emperor Yu had kept a talking macaw, but one day the cage door was left ajar, and the macaw flew away, never to return. Indeed, it is the same cage, though I had it adorned with pearls today, he explained. Taking the cage from the Empress, he shook it playfully before Chu Miao, smiling as he asked, Miao, your father has gifted you this birdcage. Do you like it? Chu Miao's bright, clear eyes sparkled as she clapped her tiny hands in approval. The cage, intricately woven from golden copper wire, was indeed splendid, with each crisscross adorned with lustrous pearls, which must be worth a fortune. Moreover, this exquisite golden birdcage, unique to the state of Yu, had been used by the emperor himself. It is beautiful, but Mido does not like being confined in a cage. Nevertheless, I must accept it. It is worth so much. If one day my father runs out of money, I could sell it, she mused. Coughing, Emperor Yu nearly choked on his tea, incredulous at the child's thoughts. How could she believe he would ever be reduced to the point of needing her to sell a birdcage for his sustenance? Underestimate your father, will you? Your Majesty, please have some water, the Empress urged, taking the tea prepared by Yu Ying and encouraging him to sit and sip to soothe his throat. Chapter 54. A maid's uneased Chu Miao resumed her place at the writing desk, removing her gloves and picking up the brush to continue painting the bird. After sipping his tea, Emperor Yu glanced around curiously. Where has that parrot gone? Yu Ying respectfully replied, Your Majesty, it has flown away. Flown away? Then my birdcage was given for naught, he exclaimed, realizing why the little one had thought to sell it. What was this Mido she mentioned? As the coal fire crackled to life, the bird beneath Chu Miao's brush began to take shape. It was a cockatoo, the very bird that had perched atop her head during the day, and Emperor Yu recognized it. Though a child's handiwork, somewhat rough and lacking color, the overall form was still quite recognizable. Meower, what is the name of this parrot? Where has it gone? He inquired. Chuck's ear fluttered her long eyelashes twice, then picked up a brush and dipped it in ink, writing a few characters on the paper. It is called Middu, and it has flown away. Oh, since Middu has taken flight, it is of no concern. In a few days, Father Emperor will send someone to procure a few more from outside the palace. After speaking, Emperor Uwudi examined the paper with earnest attention and smiled with satisfaction, noting the improvement in Miura's writing. It appeared that the child was indeed quite diligent. Your Majesty, this is a family rule written by Miura, the Empress said, handing him a sheet of paper. Uwudi glanced at it, feeling quite pleased. He set it down and smiled as he picked up a broken brush, slightly surprised. Miura, what happened to this brush? Seeing this, Ewing quickly assisted the young princess in her explanation. Your Majesty, the young princess instructed Xiao Duong to cut it with a sword. Her hands are small, and a long brush is too heavy for her. Haha, indeed, Miura is quite clever. Knowing to use a shorter brush, the Empress began but paused, her gaze shifting as she realized that the blue and white butterfly-patterned brush bestowed upon her by Emperor Uwudi was now missing, having been placed in the brush holder. Raising her head, her eyes locked onto the broken brush. Goodness, the brush that the young princess had someone cut was precisely the one gifted by the Emperor. Noticing the slight change in her expression, filled with surprise and concern, Chuckseer leisurely retrieved a golden melon seed from her sleeve and gently pressed it into her hand. I apologize, Mother, for damaging your brush. Please do not be upset. Take this golden seed as compensation for Mia. The golden seeds were a gift from Emperor Uwudi, and there were only 10 in total. Now, only 4 remained in her sleeve since she had previously donated 5 during a relief effort in the palace. Empress, since Mia finds it easier to use a shorter brush, let the brush be broken if it pleases her. That is what matters, Emperor Uwudi remarked, aware that his daughter was a generous soul who cherished her possessions. Her willingness to part with a golden seed for a brush signified her genuine affection for it. In reality, Chuckseer had merely thought it more convenient to carry the shorter brush in her sleeve. Seeing the Emperor's lack of anger, the Empress promptly returned the golden seed to Lin Mier, smiling as she said, Indeed, as long as Mia is happy, I bear no grudge for the broken brush. The golden seed should remain with you. Chuckseer accepted graciously, tucking the golden seed into her sleeve before sliding down from her chair and bowing to the Emperor and Empress in gratitude. It is getting late, Empress. Let Mia retire early. Tomorrow, I shall take her to court. The Emperor's words subtly indicated that he would be resting at Jingren Palace that night. The Empress felt a surge of joy and instructed Yin Mama and Yuing to attend to Princess Mia's bedtime needs. Just as Chuckseer settled onto her bed, she suddenly heard a couple of soft taps at the window, followed by Middu's voice. Little fairy, I have returned. Chuckseer's eyes brightened, and she promptly had Yuing open the window, allowing Middu to fly in. The little creature entered exuding a refreshing coolness, circling the charcoal brazier twice before landing on the headboard. Chuckseer smiled at it, pouting slightly. Did you not return to Zuantianshan for cultivation? Why are you back? Middu shook its tiny body, softening. I was worried you might feel lonely. In truth, Middu was a clever spiritual beast. It is aware that the little fairy is the daughter of the Fire Phoenix King. If it accompanies the little fairy in the mortal realm, it can assist her, which will undoubtedly bring it future benefits. Should it neglect the little fairy, and if the Phoenix King were to find out, ascending to the heavens to become an immortal would be a challenging endeavor. Chumia smiled, saying, You are truly kind. I shall never pluck your feathers again. Standing by the bedside, Ewing observed the princess conversing with the parrot, occasionally bursting into laughter, leading her to surmise that they were indeed engaged in conversation. Yes, they were certainly chatting. Look at the parrot's eyes twinkling, its hooked beak continuously opening and closing, producing a series of chirps. Wasn't that the language of birds? Affirming that her master could converse with the parrot, Ewing felt a sudden chill run down her spine. She carefully lowered the veil for Chu Mia and quietly exited the room. She found Xiao Duong waiting by the door. What is it? He inquired, lantern in hand. Ewing whispered, The master is speaking with that parrot again. Xiao Duong's eyes widened. Oh, did you understand what they were saying this time? I am no immortal. How could I comprehend the language of birds? The two sat against the door, puzzled. Do you think the master isn't immortal? Ewing pondered, recalling what Auntie Yin had told her. The celestial beings possess great powers and can understand the language of all creatures. Yet our master was born in the palace and is mute. How could she be an immortal? Xiao Wang nodded in agreement. But the next moment, his eyes lit up with astonishment. Could it be that in her previous life, the master was a parrot? In this life, she was born in the palace and can only speak in bird language? No, that doesn't seem right. Perhaps the master has been possessed by a divine bird? His imagination ran wild, and Ewing stared at him in disbelief. Xiao Wang awkwardly rubbed his nose and chuckled. I was just rambling. Ewing tapped his hand, cautioning him to refrain from such nonsense outside, lest ill-intentioned ears overhear and label the master as a demon. Just then, a shadow flitted by in the corridor. In the Chonglu Palace, lanterns hung high, and the blue concubine leaned languidly against her beauty couch, yet to rest. It had been some time since the emperor had come to seek her out or summoned her, leaving her feeling quite restless. In her 30s, she was in the prime of her life, yet deprived of affection. She felt as though she were withering. Today, a spectacle of birds had appeared in the Yangxin hall of the palace, and more astonishingly, that little wretch had one perched atop her head, provoking much speculation and shock. Thus, she instructed Mama Rome to discreetly inform the spies in the Jingren Palace to keep a close watch on the 17th princess. Should anything remarkable occur, or if the emperor were to say anything to her, it must be reported to her immediately. Bored, she contemplated calling the head eunuch to help relieve her tension when Mama Rome entered, relaying the news she had gathered. The blue concubine was astonished upon hearing what? That little wretch understands the parrot's speech? The reports confirmed that was indeed the case. Mama Rome leaned closer, lowering her voice, stating that after the parrot had flown away, it returned to converse with the little wretch, prompting the servants attending her to suspect that she had been possessed by a demon. The blue concubine rose abruptly, her expression darkening. I wonder why the emperor has recently changed his temperament. It turns out this little wretch is no ordinary person, but a demon. Madame Rome, with her cold demeanor, lowered her slanted eyelids and remarked, Your Highness, since this mute is indeed a reincarnated demon, we must report this to the emperor and urge him to deal with her promptly. The blue concubine curled her lip disdainfully and scoffed. The emperor and the empress have both fallen under her spell. How could they possibly believe us? We might end up being accused of plotting against a mute princess. Madame Rome, anxious, queried, What then shall we do? We cannot allow her to remain in the palace to harm others. The blue concubine shot her a reproachful glance. Do we not agree that once the emperor goes hunting, we would take care of her? Madame Rome sighed in relief and smiled. Yes, yes. I almost forgot in my haste. Very well, Your Highness. Let us endure a few more days. With a wave of her hand, the blue concubine's lips curled into a chilling smile. You shall go to Shokong Palace and inform the Empress Dowager of this matter in detail, so that our matriarch is aware. I know my aunt will surely stand by me. Should anything go awry, there will be someone to support me. The following day, Emperor Yu led his little princess to the morning court. Unlike previous occasions, this time, Princess Chumir sat beside the emperor on the dragon throne, with the parrot perched on her shoulder. In just a day's time, the parrot had become an object of fascination. Though its appearance was unremarkable, its unwillingness to leave the princess's side was perplexing. Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live! The officials had just finished their cheers when the parrot suddenly spoke in human language. Long live! Long live the emperor! Its voice was clear and shrill, leaving everyone astounded. They had not heard that this parrot could speak the human tongue the previous day. Emperor Yu, curious, turned to Mido, his brows furrowing slightly. Who taught you this? It is impossible for my mute princess to have instructed it. Mido hopped on Chumiader's shoulder and replied brightly, I learned it. Mido learned it. Oh. Emperor Yu's handsome face tightened. Though he found the bird clever and extraordinary, his authority must remain unchallenged, so he sternly declared, This is the court. You, a mere bird, need not speak. If you disturb the order of the palace and breach decorum, I shall pluck your feathers. Chirp, chirp. Mido rubbed its beak against Chumir's ear. He is bad, just like you. He likes to pluck feathers. Pluck feathers. Chumir, with drooping eyelids, appeared as if she had just awakened, and lazily murmured, "Who told you to speak human language? This is the court where ministers discuss affairs. Be quiet." After uttering her words in bird language, she yawned widely. No one could tell she had just been conversing with the bird. "You actually help him? Is he not a tyrant?" Mido persisted. Chumir, with a patient demeanor, explained, "He is a tyrant, but he is also my father, the divine sovereign of Tianyang. I know him. He held me when I was born." Chumir turned her head, flicking the bird's tail playfully, her lips pouting. "When you were born, my father must have been undergoing tribulations, right?" "Yes. At that time, he was still the crown prince. He ventured into the mountains to hunt and stumbled upon a bird's nest, which he nearly crushed in his hands." Jewel meow, lowering her eyelids, let out a soft sigh, wondering, what does this count as a hug? Emperor Yu was engrossed in the reports from his ministers when his daughter's heartfelt thoughts unexpectedly wafted into his ears. His brows slightly arched at the mention of a hug. "She desires a hug?" With a gentle tilt of his head, he noticed his daughter. Her head hung low like a wilting eggplant, and he promptly lifted her onto his lap. Chumir suddenly raised her head, startling the parrot, which squawked and took flight before gracefully landing on the broad shoulder of Emperor Yu. The assembled ministers gazed in bewilderment at this scene. "Your Majesty, how can a mere creature be allowed to touch the dragon body?" Old Minister Zhao trembled in fright, his legs weakening as he anxiously waved a feather duster to shoo away the parrot, chiding, "Be respectful. Go away." Yet the parrot remained unfazed, its legs unmoving as if it were merely dust being brushed aside. "Let it be," the emperor said softly. Nestled in his embrace, Chumir exhaled deeply, relieved. "Fortunately, my father is loving and did not pluck the parrot's feathers. Otherwise, it would look quite ridiculous." Hearing her thoughts, the parrot let out 2 cheerful squawks in response. A faint smile flickered across the emperor's lips, and he mused, "Ah, Mirror fears I might pluck the parrot's feathers. I have found her little soft spot. Are there any other ministers with reports? Speak up if you have something to say." The dignified emperor, cradling his daughter, gently stroked the warm fur of her hat with one hand while the other patted her small back, as if to lull her to sleep. It was only natural for a child to feel sleepy when waking so early. Yet, he hoped to hear good news from his ministers before she drifted off, so she could take note of his accomplishments. After all, he had distributed the imperial meals to the common folk yesterday. Surely, there would be some feedback. Just as he wished, a minister called out, "I have a report." Upon recognizing the Minister of Revenue, the emperor's brows shot up, and he commanded, "Speak." Yesterday, the citizens of the capital rejoiced, singing praises throughout the night for our great emperor Yu's integrity and love for the people, celebrating his majesty's deep compassion, willing to let the dragon body go hungry while caring for the people's well-being. The praises flowed like a mighty river, cascading toward the imperial throne. Emperor Yu squinted in delight, his gaze fixed on the little princess, who blinked her wide eyes adorably. "Oh, old man, are you pleased? Isn't this praise for you that I have garnered?" The emperor's smile vanished. "Old man, am I truly that old?" Despite the snow disasters plaguing various regions this year, the emperor's timely relief efforts and generous benevolence led affluent citizens to establish porridge kitchens for the displaced, ensuring their comfort and sustenance. The Minister of Revenue continued reading the report, the flattering words filling Emperor Yu with great joy, rendering him oblivious to the little princess's impudence. His purpose for bringing her to court today was to allow her to hear the praises. Well then, the confused father is happy. He remains unaware of why the wealthy in various cities would provide porridge for the poor. This is not his achievement. Upon hearing this, the emperor's joy diminished significantly. "Is it not because I govern wisely? Do I not have the people's heart?" Chapter 57. The celestial bird feasts on flesh. The emperor lowered his head, eager to catch a glimpse of his daughter's expression, only to find her eyes gently closed, her serene little face devoid of any joy for his presence. After the court session, Emperor Yu embraced Chumir, while Mido perched comfortably on his shoulder, unreserved in their familiarity. As they journeyed, the drowsy Chumir vaguely heard her father murmur, "The reason I brought you to court is to let you know that the citizens of Yu are still able to fill their bellies. My dear Mir, you need not subsist solely on pastries and fruits." Upon hearing this, a flicker of warmth blossomed in Chumir's heart. Her father still cherished her. He had indeed exerted some effort for her to enjoy a morsel of meat. "Your Majesty, shall we head to the kitchen or the study?" respectfully inquired Eunuch Zhao. "I shall first go to the east warm pavilion, allowing the little princess to enjoy a good rest," he replied. Just as he finished speaking, a rumble emanated from the emperor's belly, revealing his hunger. It would not do to let her father go hungry. Consequently, Chumia moved her tiny hands, uttering soft sounds, fluttering her long eyelashes, and slowly opening her eyes. Emperor Yu glanced down, a smile gracing his lips. "Yeah, are you awake?" Chumia rubbed her eyes, feigning the appearance of just emerging from slumber, and turned to look outside. "Are you searching for the parrot?" "Indeed, it is upon my shoulder," the emperor replied. With a shake of his left shoulder, Meddles flapped its wings, circling around the father-daughter duo, squawking twice. "Little fairy, does the divine one know you are his daughter?" Chumia clung to the emperor's shoulder, rising to her feet, her small face pressed against her father's rugged cheek, the bristles of his beard tickling her skin, both prickling and comforting. "Father, he must not discover my identity. Otherwise, I shall not assist you in ascending to the heavens and becoming an immortal. You are threatening me. We are celestial beings. Father is but a mortal and must not be frightened." "I understand, little fairy." As Meddles approached to land on Emperor Yu's shoulder, Chumia extended her small hand, inviting it to rest in her palm. The emperor turned to her. "Mir, are you hungry?" Chumia nodded in affirmation. "Excellent." Emperor Yu gestured to Eunuch Zhao. "Prepare the meal." Seated at the table, Chumia cast her eyes over the dishes and pastries presented by the serving eunuchs, her bright gaze blinking in astonishment. "Only 12 dishes? Such a significant reduction." The emperor narrowed his deep-set eyes, secretly observing her little face. As the poison-testing tokens were removed from each dish, the princess's expressions became increasingly animated, her eyes sparkling with delight. Has Father Emperor truly reformed? Cough! Where have I gone wrong? Which emperor does not dine in such a manner? Only I would indulge you, my unfilial daughter, Emperor Yu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Chumia, the corners of his lips lifting in a half-smile. Meddles, perched upon Chumia's shoulder, tilted its head to sneak a glance at him. "Ah, my father knows the value of frugality, surely. The daily savings from meals amount to at least 200 taels of silver." Emperor Yu furrowed his brow. "Is it truly that much? Well then, I must record this merit for father. Little master, your father has been watching you. You may begin to eat. Even the parrot can hardly wait. Don't you see the emperor is eager to dine while you are still chattering in your heart?" Chumia raised her hand, as if to shoo it away, urging, "Stop the prattle. What do you wish to eat?" "Meat." Chumia's eyes widened. The emperor, with a curious flash in his dark eyes, asked, "Mir, what troubles you? Just a moment ago, your expression was filled with joy. Why the sudden surprise?" Chumia grinned and pointed to the plate of meatballs in the center. Noticing this, the emperor commanded the kitchen servants to bring it over. "Ah, my daughter is finally eating meat again." However, Chumia picked a meatball and placed it on an empty plate, tapping her fingers on its edge. The parrot swooped down and began to feast on the meat. The emperor was taken aback. "Mir, parrots eat fruits, not meat." With a mouthful of meat, the parrot squawked, "Eat meat, eat meat." The emperor paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "Very well, if Mir eats meat, then you shall too. Zhao Gonggong, instruct the royal chefs to prepare meat-based bird food for the little princess's parrot." Zhao Gonggong, beaming with delight, complied. Yesterday, the emperor was sullen. Today, dining with the little princess brought him such joy that even Zhao Gonggong felt elated. He realized that this peculiar bird had indeed captured the emperor's affection. Love for the child extended to the creature. Chumia also savored a couple of small meatballs, tasted some other dishes, nibbled at a few pastries, and enjoyed an orange. Her little belly was round, and her cheeks flushed with color. Seeing her delight, the emperor knew he had made the right decision in reducing the quantity of vegetables to prevent waste. His little daughter's happiness brought him joy as well. "Come, your father will take you to your lessons in the princess's hall." In such a cheerful mood, the emperor resembled a loving father, cradling his daughter as they made their way to the princess hall. Chapter 58. The Foolish Boar. Eighth sister. Eighth sister, look, father is carrying the mute over. Outside the princess hall, Chu Jingxiu saw her tall father approaching with Chu Mie in his arms, and could not help but feel a twinge of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Chu Luoning felt no better than her. Jealousy filled her with bitterness and sorrow. She narrowed her eyes and scoffed. She is a witch. Last night, Mama Rong had visited Shokong Palace to report to the Empress Dowager about the strange occurrence of Chu Mie conversing with the parrot, and she had overheard it. Chu Jingxiu was taken aback. A witch? Is she a witch? Can she eat people? Hush! I heard the servants gossiping, saying ever since the little mute came out of the cold palace. Father has changed. Chu Jingxiu nodded in agreement. My mother said the same. Chu Luoning leaned closer to Chu Jingxiu and whispered, It is strange how she has gained father as favor, causing the deaths of 2 young eunuchs from Yao Palace. And my royal brother Xing Wang received punishment. My mother has been confined, and even one of the palace maids by grandmother's side has died. It is rumored that all of this is due to the little mute. Chu Jingxiu shivered upon hearing this. 8th sister, the royal sister is afraid. Afraid of what? Just find a way to ensure her demise. Chu Luoning signaled her with her eyes. Quickly go inside the hall, lest father sees us speaking here. Chu Jingxiu hurriedly took her attendant and entered the princess hall. As soon as she departed, Chu Luoning beamed and approached the Emperor Yu Wu, exclaiming, I pay my respects to father. Long live father. Although the emperor had noticed both of his daughters standing outside the hall, upon rounding the corner and entering the princess's corridor, he found only Chu Luoning coming forward to pay her respects. Instantly, his impression of Chu Jingxiu diminished further. What a disrespectful and uncouth individual, he thought. Ninger, you are my beloved daughter. From this day forth, your monthly stipend shall be doubled. Upon uttering this decree, he signaled to eunuch Zhao, who promptly departed to draft the edict. Chu Luoning joyfully expressed her gratitude, reaching out to grasp the emperor's long sleeve. Her affection bordering on excessive. How insufferable! I cannot stand this sister. Chu Mieter's thoughts echoed in her mind. The emperor furrowed his brow. Casting a glance at Chu Mieter, she pouted in response, unable to suppress her inner critique. Dear father, although your eyes are large and bright, you will never fathom a person's true nature merely by their appearance. Chu Luoning is nothing but a wicked schemer. She is quite adept at masquerading. She is utterly hypocritical. Just yesterday, when I was punished, she reveled in my misfortune. Upon hearing this, the emperor gently pinched her cheek, a light reprimand for her unfounded accusations. After all, how could he forget that Chu Luoning had interceded on her behalf just the previous day? Startled by the pinch, Chu Mieter widened her eyes, her lips forming a pout. What was that for? It hurt. At that moment, Mido, the parrot, suddenly squawked and lunged from the emperor's shoulder, pecking Chu Luoning on the forehead with considerable force. Chu Luoning shrieked, covering her forehead, her eyes welling up. Father, the parrot has hurt me. This cannot be tolerated. The emperor's gaze sharpened as he observed the parrot fluttering around them. Guards, seize that creature. Pluck its feathers. Upon hearing this, Chu Mieter cried out in alarm. Do not pluck its feathers, please. Mido was a spirit beast, its feathers imbued with magical essence. If plucked, it could no longer cultivate. As Mido took to the skies, Chu Mieter, her eyes glistening with tears, glared at the emperor. You foolish oaf. How could you even consider harming a parrot for the sake of a princess who will ultimately tarnish your reputation? Will she cry, and I will not? Watch me. With that, she opened her mouth and began to wail. Crying. Was that so simple? Reflecting on her own plight, how she had toiled for her father only to be cast down to the mortal realm, rendered mute, unable to see her mother, and stripped of her powers, her heart ached with sorrow. Chapter 59. The Little Princess Strikes. As soon as the youngest daughter began to cry, the emperor found himself at a loss. During breakfast, he had just decreed a delightful feast for Mido, and now, less than half an hour later, he was to pluck its feathers? How could Chu Mieter accept such a reversal? All right, I shall not pluck its feathers. Mieter, cease your tears. His tones softened immediately. Alas, you call me a foolish oaf again. Chu Luoning seethed with jealousy at this exchange. Thus, she touched her forehead and cried even more pitifully, feeling increasingly wronged. Father Emperor, Ninger is in pain, she sobbed. The Emperor of Yu glared at her. Are you becoming more spirited? Silence yourself, growing weary of her antics. He set down the girl in his arms, Chomer, and with a stern countenance, scanned their faces one by one, his voice sharp as he admonished, "Little girl, you weep over trifles. If you continue to cry, you shall be confined to the palace and barred from attending lessons in the princess's hall." With that, he flicked his sleeve in irritation and stormed away. It is worth noting that from his marriage to his ascension as crown prince, and ultimately to the throne, he had never before cared for a child as he did now, nor had he ever held a child tenderly or indulged one. Previously, his affection for Cho Luoning was expressed through the bestowal of precious gifts or the occasional shared meal, or perhaps taking favored princes and princesses on excursions. Now, however, his paternal instincts were stirred by Cho Mer, and though he was beginning to embrace his role as a father, it also weighed heavily upon him. Indeed, girls can be quite bothersome. "You little mute, this is all you're doing." Upon the emperor's departure, Cho Luoning, in a fit of anger, pushed Cho Mer, exclaiming, "You are a source of trouble." Cho Mieke stumbled back, and both Yuing and Xiao Duong rushed forward to steady her. In her fury, Yuing shot a glare at Cho Luoning. She had assumed that Cho Luoning would overlook her, only to discover that Cho Luoning's personal maid, Xiao Yun, had witnessed the entire exchange. Xiao Yun, having accompanied Cho Luoning since childhood, was notoriously arrogant. She approached Yuing and slapped her across the face. "You wretched servant. Do you have the audacity to confront our 8th princess?" "Kneel." Cho Mieke was taken aback. "What audacity? Are Cho Luoning's personal maid so brazen?" She curled her little fingers, her cheeks puffing out as she attempted to channel her spiritual energy, but to no avail. Helplessly, she watched as Xiao Yun kicked Yuing, causing her to kneel down in sorrow and defiance. "Strike her," Cho Luoning coldly commanded. "If she dares to disrespect, let her face the consequences." Xiao Duong hastily knelt, pleading for mercy on Yu Ying's behalf. Cho Luoning looked disdainfully at the two servants, raising her chin defiantly and calling out, "Shurtu, it is your turn." Shurtu, a young eunuch who appeared no older than 14 or 15, possessed a fierce countenance and piercing eyes that squinted when not smiling, exuding a sly demeanor. With a resounding slap, he struck Yu Ying's face, instantly leaving it red and swollen as she collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, he kicked Xiao Duong with such force that he spat out blood, collapsing right at Cho Mieke's feet. Cho Mieke's face flushed with anger, her small body trembling. This was clearly a matter of respect. After all, these two were her companions. The 8th princess and her servant were treating her with utter disdain, going too far. Just as Shurtu raised his hand to strike Yuing once more, Cho Mieke extended her small hand to shield Yu Ying's face, her gaze piercing as she glared at Shurtu. Upon meeting her icy stare, a shiver ran down Shidu's spine. That gaze was like a sharp arrow, unlike anything one would expect from an ordinary child. His face paled, and he instinctively took a step back. Cho Luoning furrowed her brows, expressing her displeasure. "What? Are you disregarding my command?" Shizwizi lowered his head, too intimidated to respond. "Then make sure to strike properly. Beat those two servants until they plead for mercy." Upon finishing her words, Cho Luoning's delicate visage darkened as she approached and seized Chu Mieke's small hand, forcibly pulling her into the princess's chamber. Noticing the absence of Murong Xiaofu within, she leaned closer, lowering her voice to issue a menacing warning to Chuma, "Little mute. If you wish to live freely within this palace, do not oppose me. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise is most unpleasant." After all, she had dared to usurp their father's affection, and Cho Luoning was determined to seize the opportunity to eliminate her. Besides, she was merely a little mute, small in stature, weak in strength, and lacking in capability. Who could she possibly contend with? Merely a little enchantress, employing minor beguilements to cloud their father's vision. Now that their father had seen through her facade, he had abandoned her entirely. With a satisfied smile, Cho Luoning prepared to straighten herself when suddenly a sleeve brushed past her, followed by a sharp slap that resounded through the chamber. The sound was startlingly crisp. Before she could gather her wits, 2 more resounding slaps followed, leaving half her face bruised and swollen. Murong Xiaofu, who had just entered through another door, stood frozen in disbelief. Had the little princess struck the eighth princess? Chapter 60. An unexpected fall, arrogant, evil princess. You present one fa in public and another behind closed doors. Once our father departs, you reveal your true malicious nature, striking and shoving me, even assaulting my servants. If I were not mute, I would surely expose your vile countenance to the world. Inside, Chumir's heart raged, and she furiously tugged at the grand cloak around her neck, casting the red garment forcefully to the ground. Then, she rolled up her voluminous sleeves, revealing her fair and delicate arms. In an instant, she transformed from a cute little child into a fierce young heroine prepared to confront Chulyuaning. With her hands on her hips and her cheeks puffed in indignation, she glared at Chulyuaning with a fierce aura. Gulme, strike me if you dare. If I do not fight you today, I shall no longer be Chumia. As Chulyuaning covered her face, the ringing in her ears was accompanied by the echo of Chumia's youthful yet fierce voice. What was happening? It seemed she could hear her speaking, yet she had not uttered a single insult aloud. Seated at her desk, Chu Jingxiu was equally astonished. She glanced at Murong Xiaofu at the podium, recalling the beating her own hand had received the previous day, and hesitated to intervene. She believed that with Chulyuaning's prowess, she could not be bullied by a little mute. Anticipating that Chulyuaning would pounce on the mute and knock her to the ground, she was instead taken aback to see Chulyuaning's lips purse as she turned, covering her face and walking out of the chamber. "Oh, father, grandmother, the 17th is bullying me." Chulyuaning realized Murong Xiaofu had arrived. After all, she was regarded as a good student in his eyes. How could she possibly engage in a fight with her sister before him? She had to portray herself as the victim. Moreover, she now felt a sense of turmoil within her, as the mute child struck her face several times. She began to hear the unspoken thoughts of the little mute. It was exceedingly strange and rather terrifying. She needed to depart immediately. Outside the hall, the kneeling Xiao Duong and Yu Ying were already bruised and battered. Chulyuaning stepped out of the palace, her tear-filled eyes blinking at Shichuzi, who promptly ceased his actions and waved his hand, instructing, "Escort the 8th princess back to Shokong." Confounded, he stumbled mid-sentence, falling awkwardly and injuring his chin. Bewildered, he rose, glancing around in search of any specters. Chulyuaning scolded him irritably. "You wretched servant, watch where you tread." Murong Xiaofu did not intervene to stop them. Although these princesses were his students, they were of noble birth, holding a higher status than he. He could not compel the princesses to return to their studies. He approached Chuma, bending to retrieve the red cloak that lay on the ground, gently patting it before smiling. "Little princess, are you not cold?" Chumia, regaining her composure, glanced at her exposed arms, her cheeks flushing as she hastily adjusted her sleeves. Xiaofu, Chu Jingxiu, indignant, approached and pointed at Chumia. "She ought to be punished." "Oh, what, may I ask, does the 13th princess believe she has done wrong?" Murong Taifu discerned that the 3 princesses studying here harbored no fondness for the mute princess. Though they were all daughters of the emperor, they, like the concubines, yearned for the emperor's favor. Influenced by their surroundings, these young girls had already mastered the art of vying for power and engaging in intrigue. Chu Jingxiu insisted that Chu Mia had displayed a lack of decorum befitting a princess in front of Murong Xiaofu. She referred to the sight of Chu Mia's delicate white arms and further claimed, moreover, she struck the 8th sister, violating the family code of respecting elders and cherishing the young. This matter should be reported to Father Emperor and the Empress for judgment. Chu Jingxiu maintained her stern expression, articulating her points with conviction. Murong Xiaofu listened, a faint smile gracing his lips. He summoned the attendants Yu Ying and Xiao Duong into the hall, gesturing towards their faces and inquiring of Chu Jingxiu, who did this to them. Chu Jingxiu, gazing at the swollen faces, was momentarily stunned. After a long pause, she murmured, "Did my 8th sister command this?" Yu Ying, with reddened eyes, responded, "Indeed, it was the 8th princess who instructed the eunuchs to strike. And she even pushed our young mistress, nearly causing her to fall. I merely shot a glare at the 8th princess in anger, and her subordinates retaliated against us." Murong Xiaofu furrowed his brow, contemplating How unreasonable can this eighth princess be? It seems I've been deceived by her gentle exterior. He turned his gaze toward Shumia, perceiving her as the true embodiment of sincerity and a protector of those around her. 13th princess, having witnessed this, how do you think your father and the empress should deal with the matter? Murong Xiaofu then looked to Chu Jingxiu. Chapter 61. The empress's interrogation of the young princess at that moment. The tardy 15th princess entered the princess's hall, pausing as she noticed everyone gathered around Murong Xiaofu. Upon recognizing the faces of the attendants beside Chumer, her expression tightened, and she hastily retreated to her seat, not daring to voice even a single inquiry. The events of yesterday have cast a shadow upon her heart. She was nearly overwhelmed with fear. Upon returning, the imperial concubine sternly reprimanded her, instructing her to refrain from meddling in others' affairs, to avoid offending any princess, and to remain neutral. Offending any princess was simply not an option for her. With a naturally timid disposition, and being of a lower rank than the empress, she had to navigate her life with utmost caution. Once seated on the stool, with lingering trepidation, she quietly observed Murong Xiaofu and the others. Xiaofu, please handle this matter. Chu Jingxiu had become somewhat astute. She had previously defended Chu Luaning. So if the imperial concubine inquired later, she would have her own explanation. However, the fact that Chu Mie had been struck by her servant was undeniable. If the emperor chose to investigate, she could not indiscriminately blame her mute sister. Otherwise, the emperor might accuse her of being blind to the complexities of right and wrong. Noticing her newfound silence, Murong Xiaofu arranged for a servant to escort Yu Ying and Xiao Duong to the back courtyard for rest, and summoned the imperial physician to tend to their wounds. As for the princess's lessons, they proceeded as usual. Fortunately, the 17th princess regained her composure swiftly and did not succumb to sleep during the class. The second lesson was a talent showcase for the princesses. When the lady-in-waiting instructed a dancer to display her skills on stage, the chief eunuch of Shokong Palace, Eunuch Zhou, suddenly entered with 2 matrons and 2 palace maids. He announced that he was under the Empress Dowager's orders to take the 17th princess to Shokong Palace for questioning. The lady-in-waiting dared not intervene and hurried to inform Murong Xiaofu in the back courtyard. However, by the time they returned, Chu Mie had already been escorted away by the 2 matrons. Murong Xiaofu promptly sought out the emperor and sent Yu Ying and Xiao Duong to Jingren Palace to alert Empress Jiang. At Shokong Palace, the matrons commanded, "Kneel." They unceremoniously threw little Mie at the feet of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes, casting a cold glare at Mie, before grasping Chu Luaning's hand and inquiring in a low voice, 17, "Did you strike your 8th sister today?" Chu Mie slowly straightened her small frame, her gaze resolute and unyielding as she regarded the Empress Dowager seated upon her throne. "How biased can you be? Though we are all princesses, you show favoritism toward Chu Luaning. Indeed, your lack of virtue results in a daughter of poor character. Do you believe that by bringing me here, you can take my life? I am eager to see how you intend to torment me. When the time comes, I will reclaim everything from Chu Luaning. If you dare to commit further misdeeds, I shall ensure you meet a grim fate." Hearing her unspoken thoughts, Chu Luaning's complexion turned pale. This time, she was intently watching Chu Mie's lips. Indeed, they did not move, yet the words resonated within her mind. Thus, the remarks she had overheard in the princess's hall were not mere figments of her imagination. They were genuine expressions emanating from this mute child. How peculiar! Chu Luaning instinctively touched her face, which had been struck by Chu Mie, shaking her head in disbelief. Could it be that her 3 slaps had awakened a special perception? She hastily glanced at the Empress Dowager, only to find her expression remained as dark as ever, unchanged. The expressions of the others remained unchanged. Instead, as they gazed at the small mute kneeling before them, their lips curled into smirks of malicious glee. Those who lingered by the Empress Dowager's side were her most devoted followers. Chu Luaning let out a long sigh. Thankfully, she was the only one capable of hearing the mute's innermost thoughts. 3 slaps in exchange for the ability to eavesdrop. What a bargain. Yet, she realized she must keep this secret. Otherwise, the little mute would surely shut down her hard-ass voice preventing her from listening. With this in mind, Chu Luoning took a deep breath and spoke. Grandmother, her silence is an acknowledgement. The eighth princess is not intimidated by Chu Mier's threats. However, should Chu Mier dare to insult the Empress Dowager's character and implicate her own, she could not be forgiven. Little did she know, her eavesdropping ability had its limits. To hear more, she would likely have to endure more punishment. Grandmother, you must help Ning'er seek justice, she pleaded, shaking the Empress Dowager's hand affectionately. The Empress Dowager gently patted her hand, soothingly replying, "Very well, my dear. Grandmother is aware of the situation. You may go rest now." Chu Luoning spat disdainfully at the ground, where Chu Mier lay, and haughtily swept her sleeves as she departed. 17th Princess, do you understand your transgressions? The Empress Dowager rapped the armrest of her phoenix throne, her countenance icy and stern. As a royal princess, how could one so young dare to disregard familial and palace rules, brazenly assaulting your elder sister? Do you not respect your betters? Chu Mier lifted her chin, staring at the ceiling, feigning deafness. Granny Gui shot her a fierce glare. 17th Princess, the Empress Dowager is addressing you. Where are you looking? With a shrug of her shoulders, Chu Mier raised her small hand to indicate her mouth. I'm mute, and then pointed to her ear. I'm deaf. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened, her gaze sharp. What did these gestures mean? Granny Gui replied. It seems she is suggesting that she is mute and deaf. Chu Mier smirked and nodded in agreement. Cunning little wretch. The Empress Dowager struck the armrest once more. You clearly can hear. Otherwise, why would you acknowledge me? Chu Mier pouted. Oh, wise old lady, use your brain. One day I might offer you some incense. The Empress Dowager scolded. Such disrespect towards your elders. Chu Mier rolled her eyes, turning her head away in defiance. Fine, say what you wish. I can indeed hear, but I choose not to acknowledge you. Because you are a villain, too wicked. Empress Dowager, it may be time for decisive action, Granny Gui suggested, sensing that if the Empress Dowager hesitated further, the Empress herself might arrive. After all, the little mute was under the care of Jingren Palace, and striking her would be tantamount to slapping the face of Empress Jiang. Upon hearing that the little mute was to be dealt with, Chu Luoning, who had been eavesdropping from the shadows, hurriedly stepped forward. She wanted to witness the spectacle up close. The Empress Dowager waved her hand. Strike her. At this, Granny Gui rolled up her sleeves and raised her hand. Chu Mier felt a jolt of fear, her eyes wide with shock. In the next moment, she rolled over onto her back. Granny Gui's eyes widened as she bent down to grab her, snapping, stand up straight. As she spoke, she gritted her teeth and raised her hand. Chu Miao es petit frame Stephen. It was over. With this strike, she would either be rendered a vegetable or left with a crooked face. Oh well, this was her fate. Thus, she tensed her small body, tightly shut her eyes, and resolved not to evade. Chu Luoning, filled with glee, raised her smile. Slap! Goodness, how resounding! Chu Mier's little body trembled, and in the next moment, she opened her eyes in astonishment. To her surprise, the palm had not landed on her face. May the Empress Dowager spare me. Thud! Granny Gui's face turned pale, trembling all over. She dropped to her knees. I did not mean to. I did not mean to. My hand was ungovernable, and it struck the eighth princess's face. Just as she finished speaking, Chu Luoning, standing beside Chu Mier, burst into tears. This time, her cries were louder than those in the princess's hall, filled with immense agony. Her face was askew. Her head was still ringing. Meanwhile, Chu Mier was completely unscathed. She lifted her head, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. How amusing. Master, this is delightful. Did you help your disciple from above? Ha ha ha, Master, I want to laugh. May I laugh? Master, should we try again? Granny Gui, are you truly losing your sight? The Empress Dowager leapt from her phoenix chair in fury. Though she was only in her 60s, her age was not considerable, and thanks to her excellent maintenance, her limbs remained agile. She stepped forward, delivering a fierce kick to Granny Gui before pulling Chu Luoning into her embrace, tenderly caressing her face in exasperation, shouting, Call for Dr. Xian. The eunuch dashed out. The Empress Dowager then instructed the palace maids to take Chu Luoning away. Turning back, she bent down, lifting Chu Mier as one would a chick. squinting her eyes as she scrutinized her. Are you truly a demoness? Although she had scolded Granny Gouet for her failing eyesight, she could not shake the feeling that the slap had been rather peculiar. Hearing this, Granny Gouet raised her head, suddenly pointing at Chumia and shouting, Yes, yes, Your Majesty, she is a demoness. She is undoubtedly a demoness. My hand was clearly aimed at her face. How could it not obey? She must have used her demonic magic. The Empress Dowager curled her fingers and suddenly clutched Chumia's neck, gritting her teeth. Speak. From whence do you hail? You wretched creature? How did you come to possess the 17th princess? Chumia's little face turned pale under the grip, her lips purple, emitting only a singular sound. Struggling for breath, she instinctively raised her small hand to grasp the Empress Dowager's wrist, her eyes revealing a flicker of pleading, hoping for release. But the Empress Dowager would not relent. She intended to test Chumia's strength. She knew that such a forceful grip could easily extinguish the 17th princess's life. If the 17th wished to survive, she would inevitably employ her demonic abilities. Demoness, unleash your powers. Her eyes gleamed with ferocity as she glared at Chumia, whose complexion was slowly turning ashen. Unbeknownst to her, with this grasp, she was inadvertently shortening her own lifespan. Chapter 63. Are they all rebelling? Yet she discovered that Chumia appeared just like an ordinary child, feebly kicking her legs and instinctively gasping for survival. As Chumia seemed on the verge of losing consciousness, a palace maid suddenly reported, Your Majesty, the Empress has arrived. Your Highness, the Empress is here. The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback, but immediately released her grip. With a thud, Chumia collapsed to the ground. Mia Empress Jiang entered the main hall and rushed to her fallen daughter, exclaiming, Mia The consort, who followed closely behind, saw Empress Jiang cradling her daughter, whose pallid face filled her with dread, causing her legs to buckle as she knelt down. Weeping Mia what are you crying for? Do you not see this Empress Dowager before you? The Empress Dowager's voice thundered, failing to pay respects upon entering the palace. Are you plotting rebellion? Seize the consort and give her 20 hard strikes. The Empress Dowager unleashed her fury upon the consort. Please spare me, Your Highness. Please spare me. The consort trembled, hastily bowing her head. Your servant pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress Dowager. With a dark expression, the Empress Dowager exuded an aura of coldness. It is too late. The 17th princess has been disrespectful to me, and I shall punish you for your failure to educate her properly. Today, both shall be punished. Empress Jiang, still holding the gasping Chumia, turned to see the eunuchs attempting to drag the consort away. She quickly knelt, facing the Empress Dowager. Please spare the consort. Mother. She is Mia's biological mother, and merely shed tears out of concern. As for her education, the little princess is already in Jingren Palace. Empress. The Empress Dowager, maintaining her supreme authority, waved her sleeve and glared at Empress Jiang. Do you still regard me? Mother, please forgive her. Empress Jiang lowered her head. Chumia slowly opened her eyes, catching sight of the tears at the corner of her mother's eye. This is Shokong Palace, and I am still alive. Is the consort's weeping a curse for my early demise? She straightened her posture and commanded, drag her out. She believed that with Empress Jiang supporting the consort and the 17th princess, they were merely augmenting the power of Jingren Palace. She had always intended to elevate concubine Lan to the throne of Empress, aiming to sever all support for Jingren Palace and install her own spies to isolate them. Who would have thought that, following the fall of the purple star in the palace gardens, the consort would lead this mute princess out of the cold palace? Receiving the emperor's protection? Instead of losing power, Jingren Palace had solidified its foundation, with the emperor visiting daily. Meanwhile, concubine Lan was under house arrest. Now, she intended to diminish the influence of Jingren Palace. Two eunuchs promptly seized the weakened consort and dragged her away. The Empress Dowager and Empress Jiang still sought to plead for mercy. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, Chumia in her arms pushed herself up with determination. Turning to glare at the Empress Dowager, she raised her small hand, signaling her to refrain from such actions. The Empress Dowager rolled her eyes at her. Devoid of any maternal affection, you cannot even protect yourself, so do not attempt to plead for your mother. Chu Mie pushed Empress Jiang away and stumbled towards the hall's exit. Having just regained her breath, her frail body was still weak. As she crossed the threshold, she suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. Suddenly, she heard the call of Mido. As she raised her head in search of Mido, the eunuch, Su Gonggong, beside Empress Jiang, had already helped the little princess to her feet. "You must calm down," he said, gazing at the tiny figure with a heart full of concern. This was Shokong Palace, a place even the emperor regarded with trepidation. Empress Jiang also stepped forward, reaching out to take her hand. "Miao, let your mother take you back to the palace." However, Chu Miao shook her head. How could she abandon the virtuous consort? Bang! With the sound of the boards striking, a cry of anguish echoed from outside, belonging to the consort. Chu Miao's heart trembled. She released Su Gonggong's hand, suppressing the pain in her knees as she rushed outside. "Mido! Mido! Quickly, help my mother!" she called, her voice a bird-like plea. Gah! The air was filled with Mido's furious cries. Chapter 64. The consort faces punishment. Chu Miao grasped the vermilion gates, just in time to see a eunuch raise a board. Suddenly, a flash of red and green swooped down, sharp claws descending upon the eunuch's face. He let out a piercing scream as the board fell from his hands. Blood seeped through his fingers, a gruesome sight. After the parrot clawed one of his eyes, it let out a sharp cry and soared back into the sky. Chaos ensued within Shokong Palace. Chu Miao hurried to untie the consort. The consort lay weeping on a long bench, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at her daughter's still pale visage. "Miao, I am powerless. I have brought you suffering," she lamented. Hatred brewed within her. She loathed her own weakness, feeling insignificant in this palace, where she was as lowly as an ant before the powerful Empress Dowager, unable to even protect her daughter. It would be better for them to survive together in the cold palace than for her to be cast out and endanger her daughter's life. Chu Miao shook her little head, wiping her tears with her sleeve, her eyes conveying, "I am fine, mother. You need not worry about me." The eunuchs from Jingren Palace and Yueying came to assist in untying the consort, helping her to her feet. The consort embraced Chu Miao, weeping uncontrollably. Is the world turned upside down? The Empress Dowager stormed out in fury, waving her hand. "Bring that little demon to me." The consort, filled with fear, clutched Chu Miao tightly, her face as pale as a sheet, while Yueying stood protectively before them. "Your Majesty, Miao is under my care. I assure you she's just an ordinary girl, not a demon," Empress Jiang interjected hastily. The Empress Dowager glared at her. "This little creature bird can harm others. If it is not a demon, what is it? Birds are birds, and people are people. I implore your Majesty to reconsider and not harm this unfortunate 3-year-old princess who cannot speak," Empress Jiang boldly asserted, preparing to kneel before the Empress Dowager, when suddenly a commanding voice echoed through the air. "The Emperor has arrived." Upon hearing this, the consort immediately picked up Chu Miao, her hair disheveled as she limped towards Emperor Yuwudi. Your Majesty, please save Miao. Quickly, save Miao." Yuwudi halted, frowning as he regarded the disheveled mother and daughter. One was disarrayed, her floral robe in tatters, tears brimming with panic in her eyes. The other had a slightly pale face, yet her spirit remained unyielding, tears glistening in her gaze as she fixed her stare upon him. Both bore the marks of injustice and suffering. Yuwudi's expression darkened, his dragon eyes widening in anger. What is going on here? No one dared to respond. Emperor Yu, with his sword-like brows furrowed, strode forward, cradling Chu Miao in his arms, and approached the sullen-faced Empress Dowager, offering a respectful bow. "I pay my respects to Mother." The Empress Dowager's brows relaxed momentarily, just as she was about to speak. However, Emperor Yu lifted his head, his deep voice brimming with indignation. "Mother, what offense has Mia committed against you?" His fury was palpable, as he had even cast aside the honorific Your Highness. The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained her composure, adopting the regal demeanor befitting her status, and coldly retorted, "Does the Emperor even acknowledge her transgressions against me? Are you intent on elevating her to celestial heights? Do you wish for her to defecate upon my head?" The Emperor straightened, his handsome visage taut with disbelief. "From whence comes this accusation?" The Empress Dowager scoffed, her tone aggressive. At such a tender age, she dares to show disrespect to her elders. She disrupts the court's order and meddles in governmental affairs. Have you not perceived the gravity of this? Moreover, you brought her to the morning court today. How do you intend to justify this? Furthermore, she brazenly assaulted your eighth sister in the princess's quarters, relying on your favoritism towards her. What will you do? Will you shield her? Feigning surprise and confusion, Emperor, you turn to Chu Mir. Mir, do you possess such abilities? Your father is at a loss on how to address your grandmother. The Empress Dowager's eyes widened in disbelief, her frustration coiling tightly within her chest. What farce is this, Emperor? In response, Chu Mir tugged at the corners of her mouth, her petite hands emerging from her sleeves, fingers entwined in a gesture of distress. I believe father already knows the entire story before arriving here. Why inquire further? Her voice, though small, was resolute. At my tender age, how could I possibly interfere with your governance? Emperor, you pursed his lips. It seems you indeed did interfere. During the court session, you clutched Chancellor Zhang's arm and staged a hunger strike. Does that not count as meddling? Daughter, he continued, the Empress Dowager has misrepresented matters. Your eighth sister is the truly audacious one. The moment you departed today, she began berating and shoving me, treating my servants as if they were mere insects. If I were not merely 3 years old, and if I were taller and stronger, I would have truly liked to knock her around. Humph! With her heart racing, Chu Mir defiantly raised her chin, pouting her lips, her small fists clenched in indignation. What infuriates me further is that this Empress Dowager indiscriminately seized me, struck my face, and even grasped my throat. She resembles an old witch, intent on taking my life. Her eyes brimmed with tears, the emotion overwhelming her. Witnessing this, Emperor Yu's deep gaze ignited with a feral light. He turned sharply to cast a chilling glare at the Empress Dowager. He then returned to Chu Mir, seemingly adjusting her collar, only to discover the purplish bruises encircling her delicate neck. How cruel! Mir is merely 3 years old. The Emperor's expression darkened, an inferno of rage swirling within his chest. Just as he contemplated storming away, Chu Luoning suddenly rushed in, covering her face, sobbing as she approached. Father! Father! She grasped the sleeve of Emperor Yu Wu, tilting her head upwards, allowing him to see her disfigured visage. Father, I can no longer face the world, she sobbed, revealing the swollen half of her face, marred with bruises, her mouth and nose askew. It was a sight too distressing to behold. The Empress Dowager's expression shifted dramatically, her demeanor turning frantic as she gestured for the palace made to swiftly summon the 8th princess back. How could the 8th princess be so muddled? The little mute, despite her utmost strength, could not have inflicted such damage upon her face. Upon seeing Chu Luoning, Xiao Mieter's face scrunched up in anger. How shameless! You think father would believe that I struck your face? My hand is barely this big. How could it possibly cause such a distortion? If he believes that, then he must be blind and foolish. If you claim that I did this, do not expect father to believe you. No one here will buy your nonsense. Emperor Yu Wu felt a pang of irritation. He nearly succumbed to folly. He was perplexed as to how one could possess such strength to mar the face of his 8th princess. Previously, Murong Xiaofu had come to report, yet he had not mentioned anything about the 8th princess's face being disfigured. Ninger, are you implying that your face was marred by your 17th sister? At this moment, the emperor did not immediately soften his heart. If Chu Luoning had wronged Xiao Shiqi in broad daylight and was foolish enough to lie about it, then this daughter was truly malevolent. Just then, a palace maid approached the Empress Dowager, kneeling to pay her respects, and urgently called out to Chu Luoning, 8th princess. The Empress Dowager requests your presence. However, Chu Luoning did not comply. She wiped her tears and lamented, Father, indeed, my 17th sister struck me in the princess hall. This was due to a conflict between the servants by my side and hers, and in a moment of anger, she struck me. It is not her fault. It is my failure in guiding the servants. Upon hearing this, Chu Mieter's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only was she taken aback, but even the Empress Dowager's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Truly, the product of a scheming Empress Dowager knows how to navigate the winds. Chu Mir felt inadequate, pouting her lips, her small hands that clung to Emperor Yu Wu's neck slackening, wishing to clasp her fists in admiration towards Chu Luoning. Oh! The Emperor's gaze towards Chu Luoning softened with warmth. Was his eighth princess not as understanding as before? She bravely acknowledged her fault and took responsibility, a commendable trait. It seemed that Xiao Shiqi had misunderstood her. But then, who could have inflicted such damage on Ning'er's face? The Emperor was concerned. Chapter 66. The appearance of the Grand Diviner. Chu Luoning lowered her gaze, sniffing back her tears. The Empress Dowager's heart leapt in anxiety, her palms growing clammy with worry. Would this girl, struck hard, have her mind shattered, foolishly considering betraying herself? Upon learning the situation, the Empress Dowager sent someone to invite the younger sister into Shokong Palace. Mistakenly believing it to be her fault, wishing to have Gui Mama administer a slap as a minor punishment. Grandma Gui was a formidable figure, possessing great strength. Fearing that his sister might not withstand the blow, the child leapt forward to shield her from the impending strike. He understood that this time, the punishment was meant for him, not his sister. Upon hearing her words, Chu Mier's eyes widened in shock, remaining unblinking for an extended moment. Was her argument not flawless? She had indeed emerged at that moment, had indeed been by her side, and Grandma Gui's hand had certainly struck her face. Without hearing any protest from Chu Mier's heart, Emperor Yu felt that Chu Luoning was correct. A slight smile of appreciation softened his otherwise stern expression. Father knows you are a sensible elder sister, capable of self-reflection, self-critique, and caring for your sister. This brings Father great comfort. He turned to the eunuch Zhao and his retinue, exclaiming, "Reward the eighth princess." Before he could finish, the little princess's small hand forcefully covered his mouth. "Father, your brain is a valuable asset. Do not let it go to waste." Emperor Yu responded, perplexed. "My daughter, what am I to do now? The reward has already been declared. I am your most cherished and loyal daughter. Do not let me down." She continued, "Ning'er does not wish for a reward. I love Father dearly. As you are burdened with state affairs, I endeavor to protect my siblings, thus alleviating some of your worries." Shun Luoning promptly pledged her loyalty. "Disgusting." Little Mia huffed, tossing her small hand in frustration. With a sigh, Emperor Yu, feeling the weight of the situation, gravely replied, "The treasury is strained. I shall grant you 10 copper coins." "Mir, is that not a modest sum?" "Thank you, Father." Chu Luoning responded, her eyes brimming with tears as she bowed. 10 copper coins were still a reward. She suspected that had it not been for the mute's earlier intervention, the reward would surely have been 10 gold coins. That mute. Upon hearing the reward, the Empress Dowager also breathed a sigh of relief, regarding Chu Luoning with a smile of admiration. A promising child. Chu Mir opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, resting her head on Emperor Yu's shoulder. "Forget it. I have nothing more to say. I am too weary." It was clear to her that the true instigator was unpunished and even rewarded. 10 copper coins were still money, a reward indeed. Who could she turn to for justice? Little did she know that the cunning 8th princess could hear her innermost thoughts. As Chu Mir dozed off, resting her head on Emperor Yu's shoulder, she remained oblivious to whether he scolded the Empress Dowager or dealt with Grandma Gui. Even upon returning to Jingren Palace, she did not awaken when the physician applied a cooling ointment to her neck. She fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to the world, and did not stir until the midnight hour. The Empress Jiang and the virtuous consort were deeply anxious, keeping vigil by her bedside. "Is she running a fever?" The Empress Jiang inquired as she noticed the consort checking Chu Mir's forehead. The consort shook her head. "Fortunately, it feels cool." "Then let us stoke the fire further," the Empress Jiang instructed, urging little Duong to add a piece of charcoal to the basin. The room grew increasingly warm, yet there were no signs of Chu Mir awakening. Fortunately, her breathing was relatively steady, and she occasionally revealed a faint smile in her dreams, as if she were experiencing delightful visions. After all, the noble consort was her biological mother, and the daughter had been by her side since childhood. Observing Chu Mir's sleeping posture, she surmised that the girl would likely sleep until dawn. Thus, she bid farewell to the Empress, assuring her that Mir would be fine. The Empress Jiang, concerned for her well-being, requested the imperial physician to examine her. As the physician determined that her injuries were not severe, having only received a single strike, the empress felt reassured and sent someone to escort the noble consort back to the Moonheart Palace. Meanwhile, the emperor had inquired about the little princess's condition and, upon learning that all was well, chose not to visit Jingren Palace again. Before retiring for the night, Empress Jiang hung a fragrant sachet at Chu Mi's bedside, filled with calming herbs that emitted a gentle aroma conducive to sleep. "Granny, I appreciate your hard work. Please do not fall into a deep slumber," she cautioned. Given her young age, Ying had already dozed off at the foot of the bed. Fearing she might not adequately care for little Mir, Empress Jiang instructed Granny Yin to remain vigilant by the young princess's bedside. Having been startled earlier, Empress Jiang felt a lingering unease and a surge of indignation. The Empress Dowager, fully aware that the 17th princess resided in her Jingren Palace, still dared to instigate harm against the little princess, demonstrating her blatant disregard for the Empress's authority. The unfortunate mute princess, although carried back to Jingren Palace by the Emperor today, had not received justice. Rather, the 8th princess was rewarded. How aggrieved she must feel. It seemed that such profound injustice weighed heavily on her heart, causing her to remain immersed in slumber. Reluctant to awaken, sighing deeply, Empress Jiang tenderly caressed Chu Mi's delicate face before turning to leave her chamber. With her eyes closed, Chu Mi suddenly twitched the corners of her lips, emitting an almost inaudible chuckle. Granny Yan's heart tightened, prompting her to lean closer to examine the princess's face and touch her forehead, confirming that the young princess was merely laughing in her dreams. She sighed in relief and leaned back against the bedpost to rest. "Disciple, are you happy to be by your father's side?" Chu Mi beheld her master, the Grand Master of Destiny, descending gracefully in his flowing white robe, his long white beard swaying gently, his benevolent gaze shimmering with warmth. Chapter 67. Seeking powers from the master overjoyed, Chu Mi rolled off the bed, performing a respectful bow and beaming. "I am indeed happy, but I'm also burdened with worries. Master, please lift the spell upon me." "How peculiar. You can speak now," she pondered, pinching her little neck. "Is this a dream?" Yet, she noticed the Grand Master shaking his head. "No, you are now the 17th princess of Dayue Kingdom, a mortal." However, the 17th princess was not only mute, but also lacked capabilities, making her vulnerable to harm and deceit. "Master, today I nearly returned to the heavenly realm to see you." Chu Mi whimpered, tugging at his robes, her lips pouting. "Please, Master, show some mercy and grant me a few more years of life." The Grand Master chuckled, gently tapping her forehead. "If you wish to extend your time in the mortal realm, it will depend on your own abilities. Although the 17th princess lacks skills, you possess them. After all, you are she." Chu Miao glanced with her bright eyes and opened her small hands. "Master, your disciple is empty-handed, without even a magical artifact, and incapable of manifesting spiritual power. What abilities do I possess? What use is this brain of mine?" The Grand Master gently tapped her head. Chu Miao was momentarily taken aback. After a pause, she tilted her small head and murmured, "But having a brain without strength is futile. Look at my tiny arms and legs. If an adult were to grasp my neck, I would perish instantly." "Ha ha ha, Master, I beseech you. Grant me a modicum of magical power, if you please." "That is not possible. To save your father, you must rely solely on your wit. If you lack the strength to rescue him." He paused, and Chu Miao quickly inquired, "What then?" The Grand Master raised an eyebrow. "I shall grant you an opportunity. Should you lack the strength to save your husband, you will return to the heavenly realm with me, back to your mother." Upon hearing the mention of her mother, Chu Miao immediately clung to the Grand Master's arm. "Master, please do not inform my mother that I have descended to the mortal realm to seek my father. She will surely worry. I am aware. But can you assure me that within 5 years, you will help your father overcome his tribulations?" Chu Miao blinked, her heart leaping with joy. "Isn't 1 year on earth equivalent to a day in heaven? If Master grants me 5 days, it coincides perfectly with Emperor Yu's 43rd birthday. In 5 days, my mother will not notice my absence from the mortal realm. Master, I shall strive with all my might." "So, You have chosen to forego returning to the heavenly realm with me? Yes, I wish to save my father and reunite him with my mother. Very well. I shall take my leave. As the master began to step away, Chu Miao clutched his white robe tightly. The 3-year-old girl was indeed quite small, craning her neck to gaze up at him, her neck aching from the strain. Master, kind master, please take a look at my neck. The Grand Master lowered his head, examining her with a gentle smile. Is it merely a little mark? Can you not withstand such minor hardships? What lies ahead will be far more arduous. Will you not falter? Chu Miao's little face stiffened. More trials? Then I must earn myself a magical artifact for protection, just like Master. She blinked her large eyes, tears welling up, her pitiful, rosy lips pouting, her soft voice filled with sorrow. Master, I wish to tell you that had you not been secretly guarding me today, I would truly have perished. Master, I do not wish to die. I love you, and I love my father. At this, she pressed her small forehead against the Grand Master's robe and whispered, 5 years is quite a long time in the mortal realm. I shall miss you. Perhaps you could leave me a treasure to ease my longing? The Grand Master chuckled softly, patting her head twice. I forgot to mention, this time you have taken on the form of the 17th princess, which counts as your mortal trial. If you succeed in overcoming this trial, you will assist your father in ascending to heaven. Should you fail, the Grand Master smiled slightly, stroking his long beard. Chu Miao's heart tightened. What will happen if I fail, Master? Chapter 68. The strange spell. The Grand Master knelt down, grasping her small hands earnestly. If you fail, even the Heavenly Emperor will be unable to save you. Previously, I granted you an opportunity, yet you chose to forsake the chance to return to the celestial realm with me. If you wish to be a dutiful daughter, then you must be prepared to follow your father into oblivion. With a thud, Chu Miao sat on the ground, her small face paling. The great divine teacher gently patted her head, letting out a soft sigh. There is no other way. This is the fate you have chosen for yourself, my disciple. You must tread the path you have selected, but alas, your mother will suffer for it. Tears streamed down Chu Miao's cheeks, her heart heavy with sorrow. It is so difficult. Truly, it is exceedingly hard. Out of filial piety, I wish to alter my father's fate, only to end up in this predicament. Master, why must you punish me so? She pouted. I am but 10,000 years old. In the mortal realm, I would be of a similar age as Chu Miao. My disciple, you cannot blame your master. The path was yours to choose. The great divine teacher gently patted her small hand and smiled faintly. The only assistance I can offer you now is to have me accompany you. Chu Miao pouted. Master, my father is currently indecisive and tyrannical, lacking reason, and his intellect leaves much to be desired. Oh, then you shall perish alongside him? Chu Miao sniffled, shaking her head, her damp eyelashes drooping in sorrow, unwilling to accept such a fate. Alas, considering our master-disciple bond, I shall find a way to procure a tail feather for you when the time comes. No, I do not wish for that. It would only cause you heartache. The great divine teacher smiled, pursing her lips. Then what would you like, my disciple? A good question. Chu Miao immediately lifted her head, her watery eyes shimmering. Master, for the sake of my mother, both my father and I must survive. Please, grant me a magical artifact. Once I ascend to the celestial realm, I will serve you dutifully, cultivating yellow spirit beans in the heavenly fields. The palace is fraught with peril and shadows. Chu Miao felt utterly incapable of contending with even Chu Luaning, let alone the formidable Lan clan. How could she rescue the people from their suffering? Tears alone would not save anyone. The great divine teacher shook her head. I cannot bestow such a gift. Master, Chu Miao pouted, acting spoiled. Please, kind master. Very well. I shall give you a book of earthly legends. As she spoke, the great divine teacher placed a large hand upon Chu Miao's head. Before she could comprehend, a sound echoed in her mind. Little master, I am your little trumpet. Should you wish to know the legends of anyone, simply think of their name, and I shall reveal it to you. Chu Miao was momentarily stunned. When did my master acquire such magic? Are you satisfied? The great divine teacher inquired with a smile. Chu Miao blinked in confusion. Master, is this truly useful? Indeed, it is of great utility. The historical records you have been peeking at are incomplete. The little trumpet I have implanted in your mind will help you comprehend your adversaries at any time. Thank you, Master. The great divine teacher rose, her white brows lifting, signaling her departure. Wait, Chumia clung to his leg, pleading softly, Master, please leave me with another treasure. This little trumpet merely entertains me, but cannot protect me. The great divine teacher smiled faintly. Very well, I shall inform you that your father possesses a certain treasure. My father? Indeed. Your father is now the emperor of the great Yu kingdom, and he possesses numerous treasures hidden within the Dongwon pavilion. Should you manage to find a particularly exquisite bracelet made of small-leaf red sandalwood, he may bestow it upon you, thereby helping you evade certain calamities. Upon hearing this, Chu Mian'er's large, watery eyes sparkled with excitement. Dongwon pavilion? She could search for it herself. Overjoyed, she knelt and respectfully bowed her head to the Grandmaster, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Master. Your kindness shall forever remain in my heart. Take care of yourself, my disciple, the Master replied. Raising her head, Chumia called out to the retreating figure of the Grandmaster. Master, I have one more question. I am now the 17th princess and a mute. When will I be able to speak, Master? Fate has its own arrangements, the Grandmaster responded, and with that he vanished from sight. Chumia reached out, as if to grasp the Masteress robe. Princess, princess. The voice that reached her ears was that of Granny Yin, who gently held her small hand. My dear princess, what troubles you? Did you have a dream? Slowly opening her eyes, Chumia looked around in a daze, wondering if it had truly been a dream. No, it cannot be. I distinctly saw the Master and spoke at length with him. His words linger in my mind. She raised her small hand to touch her hair, which was not yet fully unbound, and her expression froze. There was something inside. Princess, are you hungry? Granny Yin asked with a smile. Chumia turned to glance at her and then placed her small hand on her belly, which gurgled in response. I am hungry, she nodded. Granny Yin went to prepare food. In the meantime, Chumia quickly retrieved the object hidden within her hair. It glimmered with light. Oh, how is it this? Chapter 69. The Emperor's Many Secrets. These were 2 miraculous pills refined by the Master using yellow spirit beans. Not only do they enhance magical powers, but they also possess the ability to revive the deceased. A treasure indeed. When Chumia first laid eyes on them, she named them Miaoling Dan, filled with delight as she hurriedly placed the 2 precious items into her small pouch. She then lay back down, silently whispering, Yu Wudi. A small voice chimed in. At 2 years old, Yu Wudi caught a large worm and stuffed it into the Empress's quilt. At 7, he wet the bed. And at 10, he stole a dancer's clothing and fell into the lotus pond. At 12, he purloined the imperial seal and fled the palace, only to be secretly retrieved. At 13, he entered the battlefield, slaying an enemy general and fondling his 13-year-old concubine's thigh. At 14, he was named crown prince. At 15, he clandestinely courted Jiang Xinyuo. At 16, he wed Jiang Xinyuo and hid one of her red undergarments. Chumia stifled a giggle, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Indeed, these are some little-known historical anecdotes. Oh, wild tales. I must not listen too much. They are unsuitable for children. When someone misbehaves, I shall use it to expose their secrets. Granny Yin returned, lifting Chumia from the bed and carefully dressing her in a floral coat, adorning her with a hat. Despite the warmth of the charcoal fire in the room, Granny Yin remained concerned about her catching a chill. Outside, the sky was dark, marking the coldest time of day. Yue Ying and Zaido Wang were awakened by Granny Yin, and the 2 cautiously attended to Chumia, leading her to the outer room where they illuminated all the lamps. Soon, the kitchen delivered a warm meal consisting of 4 dishes, a bowl of bird's nest porridge, fragrant red bean rice cakes, and the osmanthus cake that Chumia adored. After sipping half a bowl of the porridge, she fell into a daze, reflecting on the words her master had imparted, her heart weighed down by a heavy sorrow. Alas, it was too arduous. If she could not save her father, she would meet the same demise alongside him, dissipating into nothingness. Was this not binding the fates of father and daughter together? Oh, dear father, everything I do is for you. Yet, you remain so muddled and even harbor anger towards me. Your daughter is on the verge of being choked to death by that malevolent Empress Dowager. And instead of avenging her, you reward that scheming eighth sister with 10 coins. The sum may be insignificant, but she revels in her triumph. Granny Yin, noticing the little princess lost in thought with drooping eyelids and a lackluster demeanor, felt an urge of concern. "Princess, do you feel unwell?" she inquired, preparing to feed the young girl. Chumia shook her head, and upon seeing Granny Yin scoop a spoonful of bird's nest porridge, she opened her mouth to eat. A strong body was essential. The rest would be dealt with as it came. After all, she still had the queen backing her. Suddenly, Chumia's eyes sparkled as if she had spotted a delightful treasure, her small face glowing with joy. Yue Ying, intrigued, asked, "What did you see, my lord?" Xiaodu Wang followed her gaze toward the windowsill, but saw nothing there. Chumia grinned widely, biting into a piece of red bean cake, convinced that the beans would return. Her master would not deceive her. Furthermore, she had to pay a visit to the tyrant's eastern warm pavilion. What was it but a string of rosewood beads? It couldn't compare to golden seeds. Surely, her father would reward her. As dawn broke, Chumir noticed that the phoenix-headed parrot had not returned, but instead, Dr. Chow arrived. He announced that he had come on the emperor's orders to check on the little princess's health. Upon learning he was sent by her father, Chumie hurriedly climbed into bed, signaling to Ying to tie a white ribbon around her forehead, feigning a delicate, sickly appearance. Hadn't her master taught her that one must use their wits to survive? Indeed, being overly rigid would earn no rewards. Xiaodu Wang and Yue Ying, seeing her antics, could not help but stifle their laughter, finding their little lord adorable. Granny Yin entered with Dr. Chow and, upon seeing the princess lying in bed, was momentarily taken aback. "Wasn't she well, just now?" she inquired. Yue Ying stepped forward, lowering her gaze, and replied worriedly, "The princess seems to have a severe headache." Hearing this, Dr. Chow quickly set down his medicine box, respectfully taking 2 steps closer, softly saying, "I shall take the princess's pulse." Chumia obediently extended her delicate hand from beneath the covers, its fair complexion strikingly captivating. Chapter 70. The Physician's Cooperation. Dr. Chow delicately placed his fingers upon her pulse. His eyes gently closed, fully engrossed in sensing the rhythm of her delicate heartbeat. Initially steady, it soon became erratic, fluctuating between rapid and slow. Dr. Chow's expression tightened, and he abruptly opened his eyes, fixating on the young princess's face. Her complexion appeared fair, and the bruises on her neck had significantly faded. Yet her breathing seemed quite unstable, marked by deep gasps that caused the bedding to rise and fall subtly. "Princess, are you feeling upset?" Dr. Chow inquired softly, noting her evident emotional distress. Chumia pointed her own head. "Doctor, the young lady claims she has a headache," Ewing interjected from the side. Taken aback, Dr. Chow resumed his examination, but her pulse remained chaotic. Seeing the physician's anxious and helpless demeanor, Granny Yin asked, "Doctor, what ailment does the young lady suffer from?" Catching a glimpse of the young princess, Dr. Chow noticed her sly gaze, which he swiftly intercepted. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the imperial palace for many years, he understood the intricate power struggles among the royal family, where many children became collateral damage in the pursuit of power. Just yesterday, the 17th princess had narrowly escaped death. What, then, was the purpose of her feigned illness? After contemplating for a while, Dr. Chow finally responded thoughtfully. The young princess remains in a fragile state after the fright she experienced yesterday. She is still prone to palpitations and anxiety, leading to her headache and reluctance to engage in lively activities. Granny Yin promptly inquired, "Is it serious? How can she regain her health?" "She requires tranquility and comfort, along with the companionship of loved ones," he replied, casting a glance at the 17th princess. Noticing her brow relax, seemingly satisfied with his answer, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. It appeared he had diagnosed her condition accurately. The young princess was indeed upset from being bullied, which had thrown her pulse into disarray. By lying in bed and pretending to have a headache, she sought the emperor's attention. Such a clever mute princess. Just as Dr. Chow contemplated finishing his examination, he observed the princess making a gesture with her small hand. His eyes sparkled as he quickly added, "Furthermore, it is crucial to keep the young princess cheerful. In my humble opinion, A few gifts to amuse her would do wonders. Ah, so you're fond of treasures? Dear princess, he remarked, and soon after, he noticed the corners of her lips curve into a smile. Please prescribe some medicine, doctor, Granny Yin requested. Upon hearing this, Chu Mie-er turned her head and shook her small hand, indicating her refusal to take any medicine. Dr. Chow acquiesced to her wishes, informing Granny Yin for this affliction. Medication is futile. Rather, she needs an abundance of reassurance to alleviate her fears. Granny Yin seemed to comprehend, nodding in agreement before bending down to gently stroke Chu Mie-er's forehead. Dear one, rest well for a while. I shall inform Her Majesty, who will surely safeguard the princess and report to the Emperor, ensuring that no ill-intentioned individuals dare to bully you. Upon hearing this, Chu Mie-er's lips quivered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she felt deeply moved. She wished for the Emperor to be aware of her sorrow. Oh, how profound it was! A heartache so intense that no mere gift could alleviate it. My dear princess, the physician, Dr. Chow, remarked, I shall return to inform His Majesty. The ointment for your neck must be applied for a few more days. Having delivered his instructions, he followed the stern Lady Yin out of the room. Once the two adults departed, Chu Mie-er swiftly rose from her bed, prompting Ying to remove the adornment from her forehead. Little Do Wang chuckled, Your Highness, that was quite the ploy. Yesterday, indeed, made my heart race with fear. Not just you, but I'm still trembling. Ying shot him a reproachful glance. How can you still smile when you are afraid? Should I weep before the princess? Chu Mie-er waved her hand at them, then descended to retrieve the ointment from the cabinet, applying it gently to their faces. After all, justice had yet to be served for those dear to her. Unable to articulate her thoughts, Chu Mie-er approached her writing desk and penned a line, presenting it for their perusal. I shall avenge you. Having learned to read from the Empress, Ying immediately grasped its meaning. Tears welled in her eyes as she knelt, her voice trembling. Thank you, Your Highness. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. Little De Wong, unable to read, gazed at her in confusion. Ying tugged at his sleeve, conveying that the princess intended to seek vengeance for him and urged him to express his gratitude. Upon understanding, Little De Wong promptly knelt and bowed his head, exclaiming, Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you. Upon learning of Chu Mie-er's distress, the Empress, feeling a pang of concern, hurried to her chamber. Hearing Little De Wang's voice reporting outside, Chu Mie-er hastily dove back under her covers. This performance must continue until her surrogate father arrived. In Chapter 71, Little De Wang sought to ingratiate himself with the princess. Mie-er, the Empress lamented, tenderly caressing Chu Mie-er's cool forehead. Does it still hurt? Chu Miao not that. Her eyes brimming with moisture. It was easy to feign vulnerability, especially when recalling how the Empress Dowager had threatened to extinguish her life. A wave of sadness washed over her. If she were to be silenced, she might never return to the heavenly realm. For now, she was not only tasked with aiding her father through his tribulations, but was also enduring her own trials. The thought of being inadvertently harmed filled her with dread. Witnessing the tremor in her slight frame and the fear reflected in her tearful gaze only deepened the Empress's sorrow. Oh, my poor princess, the Empress murmured, her own eyes reddening. Fear not. Mie-er, your mother will protect you with her very life. Overwhelmed, Chu Mie-er felt the urge to weep, to unleash her sorrowful cries. She flung herself into the Empress's embrace, clinging to her waist and nuzzled against her chest, producing soft whimpers. The line between performance and genuine emotion blurred beautifully. After a period of comforting, the Empress held her until she gradually fell asleep once more. When she awoke, it was time for lunch. Draped in a white fox fur cloak, her hair partially unbound, she sat upon her bed. Why hasn't he, my surrogate father, arrived yet? Does he no longer love me? Little De Wong, having climbed a nearby tree, returned with a freshly hatched chick. Your Highness, look. Would you like to play? He hoped to amuse her. He discovered that the little mistress, in her pretense, had truly begun to resemble a patient. Chu Mie-er extended her small hand, and Xiao Duong gently placed the fledgling bird in her delicate, rosy palm. It appeared to be a kingfisher, featherless and entirely a soft shade of pinkish purple. With its internal organs visible, its tiny head unable to lift, Chu Mie-er narrowed her eyes and asked, Where's your mother? The fledgling did not respond, but merely opened its beak slightly, uttering, Mother, I am cold. Chumia picked up a handkerchief from the pillow and covered it gently, saying, You are still very fragile. I shall have someone take you back. You cannot be without your mother. The fledgling turned its head a couple of times, but remained feeble. Chumia returned the bird to Xiao Duong and used sign language to instruct him to return it to its nest. She shot him a warning glare, reminding him not to catch bird again. With a helpless sigh, Xiao Duong cradled the fledgling and departed. At that moment, Yuing entered to report that the empress had specially prepared some nourishing medicinal cuisine for the little mistress. The Yuexin palace had also prepared delectable dishes, personally brought over by the noble consort. Just as she finished her report, the empress entered the chamber with the noble consort. Upon seeing her daughter adorned with a headband and her complexion pale, the noble consort's heart ached as tears streamed down her face. Mia, are you unwell again? The empress sighed softly, assuring her, Mia has merely been startled and has a slight headache. There is no need for excessive worry. The noble consort embraced Chu Mia, feeling waves of sorrow within her heart. After spending many days in the cold palace, she had hoped for a better life for them both, only to find her daughter falling ill again, facing disdain and punishment. She had nearly lost her life. In retrospect, she thought it might have been better to remain in the cold palace, where no one paid attention to them, and no one could harm her little Mia. Please, your majesty, protect Mia. She is not the wicked little demoness in the Empress Dowager's eyes. She is my gentle, obedient daughter. Why must some people despise her so? The noble consort cried. Chumia raised her hand to wipe away her mother's tears. It is my daughter who threatens the interests and schemes of the Empress Dowager and Lady Lan, having even captured the emperor's affection for the 8th princess. How could they ever tolerate me? Mother, if neither the empress nor the emperor can safeguard me, if I were to perish, then the great Yu kingdom would soon meet its demise. Thus, I shall not easily succumb to death. You need not worry excessively. Upon hearing these heartfelt sentiments, the empress's complexion paled. She reaffirmed that heaven had bestowed upon this 17th princess remarkable abilities and extraordinary wisdom, aiding her and the emperor in governing the harem and the nation. For the country to thrive, she and her sons must live well. The 17th princess must be protected at all costs. Therefore, she spoke, Noble consort, I am fully aware of this matter, and I promise you, as long as I live, Mia shall be safe. The noble consort, upon hearing this, embraced Chu Mia and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, your majesty, for your willingness to protect Mia. I appreciate your concern. There is no need for formality. Mia is also my daughter, the empress replied. The two women sat down together, accompanying Chu Mia for a meal. Observing that the little one could still eat and her complexion was gradually turning rosy, they felt a sense of comfort. After lunch, Empress Jiang received a gift sent by her family through a messenger. Upon unveiling the package draped in black cloth, she discovered two exquisite parrots. One was a white phoenix parrot, and the other a vibrant green macaw. The macaw, chattering away, tilted its little head and bounced in its cage while exclaiming, Little princess, little princess. Chu Mia's face brightened with a delightful smile. The messenger informed her that this was a gift from the chancellor to the 17th princess, specially selected for her. Chu Mia was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the chancellor learned of her desire for a gift from the imperial physician? But why did that tyrant not react? Empress Jiang took Chu Mia's small hand and expressed her gratitude, instructing the messenger to convey that the little princess was very pleased and had heard the parrot's calls. After contemplating, Chu Mia turned and went to the study, searching for a white silk handkerchief gifted by the empress. She dipped her brush in vermilion and inscribed two tiny characters, Loyal Subject. Once completed, she neatly folded the handkerchief and had the messenger deliver it to the chancellor's residence as her token of appreciation. Witnessing this scene, Empress Jiang felt deeply moved, realizing how thoughtful the little princess truly was. Such a young princess was worth sacrificing her life to protect. Upon finishing his classes, the 9th prince, having learned that his sister had awakened and received two parrots from the chancellor's residence, made his way directly to his mother's Jingren palace. At this moment, he was still oblivious to the fact that the Empress Dowager had almost suffocated his sister as the emperor had decreed that this matter must not be disclosed. Anyone who spoke of it would face severe consequences, either having their tongue cut out or facing execution. Sister, sister. Chu Hongjing called out joyfully as he approached Chu Mi'er's chamber, raising his hand. Ninth brother has come to see you. Hearing this, Chu Mi'er hurriedly leaped out of bed, her face radiant with smiles, forgetting to remove the headband adorning her hair. Sister, ninth brother heard you have been studying in the Princess Academy? Upon seeing his sister, Chu Hongjing took her small hand, his eyes brimming with affection. Chu Mi'er nodded, her eyes sparkling. Yu Ying emerged with a fur hat, carefully placing it on her head, cautioning her against catching a chill due to the wind outside. Without hesitation, Chu Hongjing pulled out a pair of exquisite fur gloves from his sleeve. Sister, these are for you. Chu Mi'er instinctively withdrew her hand. I already have gloves. I have them. She patted Chu Hongjing's hand, suggesting he wear them instead. With a smile, Chu Hongjing insisted, these are gifts from your brother. You must accept them and cannot refuse. As he spoke, he helped her put them on. Although they appeared slightly oversized on her, they were warm. Chu Mi'er lifted her face, bestowing him with a grateful smile, and then, with enthusiasm, wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her small face against his chest. Chu Hongjing fondly stroked her warm hat and cheerfully informed her, Sister, in a few days, ninth brother will accompany father on a hunt in the northern Barbarian Ridge. This will be my second hunting trip. If I catch a fox, I shall make a fur scarf for you. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Chu Mi'er's small face suddenly stiffened. She recalled many things that had been muddled in her mind. After her master had tapped her head a few times last night, everything now felt remarkably clear. The history and figures of the great Yu kingdom were vivid in her thoughts. Whenever she thought of the ninth prince, her mind replayed the moment when he had accompanied Emperor Yu on a hunting expedition for the second time. The chestnut horse had suddenly stumbled and thrown him, tragically leading to his demise beneath the very hooves of the horse that had been gifted to him by the second prince. Raising her head, Chu Mi'er tugged anxiously at Chu Hongjing's robe, her expression tinged with urgency. You must not go. You cannot go hunting. You will die. Chu Hongjing was taken aback, his eyes wide. Sister, are you saying that the ninth brother cannot go? Chu Mi'er nodded, her eyes reddening with distress. Chu Hongjing hesitated, grappling with the gravity of her words. However, the ninth brother was the Prince of Jing, soon to turn 12 and expected to master the skills of horseback riding and archery, pursuits that every prince must undertake, and they were also the ninth brother's greatest passions. He had harbored ambitions of becoming a great general since he was a child, determined to protect the kingdom for his father. Upon hearing his words, Chu Mi'er gazed at him blankly, her thoughts in disarray. Is he seeking death? Must he truly seek death? How can I save him? Chu Hongjing found her reaction peculiar, scrutinizing her small face. Chapter 73. The Emperor has finally arrived. Was his sister's heartfelt concern genuine? Had she been delirious from a fever recently? Just look at her now, with a band on her head. Moreover, she could not predict the future. How could she possibly know that his hunting trip could be perilous? If he heeded her warning and abstained from hunting, their father would surely scold him. No, he could not take a child's words seriously. Sister, do not worry about the ninth brother. He has been through this once before and will be extra cautious. He smiled, his handsome face radiating warmth. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Mi'er was acutely aware of her own inability to provide a satisfactory explanation. With a resigned sigh, she tightened her embrace around him. Ninth brother, I will not let you die, I promise. Regardless of the truth of her words, Chu Hongjing was moved and squatted down to hold her tightly, his cheek gently rubbing against her soft, warm hat. Sister, the ninth brother cares for you deeply. The tender scene of the siblings embracing was serendipitously witnessed by Emperor Yu as he approached. Upon arriving at Jingren Palace, Emperor Yu specifically instructed the servants not to inform the little princess of his presence. The empress acquiesced, accompanying him quietly. Upon seeing Chu Mi'er affectionately close to his ninth prince, a hint of warmth softened the icy demeanor of Emperor Yu. Is Mi'er feeling better? He inquired. Empress Jiang responded. She has improved somewhat after taking her medicinal dishes and was delighted upon seeing the 2 parrots sent by her father. She recounted the gesture of her father sending the parrots to the emperor, adding, Mia is well-versed and courteous. She even returned a gift to my father. Emperor Yu, intrigued, asked, what did she return? A handkerchief, she replied. The Emperor Yu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. What young girl? The gift she presented was merely a trinket, likely to leave Prime Minister Jiang both amused and perplexed upon receiving a handkerchief. Little did he realize, the two characters inscribed on it were of utmost significance to Xiao Mia. When Prime Minister Jiang unveiled the handkerchief, his eyes glistened with excitement, as it bore the handwriting of the 3-year-old princess, declaring him a loyal subject. This proclamation brought him greater joy than any yellow robe bestowed upon him by the emperor himself. He felt compelled to carry it close at all times. Meanwhile, upon hearing the emperor's laughter, Chu Mia slowly turned around. Sister, father has arrived. Come, let us greet him together with ninth brother. With that, Chu Hongjing took her little hand and led her to the emperor. We pay our respects to father. May you be blessed with health and longevity. Chu Hongjing bowed with utmost reverence. The emperor smiled with satisfaction, but his gaze shifted to the little princess beside him. Why, upon seeing him, did she not bow or even smile? Was she not well-versed in etiquette? As he scrutinized the headband adorning her forehead, a pang of sympathy struck his heart. Poor little thing. Mia quickly pay your respects to father, urged Chu Hongjing, gently tugging at her hand. However, upon noticing that the emperor was empty-handed and that eunuch Zhao had not accompanied him, Chu Mia's expression fell, and she withdrew her tiny hand from ninth princess' grasp. Father has come to see you, and you are not pleased? The empress asked with a smile. What is there to be happy about when he comes empty-handed? Chu Mia pouted, pulling up Xiao Duong and Yuing, pointing at their faces with discontent, glaring at the emperor. Did you see that? They bear bruises on their faces inflicted by the 8th princess's people. The 8th princess indulges her servants in their tyranny, bullying the weak. And you still wish to reward her? Are you hoping that her people will come to harm mine in the future? With indignation, she continued, O great boar, if you remain so oblivious to right and wrong, rewarding the unjust while punishing the innocent, I shall have no desire to engage with you. When the nation is in ruins and your family is in peril, do not lament your choices. Chu Mia vented her frustrations, her small hands gesticulating in a manner only a few could comprehend, her face displaying a myriad of emotions. In short, she was thoroughly upset. The intensity of her emotions compelled her to stomp her little feet in anger, puffing her cheeks adorably. Chu Hongjing stood in astonishment. Were the 8th princess's servants truly this brazen? The emperor furrowed his brow, his lips twitching slightly as he glanced at Empress Jiang. She offered an awkward smile, bemused by the young girl's boldness in chastising the emperor. Your Majesty, the physician has informed me that Mia was startled and her emotions are somewhat unstable. Now that she sees you, she is expressing her grievances, so please be understanding. Although the 17th princess could not voice her thoughts, her sentiments were clear to the couple. Empress Jiang felt a sense of injustice for the little princess as well. Yesterday, the emperor had been deceived by the 8th princess's clumsy performance, leading to rewards that felt undeserved. It was entirely understandable for the little princess to be upset. What was even more distressing was that she had nearly been suffocated. Yet the emperor could not bring himself to punish the heartless Empress Dowager. The emperor, however, could not admit to having heard the heartfelt cries of his little daughter. He stood with an imposing demeanor, his arms crossed behind him, his sword-like brows slightly raised as he intentionally remarked, "But I must say, I failed to comprehend the meaning behind Miao Heir's intentions." Upon hearing this, both Xiao Duong and Yueying knelt simultaneously. Xiao Duong bowed his head, saying, Your Majesty, please discern the truth. Yesterday, the stone hammer by the 8th princess struck me and also harmed Yueying. The young mistress, feeling pity for me, reported it to your Majesty. Thus the truth was unveiled. Emperor Yu's narrowed gaze fell upon the still, fuming Miao Heir, and with a sweeping gesture, he commanded, Come forth. Chapter 74. A surprising gift. Zhao Gonggong hurriedly approached, trembling with urgency. I am here, your Majesty. Draft an edict to imprison the 2 servants by the 8th princess in the dungeon, and the stone hammer shall be executed. Understood. Wait. Emperor Yu regarded Chu Miao heir, his gaze sharp yet languid, and added coldly, "You shall personally deliver 10 slaps to that Gui woman. If the Empress Dowager objects, let her come to me." Yes. Zhao Gonggong retreated. Xiao Duong and Yueying hastily bowed in gratitude, their hearts filled with joy. Indeed, the young mistress has avenged us. Moreover, she has dealt with the palace matron by the Empress Dowager's side, ensuring justice for us. Chu Miao heir's previously tense expression softened, her arms lowered, and her little feet ceased their stamping. How ruthless! My own father truly is merciless. Those who dare strike my companions deserve nothing less than execution. Well, I shall not harbor anger towards my father any longer, but still, I feel a twinge of disappointment. Why did he not bring any gifts to appease me? Without gifts, it is not so simple to be consoled. Furthermore, the tyrant, when angered, tends to strip the fur from the beans. With these thoughts, Chu Miao heir slowly turned. Her head bowed, gazing at the ground, maintaining her innocent demeanor of distress. Empress Jiang, perceiving the confusion, dismissed the attendants and instructed Chu Hongjing to return and study. Once they had all departed, she bent down to inquire, "Miao heir, is there anything else you wish your father to address on your behalf?" It must be said, this little princess was not overly difficult to please. She was not a willful or unreasonable child. Chu Miao heir shook her head, a single crystalline tear glistening at the corner of her eye, rendering her even more pitiable. Empress Jiang sighed lightly. "Miao heir, there are matters that your father cannot resolve." She speculated that the little one felt wronged for having been reprimanded by the Empress Dowager, and yet the emperor had not spoken a word of explanation. Emperor Yu surmised the same, feeling a pang of pain and guilt within. The Great Yu dynasty had always been governed by filial piety. He was aware of the Empress Dowager's faults, yet he could not act against her indiscriminately. He resolved to visit Shokong Palace less frequently to pay his respects, and to cease sending tribute items. "Miao heir, come here, let your father hold you." Overwhelmed with guilt, the emperor's heart ached for little Miao heir. As her father, he felt powerless to protect her or seek justice on her behalf. As a tyrant, he felt a deep resentment. Upon hearing the softness in his voice, Chu Miao heir sensed the moment had arrived, and she opened her small arms, leaping into his embrace. Emperor Yu cradled her delicate form, caressing her face, and chuckled. "Your father has brought gifts for you, come, take a look." He cradled Chu Miao back to the Warm Heart Pavilion, casually tossing his head toward the nearby young eunuch. The eunuch promptly presented a silver platter. The Emperor of Yu picked up a glimmering golden brush from it and spoke clearly. "This is a specially crafted golden brush for Miao from your father. It's short, perfectly suited for your little hands. Do you like it?" Chu Miao's eyes sparkled as she accepted the brush and touched it, a smile blossoming on her small face. "This is wonderful. The handle is made of gold, so I can sell it if I run out of money." The emperor nearly choked on his own saliva. How could this little one be thinking about the possibility of famine in Yu? If his little princess had no money, what hope did the common people have? Little did he know, his nation had already been hollowed out by parasites, and should a war arise, he too might find himself in want of food. "Miao, your father forgot to mention that this is gold-plated. It's made from gold bars, too heavy for a child to hold." Chu Miao paused, then began to scratch at the brush's handle with her tiny fingernail. I could still scrape off some gold powder. How miserly. However, it bore the emperor's personal inscription, bestowed by the Emperor of Yu. It was indeed valuable. "Come here, look at this." The emperor then picked up a transparent, bottle-shaped container adorned with a nipple from the platter. Empress Jiang looked on in surprise, exclaiming, "Isn't this a milk bottle? A tribute from the southern Zhe kingdom?" The emperor nodded, then stuffed the milk bottle into Chu Miao's arms, smiling as he said, "You will use this for milk. Don't worry about the goat's milk getting cold in the winter." Chu Miao's lips curled into a half-smile. "Am I not grown up now? Do I still need to hold a milk bottle? Every night before I sleep, I send tea at Yu Ing who brings me a bowl of milk, and I drink it and then sleep?" The emperor heard her unspoken thoughts, but merely tied a red ribbon around her neck. "This is wonderful. It keeps the warm goat and cow milk safe. Miao will not fall ill drinking it." The beautiful Chu Miao, with a milk bottle hanging around her neck, made Empress Jiang unable to suppress her laughter. How adorable! The little one pouted her lips, finding it hard to refuse. It was her father's heartfelt intention. Come, there are more gifts. The emperor had devised various ways to delight his daughter. Chapter 75. The special talisman. He picked up a small rectangular gold medal from a silver platter, waving it before Chu Mia. This is a death exemption medal specially crafted for you by your father. At these words, Empress Jiang's eyes lit up, her lovely face brimming with excitement. How wonderful! With this, as long as Mia does not harm the emperor, she will be exempt from punishment in whatever she does. Even if she were to harm an unwise royal relative, she would not face death. Empress Jiang was so thrilled that tears glimmered in her eyes. She could protect this capable little princess for the great Yu kingdom. Chu Mia was taken aback by the sudden gift of the death exemption medal. Come, my dear mother will put it on for you. The empress expressed her gratitude and took the medal. Chu Mia still wore the golden chain gifted by her, and the empress carefully extracted it, unclasped the heart-shaped pendant, and attached the medal in its place. The emperor truly put his heart into this. He likely prepared it some time ago. The small life-saving token, even smaller than Chu Mia's palm, is exquisitely crafted. The front bears the inscription of the life-saving decree, while the reverse side is marked with the personal grant of the martial emperor, making it truly unique. Mia, the Empress Jiang said, this token you wear will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, you may retaliate without fear of harm. As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion, and she feared she might fail to safeguard this little one. After all, within the palace resides a powerful matriarch, the Empress Dowager, whose influence is so great that even the emperor hesitates to confront her. There have long been rumors that the emperor's birth mother was poisoned by this very Empress Dowager, though concrete evidence has never surfaced. With the emperor bestowing a life-saving token upon little Mia, she could now walk with confidence within the palace. Even if she were to storm into the Shokong Palace wielding a sword, that aged woman would not dare to take her life. This is a genuine talisman of protection. Chu Mia understood the significance of this life-saving token. She gently touched the small golden piece, smiled sweetly at Emperor Yuwudi, and then stretched her little legs. Emperor Yuwudi set her down. She took 2 steps back, adjusted her dress, and knelt respectfully, offering her gratitude to him. Thank you, Father Emperor. Your and Mother Empress's kindness, Mia will forever cherish in her heart. Mia is grateful and will repay your kindness, even if I face death in the future. I will protect Father Emperor's realm and uphold Mother Empress's position. With a deep bow, she knocked her little chest against the ground, producing a sound as her tiny milk jug hit the floor. The emperor burst into hearty laughter and scooped her up once more, his heart filled with sweetness. This little princess is wonderful. She understands gratitude. Her inability to speak does not diminish her heartfelt sincerity. Empress Jiang, with tears of joy in her eyes, adored Chu Mia immensely. As Emperor Yuwudi settled into his throne, he gently caressed his daughter's cheek and asked tenderly, Mia, is there anything else you wish for your father to do? Speak, and I shall fulfill it. Chu Mia blinked and immediately thought of her beloved pet, Mido. She pointed to the birdcage hanging by the window, and the emperor carried her over. I want Mido back. I love Mido. Father Emperor, please do not let anyone capture it again. Mido is very spirited. It is my dear friend, and I cannot be happy without it. Upon reaching the cage, Chu Mia extended her little hand to smooth the fur of her treasured golden-haired companion, her intentions clear. Emperor Yuwudi chuckled. Father understands. You want Mido back, do you? Very well. From now on, any animal that Mia loves, Father shall not allow anyone to harm, not even a single hair. Upon hearing this, Chu Mia's eyes sparkled, and a smile gradually illuminated her face. So, Mido will come back, and Father 1T allow anyone to pluck its fur? Oh yeah. Gazing at her beaming, beautiful face, Emperor Yuwudi felt elated. For the first time, he distinctly realized that his little daughter's joy could bring him a profound sense of happiness. Her smile had the power to melt his heart. It was truly wonderful. In a moment of exhilaration, he remarked, in a couple of days, Father will venture to the northern barbarian ridge for a hunt. If he captures anything alive, he intends to bring it back to the palace for Miao Heir to see. The princess is confined within the palace walls and has never laid eyes on such creatures. The Empress Jiang smiled brightly, pondering whether the emperor was planning to construct a miniature zoo for the 17th princess within the palace. Miao heir, quickly express your gratitude to your father, she urged cheerfully. The emperor's affection for the little princess would undoubtedly solidify her own standing as empress. Upon hearing her words, Chu Miao heir stretched her little legs, eager to descend and express her thanks. No need for that. The Yu emperor chuckled heartily. Come, let's dine together. Meanwhile, Grand Eunuch Zhao had already led a contingent of imperial guards into the secluded chambers of Shokong Palace, apprehending the two attendants of the 8th princess. Xiao Yun, she cried, reaching out to Chu Luoning. My lady, save me, please. Stone Hammer, grasped firmly by the guards, felt his legs weaken, his head drooping to his chest. After Grand Eunuch Zhao read the imperial edict, he waved his hand, instructing the guards to escort them away. Chu Luoning, kneeling on the ground in submission, felt her shoulders sag and collapsed. As the Dowager Empress approached to assess the situation, the elderly maid Gumama, upon hearing the decree, recoiled in fear and immediately prostrated herself, exclaiming, Your Majesty, please grant mercy. I am but an old servant, too frail to endure such punishment. With disdain, Zhao shot her a glance and commanded 2 young eunuchs to seize her, swinging his arm forcefully toward her face, cursing inwardly. You dare to strike at the emperor's cherished one? You possess an audacity beyond measure. The sound of slaps echoed through the chamber. Gui Mama, battered and bruised, bled from her lips, and 2 front teeth were knocked out in the process. Despite being a eunuch, Zhao Peiyan was a man with considerable strength. After delivering 10 resounding slaps, he shook his hand and grunted. Those in servitude ought to possess some discernment. If you wish to live well, you must recognize who truly holds power in this realm. Those who should remain in the shadows ought not to stand before the emperor, stirring trouble. The latter remark was undoubtedly aimed at the arrogant Dowager Empress. Enough. Let's depart. With a wave of his hand, Zhao and his entourage swiftly exited. Once Chu Luoning and her companions felt assured that the coast was clear, she burst into tears, exclaiming, Grandmother, Imperial Grandmother, you must stand up for me. Supported by maids, she wiped her tears and stumbled toward the Dowager Empress's quarters, collapsing into her embrace. Just as the Dowager Empress received word of the developments, she rushed to Chu Luoning's residence in Shushan Pavilion, only to discover that Zhao had already made his exit. Infuriated, she pounded the armrest of her imperial chair, her face a stormy shade of fury. This is an outright rebellion. A mere mute princess dares to provoke the emperor into issuing decrees to seize individuals from my palace and to strike my personal maid, showing utter disregard for my authority. Gui Mama knelt on the ground, covering her bleeding mouth, tears streaming down her face, utterly speechless. Chu Luoning continued to weep sorrowfully. Imperial Grandmother, I wish I could cease to exist. That Chu Miao heir is insufferably arrogant, and with father doting on her, how am I to survive in this palace? The Dowager Empress's expression remained stoic, her gaze dark and foreboding. Do not fear her. Can a mere 3-year-old little demoness truly upheave the imperial harem of the great nation? Is she not a demoness? Chu Luoning raised her tear-streaked face and lamented. Should not a demoness possess magical powers? The Empress Dowager scoffed coldly, stating, when I grasped her throat yesterday, she exhibited no demonic power at all. It is the deceased parrot that I deem truly formidable. The aged matriarch, having lived long and seen much, held Chu Miaoyue in her grip, recognizing her utter lack of resistance as confirmation of the absence of any special powers. Meanwhile, that parrot, descending from the heavens, had blinded a eunuch. She speculated that when Granny Gui struck, she had mistakenly hit Chu Luoning, with the parrot lurking in the shadows, causing mischief. At that moment, the steward eunuch, Gonggong Zhou, entered cautiously, reporting, The emperor is dining in Jingren Palace. This servant has heard that the minister of Zhang's household sent 2 parrots to the little mute today. Chu Luoning hurriedly inquired, Is the cockatoo still with her? No, this servant has heard it did not return. The Empress Dowager wiped away the tears from Chu Luanning's face and smiled coldly, saying, "As long as that feathered demon does not return, the little mute shall not be able to conjure any magic. When you see her in the future, feel free to vent your frustrations." Chu Luanning pouted, "I dare not. Father Emperor would punish me." "Do not fear. With your grandmother Empress here, your father Emperor would not dare to hold you accountable. Besides, you are clever. Simply attribute everything to the little mute." Chu Luanning nodded and ceased her crying. Gong Gong Zhou bent slightly and added, "I have heard that in a few days, the Emperor will take the guards, several ministers, and princes to North Barbarian Ridge for hunting." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's old eyes narrowed, a glint of malice flickering within. "Then you shall personally visit Zixiao Temple the day after tomorrow to invite Taoist Ji Guang to descend the mountain and come to the palace." Zhou Dihai, upon hearing her words, bowed and replied, "Yes." In Jingren Palace, after the evening meal concluded, Emperor Yuwudi was about to return to Yangxin Hall to attend to state affairs. Just as he was about to depart, Chu Miaoyue suddenly clung to his leg, gazing up at him with reluctance. "What is it, Miaoyue?" Seeing his daughter so attached, Emperor Yuwudi paused, tenderly stroking her head. Chu Miaoyue lowered her eyes in melancholy, releasing his leg, but silently grasped his hand. "Alas, how should I put this? Father Emperor has already bestowed upon me many fine gifts. To request more feels rather embarrassing." The corners of Emperor Yuwudi's brows twitched. It seemed the little one still sought further rewards. Would she truly wish to empty the Eastern Warm Pavilion? With a gentle smile, he indulgently said, "Gong Gong Zhao, tomorrow you shall bring the little princess to dine with me." This was indeed the finest reward, as few have the opportunity to share a meal with the emperor. Chu Miaoyue's bright eyes sparkled. Once there, could she not run off to the Eastern Warm Pavilion in search of treasures? Chapter 77. The little princess's flattery. Empress Jiang pulled Chu Miaoyue closer, expressing her gratitude for the emperor's grace, and comforted her. "Sin Mo, your father emperor wishes to spend more time with you, but he has many state affairs to attend to. Shall we see father emperor again tomorrow?" "Of course. That would be splendid." Chu Miaoyue smiled joyfully, nodding vigorously while clutching her small milk bottle, and adorably waved her tiny hand at Emperor Yuwu. This delightful sight filled the emperor's heart with sweetness. He truly wished to stay and accompany his daughter, yet the numerous memorials awaited his attention, compelling him to depart. On the way, he inquired of Grand Eunuch Zhao, "What do you think of the 17th princess?" With a beaming smile, Zhao replied, "She is intelligent and charming." "Indeed, but alas, she cannot speak," the emperor sighed. Zhao pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps one day the princess would find her voice. The emperor raised an eyebrow, chuckling heartily. He intended to express his approval, but the thought of his daughter's penchant for teasing him, occasionally calling him a tyrant or a clumsy oaf, caused his smile to fade. Never mind. Let her remain mute. It spares her the need to voice her thoughts, and I can still hear her heart. In the dead of night, as Emperor Yuwu busily reviewed memorials in the imperial study, he was suddenly alerted by a commotion outside. Soon after, a guard entered to report that the patrolling imperial troops had spotted a figure clad in black, exhibiting remarkable agility as they leaped over several palaces, heading straight for Jingren Palace. A wave of anxiety surged within the emperor as he thought of Chu Mir, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Capture him alive. Quickly," he commanded. Just as the guard turned to leave, the emperor, filled with rage, unsheathed the crimson sword hanging at his side and stormed down from his throne. "Your Majesty, please, take care of yourself." Grand Eunuch Zhao trembled in fear, hurrying after him. With fury blazing in his eyes, the emperor vowed, "I shall not rest until this audacious intruder is dealt with. If he dares to approach my little princess, his entire lineage shall face annihilation." Emerging from his study, he raced towards Jingren Palace, accompanied by 2 loyal guards, and encountered a unit of the imperial army along the way. Upon recognizing the emperor, the commander immediately knelt and reported, "Your Majesty, the assassin has fled the palace, and I have dispatched men to pursue him." Upon hearing this, Yu Wu's gaze sharpened, radiating a chilling aura as he raised his sword and declared, "Seal the city gates. He must be brought before me. I shall see him torn asunder." Such a volatile temper could only be contained for a single night, at best. The inhabitants of Jingren Palace remained oblivious to the near catastrophe until Grand Eunuch Zhao arrived to escort Xiaomiao to Yangxing Palace, at which point the Empress learned of the incident. "Zhao, I entrust Mirror to you. Be vigilant on the way, for I suspect the assassin is after her," she cautioned, ensuring her words did not reach Chu Mirror's ears. Zhao reassured her, "Rest easy, Your Majesty. The Emperor has made arrangements." It is worth noting that Emperor Yu Wu had spent the entire night awake over this matter. That evening, he summoned the Minister of Military Affairs and other high-ranking officials in charge of the city's defense, instructing them to fortify the security of the capital, particularly the palace. He even selected 2 shadow guards to protect Jingren Palace throughout the night. Grand Eunuch Zhao led Chu Mia by the hand to Yangxing Palace. At that moment, Emperor Yu Wu was seated upon the dragon throne, reviewing 2 memorials. Upon noticing the arrival of his little princess, a warm smile broke through his stern demeanor. Zhao exchanged a glance with the emperor before gently releasing Chu Mirror's hand and stepping aside, allowing father and daughter their cherished space. Chu Mirror blinked her large eyes and offered a respectful greeting to her adoptive father. Emperor Yu Wu smiled with satisfaction and gestured for Chu Mirror to come forward. She ascended the steps and was swiftly embraced by his long arm. "Mirror, shall you accompany your father for breakfast today?" Chu Mirror nodded in agreement. Soon, the dragon table was adorned with exquisite imperial dining ware, the dishes fewer than last time, primarily featuring the favorites of both the emperor and the little princess. At the emperor's behest, the imperial chef had even prepared a bowl of medicinal cuisine for the princess to bolster her strength. Seated upon the throne, the father and daughter savored their meal at a leisurely pace. Eunuch Zhao observed with a beaming smile, noticing that at this moment, Emperor Yu Wu resembled an ordinary father. His eyes filled with affection for his daughter as he attentively served her dishes, occasionally stealing glances at her. The little princess, ever obedient, reciprocated by serving food to her father, even attempting to feed him. The scene was warm and harmonious. Having accompanied Emperor Yu Wu for many years, Eunuch Zhao was witnessing the emperor dine with a little princess in the palace for the very first time. It was also the first occasion he beheld the once tyrannical emperor displaying such tenderness and kindness toward the child. Indeed, the tyrant had undergone a transformation. After the meal, Chu Mirror rose and moved behind Emperor Yu Wu, her tiny hands kneading his shoulders. Her strength was insufficient, allowing her to only massage one shoulder at a time. After finishing one side, she would switch to the other, exerting considerable effort. To Yu Wu, it felt more like a tickle. He burst into laughter. "Ah, this little flatterer. Is it merely rewards you seek?" Yet, in his heart, he felt quite pleased. "Ah, my little princess is truly filial. Mirror, what do you think your father should reward you with?" Chu Mirror's heart leaped with joy. After all her diligence, she had anticipated this very question from the emperor. She glanced towards the eastern warm pavilion and then approached the dragon table, pointing at the inkstone. Yu Wu comprehended her intention and signaled Eunuch Zhao to come forward and prepare the ink. Zhao approached with a grin, arranging paper for the little princess and handing over the emperor's brush. However, the little princess did not accept it. Instead, she retrieved a small golden pen bestowed upon her, dipping it into the ink with poise, tilting her head as she diligently inscribed a line on the paper. "May I select my gift from Father's Eastern Warm Pavilion?" The little princess's handwriting was exquisite. Eunuch Zhao stood agape, feeling as though he were not in the great state of you at all. Having witnessed Chu Mirror's literary talent before, Emperor Yu Wu smiled proudly, affectionately patting his daughter's head, and with a grand gesture declared, "Let us go. Father shall take you to choose." No longer resisting the idea of a reward, Chu Mirror eagerly accepted the opportunity to select for herself, bringing immense joy to Yu Wu. It was far easier to grant gifts than to seek the admiration of ministers and citizens as a sovereign. Such a request was readily available. Yu Wu took his little daughter by the hand and left, while Eunuch Zhao remained momentarily in place, staring at the elegant calligraphy on the paper. "Surely, I must be dreaming. Even the eldest princess could not write so beautifully upon her return to the palace, let alone the 8th and 13th princesses." Extraordinary. No wonder she was named Mia. As the emperor and his entourage entered the eastern warm pavilion, eunuch Zhao hastily followed suit. Meower, there are countless treasures here. Take your time to choose. If you find something out of reach, simply ask eunuch Zhao to assist you. Emperor Yu gestured dismissively and settled onto the Kong, picking up a renowned painting to admire. Chu Miaoer stood in a daze, her bright eyes scanning the array of exquisite antiques and artworks. Oh dear, where's the bracelet my master mentioned? She lamented. If only I had written bracelet on that piece of paper earlier, I wouldn't be searching aimlessly. She glanced at the tyrant lounging on the Kong and pointed to her wrist, blinking her large eyes to convey her desire for the bracelet. Eunuch Zhao, wise and perceptive, leaned closer and whispered, "Would you prefer a golden bracelet?" He recalled that the emperor had previously gifted a jade bracelet to the 17th princess, who had used it for charitable purposes. It was quite natural for the young girl to desire a bracelet. However, Chu Miaoer shook her head, drawing small circles on her wrist with her little finger. Eunuch Zhao was perplexed. While he was not a complete man, he was certainly not a woman. Aside from jade and gold bracelets, what else could a girl cherish? Princess, shall I carry you to find one? He suggested, aware that some treasures were placed too high for her small hands to reach. After contemplating, Chu Miaoer conceded. Eunuch Zhao lifted her as they searched high and low. And after several turns, the little princess excitedly grabbed 2 small boxes, stretching her legs to signal him to set her down. I hope these boxes contain the bracelet I seek. Chu Miaoer raised her hands high, presenting the 2 antique, intricately carved brown boxes to Emperor Yuwu. He set aside the scroll and carefully opened each box, his deep gaze sharpening. Is it these beaded bracelets that Miaoer desires? Excellent. They shall be a gift from your father. Eunuch Zhao leaned in with curiosity, smiling, Your Majesty. Isn't this a string of obsidian beads presented by the small nation of Miaoming? Emperor Yuwu examined the smooth, lustrous beads. Indeed, I had forgotten to bestow these trinkets stored in the Eastern Warm Pavilion. If Miaoer wishes, they are hers. Chu Miaoer stared in astonishment at the gleaming black beads. Isn't this small leaf rosewood? To be honest, having only lived for a mere 10,000 years, she had yet to encounter small leaf rosewood in the mortal realm. Her master had never taught her about it either. She understood that bracelets were made of beads, but she couldn't discern their hues or authenticity. Forgive her. As an ordinary person, she simply couldn't see through them. She shook her head to indicate she did not want them. Emperor Yuwu was taken aback. Miaoer did not desire this? Chu Miaoer nodded, pointing to another string, eager to learn about its material. The emperor retrieved a string of red beads from another box, each polished and translucent, crafted from the finest materials. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the beads and casting a red glow. This is exquisite agate produced in the northernly kingdom, as warm as jade. Do you fancy it, Miao? Emperor Yuwu inquired with a smile. Chu Miaoer blinked, realizing that neither of the 2 strings she had found were made of small leaf rosewood. Did Master deceive herself? She supported herself on the Kong bed, lifted her petite feet, and climbed up to sit at the Kong table, extending her small hand towards the emperor. If she were to refuse any further, the emperor might become perplexed, perhaps even crafting a golden bracelet for her. For the time being, she decided to accept the string of agate. The emperor gazed at her delicate, snow-white hand, chuckling softly as he carefully adorned her wrist. Chu Miaoer raised her hand and twirled it, a beautiful smile illuminating her exquisitely carved face, a rosy glow radiating from her cheeks. Truly enchanting. Just as Emperor Yuwu was reveling in the sight, he suddenly noticed Chu Miaoer flick her hand downward, causing the bracelet to slip off and fall with a thud onto the Kong bed. Eunuch Zhao exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's too large." Indeed, the bracelet had been tailored to fit an adult's wrist, making it overly cumbersome for a child. Emperor Yuwu waved his hand, instructing Eunuch Zhao, "Find a jeweler and adjust the size to fit Princess Miaoer's wrist. It must be precise." "Yes, Your Majesty," Eunuch Zhao replied, bending to retrieve the fallen bracelet. As he turned, his feathered duster accidentally brushed against a large black wooden box on the shelf. The box, which had been standing upright, suddenly toppled over with a crash. He froze, looking down to see several large and small brocade boxes scattered on the ground. Emperor Yu Wu frowned, displeased, and remarked, "Zhao Peiyin, are you growing too old and longing for home? You can't even walk properly." Zhao Peiyin quickly knelt down, pleading for the emperor's forgiveness. "It was an accident, Your Majesty. I will pick them up immediately." "Were these?" the emperor inquired, unable to see clearly from a distance. "There are various pieces of jewelry, Your Majesty. Set aside the matter of the pearls for now. Bring the boxes over for the little princess to see and broaden her horizons." Eunuch Zhao hastily gathered all the brocade boxes into the black box and then carried it over, carefully placing it on the Kong table. Chu Mier's eyes sparkled with curiosity. So many treasures. I want to see. Even if it wasn't her favored bracelet, since it was a gift from her father, she could save it. She smiled tightly, her lips pressed together. Emperor Yu Wu raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "You may take your time to sort through them. I wonder when you will empty my Dongwon pavilion." He opened a red brocade box, discovering a white jade ring meant for men, not for gifting. With a chuckle, he waved the ring in front of little Mia before setting it aside. Then, he opened a smaller box to reveal an exceptionally large South Sea pearl. "What a fine treasure! This shall be a gift." He tucked it into his daughter's sleeve pocket, requiring no thanks from her. Opening another box, he found a beautiful gold hairpin adorned with tassels. He chuckled again, not bothering to ask if his daughter liked it, and casually inserted it into her hair. "Ah, splendid." Meanwhile, Eunuch Zhao couldn't help but think that it was rather oversized for the little princess. Just as he pondered this, he saw Emperor Yu Wu pick up a jade hairpin and place it into little Mier's hairdo. Soon after, Emperor Yu Wu retrieved yet another piece of jewelry, which appeared even larger. He paused, momentarily stunned by the item in his hand. Raising her gaze, Xiao Mier's eyes sparkled with delight. The clarity of her gaze illuminated with wonder. He smiled gently and reached to place the exquisite golden phoenix hairpin atop his daughter's head. Grand Eunuch Zhao's eyes widened in shock, nearly exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this is improper." Chapter 80. Pampered by heaven, this was a remarkably beautiful and luxurious phoenix hairpin, fit only for the empress to wear. Although Chu Mia adored the lovely ornament, being but a child, she could hardly adorn herself with such finery. Thus, she shook her head, removed the golden pin, and carefully returned it to its box. Not wearing it, Emperor Yu Wu blinked in surprise. This was a gift from his father, one she could use in the future. His precious little daughter was destined to become an empress when she grew up. Suddenly, Chu Mia remembered a gesture of gratitude her mother had taught her in the heavenly realm. She placed 2 fingers on the table and bent forward, performing a kneeling salute of thanks. Emperor Yu Wu understood, bursting into hearty laughter as he pushed the large box toward her. No need to choose. Consider it all a gift. Regardless of what treasures lay within, they were all for his little princess. Grand Eunuch Zhao swallowed hard, filled with envy. Immediately, Chu Mia stood, knelt at the table, and performed a proper kneeling salute of thanks. Emperor Yu Wu chuckled. "No need for such formalities, Mia. You may be at ease with your father." Chu Mia rose and approached him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Under the astonished gaze of Grand Eunuch Zhao, she puckered her lips and planted a big kiss on the face of the sovereign. Heavens! The little princess was so adept at charming him. Such affectionate gestures were unheard of among princesses in history, especially towards Emperor Yu Wu, a ruler known for his volatile temperament. Grand Eunuch Zhao anticipated the emperor's anger, believing it to breach royal decorum. To his surprise, Emperor Yu Wu's eyes lit up, a hint of excitement coloring his cheeks as he embraced Xiao Mia and affectionately kissed her forehead. "Ha ha, splendid. The joy between Mia and I is truly blissful." In the entire royal family, only Xiao Mia dared to express such heartfelt affection toward him. Emperor Yu Wu, who had never experienced the tender bond of father and daughter, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. At this moment, he could pamper Chu Mia to the heavens. Sitting in Emperor Yu Wu's lap, Chu Mia excitedly retrieved 2 slightly larger brocade boxes from the grand box. Struggling to open the deep crimson box with her small hands, she took quite a while. With a smile, Emperor Yu Wu gently took it from her, and, with a snap, opened it to reveal a string of beads in a rich purple hue. Sunlight fell upon them, casting a radiant glow, each bead twinkling like a star, a truly mesmerizing sight. Chumia's mouth fell slightly open in astonishment. What kind of beads are these? Are they small leaf rosewood? Hearing his daughter's thoughts, Emperor Yu Wu cast her a surprised glance. She knew of small leaf rosewood? Mia, I nearly forgot. These were a gift from an elderly sage 3 years ago. That year, when the emperor journeyed to Nanling Mountain to pay homage to the heavens. He encountered him, listened to his recitations, and bestowed upon him a meal. Upon bidding farewell, he left behind a string of beads as a gift, said to be made of small leaf red sandalwood. Upon hearing this, Chumia excitedly seized the bracelet, exclaiming, I found it. I found it. Master did not deceive me. Do you like it? Asked Emperor Yuwudi, noticing her radiant joy. Chumia nodded, her face blossoming with delight as she eagerly handed the bracelet to him, requesting his assistance in adorning her wrist. Eunuch Zhao craned his neck, wary that it might be too large. However, when the bracelet slipped onto the young princess's right wrist, it fit perfectly, as though custom-made for her delicate frame. Chumia lifted her right hand, joyfully twirling and waving it up and down, the bracelet securely in place. Moreover, the beads grew ever more luminous, sparkling like countless golden stars under the sunlight. It was truly enchanting. Ha ha ha, splendid. It appears that this string of beads is destined to be with Mia. Emperor Yuwudi remarked with delight. Chumia was overjoyed, so much so that she began to dance upon the bed, her childlike exuberance fully unleashed. The emperor watched her with a smile, and eunuch Zhao joined in the mirth. For the first time, Zhao felt that the lively presence of a child in the solemn halls of the Yangxin Palace was indeed a blessing. At the very least, the emperor seemed joyful, akin to a loving father. Chumia took the small leaf red sandalwood bracelet to the princess's chamber. In her exuberance, she forgot to remove a jade hairpin from her head. The magnificent box of jewelry bestowed upon her by the emperor had already been delivered to Jingren Palace by eunuch Zhao himself. Minister Xiaofu, I entrust the young princess to you. You must guide and nurture her well. Should anyone dare to bully her, report directly to me. Emperor Yuwudi instructed as he personally handed Chumia over to Minister Muro. Turning to leave the princess's chamber, he suddenly heard a faint sound as he stepped outside. Instantly, a small figure tumbled to the ground in disarray, followed by 3 attendants who knelt in panic behind her. Chapter 81. Terrified of the tyrant Emperor Yuwudi furrowed his brow, fixating on the small head pressed against the floor. What's her name? Which palace does she belong to? He inquired, utterly forgetful of her identity. The little princess, however, remained silent, her tiny form trembling slightly. Rise, tell me your name, he commanded, feeling a distinct lack of affection for this princess. At the very least, she could have called him Father Emperor or expressed some sentiment. Even a cry of tyrant would have spared her life. Father Emperor, I am Yurong, 7 years old. My mother is Consort Da, Chu Yurong stammered, her timid nature exacerbated by the memory of having been glared at by Emperor Yuwudi during a previous misstep. Each visit to the princess's chamber filled her with dread at the prospect of facing her father again. She had arrived half an hour early, expecting to be the first, and intended to sit quietly and read. Little did she know she would encounter the emperor at the threshold. Chu Yurong? Emperor Yuwudi recalled her vaguely, his brows furrowing as he noticed her still crouched on the ground, and his irritation flared. Rise, he bellowed, causing Chu Yurong to tremble in fright. Father Emperor, forgive me. I promise I shall not misbehave again. At the tender age of 7, her voice was soft and innocent, tinged with a quivering sob, almost as if she wished to sink into the dust. As the tyrannical Emperor Yuwudi, his demeanor was swift and decisive, unyielding and resolute, holding little patience for those who were overly sentimental. Although he had never closely interacted with each of his daughters, he had shown affection towards the favored consort's daughter, Chu Luaning, as well as the married elder princess. Yet, none could compare to the current Chu Mia. In his eyes, little Mia, despite her inability to speak, possessed a bold spirit and an endearing charm. She was unpretentious in his company, devoid of excessive formality and restraint. Chu Mie's innocent vivacity and fearless authenticity endeared her to him. At this moment, the trembling princess on the ground paled in comparison to Chu Mier, whom he found far more appealing. "Did you not hear your father's words?" he inquired patiently. The attendants promptly rose to assist the weak-legged Chu Yurong. Alas, it was not that she wished to remain on the ground, but her legs had grown feeble. Supported by the palace maids and eunuchs, she finally stood, nervously raising her eyes to meet her father's stern and icy gaze. Though not unattractive, she appeared somewhat neglected. Her physique resembled that of the frail Chu Mier upon her exit from the cold palace, though Mier had since gained considerable weight. In contrast, Chu Yurong's skin bore a yellowish hue, her eyes lacked luster, and her petite nose complemented her lips, which were neither too large nor too small, with a slight upward curve, rather reminiscent of his favored consort. Gazing at her delicate visage, Emperor Yuwudi was suddenly reminded that he had not visited the favored consort in what seemed like half a year. "Is your mother well?" he inquired gently, his voice low. Chu Yurong was taken aback, astonished that her father would inquire about her mother. Overwhelmed with emotion, she pouted and tears began to fall. "Mother's well, but she constantly speaks of you." "Ah, I understand. I shall visit her when time permits." "And how is little Sheba?" At the mention of her younger brother, a glimmer of joy illuminated Chu Yurong's face. "He is well, quite chubby, and has begun to walk." Upon hearing this, a faint smile flickered in Emperor Yuwudi's eyes as he gestured for her to depart. "Go now and study diligently." "Thank you, father." Freed from her father's imposing presence, Chu Yurong felt invigorated, her once weak legs regaining strength as she quickly crossed into the princess's hall. Once seated, she took a moment to compose herself, discreetly glancing at Chu Mier, who was already engrossed in her book. Chu Mier had no recollection of her from her previous life, for the historical records of the Great Yu dynasty made no mention of the 15th princess. The favored consort had briefly noted her tragic fate, stating that she had succumbed to excessive bleeding shortly after a miscarriage. "Sister 17. Suddenly, Chu Yurong softly called out to her. Chu Mier thought she had misheard until the second call confirmed her name. "Sister, I apologize. Mother has asked me to convey her apologies to you." With that, Chu Yurong rose and bowed, seeking her sister's forgiveness for her transgressions. Chu Mier blinked in surprise. "Oh, she is apologizing to me? This is the first royal individual within the palace who has dared to bully me and then offer an apology. It appears she is capable of making her own friends." Chu Mier smiled, set aside her book, and rose to return the courtesy. Chu Yuru's cheeks flushed slightly. Just as she intended to approach Chu Mier to cultivate their camaraderie further, she caught sight of Chu Jingxiu approaching in her peripheral vision. Her smile disappeared instantly as she hurriedly bowed and sat up straight. Observing this, Chu Mier turned slowly to see Chu Jingxiu striding towards her with her head held high, radiating an air of self-importance. "Why do you not pay your respects to the royal sister?" Chu Jingxiu exclaimed, her annoyance apparent upon noticing Chu Mier's unmoving stance. "Do you still not comprehend the royal etiquette?" Chapter 82. The peculiar Fall Murong Xiaofu, standing at the podium and grinding ink, cast a glance at the three princesses. He deemed it inappropriate to intervene. With Chu Luoning absent, the 13th princess posed no significant threat. Truth be told, the two younger princesses had previously revolved around the 8th princess, behaving with utmost decorum in her presence and refraining from speaking freely. Now, with the 8th princess gone, Chu Jingxiu assumed the mantle of royal authority. Logically, given that her mother held a rank lower than the 4 consorts, she should not demand the 17th princess to pay her respects. After all, status is derived from maternal lineage. Did the 13th princess not understand this? "I do not kneel even before Father Emperor. Do you expect me to bow to you? Father has permitted me not to kneel before anyone, especially not to you. Born of a concubine. Chu miao silenti geumba. Yuru, rise. Teach me how to pay her respects." Chu Jingxiu was executing the will of the noble consort today, intending to provoke the mute girl in the absence of the emperor and avenge the 8th princess. She was aware that failing to comply with the noble consort's instructions would render her days in Chonglu Palace quite unbearable. By adhering to the noble consort's wishes, she at least secured her own sustenance. Fortunately, this task was not insurmountable. It did not require her to engage in physical conflict with Chu Mi'er. She could emulate Chu Luanning's demeanor and instruct Chu Yuru to take action. Mi'er, listen well. I'm a princess of Chonglu Palace. With a haughty stance, she proclaimed, Yuru, are you deaf? Get up and teach her. As her words fell, Chu Yuru suddenly collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Can you all spare me? Chu Judu, do you dare defy the royal sister's orders? Chu Jingxiu exclaimed in exasperation, slapping the desk. Chu Yuru trembled, seated on the ground, too afraid to rise immediately. 13th sister. I dare not. Mi'er is only 3 years old. Father Emperor said she need not perform the rites. What? Chu Jingxiu seized a book from the desk, fuming as she approached her. Are you speaking nonsense? When his father ever declared that princesses are exempt from performing the rites? As she raised the book to strike Chu Yuru on the head, Chu Mi'er instinctively lunged forward, blocking with her right hand. With a resounding thud, it seemed as though Chu Jingxiu had been struck, causing her to stumble backward over the desk, crashing heavily to the ground. Ouch! That hurts! Chu Jingxiu curled up on the floor in pain. Chu Mi'er was momentarily taken aback, blinking her eyes in confusion. Strange, I did not push her, I truly did not. Chu Yuerong, astonished, turned around to look at the fallen Chu Jingxiu, her mouth agape, as if she could fit a small egg inside. The attendant, regaining his senses, promptly helped Chu Jingxiu to her feet. Young master, Chu Jingxiu exclaimed in distress, her eyes reddening as she stamped her little foot in protest. She hit me. She hit me. Murong Xiaofu had been observing them closely, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. He initially thought that Chu Jingxiu intended to reprimand Chu Yuerong using her royal status. However, he was taken aback when she raised her book to strike Chu Yuerong. Just as he opened his mouth to intervene, he suddenly saw little Mi'er leap forward. He was momentarily stunned by the princess's bravery. Truly, she was a discerning child, embodying a clear sense of justice and courage. Yet, he never anticipated that with just a small gesture to block, Chu Jingxiu would tumble backward, appearing as though she had deliberately leaned back to fall. 13th princess, do not act recklessly. Murong Xiaofu approached with a serious expression, clarifying for all to hear. Princess Mi'er did not push you. She merely obstructed your raised arm. Had she not intervened, that book in your hand would have struck the 15th princess on the head. Upon hearing the young master's words, Chu Yuerong gazed with gratitude at the diminutive Mi'er, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she choked out, Thank you, Mi'er. Chu Mi'er gently helped her up, offering a soft smile before gradually retreating to her own seat. You are biased. Chu Jingxiu began to whine, her voice tinged with tears, but was interrupted as Chu Luanning entered, accompanied by the attendant with an air of superiority. She greeted Murong Xiaofu with a scholar-esque bow before casting a dispassionate glance at Chu Jingxiu, then took her seat at a writing desk alongside the attendant. Murong Xiaofu lightly patted Chu Jingxiu's shoulder, urging her to sit down and revise yesterday's lessons. Chu Jingxiu remained standing, turning to look at Chu Luanning. Elder sister, just now, I was trying to teach that little mute a lesson, and she pushed me down. She pouted, rubbing her back, a single tear sliding down her cheek as she thought, I have done my utmost for you. You must protect me and seek justice on my behalf. Chapter 83. You blockhead. Chu Luanning regarded her with an impassive expression, her tone laden with irritation. Sister, are you unaware of what transpired in Shokong Palace yesterday? Chu Jingxiu wiped her tears in surprise, inquiring what happened. Take a good look. Today I have brought the newly appointed palace maids and eunuchs chosen by grandmother to the princess hall. The previous two, one was executed, and the other was punished with 10 strokes before being sent to the Zinziku. Zinziku, a place where servants performed menial tasks and dealt with the most unsavory duties. Chu Luanning spoke in a low voice. Though Murong Xiaofu at the front could not hear her, the other princesses seated below caught every word clearly. Chu Yuerong immediately shuddered, cautiously glancing at Chu Mi'er. Is it because of her? Meanwhile, Chu Mi'er diligently perused her book, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. Elder sister, what did those servants do wrong? Who was responsible? Chu Jingxiu asked in astonishment, cast a disdainful glance at her companion, exclaiming, "You simpleton, do you not recognize who it is?" With wide eyes, Chu Jingxiu pointed at Chu Mier, inquiring, "Is it her?" Chu Luanning's gaze darkened, and she shot a resentful look at the back of Chu Mier's head, curling her lip in disdain. She noticed a jade hairpin atop Chu Mier's head, its brilliance strikingly evident, having encountered numerous golden and silver adornments. She discerned that this particular jade pin was likely a gift from the emperor to the little mute. Jealousy surged within her heart. Just as she contemplated instructing Chu Jingxiu to remove the jade pin, she suddenly raised her voice. 13th sister, sit down and diligently study your books. As the elder sister, you must care for your younger siblings." This proclamation astonished Chu Jingxiu, who scanned her surroundings in bewilderment and abruptly realized that the empress had appeared at the window of the corridor. Alarmed, her complexion turned pale, and she hurriedly sat up straight, opening her book. "Your Highness, look at Mir. She is truly earnest in her studies," the virtuous consort remarked, approaching Empress Jiang with delight. Empress Jiang smiled. "Indeed, it seems we have worried unnecessarily. Let's not disturb Mir." After walking a few steps, the empress glanced back into the classroom, perplexed. Why does the 8th princess speak so eloquently? Is she truly so sensible? Was her performance the other day a mere fade? The virtuous consort remained silent, believing that the 8th princess was exceptionally astute. Though young, she had absorbed much from her surroundings regarding the intricacies of power struggles and the duplicitous nature of people. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "As long as the sisters get along well, Mia will be at ease here. Indeed, it is best to avoid conflict." Empress Jiang replied with a smile, waving her hand. "Let us proceed to the back garden to admire the plum blossoms." They arrived quietly and departed just as discreetly. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Mia remained absorbed in her studies, pondering why her mere gesture had caused Chu Jingxiu to fall. Was it intentional, or was there something more? She rolled up the sleeve of her right arm, gazing at the bracelet on her wrist. Could it truly be the protective treasure that the Grand Master had spoken of? If Chu Jingxiu had indeed been struck down by magical force, it would imply that this small rosewood bracelet was no ordinary trinket, but rather a talisman bestowed upon her by her master. Though her master claimed to deny her magical artifacts, urging her to lead a simple life, perhaps he still cared for her and cherished her. With this thought, a smile spread across Chu Mieter's face, her eyes brightening with joy. "Wonderful! I shall no longer fear being harmed." As Empress Jiang and the virtuous consort strolled through the back garden, admiring the flowers, they arrived at the lotus pond, where the virtuous consort suddenly halted. The radiant expression on her face darkened, becoming somber and melancholic. Empress Jiang, understanding her thoughts, knew she was remembering the incident when the little Mia was cast into the lotus pond by the eunuch. "Let us not dwell on the past. Mia will surely thrive in the future," the empress consoled her. The virtuous consort, filled with melancholy, responded, "That day, Mia suffered from a high fever, and it seems someone was practicing sorcery within the palace. I simply cannot fathom who would wish to harm her, especially considering her tender age. Your Highness, do you have any insights?" On that day, the empress had dispatched individuals to investigate various palaces, but the virtuous consort remained unclear about what they sought to uncover. At this moment, she sought to elicit words from the queen. Chapter 84. Absurdity, each playing their own tune, yet the queen remained silent. For the harem was under her dominion. Should there be any witchcraft afoot, she would bear the responsibility. It was her negligence in governance that allowed a sorceress to infiltrate the palace. Thus, she yearned for a pristine harem, devoid of such occurrences. Overly concerned, the virtuous consort remarked that in the past, Miao had been frail, and her constitution had been difficult to regulate. Now that her nutrition was adequate, Miao would surely grow increasingly robust. The virtuous consort bowed to her, expressing gratitude for the queen's concern. After a moment of silence, she continued, "This morning, I heard that an assassin was approaching the Jingren Palace last night. Were you frightened, Your Majesty?" Upon hearing this, Empress Jiang was slightly astonished. This information had been strictly sealed by the emperor. Even her own servants were unaware. How then had it reached the virtuous consort? Had she placed spies? always concerned for little Meow Air. Ah, the heart of a mother. With a faint smile, Empress Jiang feigned nonchalance as she replied, it was not aimed at Jingren Palace. Merely running past the palace walls. The imperial guards are conducting a thorough search. There is no need for concern, consort. The consort sighed in relief, grateful that it was not directed towards her daughter. The two continued walking side by side, and after a few steps, the consort spoke again. In 2 days, the emperor is to take several princes to hunt in the northern wilderness. I wonder how many days it will take for them to return. I truly fear that Meow Air will insist on going. These days, she has been so close to the emperor and empress. She likely does not wish to part from them. With that, she smiled. Upon hearing this, Empress Zhang's expression tightened. She suddenly recalled Meow Air's stammering words upon her first encounter with the ninth prince. Would Meow Air's insistence on accompanying the emperor for the hunt benefit her own son? However, throughout the history of the Yue kingdom, no princess had ever accompanied the emperor to hunt in the northern mountains. The terrain was treacherous and exceedingly cold, with numerous wild beasts. She shook her head, smiling faintly. Meow Air was sensible and would surely not make such a request. In the princess hall, the second session of the talent class commenced. The lady-in-waiting instructed each princess to sit before the guzheng and practice the previously learned piece, the Song of the Pipa. As Meow Air rolled up her sleeves, her fair, chubby hands poised over the strings, she suddenly remembered that she had never attended a single talent class. How could she play? No, she would assert that she, the little fairy, could indeed play. But little Shi-Chi could not. She lowered her hands and slowly turned to glance at the lively 13th princess. Chu Jingxiu was staring at her, and upon seeing that Meow Air had not produced a single note, she could not help but snicker. Humph. Meow Air ignored her, her gaze falling upon the 8th princess. Chu Luoning, with a serene countenance and poised posture, exuded an air of elegance and nobility. After all, she was the eldest princess, having practiced for several years. Her guzheng skills were indeed commendable. Noticing Meow Air's gaze, she lifted her eyes to give her a cold glance, proudly tilting her head and playing even more joyfully. At that moment, she resembled a haughty golden pheasant, adorned in splendid attire, her phoenix feather hairpin gleaming brilliantly atop her head. Seated in the same row as Chu Mir, Chu Yurong played the guzheng as if she were fluffing cotton, her head bowed, fingers pressing down with force to produce a note, then another, failing to create even a single coherent melody. Chu Mir tilted her little head, observing the 3 princesses each lost in their own music, while she fidgeted with her fingers on the bench. Mooning entered quietly, handing her a milk jug wrapped in leather. To enhance Chu Mir's constitution, the queen had daily instructed the wet nurse to serve the little princess warm milk in place of tea since receiving the jug from the emperor. My lady, it's still warm, please drink. Chu Mir accepted it, cradling the jug while sipping, her bright, round eyes glancing at the 8th princess who was playing the zither. To be honest, I play better than you. You lack emotion in your playing. Your zither has become a mere servant to your whims, without love. The notes you produce are rigid. Chu Luoning, overhearing her thoughts, halted her playing, turning her gaze sharply towards Chu Mir, an air of tension filling the space. Oh, not playing anymore? What are you glaring at me for? Have I offended you in some way? Chu Mir set down the jug, wiping the milk residue from her mouth, her watery eyes blinking innocently, blissfully unaware that her thoughts had been overheard by the 8th princess. Have you forgotten the melody? Look at that haughty demeanor. It's quite unbecoming. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Your spirit is even uglier. Fuming with rage, Chu Luoning felt as if she might explode. Were it not for the presence of the female officials and the young tutor, she would have lunged at Chu Mir to silence her. Yet, her lips remained sealed while her mind seethed with indignation. Young tutor, I challenged the 17th princess to a contest of zither skills. Chu Luoning blurted out in frustration. A female official approached with a smile. 8th princess, the 17th princess has just begun her zither lessons and has yet to learn Pipa Xing. With a sardonic smile, Chu Luoning retorted, I've heard that during her time in the cold palace, the virtuous consort taught her the arts, and among all the concubines, she excelled at the guzheng. How could she not know it? The female official, with no option left, bent down gently to ask, Chumir, 17th princess, can you play? Chumir turned her gaze to the Gujing. I'm sitting here drinking milk. Do I look like I can play? Actually, I can play, but I fear it might frighten you all. At this, Chu Luoning squinted and scoffed. Little mute, are you still boasting in your thoughts? Mooning answered for Chu Mier. Our young lady has never touched a Gujing. Chu Luoning curled her lip in a cold sneer. But I think my sister appears to be someone who can play. Sister, why not give a try? If you truly can. With an air of superiority, she extracted 3 copper coins from her sleeve and placed them on the nearby desk. This is a reward from your elder sister. Chu Mieter stood up to glance at it, shaking her head. Is this a handout for beggars? 3 coins, how miserly. 8th princess, let it be. Sit down and play properly. Do not trouble the 17th princess, the female official replied respectfully. At this moment, Chu Jingxiu also ceased her actions and declared loudly. If she could play the piano, I would crawl around the princess's hall. Chu Miener's eyes gleamed with intrigue. How amusing. It is you who wishes to act like a dog. However, Chu Luoning's wager is far too meager. Chu Mier, with indifference, resumed sipping her warm milk. A little girl still drinking milk, and yet she aspires to learn the Gujing like us. How deluded. Chu Jingxiu waved her hand, instructing the lady-in-waiting Xiao Shizhong. Let her return to Jingren Palace. She has finished her milk. Huh. Chu Luoning scoffed coldly. Chu Mier fluttered her long lashes, genuinely carrying the milk jug towards the palace exit. I shall not play with you for now. Let you revel a little longer. Ha ha, 8th sister, look. She is truly leaving in disgrace. She knows she lacks the talent to learn this. Chu Jingxiu laughed unabashedly. Chu Luoning settled herself down, snorting. She is merely a little fox now. Without the emperor's protection, she is but a cockroach in the cold palace. What can she do besides eat? Upon hearing these words, Chu Mier furrowed her brows. Is this how you regard me? Chu Jingxiu added. Yet she has indeed learned the art of leveraging others' power. Just as she finished speaking, a sharp sound echoed from the podium, startling Chu Yurong into silence. It was the sound of Murong Xiaofu striking the table with a ruler. Ladies, continue playing. There shall be no noise within the classroom. Chu Jingxiu, still wary of Xiaofu, swiftly sat upright and resumed playing. Chu Luoning, having pocketed her 3 coins, was about to continue her performance when suddenly a small hand pressed down on the string. She looked up to see Chu Mier, hands outstretched, mouthing a message. If you dare wager 10 golden seeds, I shall compete with you. 3 coins are beneath my notice. Chu Luoning's eyelids shot up in disbelief. How ridiculous. What qualifications do you possess to compete with me? Seeing that Chu Luoning had not comprehended her message, Chu Mier retrieved a golden pen and notebook from her sleeve, waving her little hand to write a line. If you win, I shall kneel and bow 3 times. If I win, you shall gift me 10 golden seeds. Upon reading her elegant script, Chu Luoning was utterly flabbergasted. Her heart fluttered in confusion. How could she write so beautifully? Murong Xiaofu approached and, upon seeing Chu Mier's calligraphy, could not help but smile in admiration. Since the 17th princess agrees to the competition, let commence. Given that the 17th princess has never attended piano lessons, let Xiao Shizhong play a short piece for you both to learn on the spot. After 3 repetitions, you shall both perform the same piece. After hearing this, Chu Mier bowed respectfully, indicating her acceptance. How could Chu Luoning bow her head in defeat before her? What piece was she unfamiliar with that Xiao Shizhong would teach? This princess agrees. Xiao, the lady-in-waiting, smiled slightly, casting a worried glance at little 17th. Could she truly grasp it at first glance? Chapter 86. Win the bet. Claim the reward. Chu Mier stood beside her, her eyes sparkling as she gazed intently at the slender hands of the female official. The official's delicate, pale fingers danced gracefully over the Gujing, playing a piece she had composed just a few days prior, titled Fragrance of Plum Blossoms, which flowed like a gentle stream from the strings. The melody was enchanting and melodious, leaving Chu Mier almost breathless. Meanwhile, Chu Luoning was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts swirling in confusion. She had never heard this piece before. Fortunately, She possessed a solid foundation in music. After the official played it 3 times, she smiled at the two of them, saying, "Princess, it's your turn." Yu Ying immediately assisted Chu Mia in fitting her small fingers with protective finger caps, softly advising, "If you can't play, don't force it. The 3 beats can be taken care of by me." Chu Mia shook her head and smiled calmly. She first tested the strings to gauge their feel. The official and the young tutor felt a twinge of anxiety as they watched her play each note with precision. Chu Luoning, on the other hand, raised her brows in smug satisfaction, inwardly mocking, "Little mute, you're certainly going to get 3 beats wrong." She was confident that she would not lose to this little mute as Chu Hongxing had. "In the imperial study, what did you say? Mia wants to compete in music with the 8th princess?" Upon hearing Zhao Gongong's report, Emperor Yuwu immediately rose from his dragon throne, waving his hand. "Let's go see." Yesterday, he had dealt with the 8th princess's servant, concerned that Chu Luoning might vent her frustrations on little Mia. So he had dispatched a young eunuch to secretly observe the princess's chamber. To his surprise, instead of arguing, they were competing in music. The little one had never received professional training. How could she possibly compare to the 8th princess? Emperor Yuwu worried for her safety, hoping she wouldn't injure her little head. As he hurried to the princess's chamber, he heard the melodious and exquisite sounds of the guzheng emanating from the study. He gestured for his attendants to halt. Leaning slightly, he peered through the window slats and beheld his precious daughter, head bowed, her snow white, delicate hands gliding deftly across the guzheng. She tilted her head at times and lifted her chin at others, her lovely face beaming with confidence and charm. Emperor Yu Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. He shook his head and rubbed his eyes. It was indeed his little Mia. The jade hairpin atop her head was still one he had placed there. The guzheng under her fingers seemed to come alive, producing a flowing melody. Her expression was vibrant, filled with love as she regarded the instrument. For the first time, Emperor Yu Wu grasped the essence of the literary concept of unity between person and instrument. His little daughter was now truly one with the strings and the music, a perfect harmony. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Turning his gaze, he glanced back at Chu Luoning, his brows knitting together. It turned out that after she had misplayed a beat, everything thereafter fell into disarray. Her face flushed crimson, her breath uneven, and her expression fraught with agitation. Standing in the front, Tutor Murong stroked his chin, exchanging a knowing glance with the official. The outcome was all too evident. "I'm done playing," Chu Luoning exclaimed in fury, abruptly overturning the guzheng. The instrument fell to the ground, nearly crashing onto little Mia. Yu Wudi's expression tightened as he was about to enter the hall when he heard Murong Xiaofu sternly admonish, "Princess 8, this contest was proposed by you, and the outcome is that Princess 17 has won. You must adhere to the rules of the competition and cannot go back on your word." Chu Luoning, infuriated, waved her hand dismissively, accusing "You cheated. I suspect you taught the little mute the guzheng skills in secret." The female official bowed and replied, "Your Highness, I have never been to Jingren Palace. If you say Princess 17 can play, is it not her mother who taught her?" Chu Luoning was left speechless. Chu Mia stood slowly, lifting her skirt to step over the fallen guzheng, approaching Chu Luoning with outstretched hands. 10 golden melon seeds, please. Don't cheat. A bet is a bet," she retorted. "What do you want?" Chu Luoning Feigen fought Gefeng. Chu Mia, taken aback by her character, lowered her head to rummage through her sleeve pocket for her ledger. Yet before she could retrieve it, Chu Luoning angrily seized her small arm, demanding, "Tell me, are you a demon? How can you play the guzheng? And chess too? How come all the talents are monopolized by you?" Chapter 87. The Emperor's Desire? Not a chance. Princess 8. Murong Xiaofu had received the Emperor's decree to take good care of Princess 17. He approached with a ruler, sternly commanding, "Release Princess 17 and open your hands." With a blink, tears welled up in Chu Luoning's eyes. Just as she contemplated sulking and ignoring Murong Xiaofu, someone shouted, "Your Majesty." At that moment, everyone in the study knelt down. Only Chu Mia turned in curiosity, gazing at the appearance of Yu Wudi at the hall's entrance, her eyes sparkling, her small face breaking into a radiant smile. "Who dares to claim Mia is a demon?" As Yu Wudi stepped inside, he declared, She is my little daughter. If she is a demon, what does that make you? Father, forgive me. Chu Luaning sobbed. It is the child's fault. Seeing Sister Mia play the guzheng, I regarded her as a divine being. How strange. Playing Go, she learned it after just one look. Playing the guzheng, she mastered it after just 3 listens. One cannot help but doubt, is she a demon or a goddess? Chu Mia glanced at her indifferently. You certainly have a way with words. You clearly said I was a demon before. Yu Wudi replied solemnly. Mia is merely exceptionally intelligent, endowed with talents surpassing yours. This is a gift from the heavens. As her elder sisters, you should rejoice for her rather than harbor jealousy and isolate her. Father is right. I was wrong. Chu Luaning obediently nodded, extending her palm. Please punish me, Xiaofu. Murong Xiaofu glanced at Yu Wudi, who replied, for this time, let it pass, but do not let it happen again. Everyone rise. The crowd stood up. Yu Wudi took little Mia's hand, saying, you two will compete in musical skills as previously agreed, and now, let's execute the rewards and penalties before my eyes. Chu Luaning wiped her tears and retrieved a pouch from her sleeve, handing over 10 gleaming golden melon seeds to Chu Mia. Chu Mia, cradling the melon seeds, beamed, ha, you received 10 copper coins. But I shall ensure you lose 10 golden melon seeds. Indeed, those who err cannot expect rewards. The ambiguity of rewards and punishments could lead to chaos in the realm. One day, I shall compel Chu Luaning to obediently surrender that jade bracelet to me. Chu Luaning glared secretly at Xiao Mia, her grinding teeth echoing with a soft clack. I refuse. I refuse. Chu Mia cast a disdainful glance her way, raising her delicate brows as she turned her attention back to Chu Jingxiu. A shiver ran down Chu Jingxiu's spine, and with a thud, she collapsed to her knees again. What is wrong with her? Emperor Yu Wu inquired, perplexed. An official stepped forward, stating that the 13th princess had declared if the 17th princess could play the guzheng, she would crawl around the hall. Such disdain for her imperial sister. The emperor's gaze darkened slightly as he raised his hand, permitting her to crawl. Chu Jingxiu wished to slap herself for her thoughtless words. How foolish! With her face drooping, she slowly began to crawl on the ground. Emperor Yu Wu, wishing to avert his gaze from her, cleared his throat and tentatively asked the little princess beside him, Mir, may I entrust this golden seed to your father for safekeeping? Upon hearing this, Chu Mia looked up at him with a puzzled expression. Then, without even a farewell gesture, she turned and dashed out of the hall. What a joke! Am I to give my hard-won gold to you for safekeeping? Once it's in your hands, will I ever see it again? What if one day you bestow it upon that detestable 8th princess? Adults are notorious for deceiving children, claiming to safeguard their treasures, only to have them vanish in the end. No, I want to keep my gold. I want to keep it myself. And with that, she fled. As Emperor Yu Wu stepped out of the hall, the little figure had already dashed across the corridor without a glance back. He found himself both amused and exasperated, stroking his chin and pondering, such a spirited little one, capable of observing celestial phenomena and foreseeing the future, learning everything at once. Could this be a divine gift bestowed upon her? Your Highness, Your Highness. Upon receiving the Emperor's nod, Yu Ying and Xiao Duong immediately pursued her. As Xiao Duong raced down the corridor, he suddenly heard the sound of birds chirping from above. Looking up, he leaped with joy. Your Highness, look up there. Mito has returned. Chu Mia was busy hiding the golden seeds in her sleeves when she heard the commotion and raised her little head, following Xiao Di Wang's pointing finger. Beneath the crimson eaves of the palace, a strikingly vibrant green caught her eye. The moment her gaze met it, it fluttered its wings and flew towards her. Little fairy, I'm back. Chu Mia extended her hands, and the parrot landed gently in her delicate palms, its eyes sparkling as if smiling. Overcome with emotion, Chu Mia felt tears welling up in her eyes. Where have you been? Why did you take so long to return? I took a trip around Namling Mountain. Worried you might miss me, so I came back to check on you. Mito chattered excitedly. It was a male parrot, and after a few days apart, the affection in its gaze for Chu Mia was unmistakable. From afar, Chu Luaning, emerging from the princess's chamber, spotted Chu Mia cradling the parrot and instinctively took a step back, her heart tightening. Why has it returned? Is it not afraid of being plucked? Father, she called softly. Emperor Yuwu slowly turned his head to see two glistening tears at the corners of her eyes. Father, do you still love Ninga? Chapter 88. The plastic sisters Chu Luaning extended her hand, gently tugging at the wide sleeves of Emperor Yu. Her tear-filled eyes brimming with melancholy and her expression one of delicate innocence. The emperor sighed softly, pushing her hand away, his demeanor markedly colder than usual. You are all my princesses. I do not favor one over the other. As long as you abide by the palace rules and foster unity and affection among yourselves. Chu Luaning quickly knelt and bowed, promising that she would heed her father's teachings and no longer throw tantrums. Very well, the emperor nodded, turning his gaze to see his youngest daughter joyfully cradling a parrot, thus leading his entourage away from the princess's hall. Chu Mia excitedly informed Midu. My father has rescinded his decree concerning you, so you need not worry about being plucked. Midu tilted its small head towards the princess hall, its gaze landing on Chu Luaning's face as it chirped softly. The tyrant's temperament is unpredictable. One must not be easily deceived. I must remain cautious, for that eighth princess has already developed a dislike for me. Chu Mia swiftly enveloped the creature in her small hands, cradling it close. Fear not, I shall protect you. Mida nestled against her tender palm, squinting happily. Little fairy, how delightful, it cooed, savoring a hint of milky fragrance. As they departed, the trio of children, two older and one younger, made their way towards the Moonheart Palace. Chu Jingxiu, still recovering from her dogged crawl, limped over to Chu Luaning and whispered, Eighth sister, that troublesome bird has returned. You must be careful. Chu Luaning touched her forehead, where the parrot had pecked her, suddenly feeling a twinge of pain. She squinted her eyes, inwardly seething. It must be eliminated. Grandmother said it is a bird demon. She refrained from voicing this thought, fearing that if overheard, her plan to rid herself of the parrot would be thwarted. Noticing her grim expression, Chu Jingxiu dared not speak further. Turning to see Chu Yurong approaching, she pushed her gently. 15. What benefit has the little mute provided you? Chu Yurong shook her head. None. Then why do you not heed my counsel? How could she possibly assist you? Chu Yurong lowered her head, murmuring, My mother said that little Mia has won father's favor. It is best we avoid provoking her. Chu Jingxiu frowned, glaring at her. You merely wish to curry favor with her. Do not forget, we have 8th sister and I, 13th sister, present. She is merely 3 years old. What influence could she possibly wield over us? Enough, Jingxiu, Chu Luaning interjected, pulling Chu Jingxiu closer and casting an annoyed glance at Chu Yurong. Since 15 does not wish to associate with us, let her go flatter that little brat. We shall take our leave. Chu Yurong blinked back tears, feeling unjustly treated. She had no desire to curry favor with anyone. However, in this palace rife with intrigue and power struggles, she understood that without aligning herself with a powerful faction, she could be discarded at any moment. She was not favored by the emperor, being of ordinary appearance and an unappealing disposition. Most critically, her mother was currently out of favor. Suppressing her grievances, she sadly knelt, murmuring, I bid farewell to 8th sister and 15th sister. After their shadows had vanished, Chu Yurong, accompanied by her book boy and maidservants, made her way towards the Xianfu Palace. The Xianfu Palace and the Yuexin Palace were closely situated, requiring them to traverse the same 100-meter palace alley. In the distance, Chu Yurong spotted a few figures ahead, 3 of whom were Chu Miaoa and her attendants. The other 2 young gentlemen appeared somewhat unfamiliar to her. Curiously, she inquired of her maid, Chen Xiang, do you happen to know them? Peering ahead, Chen Xiang stretched her neck and replied softly, replying to the young mistress. They seem to be from the Not Siyuan. I once encountered them while in the back garden with the Defei. Not Siyuan? Chu Yurong echoed, intrigued. Indeed, it is said that several hostages reside there, one of whom is Prince Zhao Ziyan of the Bailey Kingdom. Chu Yurong had never met Zhao Ziyan, yet she had heard that the 10th prince had incurred punishment due to his involvement with him. Considering that the 10th prince and the 8th princess were siblings, Chu Yurong felt it prudent not to approach them, thus instructing her companions to quietly take another route. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyan, who was admiring a parrot, had already noticed their presence and discerned the identity of the princess. He had just completed his lessons and encountered Chu Miaoa as he exited the study. Chu Miaoa was on her way to the Yuexing Palace to dine with the Xianfei. I have heard that the 17th princess's parrot possesses remarkable intelligence, Zhao Ziyan remarked, gently stroking the feathers of the parrot resting on his shoulder. With a charming smile, he added, I also have a parrot in my courtyard. Perhaps one day the little princess could bring hers over play. Chu Miaoa nodded with a smile, recalling the time she had fallen ill and Zhao Ziyan had brought her precious medicine. After taking his pills, she had swiftly regained her strength and her fever had subsided. This was the second time Zhao Ziyan had extended his hand to assist her, and she cherished this kindness in her heart. Although both were within the palace, their encounters were rare, and Chu Miaoa contemplated presenting him with a token of gratitude. She patted her sleeve pocket, only to realize she had not brought any of the treasures bestowed by her father. As she touched her head, her fingers brushed against a jade hairpin. Without hesitation, she removed it and handed it to Zhao Ziyan. Would you accept this? Zhao Ziyan was momentarily taken aback. The parrot in his grasp rolled its eyes and pecked at his hand, then flew onto Chu Miaoa's delicate shoulder, chattering discontentedly. Zhao Ziyan, rubbing his hand in mild surprise, asked, Do you wish to gift this to me, little princess? The hairpin was exquisitely crafted, a pure white jade dragon and phoenix design, suitable for both genders. Such purity in jade was a rarity. Chu Miaoa nodded earnestly, pressing it into his hand. You have helped me, and I have not properly expressed my gratitude. Consider this a token of thanks. One day, I shall bring my parrot to your Natsiyuan for a visit. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity. Her small face flushed delicately in the sunlight, exuding both charm and beauty. Zhao Ziyan felt an overwhelming urge to caress her cheek. However, recognizing the boundaries between genders, he restrained himself. Accepting the jade hairpin with a joyful smile, he took a step back and saluted the little princess with a respectful fist gesture. Thank you, little princess. I humbly accept. Chu Miaoa squinted her eyes in delight, waved her small hand, and departed with her companions, including Yueying. Zhao Ziyan turned to gaze at her petite silhouette, his eyes filled with tenderness. The young attendant beside him glanced over and chuckled. Your Highness, she is but 3 years old. A flush crept across Zhao Ziyan's cheeks as he lightly tapped the attendant's chest. What are you thinking? I merely find the little princess to resemble a fairy. She is no ordinary princess. Furthermore, her parrot possesses quite the charm. After finishing her lunch in the Moonheart Palace, Chu Miaoa returned to Jingren Palace with her parrot. As her tiny feet crossed the threshold of the Warm Heart Pavilion, she spotted the Empress and Concubinda engaged in conversation, with Chu Yurong standing beside Concubinda. Miaoa, come here and greet Concubinda, called the Empress, waving her hand. Chu Miaoa entrusted her parrot to Yu Ying and stepped forward, gracefully bowing to Concubinda. Taken aback by the young princess's beauty and poise, Concubinda stood and took her small hand. 17th Princess, you are truly both lovely and sensible, far more astute than your 15th sister. If it were not for you today, Yurong might have faced some punishment. Her voice faltered slightly at the last remark, for she was acutely aware of her own daughter's shortcomings. From a young age, Yurong had been timid, easily bullied within the palace walls. Yurong, come forth and express your gratitude to your 17th sister, urged Concubinda. Chu Yurong stepped forward, offering her thanks to Chu Miaoa and delicately plucking a beautiful red peony silk flower from her own hair, placing it gently in Chu Miaoa's coiffure. Concubinda, possessing a reserved nature, eschewed the intrigues of the other concubines. Having learned embroidery and silk flower crafting from her mother, she spent her days teaching the palace maids, supplementing her household income. Although Chu Yurong lacked extravagant gold and silver adornments, the silk flower crafted by Concubinda was indeed exquisite. Chu Miaoa touched it lightly, smiling with delight, and bestowed a grateful nod upon Chu Yurong. The Empress chuckled. Well, 15th Princess, you resemble a true elder sister now. In the future, you must take good care of your 17th sister in the princess quarters. The Empress understood that this little princess had originally been under the wing of the 8th Princess. whose unpredictable temperament required caution, especially with the Empress Dowager's influence. As for the 13th princess, raised in the Chonglu Palace, she was not one to conceal her disposition, often displaying a brash and domineering attitude within the palace. Despite her mother's lower rank, she wielded the power of consort law to bully her younger siblings. Today's attempt to harm Chu Yu-rong underscored that fact. Observing the obedient responses of the 15th princess, the empress instructed Granny Yin to present 2 boxes of pastries to concubine Da, a reward for the 15th princess. Seeing the empress's benevolent smile eased Chu Yu-rong's timid heart considerably. As night fell, Chu Mia waited in vain for Emperor Yu Wu to arrive. Seizing a moment when the empress was distracted, she stealthily slipped out of Jingren Palace. Upon discovering her absence, Yuing hurriedly instructed Xiao Dawang to inform the empress, then grasped the lantern and followed closely behind. "Where are you headed, my lady?" inquired Yuing as Chu Mia walked briskly. Familiar with the path to Yangxin Palace from accompanying the emperor several times, she was confident in her sense of direction despite the dimming light. The 2 imperial roads from Jingren Palace to Yangxin Palace were adorned with lanterns approximately every 50 meters. "My lady, are you going to find the emperor?" Yuing pressed anxiously. Chu Mia nodded in affirmation. "My dear, without the emperor's decree, we cannot carelessly enter the palace of the sovereign." Yuing grasped her small hand, cautioning her to refrain from advancing further along the imperial path. At that moment, a sudden sound echoed, as if a palace lantern ahead had been struck by an unseen force, extinguishing the candle within. Immediately thereafter, a gleaming dagger hurtled towards Chu Mia's direction. "Ah!" Yuing screamed, instinctively leaping onto Chu Mia. Taken by surprise, both of them tumbled to the ground. Clang! The dagger that had just soared above their heads fell to the ground. Soon after, hurried footsteps echoed beside them. Chu Mia reacted swiftly, raising her head to see a man clad in black retrieving the dagger, examining it briefly before sheathing at his waist. It was one of the hidden guards. "My lady, are you unscathed?" the guard leader inquired, helping both Chu Mia and Yuing to their feet. Yuing glanced at him in a fluster, then hurriedly began to check Chu Mia for injuries, feeling her hands and feet. And upon finding her unharmed, she let out a long sigh of relief and dashed 5 meters away to retrieve her fallen lantern. By the lantern's light, Chu Mia discerned the guard's eyes, though his face remained obscured by a black cloth. "My lady, I have been sent by the emperor to protect the young princess. If the princess is unharmed, we shall take our leave," he stated before rising and leaping away, vanishing into the night alongside another hidden guard perched atop the wall. Before long, distant shouts of apprehending the assassin rang out. "The imperial guards have mobilized." Yuing, still trembling with fear, voiced, "My lady, the emperor has arranged for hidden guards to protect you. This is indeed fortuitous. However, it seems there are malevolent forces in the palace seeking your life. While one can evade open arrows, it is challenging to guard against concealed daggers." Contemplating this, Yuing's complexion paled once more as she hastily took Chu Mia's hand, urging, "My lady, let's return to Jingren Palace swiftly." Chu Mia's small face puffed up in defiance as she stubbornly withdrew her hand. "Someone is after her life. It must be someone from within the palace. How brazen, and it is still early in the day." Chu Mia was incensed. She was truly furious. This path between Jingren Palace and Yangxin Hall. Who would dare to attempt an assassination here? Had it not been for the hidden guards and Yuing's protection, she might have already been struck by that dagger. The assassin's skills were formidable. "My lady," Yuing expressed her deep concern, her heart racing. "Is it wise to return to Jingren Palace?" Just then, Midu arrived, landing gracefully on Chu Mia's shoulder. "Little fairy, what troubles you?" Midu nuzzled against her ear. "Midu, someone seeks to take my life. Is it the Empress Dowager? I do not know who it is. Please fly to Shokong Palace and Changle Palace to investigate the situation, and return to inform me." "Understood, little fairy." With that, Midu flapped its wings and took flight. Yuing stood by, holding her breath. Although she could not comprehend the language of birds, she was certain that the young princess was conversing with the parrot. The parrot's chirps and the sounds from Chu Mia were undoubtedly their means of communication. "Where are you going, little one?" Mido inquired with curiosity and caution. Upon uttering the question, she realized it was misplaced. The little princess was unable to engage in verbal communication with her. Little master, little master. Xiao Duang arrived with the queen and the stern Yama. Miao heir, do you wish to visit your father? The queen gently crouched beside Chu Miao heir, inquiring softly. Chu Miao heir nodded, her expression tinged with urgency, her heart racing with thoughts. Tomorrow, father will take my brothers to the northern barbarian ridge, and I wish to accompany them to plead with him. I adore ninth brother, and I fear he might accept second brother's chestnut horse. What should I do? I cannot disclose the specifics to ninth brother. I have yet to meet second brother. I am uncertain if tomorrow ninth brother will truly be in danger. But if I go, I can protect him. Hearing the heartfelt musings of the 17th princess, Empress Jiang was moved to the brink of tears. A sense of panic enveloped her. This concerned the life of her own son. However, in the Great Yu Kingdom, no princess was permitted to accompany the emperor on hunts, especially not a mere 3-year-old. Even the 8th princess, Chu Luaning, would not be granted such an allowance. Miao heir, return to the palace with your birth mother. I will summon ninth brother to play with you for a while. The astute Empress Jiang chose not to reveal that she had perceived her thoughts. Since little Miao heir was concerned for the life of the 9th prince, she would ensure he was by her side, allowing her to express her feelings in his presence. Chu Miao heir found herself unable to defy her command. Empress Jiang promptly instructed the palace steward to summon Chu Hongjing. Before long, Chu Hongjing hurried over, a riding whip in hand, explaining that he had just received it from the crown prince. Sister, are you thinking of ninth brother? Upon seeing Chu Miao heir, he warmly embraced her, joyfully proclaiming, ninth brother and the other princes have decided to go to northern barbarian ridge tomorrow. We brothers will certainly bring back 2 foxes for you. Chapter 91. Evading the emperor, Chu Miao heir lifted her face, her eyes sparkling. I want to go too. Chu Hongjing replied. You wish to go, sister? She nodded affirmatively. No, you're too young. Father will not permit it. Chu Miao heir, frustrated, stamped her little foot, pushed him away, and tugged at his belt, dragging him toward the study. Observing this, the empress followed, instructing Yuing and Xiao Duang to guard the door and allow no one to enter. As she had anticipated, Chu Miao heir intended to write something for Chu Hongjing to see. However, she did not expect that upon noticing the empress's presence, Chu Miao heir would wave her hand, indicating for her to return to the Warm Heart Pavilion to rest. Empress Jiang hesitated, standing in place as she repeatedly performed a respectful curtsy. Very well. Birth mother shall step out. You may converse. Once outside the study, Empress Jiang sighed softly, feeling helpless. This little one is far too clever. I hope my son can grasp her intentions. Wow, sister, you can write so many characters now? Oh my, your handwriting is exquisite. Sister, you are truly remarkable. Ninth brother adores you. Within the confines of the room, Chu Hongjing picked up a piece of paper and glanced at it, initially expressing admiration before he began to read. Do not exchange horses, do not heed the words of the second prince. He paused, his face a mask of confusion as he slowly turned to Chu Mir, earnestly inquiring, Mir, do you believe there is something amiss with the second prince's horse? That if ninth brother were to ride it, he might fall? Or worse, perish? Chu Mir nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. At this moment, Chu Hongjing felt his sister no longer seemed befuddled by her fever. Even in a daze, she could not repeatedly caution him of impending danger. Very well, sister. Ninth brother shall heed your counsel and steadfastly remain with his black horse, refusing any exchange with second brother. Upon hearing this, Chu Mir joyfully embraced him. Ninth brother, since I cannot accompany you, you must take good care of yourself and certainly heed your sister's words. I hope you will thoroughly inspect the horse's hooves before riding. Do not be so careless. Touched by his sister's heartfelt sentiments, Chu Hongjing was overwhelmed by genuine affection. If her words held truth, she indeed possessed a remarkable gift of perception. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced his lips as he resolved to ascertain the accuracy of her claims. It seemed he would have to test the chestnut horse on this outing. Taking my life will not be so easily accomplished. When Emperor Yu Wudi arrived at Jingren Palace, Chu Mir had already succumbed to slumber. Beside her pillow, the pet, Midu, sat quietly, eyelids drooping. Yet, when footsteps echoed from a distance, Midu's reflexes were astute. It swiftly lifted its head and, after a couple of listens, flew atop the bed. The tyrant has arrived. It is prudent to conceal oneself. Your Majesty, Mia should be drifting into dreams, remarked Empress Jiang, accompanying Emperor Yu Wudi inside, her voice soft and gentle. Prior to retiring, she had been murmuring about the emperor, expressing a desire for him to escort the emperor father on the morrow. The emperor felt warmth in his heart, growing exceedingly fond of little Mia. Approaching the bedside, he bent down, gazing intently at his daughter's serene visage. Her small face, fair and rosy, bore long eyelashes that cast crescent shadows in the dim light. Her little mouth was puckered, breathing softly, lost in a deep slumber. Mia, father has come late. You need not awaken so early tomorrow. For my dragon carriage shall await your arrival. After speaking, the emperor tenderly stroked his daughter's soft hand, reassured she would not awaken, and gently lowered the gauzy curtain. Has the phoenix-headed parrot returned? Turning to the empress, Emperor Yu Wudi inquired. Empress Jiang nodded, glancing toward the birdcage by the window. Noticing Midu was absent, she scanned the surroundings in puzzlement. It has returned. I wonder if it has flown away again? Emperor Yu Wudi furrowed his brows, noticing Yuing quietly peering at the top of the bed, thus understanding the situation. Clearing his throat, he clasped his hands behind his back, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. It dares to evade me. Chapter 92. An unexpected fatherly love. The emperor stood tall, exuding the majesty of his station. Should that impertinent parrot have returned, I shall spare its life for Mia's sake and refrain from plucking its feathers. You may care for it well, allowing it to keep Mia company. Empress Jiang, her face adorned with a smile, expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. With Mido's presence, Miao Heir shall surely be delighted, and from now on, Miao Heir can roam the palace accompanied by it. Ever since witnessing Mido rescue the virtuous consort in Shokong Palace, Mido had become a divine bird in Empress Jiang's eyes. With its companionship, Miao Heir's safety was assured. The emperor nodded and stepped outside. As he crossed the threshold of the chamber, he caught a glimpse of a green figure descending from the rooftop. His deep gaze sharpened, a smile flickering across his face. Empress, while I am away, you must remain vigilant and ensure Miao Heir does not wander alone outside. The thought of another attempt on Miao Heir's life tonight troubled him greatly. This assassin was elusive, managing to evade even the palace's finest. The guards dispatched yesterday returned empty-handed, suggesting that the assassin possessed exceptional agility and skill. The news of another assassination attempt made him so incensed that he was on the verge of commanding the royal guards to raise the palace. Was there truly an assassin in this world that even he, Emperor Yu Wudi, could not capture? No wonder the little princess had warned of an assassination attempt at Yangshin Hall. Thus, he must eradicate this threat. Seeing the emperor's fury, Eunuch Zhao approached with a suggestion. Your Majesty is to leave the palace tomorrow. If the assassin indeed aims for the little princess, then, after your departure, he will undoubtedly brazenly appear within the palace. He leaned in close to Emperor Yu Wudi's ear, whispering his counsel. The emperor's brows furrowed in concern. If the assassin acted more swiftly, what if he killed Miao Heir before the guards could intervene? Eunuch Zhao bowed respectfully, assuring him, Princess Miao Heir is protected by the golden silk armor. She shall be safe. After pondering, Emperor Yu Wudi deemed this plan worth a try. At this moment, Empress Jiang, having heard his words, sincerely replied, Your Majesty, rest assured, I will protect Miao Heir with my life. The emperor was deeply moved by her willingness to risk her life for a princess not of her own blood. Truly, she embodied the essence of a nation's mother. His affection for Empress Jiang suddenly deepened. He took her delicate hand in his, speaking tenderly. Upon my return from this winter hunt, I shall take you on a journey to admire the snowy landscapes of Nanling Mountain. The warmth of her husband's affection filled Empress Jiang with joy, and she replied excitedly, Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall await your safe return and will diligently manage matters within the harem. You need not worry. Moreover, she had learned from Chu Hongjing that Chu Miao Heir had instructed him not to change horses. She trusted her son would heed Miao Er's words, alleviating her concerns. Emperor Yu Wudi nodded, and then summoned Eunuch Zhao to bring forth an item he held. Eunuch Zhao stepped forward, unveiling a dazzling golden silk armor. Empress Zhang's eyes sparkled. To safeguard Miao Er, I entrust this armor to you. Tomorrow morning, ensure she is adorned with it. Empress Jiang trembled with excitement. The emperor's affection for Miao Er was truly overwhelming. This was a priceless treasure, the only one of its kind in the entire palace, reserved solely for the emperor. At present, Miao Er has been bestowed with attire. What shall she wear? Emperor Yu Wudi remarked. Miao Er is still young and unable to protect herself. Let her don this, and I shall feel at ease outside. Thank you, Your Majesty, replied Empress Jiang, tears welling in her eyes as she accepted the garments. The following morning, Chu Miao Er awoke and turned to find Mido nestled by her pillow. She hastily turned to stroke its little head. What did you discover last night? Mido elongated its neck and chirped a few words in her ear. Upon hearing this, a subtle change crossed Miao Er's countenance. Are you certain you did not misjudge? That is the palace of eternal happiness. Fairy, please trust my words. All right, I understand. What about the Shokong Palace? The Empress Dowager appeared quite pleased. I stationed myself there for an hour, but observed nothing unusual. She merely summoned a few elder ladies to play cards with her. After listening, Miao Er reached beneath her pillow and retrieved a silk pouch, taking out 2 small meat beans. A gift for you. Eat quickly. As Miao Er lifted the gauzy curtain, Yu Ying entered, accompanied by the Empress and several maidens who attended to her washing. Miao Er, may I assist you in dressing today? Empress Jiang beamed as she approached the bedside, holding a golden silk armor. Miao Er stared in astonishment at the exquisite armor in the Empress's hands. She had seen such treasures in the heavenly realm. She blinked and pointed to the armor, using sign language to inquire where it had come from. The Empress smiled and replied, This is a gift from your father, meant for you, Miao Er. Once you wear it, your father will feel at ease. Gulme, let your aunt help you put it on. The golden silk armor had been tailored to fit, resembling a delicate dress as it enveloped Miao Er from her shoulders down to just below her knees. Should anyone attempt to strike with a sword, it would utterly fail to harm her. After adorning the young princess with the armor, the Empress felt a mix of emotions, deeply touched yet envious. Having been married to Emperor Yu Wudi for 20 years, she had never witnessed him shower such affection and concern upon a biological child. He was willing to risk his own safety to have such a vital protective garment modified for their 3-year-old princess. It was evident that Emperor Yu Wudi treasured Miao Er's life above his own. Miao Er, the Empress continued, this armor is unique, and now that your father has given it to you, he no longer possesses it. Miao Er blinked and caressed the golden silk armor, its threads smooth and cool to the touch, yet she felt an extraordinary warmth emanating from it. Such profound paternal love. At the hour of Chun, outside the palace's midday gate, 2 regiments of well-ordered imperial guards stood in formation, banners fluttering in the breeze. 10 princes, adorned with bows and arrows, sat majestically atop their steeds, the sound of hooves echoing against the cobblestones. In the center, a luxurious dragon carriage stood still, its curtains drawn back to reveal a dignified and handsome visage. Seeing the Empress lead the concubines and maidens forth, Steward Zhao joyfully approached with light footsteps, gently taking the 17 princess draped in a red cloak from the Empress's hands. Princess, the Emperor has been waiting for you for quite some time, he spoke softly. Chapter 93. The Crown Prince Brother. Chu Miao Er smiled at him, her grin more radiant than the sun that had risen that morning. As she approached the dragon carriage, she extended her little hands, and was lifted into the embrace of the esteemed eunuch Zhao. The emperor held her close, inquiring with genuine concern. Did you sleep well last night? Chu Miao nodded, her eyes sparkling as they locked onto his, brimming with the innocent affection a child holds for her father. Do you miss your father? The emperor asked with a smile. Chu Miao raised her tiny hand and gently touched his face. I long to go hunting with you, father. But the empress says it is not customary for princesses of Diyue to partake in such activities. I cannot bear to put you in a difficult position. Father, Miao loves you dearly. You must take good care of yourself, and do not let your temper flare, lest you harm yourself. Father, I will be obedient and study diligently in the palace. You need not worry." Having expressed her thoughts, she retrieved a small notebook from her sleeve and presented a line she had penned earlier for the emperor to see. "May father return soon. Mia loves father." She held the notebook aloft, her cherubic face lighting up with a sweet smile directed at the emperor. A warmth enveloped the emperor's heart. He gently cupped her little head and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Father loves Mia too." The bond between father and daughter was so profound that it seemed to overflow from the dragon carriage. The emperor, beaming with joy, inquired, "Mia, have you donned your golden silk armor?" "Yes." "Very well. Then you shall wear it every day without fail." "Yes." "Good girl. Now return to the empress. I shall bring back some live beasts for you." As the emperor prepared to hand her over to eunuch Zhao, Mia tightened her embrace around his neck and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. This display of affection left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Chu Luoning, who had accompanied the empress, felt her expression darken. Her fingers curled in jealousy, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through Chu Mia. "Little mute, why is it not enough for you to steal father's affection? You wish to claim his heart entirely? He sees only you now. His heart belongs solely to you. I am the 8th princess, and I have never had the chance to kiss father's face." In stark contrast to her discontent, Zhao Zian, seated upon a dark steed and holding the reins, wore a gentle smile. Crown Prince Chu Hongjin stood before the dragon carriage, and upon seeing the 17th princess being carried down by eunuch Zhao, he raised his hand. 17th sister. He had been occupied lately, having recently undertaken a tour to assess disaster conditions, leaving little time to properly greet her. "Mia, that is your elder brother, the crown prince," Empress Jiang remarked, stepping forward and pointing towards him. Chu Mia released the empress's hand and made her way directly to the crown prince. "Mia, be careful," Empress Jiang called out nervously, fearing that the horses might kick and endanger her precious princess. As the crown prince saw his sister approaching, he strode towards her with purpose. He bore a striking resemblance to the emperor, tall and well-proportioned, with features as finely sculpted as a statue. Adorned in a resplendent purple and gold robe, he stood out amongst the other princes, exuding an undeniable charisma. "Sister," he called out warmly, a smile illuminating his handsome face. Having learned from the 9th prince about the delightful nature of Chu Mia, he squatted down and lifted her in his arms, spinning her around 3 times, eliciting peals of laughter from the delighted princess. The mute child's voice attracted the attention of many. Beside her, the chestnut horse carried the 2nd prince, Chu Hongxiao, who narrowed his ink-black eyes, a flicker of coldness flashing beneath. He was the biological son of concubine Lan, 2 years older than the crown prince, and had heard numerous rumors about the mute child from his mother. However, the tales he encountered spoke solely of her nefarious deeds. So young, yet filled with malice, a wretched enchantress indeed. At that moment, seeing the crown prince amusing the mute child, he could not conceal his dissatisfaction, though he refrained from displaying it overtly, turning his head away instead. Chu Mia's gaze was gentle as she caught sight of his stern expression and turned away. Chapter 94. A battle for love. She withdrew her gaze, her soft little hand caressing the crown prince's collar. "Crown prince, you must be wary of the 2nd prince," she cautioned. "He has long plotted to usurp your position and claim the title of crown prince of Dayue. He even intends to accuse you of treason, secretly crafting a dragon robe with intentions of patricide to seize the throne. He harbors many retainers in his estate and clandestinely manufactures weapons, all while feigning obedience and diligence before our father. Moreover, he has the backing of the Empress Dowager and the Duke of Jinghua." Upon hearing this, Chu Hongjin's heart trembled with astonishment. He gazed at Chu Mia's little mouth, which remained tightly pursed, but her thoughts had been vocalized. He quickly glanced at Chu Hongxiao and the surrounding imperial guards, yet their expressions revealed no reaction. It seemed only he had heard her words. "Miaor, come. Follow your legitimate mother. The crown prince is about to escort your father on his journey," the empress commanded, arriving with Nurse Yen, who took Chu Mia from the crown prince's arms. The crown prince cast one last meaningful glance at Chu Mia and smiled. "Sister, farewell." He would remain in the palace to oversee the nation, but the emperor's departure required the crown prince to escort him beyond the city. Chu Mia waved her little hand, and only after the crown prince mounted his horse did she glance at the other princes. Mia, wait for ninth brother's return. The ninth prince called out, his smile radiant. Brimming with joy, Chu Mia promptly nodded at her forehead and then at her little chest, signaling him not to forget her instructions. The ninth prince raised his whip in acknowledgement. With a smile on her lips, Chu Mia's gaze fell upon the last horse, upon which Zhao Ziyan sat. Zhao Ziyan, with his handsome smile and upright posture, nodded at her. Father. Suddenly, a delicate voice pierced through the air, capturing Chu Mia's attention. It was Chu Luaning who, noticing the procession beginning to move, dashed out from a cluster of vividly dressed women just as the emperor was about to lower the curtain. Father, take this hand warmer, she exclaimed, offering the hand warmer she held, which was lovingly sewn by Ning'er herself. Upon hearing this, the emperor immediately instructed eunuch Zhao to accept it. He embraced the hand warmer, nodding in satisfaction at Chu Luaning. Father will miss you, Ning'er. Take care of your health. Chu Luaning called out sweetly once more. She was dressed resplendently today, adorned with a golden phoenix hairpin and a vibrant red silk flower, her face shimmering under the sunlight, and her wide eyes glistening with unshed tears, truly embodying a sense of reluctance. Emperor Yu gazed upon her, unable to suppress his emotions, and gestured for her to leave. If father knows, Ning'er, you should return. Chu Luaning stood there, wiping her tears and waving goodbye, a poignant and moving scene. At this moment, she was undoubtedly filled with genuine sentiment, intermingled with a resolve to assert herself. She could not allow her father to gradually forget her. She intended to be a striking presence beside Chu Mia. She succeeded. Emperor Yu did not hold her accountable for the affair involving the two servants. Her farewell deeply touched him, his deep voice resonating with affection for her. Indeed, Father Emperor loved her as well. However, unbeknownst to her, after lowering the curtain, Emperor Yu handed a warming stove to Zhao Peiyan. Leaning back against the soft couch, he furrowed his brow, deciding it best to keep a clear mind and avoid letting Mia label him as muddled. Zhao Gong, cradling the warming stove, looked on in astonishment. Your Majesty, have you taken up acting as well? Just look at your expression, a complete reversal. After the procession had moved on, Chu Luaning cast a discreet glance at Chu Mer. The virtuous consort, who had been observing her, felt a chill in her heart. Indeed, the eighth princess was exactly as she had suspected. Far from the benevolent and amiable persona she projected, beneath her outward beauty and gentility lay a remarkable cunning. The Empress Dowager had indeed trained an extraordinary individual. That day, Chu Mia did not go to the princess's palace, as the Empress had taken her to the back garden to pick plum blossoms. The weather had warmed in recent days, causing many buds to bloom, their vibrant red petals contrasting beautifully against the white snow. Empress Jiang, radiant with joy, personally plucked a branch and handed it to Chu Mia. Many consorts also picked branches they found appealing, surrounding the little princess with affection. The virtuous consort stood to the side, feeling both elated and anxious. She was pleased that her daughter received such affection, sparing herself from disdain. Yet, she was apprehensive about whether the Empress Dowager and Consort Lan would seize the opportunity in the Emperor's absence to trouble her or her daughter. Suddenly, she coughed discreetly into her hand. Observing this, Chu Mia approached her, holding the flowers, her eyes filled with concern. Mother, are you unwell again? I am fine. Just want to spend a little more time with Mia. The virtuous consort smiled, and then selected a few of the most beautiful winter sweet branches to return to Chu Mia. Mia, take these back to Jingren Palace. 2 will suffice for me. Empress Jiang, noticing the pallor on her face and her lack of vigor, suggested she return to the Moon Heart Palace to rest. Mia, accompany your mother back to the palace. Empress Jiang understood the virtuous consort all too well. A cherished daughter, having recently emerged from the cold palace, was soon appointed to be nurtured and guided by her mother, the virtuous consort, who naturally felt a profound sense of loss. For many days, Chu Mia had not returned to the Moonheart Palace for even a single night. Thus, this evening, it would be a splendid opportunity for the mother and daughter to reunite. Chu Mia joyfully nodded toward Empress Jiang and took the virtuous consort's hand as they made their way to the Moonheart Palace. "Your Highness, how can you rest easy allowing the little princess to go over there?" whispered the diligent matron Yin beside Empress Jiang. The Empress replied with a gentle smile. "Did you not observe the virtuous consort's frail demeanor? She longs for her daughter." Yin sighed. "Yet, the Moonheart Palace cannot compare to our Jingren Palace. I fear the little princess might catch a chill. Have you not heard the virtuous consort cough?" Empress Jiang's expression shifted slightly. "Indeed, if the little princess were to catch a chill again, it would cause distress for everyone. Matron, take Xiaohe with you, and tell them it is my command for you to care for the little princess. You are to oversee her daily needs, and ensure that the golden silk soft armor is kept from prying eyes. This must remain a secret." Understood. Upon returning to the Moonheart Palace, the virtuous consort felt considerably revitalized. As a mother, having her daughter close at hand alleviated her worries. As for Matron Yin and Xiaohe accompanying them to attend to Chu Mir, she welcomed their presence, believing it would provide an added layer of safety. Meanwhile, the hidden guards from Jingren Palace swiftly relocated to the Moonheart Palace, though the virtuous consort remained unaware of their protective presence. "Mir, what would you like to eat today? I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare it," she asked tenderly. With her daughter by her side, the virtuous consort not only felt invigorated, but also found her cough had vanished. Nevertheless, Matron Yin remained uneasy. "Your Highness, allow me to arrange the little princess's meals," she proposed humbly. The virtuous consort smiled sheepishly. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Matron Yin." The servants in the Empress's entourage naturally held a higher status than those in the Moonheart Palace, and even without the virtuous consort's prompting, they adhered to Matron Yin's directives. Upon Chu Mir's return to the Moonheart Palace, laughter filled the halls. Mido accompanied her in play, occasionally fluttering onto her hand and then soaring to the highest points of the palace, gazing out at the scenery beyond. After lunch, Chu Mir retired to her chamber for a rest. Being an ordinary child, she often succumbed to drowsiness during the day, her eyelids drooping when the hour came. Once she had settled into slumber, Mido departed the Moonheart Palace to explore. Approximately half an hour later, a young eunuch named Xiao Yu hurried in, informing Xiao Duong that there were individuals capturing birds throughout the palace grounds. Upon hearing this, Xiao Duong immediately followed him to see for himself, discovering more than a dozen eunuchs armed with slingshots, aiming at the birds nestled among the trees. He rushed forward to inquire and learned that the Empress Dowager found the birds chirping too noisy and had commanded them to disperse the creatures. "Do not drive away the green parrot. It is the little princess's favorite," Xiao Duong insisted. The two eunuchs exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Little did Xiao Duong know, they were indeed targeting Mido. "In the Changlu Palace, how is it? Is that little wretch still in the Moonheart Palace?" inquired Lady Rong as she entered, prompting a swift response from Concubine Lawn. "Still here. It seems I shall be staying the night." Granny Rong appears quite pleased. "Your Highness, this is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. The last time that little mute fell ill, it was within the Moon Exine Palace." Upon hearing this, the blue concubine smirked wickedly. "Indeed, now that that little wretch has returned to the Moon Exine Palace, let her perish alongside that vile woman." Initially, she felt the situation was rather challenging in the Jingren Palace. However, if something were to occur in the Moon Exine Palace, the responsibility would rest upon the Xian Fei, and dealing with her would certainly be far simpler than eliminating the Empress. "Your Highness, the little wretch has already retired for the night. Should we have the witch perform the ritual now?" The blue concubine gestured with her head towards the chief eunuch standing nearby, instructing him to ensure that the palace gates are well guarded, allowing no one to enter or exit. Gao Lukuei nodded and went outside to relay the orders. Meanwhile, Granny Rong summoned the witch hidden in the inner hall and personally went to the side hall to light incense and candles. Mother. Just as the ritual was halfway through, Chu Luaning arrived with her close maid, claiming she had come on the orders of the Empress Dowager to visit her mother. The blue concubine quickly pulled her into the sleeping quarters, fearing she might discover that someone within the palace was casting spells. "Mother, why is there a fragrance in the palace?" Chu Luning inquit gudio sili. The blue concubine smiled. "Your mother was just reciting scriptures." "Reciting scriptures? Mother, When did you become capable of such tranquility to eat vegetarian and chant? Is it not all because of that little mute? Your father has already punished your mother with a month of house arrest, and even sent word that the days of confinement are too dull, allowing her to copy scriptures and recite prayers. The matter of copying scriptures had been arranged the day after she pretended to have a headache. Following the orders of Emperor Yu, Mother, that little mute did not attend class in the princess's hall today. I am aware. She went to the Moon Exine Palace. Mother, the Empress Dowager sent me to inform you that you must be cautious of the parrot raised by that little mute. If it flies into the palace, it must be exterminated. The blue concubine nodded. Mother is aware. Chu Luaning, with a charming pout, said, Today I wish to dine in the Chonglu Palace. Mother, please have the kitchen prepare red beans sticky rice cakes for me. Huh? Why? Does Mother not want me? Just then, a ringing sound echoed. Chu Luaning paused in confusion, and without waiting for the blue concubine to respond, she released her hand and walked toward the sound. Hey, Ninga, you cannot go, do not go. Seeing her mother pursuing her, Chu Luaning quickened her pace. Just as she reached the inner hall, a sudden flap echoed above her. A green parrot swooped over her head, darting toward a woman in peculiar attire adorned with various strange ornaments, who was dancing around the altar, ringing bells and chanting incantations, filling the hall with the scent of sandalwood. With a flurry, the parrot flew past, knocking over the candlestick and offerings, causing nearby onlookers to scream in shock. The witch was so startled that she stood frozen, her eyes wide open. In that instant, the parrot squawked and lunged directly at her face. Chapter 96. The witch's eyes were gouged out. In an instant, its sharp claws pierced her eyes. The witch's screams were heart-wrenching, piercing the heavens. Madame Rome and the two palace maids were rendered utterly helpless, fearing that the parrot might peck at them, and they immediately covered their heads and crouched beneath the table. The blue concubine stared in disbelief as she witnessed the parrot claw at the witch's face and then take flight. She hurriedly seized the dazed Chu Luaning standing outside the door and fled into the adjacent room, firmly shutting the door behind them. Thud! Her legs buckled, and she awkwardly collapsed onto the floor. Chu Luaning appeared to have just awakened from a nightmare, her wide eyes filled with confusion and terror. The last time she was in Shokong Palace, she had seen the parrot raised by Chu Mirror being used to blind a eunuch. She never imagined that, after a mere 10 days, she would witness such a scene again. Mother, what on earth is happening? She trembled as she spoke. At her age, she had never encountered such a situation. The woman who had just rung the bell was dressed as she had seen in illustrations from storybooks. This must be the legendary witch. Ninger, you must not divulge this matter, nor mention it to your imperial grandmother, the blue concubine said weakly, her heart still racing with fear. Mother, you must tell Ninger the truth. She would never speak of it, the blue concubine replied helplessly. Rise and pull her aside and whisper a few words into her ear. After hearing this, Chu Luaning's complexion grew even paler. Mother, how could you be so bold? If Father Emperor and the Empress find out, it would mean your death. I have heard from the master of the archives that sorcery is strictly forbidden in the palace. The blue concubine, agitated, flicked her sleeve and retorted, Isn't it for the sake of avenging you and your royal brother? Look at you both. One was punished with the rod, and the other lost their life because of her. Moreover, look at me. I have been confined in Jingren Palace for over 20 days. All thanks to her. Chu Luaning, in a fit of anxiety, waved her sleeves and stammered, but grandmother said that to eliminate her, we must first get rid of that bird demon. Before she could finish her sentence, a loud creaking sound was heard from outside. Chu Luaning rushed to the window and saw the phoenix-headed parrot soaring into the sky, soon vanishing from sight. She opened the door, and Madame Rome hurriedly rushed in. Your Highness, the witch's eyes have been blinded. What shall we do? The blue concubine was now so flustered that she had lost her composure. Fortunately, the chief eunuch of her residence, Gao Lukue, arrived. Upon learning of the situation, he quickly said, Your Highness, do not panic. Let me handle everything. The blue concubine urged. First, gag that witch. We must not let anyone hear her cries. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will ensure everything is done discreetly, Gao Lukue replied as he exited. Madame Rome's nerves settled a little. Her cunning eyes darted around, and she leaned closer to the blue concubine, whispering, "Your Highness, could you summon Li Pin and inform her that the 8th princess has arrived? She should bring the 13th princess to play." Zhu Luning, who had been watching the door intently, abruptly turned around. "Madam, what are you planning?" Madame Rong chuckled awkwardly and bowed to her. "Princess, do not overthink. I am merely concerned that the Empress might come to check, and I wish to tidy this place up so that you and your Highness can sit in the main hall and enjoy some tea." The blue concubine, understanding Madame Rong's impending actions, took Chu Luanning's hand and said, "Ninga, let us go. Just follow your mother." Moonheart Palace. Chu Mia suddenly let out a piercing scream, startling Yueying, who hurriedly rushed to her bedside. My lady, what is the matter?" Seeing Chu Mia's flushed face and her incessant head shaking, which suggested great distress, Yueying swiftly dashed out to summon Granny Yin. Granny Yin entered the chamber and observed Chu Mia's hand, which was raised in the air, slowly descending, and her reddened face gradually returning to its usual pallor. "The young mistress must have been dreaming," she remarked. At that moment, a cheerful voice from outside announced, "My lady, Midu has returned." Chu Mia slowly opened her eyes, her parched lips twitching slightly. Understanding her unspoken wish, Yueying approached to caress Midu's fur, noticing some dust on its feathers and curiously bringing her nose closer to sniff. Midu appeared quite fatigued, resting in Xiao Wang's palm while panting. "My lady, Midu carries the scent of sandalwood," Yueying noted. Upon hearing this, Chu Mia promptly sat up and beckoned Xiao Wang to hand over Midu, then gestured to Yueying. Eagerly, Yueying fetched a small cup, poured a bit of water into it, and brought it to Midu. Midu took a couple of sips, blinked its eyes, and chirped a few sounds at Chu Mia. "Yesterday, I observed that foreign woman in Changlu Palace. She has begun casting spells. She is performing witchcraft, presumably aimed at you, young mistress. I saw a cloth doll filled with silver needles on her altar," Midu exclaimed urgently. Chu Mia's eyes widened in shock. No wonder her limbs felt as though they had been struck during her troubled dreams, and her chest was exceedingly uncomfortable. Someone was indeed working behind the scenes to harm her. "Fairy, I have blinded the witch's eyes and destroyed the altar. You must send someone to capture them, or the witch will surely escape," Midu insisted anxiously. Chapter 97. A major incident in the palace. Chu Mia gently stroked its head and responded with a few murmurs. "Mia, do you wish to return to Jingren Palace?" As the Xian Fei entered, Chu Mia had already dressed and descended from her bed. She entrusted Midu to Xiao Wang and signaled to Xian Fei. Seeing the gesture, Xian Fei was taken aback. "Wasn't it said that we would have dinner here tonight?" Chu Mia shook her head, grasped her hand, and inscribed the words in the future in her palm. Recognizing her determination, Xian Fei helplessly took her small hand, personally escorting her to the palace gates. "Granny Yin, let Mia take my palanquin. Be cautious on the way," Xian Fei instructed. Granny Yin nodded and offered a farewell gesture. In Jingren Palace, Empress Jiang received news that the gates of Changlu Palace were tightly shut and a peculiar fragrance wafted out, preventing even the eunuchs delivering water from entering. Curious, Empress Jiang contemplated sending Su Gonggong with a group to investigate when a maid reported, "Your Majesty, the little princess has returned to the palace." Delighted, Empress Jiang exclaimed, "Quickly welcome her in. Instruct the kitchen to prepare several dishes that the little princess enjoys." Moments later, Chu Mia hand in hand with Granny Yin, entered with a radiant smile. "Mia, let your aunt see you," Empress Jiang urged. Having been apart for merely half a day felt akin to an eternity. Empress Jiang lifted Chu Mia onto her lap, gently caressing her little face, which felt somewhat cool. "Have you caught a chill from the outside?" Granny Yin smiled and replied, "She came by palanquin, so fortunately, she is well." The Empress Jiang reached out to touch Chu Mia's hand, noting how icy it felt. "Quickly, fetch a warming bag. Why did you forget to have the little princess hold one, Mama?" Just as Yinzheng was about to speak, Chu Mia raised her hand. "It is I who did not want it. I cannot withstand the wind while riding in the palanquin. It is even colder for those walking outside." The Empress furrowed her brow, realizing that she had given her own warming stove to the servants. This child truly possessed a heart that was both understanding and heart-wrenching. Mir, tell your aunt. Why have you returned so early? The empress inquired casually. Chu gestured for her to follow her to the study. Sensing an ominous feeling, the empress wondered if Chu Mie-er had learned of the matters concerning Changlu Palace, and thus she did not delay further, promptly leading her to the study. She instructed only a few attendants to remain and called for Yu Ying to prepare ink. From her sleeve, Chu Mie-er produced a golden brush, dipped it in ink, and inscribed the words Changlu Palace has a witch on a piece of white paper. The empress was taken aback. Mie-er, how did you know this? Chu Mie-er then wrote the words Mido. Are you saying that Mido went to Changlu Palace and saw the witch? The little one nodded affirmatively. Mido was quite perceptive, a divine bird, and the empress could not help but believe her. Mie-er, you must remain in the palace and not venture outside. Your aunt will send someone there. The empress then gave a few hurried instructions to Yu Ying before hastily departing with the palace eunuchs, maidservants, and several guards towards Changlu Palace. The gates of Changlu Palace were tightly shut, and when the guards knocked, no one answered. The empress's expression darkened, further confirming her suspicions that something unspeakable was occurring within. Su Jingsheng, quickly relay my command. Summon Xu Fei, Xian Fei, De Fei, and all the Jiaoi Shu Yuan, and Gue Pin to Changlu Palace at once. As you command. Eunuch Su promptly turned and left. Yanzheng cautiously approached the empress, whispering, if Changlu Palace does not open, will the empress wait outside? It will be dark in half an hour. The empress glanced at the guards ahead and replied calmly, if the concubines have arrived and the palace doors remain closed, let the guards break them down. In Yuxian Palace, Xian Fei rushed inside, exclaiming, Your Highness, the empress has issued a decree for you to hurry to Changlu Palace. Upon hearing this, Xian Fei's face paled. Could the very thing she feared be coming to pass? Do you know what it is? She inquired. Xiaoxiang shook her head, explaining that Eunuch Su had only conveyed a message before departing to deliver word to other palaces. Without delay, Xian Fei donned a light blue cloak, accepted the warming stove from Xiaoxiang, and quickly exited the palace accompanied by maidservants and eunuchs. On the palace path, she encountered Xu Fei. Chapter 98. The crowd kneels at Changlu Palace. Xu Fei was about 10 years her senior in frail health, having long adhered to a vegetarian diet, and preferred to remain in the palace painting and playing the guqin, seldom mingling with other concubines. She had borne 2 imperial sons, but no daughters. I have seen my elder sister. Xian Fei greeted her respectfully. Xu Fei smiled gently, raising her hand to support Xian Fei's wrist, her gaze soft. Sister, you do not seem well today. Are you unwell? Xian Fei shook her head, claiming she was merely in a hurry. Surely, you are not worried about the little princess? Xian Fei smiled faintly, reassured by the careful nurturing of Empress Jiang. Her sister felt at ease, harboring no worries. That is good. Let's depart swiftly. As the two approached the grand entrance of Changlu Palace, they chanced upon the doors swinging open, revealing the chief eunuch, Gao Luke, who, in a fit of rage, struck the little gatekeeper across the face. You insolent wretch, hiding indoors during daylight to play dice, oblivious to Her Majesty's arrival. Are you seeking death? One slap was insufficient. He followed with a forceful kick, consumed by his own fury, disregarding the presence of the Empress and her entourage. Empress Zhang's expression darkened. The eunuch beside her immediately voiced his displeasure. Your Majesty is present. Did you not notice, Master Gao? Gao de Kui Std Dondasmaid. Flicking his feather duster and kneeling before Empress Jiang. I humbly welcome your Majesty. Please forgive this servant's negligence. With a cold gaze, Empress Jiang commanded sternly. Strike yourself 100 times, until your face is swollen. Xiao Chiezi, ensure he complies. At once, Xiao Chiezi rolled his eyes at Gao Lukuei. Come on, strike. It was evident to all that Gao Lukuei's earlier actions were mere theatrics. Without his provocation and involvement, the little eunuch would hardly dare to act so recklessly under his watch. Those who served as chief eunuchs in the harem were all exploiters at heart. Kneeling on the ground, Gao Lukuei watched as individuals passed by him, feeling both fearful and conflicted. Yet, with the Empress's decree pronounced before so many, he dared not resist, even if he wished to leverage the Empress's authority against her. Reluctantly, he began to slap his own face. "I pay my respects to your majesty. May you live long." Within, the informed Lan Guifei, accompanied by her entourage, had already knelt outside the chamber, including Li Pin and Chu Jingxiu. Empress Jiang cast a glance at them before waving her hand for Mama Yin to lead them into the palace. She did not bid Lan Guifei and the others to rise. Instead, she stood quietly, her radiant face devoid of any smile. Li Pin cautiously raised her head to steal a glance at her. Noticing the large group of concubines trailing behind, her heart tightened. What could have transpired? Why had the Empress suddenly brought so many people to Changlu Palace? "Mother, that little mute did not come," Chu Jingxiu whispered. "Hush." Li Pin sensed that trouble was brewing. Having been in the palace for 15 years, she understood the Empress's temperament well. In the past, the Empress rarely visited Changlu Palace and treated the Guifei with utmost kindness, often addressing her as sister. Now, with a stony expression and eyes filled with coldness, it was evident that Lan Guifei had committed some transgression inciting the Empress's wrath. Slightly turning her head, she stole a glance at Lan Guifei, who remained composed. Her eyes cast down, a faint smile lingering on her lips. In contrast, the kneeling Chu Luoning appeared rather anxious, her pale face and trembling shoulders betraying her unease. Li Pin smirked inwardly, reflecting, who would have thought the 8th princess would be so timid before the Empress, even less bold than Jingxiu? While lost in thought, Empress Jiang spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. Li Pin. Li Pin trembled. "This humble servant is here, residing in the palace of eternal joy. Is it to your liking?" In response, the Empress replied, "I find it quite agreeable. The noble consort has shown me great kindness." As she spoke, she cast a furtive glance at Consort Lan, who remained as composed as ever. However, after kneeling for an extended period and hearing the Empress inexplicably inquire about concubine Li, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her posture. Raising her head, she offered a slight smile to Empress Jiang. "Might I inquire what brings your majesty and the esteemed sisters to the palace of eternal joy? Have I perhaps erred in some way?" Empress Jiang regarded her with a detached gaze, noting that the gates of the palace of eternal joy had been tightly shut all day, preventing even the eunuchs delivering water from entering. This struck her as peculiar, prompting her to come and investigate personally. Consort Lan replied with a faint smile, expressing gratitude for the Empress's concern, assuring her that the palace had been peaceful and the closed doors were merely a result of the incompetence of the servants. "Peace is indeed paramount. My dear sister has long been favored by the Emperor. Thus, I must take great care to protect her. With the Emperor out hunting, it is essential that the sisters of the harem look after one another, lest he worry for our well-being." Upon hearing these words, Consort Lan felt an urge to scoff. She curled her lip, reflecting that ever since the arrival of the 17th princess, the Emperor had forgotten her existence in the palace of eternal joy. "Your Majesty seems to be overthinking," she remarked. "Is that so? Then, does the noble consort harbor resentment towards the 17th princess? Do you wish to see her removed?" Empress Jiang's eyes narrowed, her gaze turning icy. Consort Lan's heart sank, panic flashing across her face. Was she attempting to extract a confession from her? Chapter 99. A tangle of confusion. Quickly regaining her composure, she replied cautiously, "Oh, dear sister, what are you suggesting? The 17th princess is but a 3-year-old child, a princess of the great Yu kingdom, with a noble lineage. As a noble consort and a favored concubine of the Emperor, how could I harbor any ill will toward the princess? After all, we are all of the same eternal lineage." Empress Jiang, embodying the solemnity of a mother of the nation, responded sternly, "It is well that the noble consort understands this principle. I have already stated that since the Emperor personally took the 17th princess from the cold palace, and she is cherished by him, no concubine should speak ill of her or treat her unjustly. Should I discover any schemes against her or intentions to bring her harm, I will not hesitate to enact severe punishment." Upon hearing these words, Chu Luoning felt a shiver run through her, her face paling slightly as her fingers curled tightly in her sleeve. It was unexpected that this mute child would garner such favor and protection from the Empress. No wonder her mother sought to eliminate her. Behind the Empress stood a row of vividly adorned concubines, who listened intently, holding their breath, with none daring to utter a word. Some speculated that the empress had summoned them to the palace of eternal joy at this late hour for the purpose of punishing someone, perhaps to make an example of them. Just as this thought crossed their minds, Mama Yin emerged from the main hall with a palace maid, mysteriously nodding towards Empress Jiang. Empress Jiang's eyes widened in surprise, her brows furrowing. Have you searched everywhere? Indeed, we found no instruments of sorcery, only incense sticks and offerings on the altar in the side hall. Upon hearing this, the Xian concubine's expression shifted slightly, and she anxiously attempted to step forward to inquire further, only to be pulled back by the Shufei beside her. The Shufei conveyed with a glance that she should remain calm. Thus, the Xian concubine was left standing in place, her heart knotted with anxiety. She subtly sensed that the queen had brought people to the Chonglu Palace, likely investigating who had used witchcraft to harm Yaoer. Lost in thought, Su Jingsheng hurriedly approached from the direction of the Li Garden, accompanied by 2 eunuchs. In his hand, he held a small cloth doll, densely packed with needles. Your Highness, we have found it, he announced. The concubines were taken aback. Su Jingsheng handed the doll to Empress Jiang and whispered something in her ear. Chu Luoning abruptly lifted her head, and upon seeing the small white doll, she instinctively tightened her grip on the hand of the blue concubine. Heavens! This is the work of my own mother. Although the blue concubine felt an immense sense of anxiety, she feigned calmness and patted Chu Luoning's hand, signaling her not to be afraid. Li Pin also stared wide-eyed at the doll, astonished. Where was it found? She inquired. Li Pin. Empress Jiang suddenly shouted sternly. Li Pin trembled, realizing the gravity of the situation, her face instantly paling like paper. Could the Empress Dowager have set her up? I am here, Your Highness, she stammered, her voice quivering as she lowered herself in submission. Li Pin, do you not know your crime? The queen glared at her. Li Pin knelt on the ground, pleading, I do not know what sin I have committed. Please, Your Highness, enlighten me. Wretched woman, this doll was found beneath your bed, inscribed with the birth date and name of the 17th princess. You claim ignorance? Empress Jiang furiously held up the doll, the needles glinting ominously in the light of the palace lamps. It pierced the heart. The Xian concubine felt a sharp pain, tears welling in her eyes. Someone had indeed resorted to such methods against her daughter. Why? Her daughter was merely 3 years old. What threat did she pose? Seeing her sway unsteadily, the Shu concubine reached out to support her, casting a sympathetic glance. Your Highness, I am wronged. I would never dare to do such a thing. Li Pin cried out, raising her hand in protest. Just as her gaze was about to shift toward the blue concubine, Chu Luoning suddenly interjected, Do not place the blame on my mother. There are other concubines residing in this palace besides her. Li Pin was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the 8th princess, who had seemed so frightened moments ago, would now react more swiftly than the blue concubine. As soon as Chu Luoning finished speaking, the other 2 concubines residing in the Chonglu Palace hastily knelt down. Yumarin exclaimed, I do not dare. Please, Your Highness, investigate thoroughly. Su Jiyu lifted her beautiful face, tears already streaming down, her voice sweet yet tremulous. I would never dare. The blue concubine has been confined with utmost caution. How could I? The blue concubine shot her a knowing glance. Li Pin, on the other hand, was furious. Chapter 100. Regardless, it is death. She waved her hand agitatedly. You all have distanced yourselves, suggesting that I, Li Pin, am the sole perpetrator? We are all concubines of the Chonglu Palace. Li Pin. The blue concubine interrupted her, her expression stern as she declared. This doll was found beneath your bed. Do you still wish to argue? Do you want the 13th princess to spend her life in the cold palace? Li Pin's complexion turned pale once more, her heart trembling incessantly. The words of the blue concubine served as a dire warning. Should she fail to shoulder this burden, her daughter would be condemned to a life of misery. She cast a sorrowful glance at her daughter by her side, tears welling in her eyes. Was it not a matter agreed upon by all? Why must she alone bear the blame? Indeed, she had suggested a scheme involving a voodoo doll to harm the little princess, yet she had never mentioned summoning a witch to cast spells. Li concubine, what further words do you have? The Empress Jiang's patience was waning, although she perceived a hint of grievance and innocence in Li concubine's gaze. She was acutely aware that this affair was being orchestrated by the blue concubine from the shadows. However, the doll had been discovered within her own residence. Thus, she had no choice but to direct her ire toward the concubine. "Your Majesty, please show mercy. Spare us your wrath." The concubine dared not shift the blame any longer. If she did not bear this burden, how would her daughter survive? Even if she were to expose the blue concubine, the others in the palace would surely exonerate her. With no noble lineage to protect her, the concubine was destined to be a disposable pawn within the Chonglu Palace. The blue concubine had meticulously plotted her selection of occupants for this palace long ago. The 3 concubines residing here came from families far less distinguished than her own. Their fathers were merely ordinary officials, and not even based in the capital. "Mother," Chu Jingxiu finally sensed something amiss. She cast a bewildered glance at the individuals kneeling nearby, then grasped the concubine's arm. "I know you are innocent. Earlier today, I crawled beneath your bed to retrieve a pair of embroidered shoes, yet I found no such doll. Why, upon our arrival at the main hall to see the esteemed concubine, did they uncover this item? Mother, could it be that someone is fabricating evidence against us? Or did they bring it themselves?" At her words, the expressions of those present shifted. The most agitated was the blue concubine, who had never anticipated that Chu Jingxiu would voice such sentiments. Her words could easily be interpreted as an accusation against those within her palace, or as a suggestion that the empress was framing the Chonglu Palace. For her, it was far more advantageous to direct suspicion toward the empress. "Your Majesty, the 13th princess speaks with merit." Without waiting for the empress to grant her permission to rise, the blue concubine stood haughtily, her posture straightened, her expression betraying a mix of indignation and mockery. "I beseech you, Your Majesty, to provide an explanation for the presence of such witchcraft within our palace." Upon hearing this, the Empress Zhang's countenance turned pale, her voice icy as she retorted, "Do you believe it is my intention to frame you? As the sovereign of the 6 palaces, wielding the Phoenix seal, do you think it necessary for me to engage in such despicable acts?" At that moment, old Madame Yen interjected, "I implore the blue concubine to conduct herself with decorum. Without solid evidence, anyone who slanders the empress shall be guilty of treason against the throne, punishable by death under the laws of the Great Yu Kingdom." Upon hearing this, the blue concubine's face drained of color, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Jingxiu, declaring loudly, "This is not a baseless accusation." All the sisters and servants heard her. The 13th princess stated that she did not see this item under the bed previously. Empress Jiang narrowed her eyes slightly, casting a cool gaze toward Chu Jingxiu. Chu Jingxiu, being young and naive, summoned her courage to save her mother, declaring with unwavering resolve, "Every word I speak is true, without a hint of falsehood. If it was not brought in by your Majesty, then we must inquire among the inhabitants of the Chonglu Palace whether they have wronged my mother." Concubine Lan's cheek twitched as she shot her a discreet glare. "Meddlesome girl, look at the turmoil you are causing." Panic surged within her, shattering her composure. Empress Jiang fixed her gaze on Concubine Lan's face and slowly addressed Chu Jingxiu. "The 13th princess is so certain. Let us ask your mother whether she committed this act or not." She was aware that El Pin, pressured by Concubine Lan's influence, was reluctantly bearing the blame for her. However, if El Pin wished to secure her life by exposing Concubine Lan, writing a confession and affixing her seal could spare her from death, with the harshest punishment merely leading to confinement in the cold palace. Yet, El Pin feared that even if she implicated Concubine Lan, the Lan clan would not let her off easily. No matter the outcome, she felt doomed. Thus, she resolved that if she were to perish today, it would be better to save her daughter's life. With a sharp crack, El Pin bit her lip and suddenly struck Chu Jingxiu across the face, exclaiming, "Ignorant child, how dare you speculate so recklessly that this was brought into the palace by the empress's people?" She discreetly indicated the responsible head eunuch, Su Jingsheng, careful not to offend the empress, while also ensuring she did not provoke Concubine Lan, for her daughter would still rely on Concubine Lan's protection in the future. Chu Jingxiu, stunned by the slap, stared incredulously at her mother, tears brimming in her eyes. "Mother, I truly did not speak falsely." With a determined heart, Elpin struck her again.